This is the sweet, everyday life after becoming a girl, just as the title suggests, and it can be seen either as a sequel or as an entirely new story. New Year's Eve, the Lantern Festival in the Magic Capital was in full bloom. At this moment, under the witness of moonlight and fireworks, the two of them kissed and held each other close. Though they were both girls, they ignored the gaze and obstruction of the secular world and resolutely chose to be together. Fortunately, their perseverance did not betray them. Instead of stopping them, both sets of parents supported their precious daughter's choice. At this time, the system bound to Xiao Mo had transformed into a white-clothed fairy. She stood not far away, watching the blissful smiles on her hosts and Yue's faces nodding in satisfaction. After all, Yue's success in winning over her host owed no small debt to the subtle nudges she had given. Now that the lovers had finally become a true couple, she could at last set her mind at ease. Although ever since her host had found a girlfriend in Yue, she had rarely taken the initiative to chat with the system, and had even kept postponing missions for the system. This kind of free-range host could not be more worry-free. She could even return to the system realm to trick another fellow back with her. The white-robed woman smiled faintly, her jade-like legs slowly rising from the ground as she turned and flew gently into the air, silently watching the fireworks set off in celebration of the new year above the brilliantly lit, bustling city. Facing the bright moon hanging in the sky, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes, pressed her palms together in prayer, and murmured in her heart, "You, a silly little host, I am very happy to have met you both. Thank you for letting me witness such a beautiful love that exists between two girls. I wish you a happy new year, and let us meet again next year." Xiao Mo and Yue had not forgotten their plan for the night. After strolling around the Lantern Festival in the Magic Capital for a while longer, Yue drove Xiao Mo back to the apartment where they lived. As soon as they stepped through the door, Xiao Mo flopped onto the sofa, rolling about in a spoiled manner. She lifted her head to glance at the clock hanging in the living room, then looked over at Yue and asked in an adorably well-behaved tone, "Yue, it's getting late now, so shouldn't the two of us also?" Seeing how Xiao Mo could hardly conceal the anticipation in her eyes, how could Yue not know what she was thinking? Smiling indulgently, she said, all right, let's hurry and take a bath then." Before her words had fully fallen, Xiao Mo sprang up from the sofa and darted straight into her own bedroom. Tilting her head in mild confusion, Yue followed. As soon as she pushed open the half-closed door, she saw Xiao Mo half crouching in front of the wardrobe, rummaging for clothes to change into later. "Oh, Xiao Mo, there's really no need to specially pick out clothes," Yue said with a laugh, watching her movements. After all, whatever Xiao Mo put on now, she would have to take off again later. No, to be exact, it would be taken off by Yue's own hands. Xiao Mo waved her hand, not taking Yue's words to heart. "Don't worry about it. This is our first New Year's Eve since we got together. We have to make it a little grand, right?" According to the agreement between her and Yue, this time, she was supposed to be the one on top. She had already had a round in the afternoon, so how could she still be afraid of being pinned down by Yue again? During the time she and Yue had been dating, it was usually Yue who held the upper hand. As for Xiao Mo herself, she could only wait for Yue's occasional mercy to barely drink a little of the soup. And all of this was because of the system bound to Xiao Mo. Back when the system discovered that Yue had fallen for her host at first sight, with desire mixed in, she moved her little hand and lightly tapped Xiao Mo's system panel. After that, Xiao Mo's body became exceptionally sensitive. Even a light touch to her soft waist would leave her unbearably ticklish. Naturally, Xiao Mo knew nothing of the system's little tricks. Under its coaxing, she easily came to believe that she had always been this sensitive, and even went to the system several times hoping it would make her body less so. Having spent many years as a boy, Xiao Mo certainly did not want to be pressed beneath her girlfriend Yue. The system, of course, did not agree, but it did kindly give Xiao Mo a one-week trial card that reduced her sensitivity, allowing her to experience the joy of finally turning the tables. Because of that, Xiao Mo now yearned all the more intensely for a complete reversal. Knowing her better than anyone, her official girlfriend Yue instantly saw through the little schemes in Xiao Mo's heart and curved her lips into a smile. Yet Yue said nothing more. She simply walked quietly to Xiao Mo's side and began to help her look for clothes, not wasting too much time on choosing. Yue casually picked out a one-piece silk night dress and then headed out of the "Then I'll go run the water first, Xiao Mo. Once you've found your clothes, come in quickly so we can bathe together," she called. Her light, slightly seductive voice floated in from outside. Xiao Mo froze for a moment when she heard it, then deliberately slowed her hands. If she went in to shower together with Yue, there was a high chance that the moment she took off her clothes, Yue would press right up. The bathroom floor was quite slippery. One careless move, and she might end up sprawled flat on her back. Then she would hardly be able to escape Yue's embrace, and would likely be eaten clean to the bone. Thinking of this, even someone as clever as Xiao Mo could not help but preen a little over her own brilliant mind. It was precisely because of this smart little brain that she had managed time and again to slip free from Yue's carefully laid traps. In reality, however, it was exactly because of her combination of clumsiness and love of fun that she repeatedly fell into Yue's hands, fighting ever more bravely each time, and thoroughly enjoying every bit of it. After waiting a little while longer, Xiao Mo finally got up and walked toward the bathroom. Standing outside the bathroom door, she listened to the sound of running water inside, and in her mind, she could already see warm currents sliding over that snow-white, delicate body. Damn, who could possibly resist that, she thought. Although she had already seen Yue's body many times, she had to admit that Yue's figure was absolutely top-notch. Not only was she half a head taller, her proportions were also astonishingly good, not the least inferior to Xiao Mo's own body, which had been shaped by the system. And that face of hers was so beautiful that even Xiao Mo could not find a single flaw. Though Xiao Mo herself was also breathtakingly pretty, her overly gentle personality made her look like a silly, sweet, soft girl. Yue, on the other hand, leaned more toward the type of an icy beauty, alluring, yet carrying a touch of sharpness. Yet whenever she faced Xiao Mo, she always behaved like a warm, gentle big sister, even though she was only 6. Xiao Mo took a deep breath and with trembling hands pushed the door open. The moment the door parted, a scene that set her blood racing met her eyes. Yue was sitting at the edge of the bath with her back to her, the graceful curve of her back flowing like an exquisite line. Her slender waist no thicker than a pair of clasped hands, and her jade-like snowy skin gleamed softly. The long hair that usually fell over her shoulders had been gathered up into a neat bun. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yue slowly turned around, her red lips parting slightly. Xiao Mo, why are you still standing outside? Aren't you coming in? Urged on by Yue's voice, Xiao Mo finally snapped out of the shock brought on by the beauty's figure. Now through the veil of mist and the hazy light, she could vaguely make out that enticing, undulating silhouette. As she took a sharp breath and was about to step forward, Yue unexpectedly rose slowly from the bath and turned, walking directly toward her. Xiao Mo swallowed hard despite herself, then clinging to the principle of not staring at what she should not see, turned her head away with a flushed face, doing her utmost to keep her gaze from wandering. Xiao Mo, why haven't you taken off your clothes yet? Don't tell me you want me to undress you. Yue looked at Xiao Mo's shy appearance, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips as her slender fingers brushed them. Huh, what are you trying to do? Hearing Yue's words, Xiao Mo finally turned her head to look at her. A wicked smile hung on Yue's face, but fortunately, she had casually wrapped a bath towel around herself earlier. Otherwise, Xiao Mo was truly afraid she would disgrace herself with a sudden nosebleed. Yue, didn't we agree that it was my turn today? What exactly are you trying to do? Uneasily, Xiao Mo swallowed again and retreated step by step, while Yue advanced unhurriedly, closing the distance between them. Yes, it is indeed your turn today, but... Looking at Xiao Mo, who could no longer escape, Yue broke off mid-sentence, then slowly leaned closer. Xiao Mo, staring at that breathtaking face now, so close to her own, shook her head in resistance. Yue slowly extended her slender jade-like hand and gently caressed Xiao Mo's cheek. Then she spoke softly. It's all well and good that it's your turn to be on top today, but what does you being on top have to do with me having my way with you? Xiao Mo pouted, complaining in protest. Yue, you're cheating. You're not playing fair. Oh, so are you going to obediently take off your clothes yourself now? Or let me take them off for you? Yue leaned her body forward and raised her right hand, slamming it against the wall beside Xiao Mo, trapping her in place. Well, what do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, I would rather die than give in. Xiao Mo's gaze darted away, not daring to look at Yue. Her arms crossed tightly in front of her chest in a feeble attempt at protection. Watching Xiao Mo like this, a faint smile played at the corner of Yue's lips as she secretly rejoiced in her heart. Xiao Mo hadn't resisted like this in a long time, but it was precisely this reaction that made things so much more fun. How can you be so unreasonable? Aren't you supposed to keep your promises? In Yue's ears, Xiao Mo's tone sounded exactly like that of a spoiled little girl and an impossibly adorable. Yet despite how cute Xiao Mo sounded, Yue didn't particularly care for what she was saying. Xiao Mo finally managed to slip free of Yue's restraint, but seeing Yue about to pounce on her again, she yelped in fright and hurriedly changed her words. Hubby, don't kiss me anymore, I'll undress all right. At this moment, Xiao Mo was on the verge of tears. It was clearly supposed to be her turn this time, yet she still ended up being bullied by Yue. That's more like it. Yue took a small step back, watching Xiao Mo with leisurely composure, like a hunter eyeing prey that was about to fall into her hands. But undressing in front of someone, even if that someone was her own girlfriend, still made Xiao Mo's face grow hot. With slender jade-like hands, Xiao Mo slowly slipped off her pretty dress, revealing a delicate, graceful figure, as white and flawless as carved jade. Her snowy skin held a faint blush as if water might be wrung from it, and a charming flush rose to her face. Inwardly, Yue could not help but exclaim, practically shouting in her heart that her wife's figure was getting better and better to the point that she could hardly bear it. She couldn't help recalling the first time she had met Xiao Mo at the mall. Back then, Xiao Mo had been wearing a cute Jake-style outfit, but she had been a completely flat-chested little princess. Unlike now, after Yue's tireless efforts, Xiao Mo's figure had already reached a respectable cup. Even so, Yue did her best to suppress the wicked thoughts in her heart. She took Xiao Mo's hand and led her together toward the bath. At the edge of the bath, Yue bent down to test the temperature of the water, then patted Xiao Mo lightly on the shoulder. Yue, what are you doing? Xiao Mo looked at her with open wariness. The water's just right now? Wife, hurry and get in like a good girl. Staring at the white mist rising from the bath, Xiao Mo walked in with a look of wounded dignity after hearing her words. Her long, slender legs stepped into the water, and once she felt the temperature was suitable, her delicate body slowly sank into the bath. Her crystal-clear, tender skin flushed with a faint rosy hue in the warm water, making her appear even more radiant, like a flower on the verge of dripping with dew. A light scent of jasmine rose with the steam, irresistibly enticing. Looking down at the beauty bathing in the pool, a trace of yearning surfaced unconsciously in Yue's eyes. Yue reached out to the nearby shelf, took a bottle of body wash, squeezed a pool of it into her palm, and slowly rubbed it into a lather with circular motions. Don't move around, wife. I'll wash your back for you. You'd better not be too moved, Yue said with a squinting smile. Do I even dare move? Hearing Yue's words, Xiao Mo merely turned her back to her and silently rolled her eyes. At this moment in the bathroom, Xiao Mo was nervously sitting on the edge of the bath with a faint groove appearing where she touched the steps. This scene was truly visually shocking for someone as upright as Yu. I must say, Xiao Mo, your back is really smooth, Yu exclaimed, unable to help but marvel at the wonderful sensation she felt through her hands. Thus Yu helped Xiao Mo scrub her back. In no time, Xiao Mo's delicate body was completely enveloped by the Yu picked up the shower head, the warm water flowing down Xiao Mo's exquisite shoulders. Is this all right? Just as Xiao Mo was about to stand up, Yu pressed her down. Wait, dear, you finished scrubbing your back? Turn around and let me help you with the front. Yu spoke earnestly without a hint of embarrassment. However, when Xiao Mo turned around, their flirty gazes locked, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and enchanting. The air seemed to instantly fill with a sweet fragrance mingling with the scent of lilies. No, I must hold on to the real show is yet to come. Yu kept reminding herself to stay calm and composed. Back in the living room, Xiao Mo sat curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees with misty eyes brimming with tears. Seeing this, Yu stepped forward to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. With red eyes, Xiao Mo softly murmured, You jerk. Yu was sure that Xiao Mo had a deep affection. Yu was lost in the gentle world of Xiao Mo, unable to extricate herself. She often marveled at how there could be such a beautiful and charming girl in the world, glad that she had secured her first. Thinking of this, Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. At that time, many talent and entertainment agencies had offered Xiao Mo numerous opportunities. If Xiao Mo hadn't been considerate of her, she might have already been shining on the big screen. Yu knew she needed to give Xiao Mo personal space and not interfere too much in her social life. But just the thought of her dear being with other women or even men made Yu want to take Xiao Mo away and keep her at home solely for herself to enjoy it well. Xiao Mo rested on the sofa for a moment, looking up at the clock in the living room. It was already past 12, marking the start of their new year together. Let's go, it's getting late. Hurry up and dry your hair before we head back to the room. It's quite cold out here. Xiao Mo pouted, waving her hand to signal Yu to get off her. Right, we can't catch a cold. Let me help you dry it, Yu said as she pulled Xiao Mo up, startling her to the point where her towel nearly fell off, but Xiao Mo quickly grabbed it. At that moment, glistening droplets of water were sliding off Xiao Mo's tender skin, dripping onto the floor. A hint of lingering blush appeared on her beautiful and pure face, more delicate and vibrant than the most exquisite rose, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Xiao Mo, under Yu's intense gaze, clenched her small fist and lightly punched Yu's shoulder, reproaching her shyly. What are you looking at? Yu, thick-skinned, playfully stuck out her tiny tongue and smiled. Looking at my wife. What is that? As she spoke, Yu deliberately poked Xiao Mo, startling her to retreat repeatedly, while Yu chuckled. Look, wife, you're so beautiful. Isn't it just to entice me? Seeing her rascal expression, Xiao Mo knew she couldn't win against her. She sighed helplessly, constantly cursing Yu in her heart. Such a lecher. What a rascal. Full of naughty thoughts. While Xiao Mo thought this, she was pushed by Yu to the dressing table. Yu pressed Xiao Mo down onto the chair, and along with the sound of woo woo woo, Yu carefully dried Xiao Mo's hair with a blow dryer, her eyes showing rare tenderness. The wind tousled Xiao Mo's messy hair, and in the hazy mirror, two stunningly beautiful faces reflected. Moreover, at that moment, Xiao Mo looked particularly enticing, with her milk-like skin marked by gradually fading red traces and droplets of water sliding down directly into her delicate collarbone. Xiao Mo, there's only a month left until vacation, Yu said shyly, her cheeks flushed. Right? You're about to meet my parents. Aren't you excited? Excited. I just feel really nervous right now. Yu replied affectionately, playing with Xiao Mo's long hair, a little flustered. The first time I go, will be meeting them as your classmate. I didn't expect to meet them so soon in this capacity. Xiao Mo, do you think your uncle will be angry because I ran off with his precious daughter? Don't worry, in our family, even my sister has a higher status than my dad. Now that my mom has agreed, it should be fine. You speak so lightly, yet it is not you who will meet the parents. Yu shot a glance at Xiao Mo with irritation, saying, I wonder who the last time they returned home was so nervous that they didn't even dare to hold my mother's hand and just wanted to sneak back to their room. I'm not being cowardly. I'm just giving you three a chance to have a good conversation since Annie is here. Xiao Mo chuckled awkwardly. After all, when she first met Annie, her first thought was indeed to run away. But at that time she had no idea Annie was coming, and while talking to Yi, she was merely trying to find an excuse to leave. The only good thing was that the impression she left on Annie wasn't too bad. By the way, Xiao Mo, is there something special that your parents like? Yu finished blow-drying Xiao Mo's hair and handed her the hairdryer. What's up? Are you planning to please my dad and mom in advance? Xiao Mo took the hairdryer from Yuyi's hands and got up to suddenly recalling the time when Yuyi was affectionate with her and her dad called unexpectedly, resulting in Yuyi speaking recklessly to her dad. At that moment, Yuyi's mood was already somewhat irritated due to the interruption, and before the caller could say anything she snapped, "Who is this? Don't you know that interrupting someone's intimacy is very rude?" As she spoke, Yuyi raised an eyebrow at Xiao Mo and added, "Do you believe I will kick you?" But when Yuyi realized it was her dad, she was so startled that she hung up the phone. Looking at the hot potato of a phone in her hand, she directly tossed it into Xiao Mo's arms. Thinking of this, Xiao Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Yuyi turned her head in confusion, asking, "Xiao Mo, what are you laughing at? Why do you look so silly?" Yuyi's voice came, and Xiao Mo snapped back to reality, her smile deepening. "Nothing, I just remembered when I said kick you to my dad." "Oh, come on. Why are you bringing this up again? Forget it quickly." "No way. I want." Back in the room, Xiao Mo looked at Yuyi lying beside her, her head resting on Yuyi's shoulder, her small hand gently brushing across Yuyi's delicate collarbone, her flower-like lips slightly pouting, and the soft breath from her nose carried a faint jasmine fragrance. "Yuyi, Happy New Year." Yuyi lowered her head slightly, looking affectionately at the beauty in her arms, unable to resist, gently reaching up to tease the tip of Xiao Mo's nose, her face lighting up with a loving smile. The moonlight outside filtered through the sheer curtains, enveloping the two of them, as if they were covered in a layer of silver glow, and their feelings gradually warmed. Xiao Mo buried her head in Yuyi's embrace, rubbing against her hair brushing over Yuyi's face, making it, of course, in her heart, she was also. "Yuyi, you are mine now, we must be together in this life." Xiao Mo gently lifted a few strands of Yuyi's hair, placing them in her mouth, looking both innocent and alluring. Xiao Mo gazed at the stunning beauty before her, trembling slightly as she held Yuyi's neck, her fair forehead pressed against Yuyi's, feeling the warmth of each other. Yuyi looked at Xiao Mo's eyes, her exquisite beauty seemingly blushing slightly. The gentle breeze from outside blew through the window, blending the faint scent of youthful innocence with the jasmine fragrance. In the dark room, under the silver moonlight, it was incredibly dreamy. "So beautiful." Xiao Mo exclaimed, involuntarily unsure whether she was praising the moonlight or the stunning beauty in front of her. Xiao Mo gently raised her hand, her delicate fingertips lightly brushing across Yuyi's perfect face, unable to resist poking at Yuyi's unadorned cheeks. Her expression was one of rare enjoyment, as if she were playing with her most cherished treasure. Yuyi's red lips parted slightly, her mouth slightly open. Seeing this, Xiao Mo leaned in, her right hand gently supporting the back of Yuyi's head, untying her hair tie, and her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded down like a waterfall, adding to her allure. At this moment, Yuyi realized that the innocent expression Xiao Mo usually wore had disappeared, but even without her disguise, she had merely transformed from a naive flower into a little wildcat yearning for comfort. In Yuyi's eyes, Xiao Mo remained incredibly adorable. Yuyi raised her hands, but did not push Xiao Mo away. Instead, she affectionately brushed her face, seeming to like this Xiao Mo even more. Xiao Mo reluctantly let go of Yuyi, looking down at her and raising an eyebrow. Yuyi's face was beaming with a smile, yet her hand firmly held on to Xiao Mo. The bravado Xiao Mo had just put on vanished the moment she realized she couldn't break free from Yuyi, her cherry lips pursed tightly, blushing uncontrollably. Xiao Mo's inner thoughts: what's wrong with wanting to take back control just once? Who did I provoke? Boo-hoo. The next morning, Xiao Mo groggily opened her eyes, and upon raising her head found herself resting on her very own pillow while Yuyi was gazing at her affectionately. "Good morning, Xiao Mo." Yuyi propped her head up with one hand, smiling indulgently as she greeted her. "Good morning, Yuyi." Xiao Mo rubbed her sleepy eyes and buried her head into the blanket, feeling a bit shy. "What's this? Are you shy now?" Yuyi smiled at Xiao Mo's appearance, unable to help but chuckle, and then dove under the covers, playfully looking at her. "Oh, shut up, don't say any more." Xiao Mo raised her hand to block Yuyi's teasing gaze. Yuyi peeked out from under the blanket, rolled out of bed, and tenderly helped Xiao Mo, who was still lying down, to cover herself with the quilt. "Wife, you rest for a while, I need to go make lunch." "Okay." Xiao Mo's voice came from beneath the blanket, and upon hearing this, Yuyi put on her slippers and walked out. Before long, Xiao Mo poked her head out from under the quilt, grabbed her phone to check the time. It was already noon. Seeing this, Xiao Mo sighed and reluctantly crawled out of bed to wash up. In front of the washstand, Xiao Mo looked at her reflection in the mirror, noticing the dark circles under her eyes that matched those of a national treasure, and she couldn't help but pout in frustration. Just thinking about the 2 classes she had in the afternoon made her feel how painful life was. She really wanted to take a leave of absence, but she had already taken too many this semester. The counselor said that if she and EU took leave again, they would fail all their courses this semester. It's worth mentioning that her counselor Xiaqing was actually EU's neighbor sister when they were young, and Xiaqing was very caring towards her at school. However, whenever she saw Xiao Mo dozing off in the back row, she would always call her up to answer questions, disrupting her sweet dreams. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that Counselor Xiaqing had a younger sister who was in the same class as Xiao Mo, and she was a real princess. She often brought candy for Xiao Mo. After washing up, Xiao Mo felt like her right hand was about to give out, and all she wanted was to go back to the moment when she was burying her head in the blanket and knock herself out with a single strike. Upon reaching the dining room, Xiao Mo looked at the dishes on the table, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and her little cherry lips could barely close. Lunch was prepared on the table with a poached egg on a snowy white porcelain plate, and a cup of soy milk still giving off some steam. There was also a plate of green bok choy and a bowl of fragrant century egg and lean meat congee. Although it wasn't abundant, it looked exquisite, and Xiao Mo couldn't help but swallow hard. Yu untied her apron and sat beside Xiao Mo, propping her jade hand under her rosy cheek, tilting her head to look at her smiling. Xiao Mo, why are you drooling again? Xiao Mo naturally understood the implication of her words and blushed involuntarily. Why aren't you eating, EU? I want to see how you eat. Come, I'll feed you. EU picked up her chopsticks and picked up the tender poached egg, which was perfectly half-cooked, and let the yolk flow out as she brought a piece to Xiao Mo's mouth. Without any pretense, Xiao Mo took a bite of the deliciously melting poached egg, and her face instantly filled with warmth as she licked her red lips. Your poached egg is so delicious. EU picked up another piece of green vegetable, and Xiao Mo nearly swallowed it whole. EU watched Xiao Mo gobbling down her food, also revealing a warm smile. Xiao Mo eats slowly. Your cooking skills are really getting better and better. Xiao Mo puffed her cheeks and couldn't help but praise her. Of course, otherwise how could I take good care of my wife's health? EU said, handing Xiao Mo the soy milk, beside her shaking her head meaningfully. Come next time, I'll make you some red date tea with a jiao to nourish your body. After hearing EU's teasing words, Xiao Mo almost spat out the century egg and lean meat congee she had just drunk. How could she say she was incapable? Do you dare to say that again, EU? Xiao Mo glared at EU in embarrassment and anger, thinking that if EU didn't submit to her today, it would mean she was Xiao Demeng TMO incapable. Oh, just because of you. EU twirled a few strands of hair around her fingers, looking playfully at Xiao Mo. Wow, EU, just wash up already. Oh, didn't you say for me to wash up? You come then. Let me get up first. Hee, no way. Lunch passed amidst their playful bickering, and EU drove Xiao Mo back to school. The two strolled across the campus of Modi University of Finance and Economics, drawing involuntary glances from passing students. Wow, why is it that though we were both molded by Nuwa, our appearances differ so drastically? Nonsense. She meticulously sculpted her, while you're merely a speck of mud flung carelessly from her fingertips. Nuwa herself would blink in disbelief and ask, did I truly create this? Wow, still wearing a skirt in this freezing weather. You truly prioritize grace over warmth. Still, I'd quite like to try it myself. Hey, you're male. What on earth are you doing wearing a skirt? Xiao Mo listened to their banter, a faint involuntary smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Few could genuinely reject praise for beauty. Those who did were almost certainly cloaking sarcasm in feigned modesty. Xiao Tong snorted dismissively, molded by Nuwa. Xiao Mo, your stunning looks are entirely my handiwork, thank you very much. Alright. We all know Tongzi is the most brilliant of us all. So what brings you here today? Just happened to be idle. Don't read too much into it. I'm off. Enjoy your little date, you two. Whoosh. Xiao Mo shook her head with wry resignation. Tongzi was always like this, verbally disdainful yet unfailingly supportive, having quietly aided her more times than she could count. Yu Iwe instinctively edged closer to Xiao Mo and murmured with a soft, playful smile, Xiao Mo, shall we hold hands? It'll make us look far more like a couple. As she spoke, Yu Iwe reached out to take Xiao Mo's hand, only to have her wrist flicked away without ceremony. Shoo. We're still in public. You could at least rein yourself in a little. Spare us the excessive displays of affection. Xiao Mo crossed her arms and shot Yu Iwe a sardonic glance. Do you even realize my public image is one of serene aloofness, immaculate, untouchable? I'd rather not see us plastered across the confession wall again today. So what? Before meeting you, I maintained an ice queen persona. But look at me now, no pretense, no facade. Isn't it infinitely lighter? Yu Iwe spun lightly on the spot, then executed an exaggerated curtsy toward Xiao Mo with theatrical flourish. Oh, don't you dare claim acquaintance with me. If your persona crumbles, don't drag me down with you. Xiao Mo feigned distaste. Ugh, just hold hands. No, don't touch me. Keep your distance. Wah, this hurts my feelings. Nya. Go cry somewhere else. I've got class to attend. Xiao Mo and EU entered the classroom together, drawing curious glances from several classmates inside. Xiaqing, their academic advisor, had a younger sister named Xiaoxiu, who had already reserved seats for them. Spotting the pair, she waved enthusiastically, "Xiao Mo over here." Hearing her, Xiao Mo and Yu Yue approached and sat down, one on either side of Xiaoxiu, flanking her like a perfectly executed pincer maneuver. "Thanks, our ever-reliable, peaceful Xiu. You never fail to secure me a seat." Xiao Mo grinned mischievously as she teased Xiaoxiu. After all, she herself had once been dubbed Princess Peaceful, but now that her figure had blossomed, she couldn't resist teasing her former fellow exile in the same boat. Peaceful. Xiaoxiu blinked, momentarily puzzled, until she followed Xiao Mo's knowing gaze downward, glanced at her own chest, and instantly caught on. Yeah. Xiao Mo, you're never going to let this go, are you? Cut it out. She pouted, then lunged forward with flailing fists, a flustered, adorable little wildcat, whose fur was thoroughly ruffled. After a moment, unfazed by Xiaoxiu's tickling assault, Xiao Mo effortlessly seized her wrist and teased with a grin, with strength proportional only to your cup size. "You'll need 2 more years of training before you stand a chance at ambushing me." Xiao Mo's inner monologue hummed. "Against Shiyu's slender frame and my system-enhanced physique, she might as well be dreaming of peaches. As for facing Yu Yue in combat, well, let's just say Yue possessed a near-perfect counter to her. Losing to her wouldn't be shameful, it would be inevitable." "Wah, Yue Jia. Xiao Mo isn't just mocking me, she's laying hands on me. Aren't you going to intervene?" Seeing Xiao Mo's unyielding grip and realizing she couldn't break free, Xiaoxiu turned desperately to her sworn elder sister Yu Yue for rescue. She refused to believe Yue could be so heartless, so blinded by affection as to abandon friendship. Yet reality rarely bends to hope. Xiaoxiu watched crestfallen as Yue clearly heard her plea, yet remained utterly unmoved. "Xiao Mo, mind your limits. If you injure her, we'll have trouble explaining things to Sister Qing." Yue offered only that light, detached reminder, and then adopted the serene composure of one gazing inward, eyes upon nose upon heart. Yue's inner monologue: "What? Someone dares bully my sworn younger sister? Let me see who. Oh, my wife. Well then, never mind. Proceed freely. I see nothing. Wah, Yue Jia, is there no love left?" Yisiu stared up at Yue, tears welling, trying desperately to awaken memories of their earlier tender camaraderie. Yue did recall those memories, and sighed softly before turning to the mischievous Xiao Mo with resigned affection. Enough. Xiao Mo, let Xiu go." At Yue's voice, Xiao Mo finally released Xiaoxiu's wrist and playfully stuck out her tongue. Xiaoxiu rubbed her wrist and shot Xiao Mo a sharp, exasperated glare. "Xiao Mo, you'll regret this. If you don't fail this exam, I'll take your surname." Nya. "I passed purely on merit, scoring full marks effortlessly. Failing? That simply doesn't happen to me." Xiao Mo lifted her chin with proud defiance. "By the way, Xiu, has Sister Qing told you how difficult this final exam will be?" Yue asked, turning to Xiaoxiu and gently pressing her shoulder. "Sister won't leak any questions, but she did say the exam will be significantly harder this time, and she won't be cutting anyone slack." Soon after class began, a bespectacled professor entered, followed closely by an exceptionally handsome senior. The young man on stage possessed fair, luminous skin and delicate, striking features. Yet Xiao Mo merely rolled her eyes in silent exasperation. Of all places, why does he keep appearing everywhere? "Let me introduce my temporary assistant, and also your senior, He Yunqing. Many of you may remember him from his performance at last semester's campus gala. No further introduction needed." The professor gestured casually toward He Yunqing beside him. He Yunqing stood on the podium, scanning the audience below. Soon he spotted a girl in a skirt sitting in the back row, silently rolling her eyes at him. "He Yunqing, I mean, I didn't really do anything outrageous, did I? It was just a little scare, that's all." As for rolling her eyes upon seeing me, "Xiao Mo, why does that guy seem to be looking at you?" Yue noticed He Yunqing's gaze and tapped Xiao Mo's shoulder over Xiaoxiu. "I don't know, maybe he is just captivated by my stunning looks." Xiao Mo casually made up a few words, patting Yue's little hand in reassurance. After all, Yue was unaware of the relationship between herself and He Yunqing, or more precisely the relationship between her system and him. Xiao Mo planned to discuss with Sister Tongzi before the wedding to see if she could attend as a friend and be her bridesmaid. "Xiao Mo, are you sure? Why do I feel like his gaze isn't one of admiration? Instead it seems like he is looking through you as if watching someone else." Yue would not be easily fooled when it came to matters regarding her girlfriend. She had to confirm whether He Yunqing posed a threat to her. If he did, she wouldn't hold back. "Be honest, Xiao Mo, what exactly happened between you and him? You can even tell what his gaze is like." Xiao Mo was momentarily speechless by Yue's words, feeling a bit embarrassed as she responded, "Besides, as a girl, how could anything happen between us? No matter what, I would never betray Yue." As Xiao Mo spoke, she gently squeezed Yue's hand, which had not yet been withdrawn. Yue showed a suspicious expression, but slowly withdrew her hand. Sitting between Xiao Mo and Yue, Xiaoxiu thought, "So, am I also a part of your play? How heartless." True heartache isn't about loud arguments. True disappointment isn't just tears streaming down one's face, but rather the absence of initiative, no longer engaging in heartfelt conversations. My words you treat with indifference, your affairs I no longer inquire about. Hee hee. Cough cough cough. The teacher on the podium also noticed He Yunjing's unusual behavior. Following his gaze, she saw 3 pretty girls sitting there. Clearing her throat twice, she reached out preparing to pat He Yunjing on the shoulder. Young man, I appointed you as my assistant to help me not to flirt with girls during my class. Just as the teacher's hand was about to touch He Yunjing, Xiao Mo felt a buzzing in her head accompanied by the familiar voice of Sister Tongzi. Spatial lock. Xiao Mo turned her head at the sound and saw Sister Tongzi fiddling with something rapidly forming an extremely intricate hand seal. Kuchua. Even with just a glance, Xiao Mo felt a bit dizzy as she had no doubt that if she looked again, she would explode. As Sister Tongzi completed the hand seal, a surge of immense energy radiated. In no time, Xiao Mo saw the surrounding space seemingly freeze. Looking around, it appeared that everyone except herself and Sister Tongzi was unable to move. Wait, there's also that guy on stage. Xiaonan, what's wrong with you? I remember telling you to avoid appearing in front of me unless necessary. What is what I said not effective? Sister Tongzi casually fiddled with her newly done nails, glancing at He Yunjing, standing on the stage, causing, "No, sister, I just wanted to tell you that the main god can't be kept in the dark any longer." Seeing Sister Tongzi, He Yunjing immediately lost his earlier nonchalance, looking at the suddenly appearing Sister Tongzi with a face full of ingratiation. "If you can't even handle this small matter, what use do I have for you?" Sister Tongzi scolded He Yunjing harshly upon hearing his words. Just then Xiao Mo ran over to them, asking in confusion, "Sister Tongzi, what's going on with you two?" "Nothing much, just this guy had his host stolen from him, right? I see he personally came to this world, so naturally he threw all the tasks that originally belonged to you onto him. As a result, this useless guy just eats and doesn't do anything, and not only has he completed little of the tasks, but his completion rate is also far from satisfactory." Sister Tongzi looked at He Yunjing disdainfully, commenting, "And you know the people above are already aware that something is wrong in this world, and they are likely to send someone down to handle it soon." As Sister Tongzi spoke, she shot a fierce look at He Yunjing, as if to say, "How can you be so useless? Even a piece of char siu is more useful than you." After hearing Sister Tongzi's remarks, Xiao Mo couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at He Yunjing. However, she still wanted to say, "You're really useless." He Yunjing caught Xiao Mo's gaze, his lips twitching involuntarily, but after glancing at Sister Tongzi still being there, he could only silently swallow his frustration. "So does that mean you're in big trouble now?" Xiao Mo anxiously tugged at Sister Tongzi's sleeve. "Didn't you say you were a second-generation official? Then can't your background help you resolve this?" Sister Tongzi fell unusually silent at this, and after a moment she slowly replied, I also don't know. I just know my father has a high position, but after all it's the main god, and how things will ultimately—" Sister Tongzi didn't finish her sentence, but Xiao Mo naturally understood her meaning. Her delicate brows furrowed together, unable to stop pacing back and forth. "What should we do?" Sister Tongzi stepped forward and gently patted Xiao Mo's shoulder, soothing her. "All right, Xiao Mo, don't panic. Calm down a bit. Let me think carefully. Perhaps there will be a way out." "Don't say that. How could I not panic?" Xiao Mo raised her voice slightly. "This time you might have to leave completely. How can you expect me to stay calm?" Sigh. Sister Tongzi silently sighed, extending her index finger to gently tap Xiao Mo's forehead, causing a pure white energy to seep into her brow. Xiao Mo felt a bit dizzy. A wave of disorientation surged from deep within her soul, gradually pulling her into a dream. Xiao Tongzi watched Xiao Mo teeter on the verge of collapse, and with lightning reflexes swept her into his arms. "Sigh. These matters are not for you to ponder." He sighed heavily, then vanished in a blink, reappearing instantly at the seat Xiao Mo had just vacated, and gently settled her down. Just as Xiao Tongzi hesitated over whether to erase Xiao Mo's memories, footsteps echoed behind him. "Hey, so you'd actually grant primordial force to this fellow? You're truly generous." He approached Xiao Tongzi at a leisurely pace, shaking his head with feigned regret. "Granted, it was but a single thread, but still, what a waste. How much better it would have been if I'd received it instead." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Xiao Tongzi's crown, only for his body to suddenly defy gravity the instant his hand brushed the top of Xiao Tongzi's head. Xiao Tongzi seized his wrist, then executed a flawless aerial slam, hurling him over 10 meters through the air until he collided headlong with the blackboard at the front of the classroom. The impact dented the blackboard inward. Only after a long sluggish slide did He Yunjing finally peel himself free. "Damn. Is it really necessary to go this far? I haven't done anything heinous." Lying flat on the floor, He Yunjing watched Xiao Tongzi approach. Her gaze shadowed her steps slow, then swallowed hard, throat dry with unease. After witnessing her earlier feats, the fallen He Yunjing was so terrified that even a trace of his primordial force nearly leaked out. Xiao Tongzi gazed down at He Yunjing with detached indifference, then stepped forward and planted her foot squarely upon his upper torso. Under ordinary circumstances, such a move from a long-haired beauty in flowing white robes and silken stockings would have been pure delight. yet recalling how she'd hurled him across the room moments before He Yunxing paled visibly. He Yunxing, damn. Am I about to die here? No time to hesitate. Play dead first. Wait for the right opening, then make a break for it. Exactly. That's the plan. His mind raced thin, eyes flickering. He stiffened abruptly and collapsed motionless onto the floor. Hey, get up, right now? Did you just kick the bucket? You were bouncing around like a spring a moment ago, Xiao Tongzi remarked, curling her lip in mild disdain as she looked down at the unmoving He Yunxing. Since you seem unwilling to live, don't blame me for showing no mercy. As she spoke, her long leg, moments ago pressing down upon his chest, slowly lifted, poised to strike lower. Feeling the shift in her stance, He Yunxing jolted upright as though roused from near-death delirium. Are you even a system at all? You can't step there. He Qingzhou wailed, tears welling in his eyes as he stared up at Xiao Tongzi. Oh, so you enjoy playing dead? She feigned another downward lunge. Then tell me, how do you counter the sovereign deity? Speak now, or you may bid farewell to your brother in this world, permanently. At her words, He Yunxing nervously swallowed, then tremulously raised a finger toward Xiao Tongzi's back, his face contorted in terror. Sovereign deity. The sovereign deity is right behind you. Do you think I'll fall for such a petty trick? So you can bolt while I'm distracted? Leaning down, Xiao Tongzi locked eyes with him, his raw, unfeigned terror seeming genuine. Though she sensed no spatial anomaly within the classroom, prudence prompted her to glance over her shoulder. See, nothing there at all. He Yunxing almost laughed. You fell for it after all. Yet her foot had loosened its pressure, just enough. In one fluid motion, he braced his palms beside him and kicked off hard, instantly creating several body lengths of distance between them. He Yunxing had deceived Xiao Tongzi, not because he was cunning but because his fear had been real, not of the sovereign deity but of Xiao Tongzi accidentally severing his connection to his earthly counterpart forever. Yet as He Yunxing rose, Xiao Tongzi merely offered a contemptuous smile. And so across the campus grounds a game of cat and mouse began. At the very moment He Yunxing and Xiao Tongzi departed the classroom, the frozen space within it began to ripple, then settled back into seamless normalcy. Inside, everyone else, save for a fleeting moment of dullness, acted as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Even the deep dent in the blackboard vanished, restored to pristine smoothness. He Qingzhou's avatar remained standing where it had been, offering an awkward smile at the teacher's prompting before stepping aside. Yu Yue and Xia Xiu snapped back to awareness, and both noticed Xiao Mo, who moments before had been alert, now slumped soundly asleep over her desk. As Xia Xiu reached out to rouse her, Yu Yue gently tapped her shoulder and silently shook her head, signaling her to let Xiao Mo rest. After all, last night had been rather intense. Xiao Mo deserved her rest. Even back then, Yu Yue could have sustained days of intimacy with Xiao Mo without fatigue. Yet now? Perhaps Xiao Mo has simply grown weaker lately. Receiving Yu Yue's silent cue, Xia Xiu shrugged and turned her attention back to class. Final exams loomed, and failing was not an option. By the time class ended, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As the dismissal bell rang, Xiao Mo stirred awake, stretched languidly, and felt a surge of invigorating clarity, as though punching a bulldozer into scrap metal would pose no challenge whatsoever. Wait, where was Xiao Tongzi? Snapping into awareness, Xiao Mo immediately opened her system interface, the pale blue celestial screen unfolding before her eyes, only to find a message waiting from Tongzi Jia. Xiao Tongzi, little host, rest easy. The spatial seal will lift shortly, causing no harm to anyone inside the classroom. The sliver of energy I imparted to you carries only benefit, though I must apologize for putting you straight to sleep. But now what will you do about it? Come on, try and catch me. No more time. I must deal with that useless thing. I'll return soon with something delicious for you. See you. You said you would be back soon last time you left, yet here I am waiting for over a month. Liar. A deceitful, untrustworthy liar. Xiao Mo looked at the message from Xiao Tongzi on the screen, trembling as she bit her lip, and her eyes were clouded with a thin veil of tears that seemed to swirl within, growing ever more. Xiao Mo, what's wrong? Just as the class bell rang, Yu Yue glanced at the sleeping Xiao Mo, gently rubbed her head, and went to the restroom. When she returned to the classroom, she saw Xiao Mo with her head down, small sobs escaping from her position. Hearing this, Yu Yue silently exclaimed that it was not good and hurried to Xiao Mo's side. She forcefully lifted Xiao Mo's head, making her face her. As expected, Yu Yue saw Xiao Mo's eyes glistening with tears which were swirling in her eyes, yet she was still holding back, refusing to let them fall. Xiao Mo, don't cry. Tell me what happened. Yu Yue quickly comforted her, wrapping her in an embrace, and Xiao Mo did not speak, only silently stretched out her arms to hug Yu Yue's slender waist, pressing her face against her soft stomach. Yu Yue, seeing this, stopped asking, and gently stroked Xiao Mo's back, soothing her. Fortunately, there were no other students in the classroom, leaving enough space for the two of them. After a few minutes, Xiao Mo reluctantly released Yu Yue, sniffing. Thank you, Yue. I just thought of some bad. Yu Yue, hearing the barely concealed cry in Xiao Mo's voice, slowly raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of Xiao Mo's eyes, saying, it's okay, you still have me. Help! Help! Is there no other Tongzi in this world? If you don't come soon, your handsome colleague will lose his life here. Help! Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Tongzi looked at He Yunqing, who was shouting for help, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. After a grueling 2.5 hours of chase, He Yunqing had escaped into a small alley, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, He Qingzhou looked behind him, which was empty, and couldn't help but smile smugly. Huh? Is this all you've got? Keep chasing me, and see if you can shake me off. Just as He Yunqing was boasting, the next moment, he clearly felt something was off around him. He noticed a blazing gaze resting upon him, and feeling uneasy, He Yunqing swallowed hard and slowly turned his head. Xiao Tongzi walked towards him from the depths of the alley, her pace neither hurried nor slow. You can run pretty well. The more you run, the more excited I become. Xiao Tongzi casually played with her nails, not taking He Yunqing seriously at all. Oh, why aren't you running anymore? Keep running and see whether you run faster or I teleport faster. Hearing this, He Yunqing looked as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth agape in an O shape, and he rolled his eyes, collapsing back to the ground. Sister, spare me. I really had no choice but couldn't keep it a secret. How about you give me another chance? I promise I'll keep it secret this time. He Yunqing, damn it. I can't. When I can't escape, the heavens want to take my life. Xiao Tongzi's hand glowed with a pure white light, the same source of power she had given to Xiao Mo earlier, the light slowly gathering in Xiao Tongzi's delicate white hands, radiating a terrifying aura that struck fear into He Qingzhou's heart. I don't want your life for now, but... He Qingzhou sighed in relief at the first half of Xiao Tongzi's sentence, but as he saw her pause, an ominous premonition washed over him. But since you like to run so much, I'll just break your 2 legs first. Xiao Bai. Just as Xiao Tongzi was about to strike hard at He Yunqing, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. Hearing the familiar voice behind her, Xiao Tongzi secretly sighed, her expression changing rapidly as she quickly put on a friendly demeanor, smiling as she looked at the newcomer. Seeing the familiar figure at the alley entrance, Xiao Tongzi didn't even bother with He Qingzhou, who was nearly scared to death on the ground, and cheerfully ran over Xiao Shuaba. What brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Xiao Tongzi's good friend, the Shuaba system, although this system had a slightly quirky personality as it only bound female hosts. I just finished with a host and came to find you to hang out. What do you think? Isn't that nice of me? The Shuaba system winked playfully. Alright, what were you just doing? The Shuaba system asked, glancing at He Yunqing, who had just gotten up from the ground. Nothing much, just dealing with a useless and disobedient fellow. Xiao Tongzi waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Shuaba, let's go, don't mind that guy. As Xiao Tongzi spoke, she immediately grabbed the hand of the Shuaba system and walked out to the street. If I'm not mistaken, your last task was to help a little sister from a feudal mountain in the 90s, right? What was the outcome? The Shuaba system replied with me involved. It was of course a complete success. That little sister successfully escaped her patriarchal family with my unwavering support. However, when I told her to leave quickly, she clung to my leg and cried, asking what she could do to make me stay with her. I ended up sneaking away while she was busy with her endeavors. Now that I think about it, she probably handled it well and is likely back at the place where we first met, silently shedding tears. As the Shuaba system spoke, her tone unconsciously carried a hint of sadness. Whenever she completed a task in a new world with the latest host, she always chose to leave quietly, because nothing was more painful than parting for Tongzi. Xiao Tongzi sighed. It's okay, let me take you to eat something good. I tell you, the good stuff in this world is definitely way more abundant than what you had in your previous world. The Shuaba system then thank you, my dear sister. Now call me sister so I can hear it. Xiao Tongzi, get lost. Are you repaying kindness with malice? I kindly invite you to eat something good, and you want to take advantage of me like this. The Shuaba system pouted. Who said that? My number is 000, yours is 001. I am naturally older than you, so how can that be considered taking advantage of you? I don't care, I refuse to call you sister. Little commander, I don't care, I'm not calling you sister. Scholar system, no way. By reason and sentiment, I deserve the title sister. Hurry up and call me that so I can hear it. No. Hurry. At this moment in a small alley, He Yunqing, who had just stood up and looked disheveled, glared at little commander and scholar system as they left, secretly cursing in his heart. I originally wanted to tell you the news about the master god to see if it would fluster you, but I didn't expect this violent lunatic to chase after me and beat me relentlessly. Damn it, I'll wait until the master god arrives and see if you can still maintain such composure as you did today. Just you wait and see. As the days passed, the long-awaited winter vacation for many students was drawing nearer. Of course, at the same time, the final exams were also approaching. Failing a course is quite troublesome for a college student like. With the final exams looming, everyone was caught up in a frenzy of review. Even Little Mo's roommates, who used to play games every day, were now cramming in the dormitory, desperately trying to study. Of course, the ones reviewing did not include a certain Little Mo who had already been blessed with a cheat. Little Mo's grades were already pretty good. Back when she was in the dormitory, it was all thanks to Little Mo organizing the review materials that the entire dormitory managed to avoid failing all their courses. Now with the system's help, Little Mo was even more unstoppable, and she could get a good grade without needing to cram just before the exam. In a bright room, the desk lamp was shining brightly. Yu sat seriously at her desk engrossed in studying professional books and the exam outline. Yu, is it really necessary to be this diligent? Little Mo pushed the door open and placed the warm milk she had just made beside Yu's desk, pouting as she spoke. Recently, because of finals, Yu had even fewer opportunities to play happily with her. The result was that after each fun time, Little Mo would directly sleep until noon the next day. Final exams are coming soon. I've wasted too much energy on you this semester, now I have to study hard. I don't want to fail or have to retake any exams. Yu looked at the book in her hands, not lifting her head as she spoke. Fail? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't your grades used to be good before we got together? Little Mo pulled over a chair and sat beside Yu. No matter how good the grades are, they can't be maintained without studying. I'm not a genius. Do you really want me to take the exam without preparation? Yu then put down her book, turned her head, and rubbed Little Mo's head gently, asking softly, speaking of you, I remember you never really paid attention in class. Now you're not even studying. Are you relying on Sister Xiaoqing to rescue you? You're still saying that. It's all because you kept me up the night before. Otherwise would I be so sleepy every time? Little Mo pouted, grumbling unhappily. Besides, with my smart brain, dealing with a small final exam is a piece of cake. Yu looked skeptical and pulled out her marked textbook, casually flipping to a page and handing it to Little Mo, pointing at a highlighted section. Okay, Little Mo, memorize this for a few minutes, and you'll see how much you remember later. Little Mo glanced at it casually and then handed the book back to Yu. What? Are you planning to give up just like that? No, I've already memorized it. Let's just take the exam. Yu looked at Little Mo reciting the text verbatim, stunned into silence. After Little Mo finished reciting, she turned her head to look at Yu, seemingly amused by her unabashed, envious expression, revealing a proud smile. How about it? Didn't I say I'm very smart? Hearing this, Yu finally snapped out of her shock, looking at Little Mo's unreserved smugness, and laughed out loud. Ha! Of course I believe my wife is the smartest. Then are you willing to play with your smart wife now, eh? Little Mo blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, looking expectantly at Yu. Yu pointed at the books on the table, shaking her head helplessly. No way, I still have to review. Can I help you review later? That's right. Okay then. Little Mo sighed helplessly, resting her head on the table, staring at Yu, who was studying earnestly. Yu stole a glance at Little Mo's current posture, then turned her head away to continue reading. Right now the priority was to hurry up and review. Serious matters come first. I must say Yu's serious demeanor truly struck a chord with Little Mo, who mischievously blew warm breath towards Yu and intentionally rubbed against her calves. Little Mo stopped moving around. Every time Yu sighed helplessly and turned her head to look, Little Mo would put on an innocent, aloof facade. What did I do? I'm just supervising your study here. Little Mo feigned innocence, but her foot that was rubbing against Yu's calf did not stop. Yu felt Little Mo's actions, put down her book, and stared directly at Little Mo. Was Little Mo trying? It should be right. Yu thought to herself as she stood up and embraced Little Mo. At this moment, Little Mo looked as if she knew nothing, gazing up at Yu and being the first to complain. Aren't we supposed to study hard? Little Mo's face immediately flushed red. She just wanted to touch and tease. Seeing Little Mo, who had just been so mischievous, now flustered, but trying to act calm, Yu couldn't help but, do you not know what I'm about to do? Besides, clearly you were the one flirting with me. I've already taken the bait. I just don't know if you can handle it. Little Mo looked at Yu, whose eyes were filled with a faint desire, and swallowed hard. Xiao Mo was held in Yu's embrace, her small legs flailing uncontrollably, shaking her head in protest. However, no matter how she twisted her body, she could not escape the bare constraints of Yu. In the end, Xiao Mo let out a somewhat powerless sigh, closed her eyes, and a feeling of helplessness surged within. Yu was not someone Xiao Mo could provoke. Once she stirred up trouble, escape would be impossible. Yu looked down at the now struggling Xiao Mo, gently stroking her youthful, delicate face, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness, as she softly spoke. All right, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you off lightly this time. Yu said this, and turned back to the desk, holding Xiao Mo. Is she really going to let me go? Xiao Mo's heart skipped a beat, her eyes wide in disbelief. Only after being placed on the chair she had just been sitting on by Yu did Xiao Mo recover from her shock. Looking at Yu, who was so close, her heart began to race wildly. Yu noticed Xiao Mo's unusual demeanor, slowly turning her body and gazing gently at Xiao Mo. What's wrong? Could it be that you really want to be with me? Xiao Mo looked at Yu's teasing eyes and turned her head away, not wanting her to see her shy expression. After all, she truly felt a wave of disappointment within her heart. But Xiao Mo would never admit it. Yu couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Mo's appearance and picked up her book to read again. In the room, only the sound of pages turning remained, but Xiao Mo seemed to hear the sound of her own heartbeat. She then rested her head on her hand and turned to look at Yu. One had to admit Yu's beauty, combined with her cold and ethereal aura, was constantly captivating Xiao Mo, making her heart flutter endlessly. However, just moments ago she had clearly seen the fire in Yu's eyes. Normally Yu would disregard her resistance and directly engage in some indefinable actions. Yet unexpectedly at this moment Yu actually stopped. It left Xiao Mo feeling inexplicably guilty, as she was quite familiar with this indecisive feeling. Whenever she was stirred by the young ladies in short videos, but didn't want to trouble Yu actually, it was due to fear of being directly knocked unconscious by Yu Xiao Mo would choose to sneak away to play mahjong. Bai Yi teased Xiao Mo, "Are you sure you're not wanting something?" Xiao Mo replied, "Bai Yi, you're talking nonsense. I just don't want to make Yu feel this way." "Bai Yi, are you sure?" Xiao Mo, "Of course. But someone like you, a single dog for over 20 years, would never understand." Bai Yi poo. Coughing blood, Bai Yi gritting her teeth, "Alright, you're good. You dare to provoke me. If you don't faint later up." Xiao Mo, "Wait. Hold on. Let's talk this out properly." Thus Xiao Mo, who cared deeply naturally, did not wish for Yue to suffer the same pain as her. Yue felt Xiao Mo's movements and slowly set down her book to look at Xiao Mo. Could it really be? Please imagine for yourselves. Soon Yue returned to the desk. Having promised Xiao Mo to study hard, Yue would not go back on her word. "Let's stop here for today, or I should go accompany my beloved wife." Yue gently closed the book, stood up cautiously, and approached the bed. She gently flipped onto the bed, nestled under the covers, and directly pushed aside the large bear that Xiao Mo had in her arms, tossing it aside casually. "Humph. What kind of bear are you to compete with me for my wife's embrace? Get out of here." After clearing away the obstructive bear, Yue snuggled into Xiao Mo's warm embrace and fell asleep peacefully. When Xiao Mo awoke, the sunlight outside was shining directly in. Xiao Mo stretched comfortably, sitting up and looking around, her gaze finally landing on the large bear lying on the floor. Since her large bear was here, what was the thing in her arms? Xiao Mo gently lifted the covers, gazing at the beauty lying in her arms, her expression gradually softening from confusion to tenderness. Every time Yue would get up earlier than her to handle household chores, it had been a long time since they had woken up together like this. In fact, some individuals were just too incompetent, always fainting. How could they possibly get up earlier than Yuko? Xiao Mo looked down gently at Yue, who was peacefully asleep, obedient and beautiful. However, for some reason, seeing this face reminded her of Yu's actions last night, when she was on top of her, constantly demanding, completely different from the pure and serene aura she exuded now. Could it be that she has entered the sage mode? TCH, the one who forgets people once dressed. Xiao Mo gently caressed Yu's face, her tone filled with undeniable affection. "Forget it, you usually get up to tidy up, so it's my turn today." Having said that, Xiao Mo reached out to find her jacket that had been rolled up in the quilt and slowly crawled out. As Xiao Mo went out, the cold air from outside rushed into the quilt, causing Yue to shiver involuntarily, her body tilting slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. However, Xiao Mo, with her back to Yue, naturally did not know that Yue had already woken up. She tiptoed out of bed, picked up the lonely big bear that was lying on the floor, and carefully placed it at the foot of the bed. Unknowingly, even this big bear had been accompanying me for more than half a year. Should I find a companion for it during the holidays? It would look less lonely that way. Just as Xiao Mo placed the big bear down and was about to leave, the person who had been sleeping soundly in bed suddenly grabbed her hand. In a stumble, Xiao Mo was pulled back onto the bed by Yue, and on Yue was the fragrant and soft jade she had long coveted. The position between them was too ambiguous. Yu's fingers unconsciously brushed against Xiao Mo's vibrant red lips and slender neck. Xiao Mo looked up at Yue, who seemed still not fully awake. When did she wake up? And what was this position about? Wasn't she still in sage mode? Yue, of course, did not know what Xiao Mo was thinking. She merely leaned closer to Xiao Mo, their noses almost touching. The warm breath sprayed against Xiao Mo's neck, making her feel a tingling sensation, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. The two of them were so close, yet Yue did nothing. Although Yue did nothing, Xiao Mo still couldn't help but think wildly. Breathing the same air as this stunning beauty, so close, inevitably led one to fantasize. What is Yue doing? I'll wait. Why is she doing nothing? Xiao Mo, feeling a bit resistant, gently pushed the beauty on her. Yue looked down at Xiao Mo, who seemed even more alluring than usual, so much so that one could hardly find any flaws in her face. It was as if the beautiful fairy change had fallen into the mortal world. Fortunately, she had completely taken control of this fairy's body and heart. As for what price she had paid, perhaps it was that Yue had also given her body and heart. Yue looked at Xiao Mo with tender eyes, feeling immensely grateful. Only because I have the ability to take good care of her. Xiao Mo, I will love you forever. Xiao Mo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then hurriedly sat up, looking at Yue with a serious expression. Yue, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly say this? Seeing that Yue did not speak, Xiao Mo anxiously pressed her hand on her shoulder and gently shook her. Don't scare me. If there's something wrong, just tell me directly, or we can face it together. Yue chuckled softly, raising her hand to poke Xiao Mo's forehead. What are you thinking, you little brain? How could I possibly encounter any problems? Then, why did you suddenly say such things? I just suddenly noticed how beautiful you are and wanted to say some sweet words to bind you tightly. Yue teased Xiao Mo with a beaming smile. Go away, always so unserious. Xiao Mo looked at Yue in this manner, the corner of her mouth twitching as she pouted. So Xiao Mo, would you be willing to love me forever? Yue smiled slightly, asking in return. Xiao Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, slowly lying back into the quilt, responding weakly to Yu's question with a soft Yue pressed her lips gently against Xiao Mo's soft pink lips, exuding the fragrance of lilies. Hey, wait, it's so early in the morning, and I haven't even rinsed my mouth yet. It's fine, I don't mind you. But I mind you. Xiao Mo, don't make me take action against you at such a beautiful moment. Xiao Mo, just rest easy. Leave these chores to me. After a while, Yue stood up and slowly walked out of the room. Xiao Mo watched her departing figure and sighed silently, burying her head back into the quilt. Yo, is that it? I thought you two were so into it that you would. In the morning. This was the annoying voice of the little master ringing in her mind. Xiao Mo, upon hearing this, pouted and retorted. You still have the nerve to come out. I haven't settled the score with you for knocking me out last time. I did it all for your good. Besides, ever since that time, have you noticed any changes in your body? Xiao Mo rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. It seemed that her physical condition had improved, and she wasn't entirely without the ability to resist during those moments. The little master looked at Xiao Mo's expression and naturally knew she had sensed the changes in her body. She smugly said, that's right, all thanks to me. The energy I gave you last time is precious, something not many of our kind would willingly provide. Now that you, a mere mortal, have received it, you should thank me properly. Thank you. Xiao Mo looked at her little master with disdain, saying, then shouldn't you first fulfill your promise to treat me to something good from last time? The little master fell silent and chose to leave quietly. Xiao Mo looked at the little master disappear. Fortunately, the little master at least came back, but she did not tell her how things turned out last time. Presumably, she still saw the little master is leaving, and Yue has been acting strangely lately. Xiao Tongzi returned to the system space and flung herself onto the sofa with a careless sigh. As for the main deity, she had no useful plan. Even now, she did not know the deity's appearance or tastes. Never mind, we'll take it one step at a time, she murmured, forming a hand seal with her left hand and muttering as if calculating something. Then she cast a pitying glance at Xiao Mo, who lay on the bed. By my reckoning, Yu's heart not should be due soon. TSK. Poor host, though she has done nothing wrong, she must still endure this. Xiaobai, why are you still here? I installed a hot spring in my space. Do you want to come soak with me? Xiao Shuaba. Sure, let's go. Xiao Tongzi looked at the Shuaba system that had suddenly appeared beside her sofa, agreed cheerfully, and promptly pushed the matter of the host, Xiao Mo, to the back of her mind. I'm telling you, I had wanted to install one in my own space too, but the price instantly curbed my impulse. I think it's expensive as well, but I just finished a world mission and am not short on points. Why don't you ask your father and see if he can spare some gold coins? Go on. You really want me to go get scolded? If my father found out I disturbed the main deity, he'd be furious enough to skin me alive. Are you going to take the beating for me then? I really can't help you. But if you ever become rich, don't forget your sister. We swore an oath of sisterhood. Though our fathers differ, we are sisters by pact. We swore the oath and pledged it. If a sister gets beaten, it won't be your concern, right? If you prosper, don't forget me. Now go soak in that hot spring. Soon the eve of final exams arrived, and unfortunately Xiao Mo and Yue were assigned to different exam halls. Oh dear, why are our exam halls so far apart? Even to run into each other would have to walk forever. Xiao Mo lay on the sofa staring at her assignment to examination hall 10, while Yue had been placed in hall 3 and called toward the bedroom where Yue was doing who knew what. What can you do about it? Yue padded out on long legs, sat beside Xiao Mo, and ruffled her delicate nose. But you, only a week of revision, are you sure you won't fail? Xiao Mo poked Yue with a fingertip. Of course, have some faith in your wife, will you? Yue sat quietly watching Xiao Mo gently twining a lock of her beloved's hair between her fingers and bringing it to her face to inhale deeply. Hey, Yue, what are you doing? Xiao Mo feigned annoyance and pulled her hair back, looking at Yue with mock wariness. I know you like me, but you don't have to act like a lovesick fool, do you? Yue's lovely face broke into a sweet smile. So what? I simply think my wife is beautiful. Can't I admire her a little more? It seems you're confident about this exam, Yue. My former roommates are probably still cramming away. Xiao Mo couldn't help but think of those three guys, wondering how they were doing and whether they'd found new roommates. By the way, Xiao Mo, when the holiday comes, should I go home first or go with you to meet Annie? Either is fine, but I suggest you go home first, Yue. At least tell uncle and aunt about our situation beforehand. Xiao Mo thought for a moment it felt improper to simply whisk someone else's precious child away, so she offered, all right then. But poor me. I won't be able to see my darling wife for a whole week, will I? Yue pouted pitifully at Xiao Mo. Calm down. Just hold on a little longer. Our world for two awaits afterwards. Xiao Mo soothingly stroked Yue's head. Lately she felt Yue had grown increasingly clingy. It seemed the online saying that flip TS becomes soft and adorable was no lie. Yue was the perfect example. Meanwhile, at Modu Kaijing University, male dormitory 304. Zhao Yang, Xiao Mo's former dorm leader, clutched a book and buried his head in it, muttering an incantation for knowledge to flood his mind. This is torture. Damn, why are we studying advanced accounting now only to end up with a junior accountant certificate? Might as well have me tortured to death. Shut up with your whining. My financial management is the real nightmare. I know every term on its own, but when they combine, by the time they recognize me, I won't even recognize them. The three in the dorm sat at their desks, towering stacks of textbooks before them, each wearing a mask of pain. Let's not complain. Xiao Mo always helped us summarize exam points. It's not as if because she's gone well inevitably fail. If word gets out, even the neighboring dorm will have a laugh at us. Zhao Yang looked at everyone and stood up to deliver a pep talk, though it seemed to have little effect. Right? We can ask Xiao Mo to summarize the key points for us. Su Qingshu slapped his thigh and leapt up while Lin Yangyu chimed in agreement. Xiao Mo and you are both accounting majors, and Yue and I are business administration. Just ask her, and it'll be easy. I cheer you on, and you immediately think of calling in outside help. Still, it really is a good idea. With that, they all opened WeChat and began bombarding Xiao Mo in the dorm group chat. Su Qingshu, Xiao Mo 1. 8M Xiao Mo, come out. Emergency. Zhao Yang, Xiao Mo 1. 8M Xiao Mo, which books are you studying? Give us page numbers so we can take a look. Post some page numbers for us to check. Lin Yangyu, Xiao Mo, isn't your girlfriend also business administration? Share her review materials with your little brother. At that moment, as Xiao Mo was about to get up, her phone began vibrating wildly, and she hurriedly grabbed it. She lit the screen and saw messages from her three roommates and involuntarily pursed her lips. Oh, come on, you three are bothering your sister so late. If it's not urgent, don't blame me if I teach you a lesson tomorrow. Ha. Xiao Mo opened WeChat and saw Zhao Yang and the others tagging her repeatedly in the dorm group chat. As she clicked in, she found Lin Yangyu and Su Qingshu spamming with begging emojis. Scrolling to the top, Xiao Mo finally saw why they were looking for her, and she couldn't help but feel speechless. Was it really necessary to seek her out late at night just for a final exam? Back in the day, even without a system, she was never afraid of final exams. After all, being able to go from Sichuan province to the Magic City proved her solid skills. Xiao Mo, alright, stop spamming. I've seen it. Zhao Yang, Xiao Mo, you finally came. We need your help urgently. Please check the exam scope for us. Oh, I don't want to fail. Su Qingshu 1. Hugging. JPG Lin Yangyu, me too. Xiao Mo. I need your help with business administration. Xiao Mo, what do you think I am? A wishing well. You all come to me for tutoring, and now I... Zhao Yang, Xiao Mo, for the sake of our years of friendship, please help us out. Lin Yangyu, please help us. Su Qingshu, please help us. Xiao Mo looked at the messages from these three clowns, and the corners of her mouth almost lifted to the sky. Xiao Mo os ha. I never expected there would be a day when you all begged me again. It seems my charm hasn't faded over the years. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Mo snapped back to reality and cleared her throat before typing again. Xiao Mo, since you all sincerely asked me, I will generously help you. But you'll have to wait a moment while I prepare my notes. Zhao Yang, okay, thank you, Xiao Mo. On the other side, Zhao Yang and Su Qingshu looked at Xiao Mo's agreement and jumped up from their chairs in delight, hugging each other excitedly. Ha! Xiao Mo agreed. Oh yeah, we won't fail this time. After a moment, the two noticed the atmosphere had become a bit awkward, exchanged glances, and quickly released each other. They both took a step back in unison, brushing off their clothes in disdain. Oh no, I'm not clean anymore. Soon Xiao Mo initiated a group video call, and the three quickly answered. Xiao Mo opened her densely packed notebook and pushed it towards the camera. Seeing the three big boys had joined, she pointed to the first page of notes and slowly spoke. This is all I have, see if you can understand it. As for the fact that she had been sleeping and playing games in the back row this semester, where did these notes come from? She would have to ask the most pitiful person this semester, Xiaxiyu. Xiaxiyu, damn it, Xiao Mo. You mocked me for being a princess and then directly snatched my notebook to photocopy. Do you even have any shame? Zhao Yang and Su Qingshu looked at the densely packed notes, feeling as if they were facing a book of heaven, and they couldn't help but cry out. No way, Xiao Mo. We just want you to help us study. No need to start from the very beginning, right? Lin Yangyu immediately added, what about me? Xiao Mo, you can't be biased. I need notes too. Hold on, let's take turns. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Xiao Mo replied irritably, then stopped teasing them and flipped to the page where the scoring weight was highest. How about you guys take a look for a while, and if you have questions later, I can explain them to you. Remember these 2 pages, and you basically won't fail this exam. Zhao Yang and Su Qingshu listened to Xiao Mo's firm assurance and quickly took screenshots to save to their albums, then began memorizing. As for you, old Lin, regarding your business administration subject, I'm a bit powerless. Xiao Mo said, sounding quite, no way, Xiao Mo. Lin Yangyu seemed to have just encountered a bolt from the blue. The usually quiet guy was now clearly agitated. Cough, cough, cough. But don't worry, I can ask you to explain it to you, but... Xiao Mo hadn't finished her sentence when Lin Yangyu couldn't help but interject. But what? Xiao Mo, if you have any difficulties, just tell me, and it'll definitely help you. But if I fail this time, that would really be the... Hold on. Don't get anxious. After all, I'm not sure if you will help you. Xiao Mo gave Lin Yangyu a warning shot. For some reason, she always felt a bit guilty, but isn't this selling out my girlfriend? Lin Yangyu, without saying a word, directly sent Xiao Mo 2 red envelopes with a help me out sticker. Xiao Mo, it's not about the money, the main thing is. Who would have thought Lin Yangyu sent 3 more red envelopes directly? Xiao Mo, help me out. Whether I fail this time is all up to you. Now Lin Yangyu regretted playing games with Zhao Yang and the others every day this semester. He just wanted to go back in time, delete all the games, and smack his books into his past self's face. Xiao Mo looked at the red envelopes on her screen, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face as she tapped to collect all the red envelopes. Xiao Mo, wait a moment, I'll go ask for you. Lin Yangyu, I'm counting on you, Xiao Mo. Crying. JPG. Xiao Mo secured her phone, then stood up from her desk, carefully opened the bedroom door, and looked at Yu Yue, who was lying on the bed waiting for her, and said sweetly, so Yue, you're still awake this late. Xiao Mo, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me what you want directly. Yu said, knowing from Xiao Mo's demeanor that she was here to ask for a favor, so she cut straight to the point. It's just that my old roommate is in the same major as you and wants you to help him study a bit, Xiao Mo said, feeling a bit awkward as she fiddled with her fingers. Oh, so you're here specifically asking for a man, right? Yu squinted at Xiao Mo with a dangerous curve in her eyes, as if Xiao Mo's answer didn't satisfy her, she would directly do something unspeakable to her. Yu, good, Yu, please help me out. Xiao Mo sat next to Yu, rubbing against her arm like a spoiled child. I've already accepted his red envelopes, you can't make me look bad, right? So what you're saying is you're selling me out for a few bucks. You can't say it like that, you're my future wife. Even if I sold my sister, I wouldn't sell you. If you don't want to, then I'll just refuse him, how about that? Alright, I'll help you this time, but don't forget after this you owe me 2 wishes. Helping others with their homework is really exhausting. Xiao Mo sighed, deeply glancing at the time. It was already 10:15, and she lay helplessly on the bed. Who told you to accept their red envelope in advance? You have to help them finish the task. Yue climbed onto the bed after taking off her cotton shoes, poking Xiao Mo. I was just thinking of earning a little more money, so I could have some say at home in the future. Xiao Mo lay still on the bed, her soft voice coming from below. Right now I don't even have a say while lying in bed. Oh, what if I don't get any after marriage? Yue looked at her in disbelief. Oh, Xiao Mo's thoughts were too far-fetched. Besides, where had she not given Xiao Mo enough say? In fact, for all matters big and small at home, even when adding a vase, she had consulted Xiao Mo. Other than in bed, she practically treated Xiao Mo like a little ancestor. Although, Xiao Mo did call out a bit pitifully at that time. So Xiao Mo, are you saying that you will be the one in charge in the future? Yue asked with a smirk. Of course, I was a boy before. As she said this, Xiao Mo turned over, mustering her courage to sit up and look Yue in the eye. If this gets out, and I'm always under you, what would they say about me? Yue slowly leaned closer to Xiao Mo, pinning her against the bed, their noses nearly touching, but still leaving a small gap. Yue, what are you doing? Xiao Mo stammered, startled by Yue's sudden action. A waft of fragrant breeze came by, the scent of Yue's fair skin filling Xiao Mo's senses like the fresh aroma of bamboo in a quiet valley, refreshing and enticing. Oh, do you think being under me is a bad thing? Yue asked with a smile, raising an eyebrow and locking eyes with Xiao Mo. They would only envy you for having such a good old top like me. Xiao Mo couldn't help but mentally scoff. Where did Yue learn this from? It sounds like some cliched, brainless, domineering CEO trope. The clock in the center of the classroom ticked away, and the exam time passed bit by bit. In exam room, 10 many students had already laid their heads on their desks, seemingly unconcerned about failing. As for whether they were genuinely unconcerned, or if it was too late to worry, no one knew. However, the latter seemed more. Xiao Mo was seated in the front row of the exam room, her pen dancing across the answer sheet, her focused profile seemingly never having frowned at a difficult question. The supervising teacher admired Xiao Mo's earnest writing, nodding in appreciation. As for whether Xiao Mo was writing randomly, the teacher chose not to linger by her side to avoid disrupting her concentration. Before long, Xiao Mo filled the answer sheet, completely set down her pen, and stretched her back, internally complaining about Yue. Finally done. I'm so exhausted. If it weren't for Yue insisting on dragging me to enjoy happiness last night, I wouldn't be this. Fortunately, with my high intelligence, passing a little final exam is no problem. Soon the teacher announced that they could submit their papers early, and Xiao Mo flipped her exam paper over on the desk, then gestured to the supervising teacher before stepping out of the classroom. After Xiao Mo left, several classmates also followed suit to submit their papers early, quickening their pace just to steal a glance at Xiao Mo's stunning beauty, which Xiao Mo proudly claimed. But when those people exited the exam room, there was no trace of Xiao Mo outside the classroom. Hey, where is she? Did the beauty really run this fast? At that moment, Xiao Mo was sprinting across the campus, disregarding her image, heading towards Yu's third exam room. Damn. Last night was just too intense and my waist hurts and my legs feel so weak. Just after running for a short, while Xiao Mo stopped, panting heavily. Then came the sound of data footsteps. Someone approached her carrying the fragrance of a girl. It's Yu's scent. Xiao Mo, why are you running so hurriedly? Yu smiled at Xiao Mo, who looked a bit flustered. Could it be you wanted to see me as soon as possible? Yu, did you submit your paper early too? I thought I could wait for you outside your exam room. Yu took Xiao Mo's hand strolling through the campus. Students who had just finished their exams frequently turned back to admire the extraordinary beauty of the two lovely ladies. Only beautiful girls could soothe their wounded young hearts after the final exams. I suddenly feel that our mutual pursuit of love is so enviable. After saying this, Yu leaned her face closer to Xiao Mo, causing Xiao Mo's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. What are you doing? We're still at school. However, to Xiao Mo's surprise, Yu did not lean in for a kiss, but instead rested her head on Xiao Mo's shoulder. Don't you want to stand in the sunshine and accept everyone's blessings, Xiao Mo? But right now. Okay, just this once. Xiao Mo said, pulling Yu to a nearby bench to sit down, pointing at her chubby little face with her small finger. You can only kiss this, okay? If too many people see, it wouldn't be good. After saying this, Xiao Mo looked around cautiously at the passing classmates, muttering incessantly, Really, Yu, why do you want to kiss in school? Yu gazed softly at Xiao Mo's little appearance, then mustered the courage to lift Xiao Mo's chin and planted a kiss on her little face. The surrounding classmates were utterly stunned by this scene. Although they knew that Xiao Mo and Yu were in a same-sex relationship, witnessing such a display of affection in school still shocked their worldview. Seeing a scene that one has never encountered in reality unfold right before one's eyes. I wonder if this has bent the sexual orientation of most of them just a little bit. It should have, right? Xiao Mo, you are really brave today. Please, I'm super brave, okay? The two quickly separated, but it was not a place to linger, so Xiao Mo took Yu's hand and ran outside. Others couldn't tell that Xiao Mo's steps were somewhat unsteady. They only saw two extremely beautiful girls with slightly flushed faces like blooming roses. Yu naturally noticed that Xiao Mo's pace seemed a bit strange, and it looked like she might have gone a bit overboard yesterday. But if I go a bit further, Xiao Mo should agree, right? The final exams ended quickly. For most students, it could be considered a torturous, yet motivating 3. Even the counselor's sister Xiaoxiu received no help from her older sister, and after the exam, she put on a withdrawn expression, laying on the desk to relax. The questions this time were just as difficult as her older sister had said, extremely difficult, so hard that she was beginning to doubt what she had done this semester. Why is it that despite not skipping many classes, it seems like she hasn't absorbed any knowledge into her brain? The classroom was filled with buzzing discussions and voices anticipating the upcoming New Year holiday, with cries of despair echoing, I didn't do well this time. The questions were just too hard. The teacher must have wanted us to fail. I think it was okay. As long as I review a bit in advance, passing this small final exam should be no problem. Naturally, the last sentence was spoken by the extraordinary Xiao Mo. However, as soon as her words fell, the surrounding classmates all turned to look at Xiao Mo with unfriendly expressions, as if saying, if you show off one more time, you might not be able to leave this school today. Everyone calm down, calm down. Xiao Mo chuckled awkwardly, and the surrounding classmates turned back to resume their discussions. Xiao Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and in a moment of inspiration picked up her phone and sent a message to the dorm group. Xiao Mo, all members, hey guys, how do you think the exam went? Before long, the lurking members began to pop up one after another. Xiaoyang, I think it went okay, I shouldn't fail. Lin Yangyu, I think I should do well. Xiao Mo, let me tell you, Yu is incredibly efficient at explaining the topics. If she were still single, I would actually consider pursuing her. And that voice is simply orgasmic. Lin Yangyu retracted a message. Lin Yangyu. Xiao Mo, death smile. Xiao Mo, Lin Yang, how dare you have thoughts about my woman? Be careful that when I see you later, you'll be saying goodbye to your second brother. Lin Yangyu, Xiao Mo, spare me. I promise I won't have such thoughts again. Xiaoyang, hey, where's the other person? Su Qingshu, where are you? Could it be that you fell into a pit? Su Qingshu, go away. You're the one who fell into a pit. Your whole family fell. Su Qingshu, I'm just a little emo. This exam was too hard. Ew, I can only wait and see if the teacher is willing to give me a hand. Xiao Mo, it's all small issues. Ew, I believe you can definitely pass the makeup exam. Su Qingshu, yeah. Thank you for your blessings, Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, it's fine, it's fine. Ew, I believe my ranking will definitely be among the top few. Xiaoyang, screw you. JPG, Su Qingshu, screw you. JPG, Lin Yang, you screw you. JPG, Xiao Mo, haha, since it's just through the screen, if you have the ability, come and hit me. Alright, this semester ends here. I wish everyone a good new year. As Xia Qing on the stage finished her last sentence, the holiday officially began. The report cards would be released online the following day. Xiao Mo grabbed her backpack and rushed out of the classroom. She couldn't wait to see her wife. Xiao Mo, over here. When Xiao Mo reached the school gate, Yu's voice came from not far away. Hearing this, Xiao Mo looked up and saw her walking towards her. Let's go. Time to go home and pack up. Yu entered the password and opened the door. The two looked at the cozy little house where they had lived together for more than half a year, feeling a bit dazed. Stop looking, but it's not like we won't be coming back. Xiao Mo poked Yu's arm, who then turned around and affectionately ruffled Xiao Mo's little head, saying with a smile, right, anyway, we're coming back, so there's nothing to reminisce about. Let's go, time to pack up. Before long you casually glanced at Xiao Mo's suitcase and a few black lines appeared on her beautiful face as she couldn't help but comment, Xiao Mo, are you planning to empty the entire house? Bringing so many clothes, do you not intend to come back? Cough, cough, cough. I'm just thinking of bringing some back for Xiao Lin to wear, and also to buy a few new clothes for myself. Xiao Mo scratched her head and chuckled. Are you sure? Have you forgotten that Xiao Lin is a whole head taller than you, and that your cup sizes are different? You mercilessly mocked Xiao Mo, prompting Xiao Mo to rush at her in embarrassment and anger. The two of them had a playful tussle before parting ways with flushed cheeks. Xiao Mo, remember to call me the moment you get back, or I'll be worried. MMM. The winter sun at noon brought a hint of warmth gently streaming through the car window and landing on Su Mo, who had not returned home for a long time. Heavy clouds piled in the azure sky, and Su Mo looked at the weather forecast on her phone, noticing that this year's first snow seemed to arrive earlier than usual. Many were looking forward to it. Even the car radio was discussing the forecast of light snow. I wonder if EU has made it home. Does she miss me? The girl inadvertently thought of her beloved, and a bright, radiant smile instantly appeared on her face, her deep black eyes sparkling with a few stars. Meanwhile, EU had also boarded the car heading home. Tall buildings gradually receded, replaced by low yet luxurious and exquisite villas that began to dominate the scenery outside the window. The winter away from the city seemed to arrive much slower than in the city center, as the sunset gradually painted half the sky red, and even the street trees, still green, were adorned with beautiful hues. The car moved slowly under the interweaving shadows of the trees, eventually stopping in front of a grand mansion with traditional Chinese architecture. EU opened the car door, stepping out to see the Chinese courtyard wall, which had changed considerably since her last visit, and couldn't help but shake her head. As expected, my old man still enjoys tinkering with these things. Saying this, EU pushed open the door, directly the evergreen trees in the courtyard rustling with the wind. My daughter's back. At that moment, a woman dressed in a traditional Chinese qipao with an elegant demeanor stood at the door and called out to EU, who had just entered the courtyard. Hello, mother. EU politely performed a curtsy to the newcomer. Our family isn't that formal. Who are you putting on a show for? Come in quickly. Su-wan-yi walked over gracefully, patting EU on the shoulder, her su-style qipao adorned with orchids flowing gently in the light. Hearing this, EU playfully stuck out her little tongue, thinking that she should present herself, while discussing her matters with Su-mo later should not meet with much resistance. But her mother knew her too well, she wouldn't fall for that. By the way, has my sister come back yet? She arrived long ago. We are discussing your matters now. Off. The two walked along the intricately carved mahogany corridor towards the main hall. In the courtyard, the artificial hill paired with pine and bamboo beneath the waterside pavilion koi swam, by making one wonder whether the owner of this Chinese villa intended to live in it or build a garden. As they admired and marveled at the scenery, the two soon reached the main hall, and before entering they could hear the sounds of conversation inside. Yu's sister Uexin and their father Junze were chatting. How tall is that little girl? She's half a head shorter than our Yue, but she looks clean and quite beautiful. That's quite good indeed. Not just good. Junze took a sip of tea from the table, smiling as he said, Xiao, it seems you are quite satisfied. Uexin smiled and nodded, of course, father. Hearing her family's approval of Su-mo, Yu couldn't help but smiled, gently pushing the door open. Father, sister, I'm back. Yu's back. Come sit. By the way, mother. Yue chatted idly with her family before suddenly recalling something and turning to Su-wani. Why weren't you all particularly surprised when you found out I came out? Yu-sin rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, who was it that even in high school kept declaring I'm the handsomest kid in this family? Affectionately dubbed the universe's supreme invincible handsome T-back, then we didn't understand. But looking back now, Yue, you were clearly queer all along. Covering her mouth with a snicker, Yu-sin teased her sister, while Yue blushed deeply at the recollection of her own cringeworthy past. Why do you still remember something from years ago? Is having a good memory forbidden? Isin, mock me again, and I'll pinch your lips shut. Go ahead. Dare you lay a hand on me with mom and dad right here? Yu-sin grinned mischievously and wiggled her shoulders, a gesture Yue interpreted as pure unadulterated provocation. Yet glancing at her parents beside her, she simply offered a serene, placid smile. This grudge. I'll hold it close. Enough. You two sisters stop bickering. Junze interjected, finally speaking up as he saw his daughters settling down. Yue, when will you bring your girlfriend home for us to meet? Yue scratched her head awkwardly. Well, Xiao-mo boarded her flight at noon today. She's probably nearly home by now. Knew it. I always said you were unreliable. Now you can't even keep a wife. Yu-sin gleefully Yue shot her a fierce glare and hastily clarified. Xiao-mo only went home to speak with her parents first. We'll definitely see each other again. Actually, I came back precisely to discuss my relationship with Xiao-mo, with all of you. As she spoke, Yue lowered her head shyly, fidgeting nervously before continuing. Xiao-mo and I plan to get engaged this winter break, and hold our wedding after I complete my junior year. Upon hearing this, the three of them leapt up from the sofa, eyes wide with astonishment, staring at Yu Iwe, and such a momentous decision. And you didn't consult us first? Calm down. Let's sit. Yu Iwe quickly soothed their flustered emotions. After all, aren't I discussing it with you right now? They sat back down, each wrestling inwardly, leaving the living room steeped in an oddly charged silence. After a long pause, Yu Isin broke the quiet. Wait, seriously, someone actually chose you. Have you even considered whether you're worthy of such a fine young woman? Big sis, what exactly do you mean by that? Yu Iwe bristled, her voice tight with exasperation. I'm literally the campus beauty. How could no one possibly be interested? To paraphrase teacher Chong Mao, how utterly absurd. I have the face and the figure. Am I truly unworthy? I'd match her. Not once, not twice, but 800 times over without so much as a single misstep. Enough, you two stop squabbling. Su Wani scolded sharply, fearing the sisters might erupt into open conflict then and there. Iwe, this is no trivial matter. Your mother and I must deliberate carefully before giving you our answer. With that, Yu Junzei rose and gently guided Su Wani toward their bedroom. So, Mom and Dad disapprove of the two of you. Upon hearing this, Yu Iwe shot her sister a withering glance. What on earth are you imagining? Mom and Dad will ultimately give their blessing. We'll see about that. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Yu Junzei stood by the window, gazing silently into the distance. His expression was inscrutable, as if lost in quiet contemplation. Sigh. It's truly said, once a daughter grows up, she no longer belongs solely to her mother. Iyu's heart has already drifted far from us. Su Wani sighed helplessly. Though she'd long known the day would come when her daughter married and left home, she hadn't expected it to arrive so soon, and the bittersweet ache in her chest lingered stubbornly. Who could argue with that? Yu Junzei nodded in full agreement with his wife. I'd always assumed Iyu's temperament meant she wouldn't find someone she truly cherished until well into her late 20s, but now. Enough. Iyu has her own convictions. Excessive interference would do more harm than good. Su Wani spoke softly, rising to stand beside her husband and resting a gentle hand upon his shoulder as they gazed together toward the horizon. Since there happens to be someone, however inexplicably, who sees Iyu for who she is, perhaps we ought not play the villain and tear them apart. No, I cannot agree. Even if Iyu loves her sincerely, she must first pass my test as a father. How could I possibly hand over my daughter without due scrutiny? Yu Junzei's brows furrowed sharply as he spoke, his voice edged with quiet protest. Then what do you intend? Do you truly wish to become the villain in Iyu's eyes, so much so that she resents you? Never. I only wish to offer the young ones a modest trial, one whose outcome, whether success or failure, will mark the end of my involvement. That sounds reasonable enough. All right, go ahead and cook dinner. I need to apply another hydrating mask. Winter dries out my skin terribly. At your command, dear wife. Mom, I'm home. Xiao Mo swung open the front door, dragged her suitcase into the entryway, and shouted up the stairs without a trace of restraint. Coming. What on earth is all this racket the moment you walk in the door? Yihua chided Xiao Mo as she hurried downstairs, her steps swift despite her words, having not seen her eldest daughter in months. She reached the foyer in moments, effortlessly taking the suitcase from Xiao Mo's hands and gesturing toward the kitchen. You're quite grown now. If you're hungry, make your own meal. This time I won't be serving you. Really, Mom? Am I not your favorite daughter? Xiao Mo instantly melted into a pitiful pout, stepping forward to clutch Yihua's arm and sway it gently back and forth. Shu, my favorite is clearly the younger one. As for you, Shu, just staying alive is achievement enough. Yihua arched an eyebrow, her eyes crinkling with warm amusement. Fine, I understand. Xiao Mo clutched her chest like a stage actress feigning heartbreak. I've been utterly dethroned in this household. Then I'll leave. She released Yihua's arm and turned toward the door, only to pause just as her fingers brushed the doorknob, then pivot back with a sulky look. Mom, aren't you even going to beg me to stay? What do you think? Your over-the-top theatrics pale beside your father's. They're practically child's play. Yihua delivered the jab without mercy, then paused. Oh right, you are still a child. Xiao Mo huffed indignantly and flopped onto the sofa, turning her back to her mother. Yihua merely watched unbothered. She knew full well her daughter would soon reappear, grinning and shameless, seeking her attention once more. Hey Xiao Mo, where's your little girlfriend? Yihua opened the front door, glanced outside at the empty threshold, and called into the living room. I met her last time, young, earnest, and grounded. Nothing like your restless, mischievous self. Now that you're together, you must treat her with unwavering care and respect. Xiao Mo scratched her head sheepishly. You didn't come with me. What? You managed to lose a full-grown person. Out you go. Consider today officially unhappened. Yihua's delicate brows knitted in exasperation as she snatched up a broom and began shooing Xiao Mo toward the door. Wait, Mom. Didn't you once say you're flesh of my flesh, carried 9 months and born of my body? Xiao Mo leapt up from the sofa and darted around the coffee table, dodging the broomstick like a courtier evading imperial wrath. Just because I didn't bring my partner home, does that mean you've discarded me? Need I remind you? You promised, firmly, that you'd introduce her the moment vacation began. Ihua, already irritable during her menstrual cycle, found her patience wearing thin with her wayward elder daughter. So, you're actually eager for me to marry off? Xiao Mo pouted, her voice laced with playful grievance. Of course. Ihua began instinctively, then paused, reconsidering. No. That phrasing is all wrong. For two women, terms like marriage and wedding hold different meanings entirely. All that matters is your happiness. That is enough to fulfill every hope we hold as elders. Xiao Mo blinked, caught off guard by the sudden tenderness. Mom, this sudden sentimentality doesn't suit you. Honestly, scolding me would feel more natural. Would I ever scold you? Ihua murmured, drawing near and lifting her arms as if to embrace her daughter. Naturally, the broom remained firmly in her grip. The moment Xiao Mo relaxed her guard, Ihua brought the broom lightly, but pointedly, down upon her backside. You little rascal. You ignore my words unless I give you a proper reminder. I'm done talking. It only makes me angrier the longer I look at. Xiao Mo stared sullenly at her mother's retreating figure, broom in hand, as she strode off to put it away. Truly, she thought the layers of deception run deep. Invite your girlfriend over soon. I'll prepare something special for her. Xiao Mo sighed, resigned. Yes, Mom. Honestly, was it her choice that you hadn't come along? Ouch, my backside stings. That evening after dinner, Xiao Mo lay in bed and initiated a video call to Yue. The moment the ringtone chimed, Yue quickly adjusted her collar and hair before tapping answer. Xiao Mo, what brings you calling? Yue waved cheerfully at the screen, her smile warm and bright. I came to check on you, of course. Let me see if there are any other little vixens around you. Xiao Mo coldly snorted at the end. The meaning was self-evident. Seeing this, Yue smiled and took her phone to take a panoramic shot of the entire room, then playfully said, See. So are you satisfied now, my dear? That's more like it. Xiao Mo huffed proudly. If I find out you've been looking for other vixens. Xiao Mo, what's wrong with you? Yue, with sharp eyes, noticed something was off with her partner and asked with concern, Did someone upset you? Why do you look so angry? That's right, I just got home today and someone upset me. Xiao Mo pouted, her cheeks slightly puffed, complaining angrily, What's worse is that I can't do anything about her. Oh, who dares to upset our darling? Tell me, I'll help you vent. Yue patted her chest, raising her eye. Are you sure? Of course. Do you not trust my strength? Xiao Mo. Wait. Yue showed off for a moment. Suddenly realizing something was off, she quickly asked, Xiao Mo, the person who upset you wouldn't be your mom, would she? Xiao Mo blinked innocently, and then nodded with raised eyebrows. Yes, it's my mom. Go on, Yue. Help me, Vin, I believe in you. Xiao Mo, Yue reproached with a hint of annoyance. How could Xiao Mo do this to herself? Letting herself confront her mother-in-law. Would that even allow her to get married? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Xiao Mo chuckled carelessly, nearly showing that she was doing it on purpose on her face. But my mom has forgotten about her daughter since she has a daughter-in-law. My sincere heart, I don't even know where she has thrown it. Yue looked at Xiao Mo's aggrieved complaint and inexplicably felt good. Xiao Mo continued to complain as if that weren't enough. But Yue, is it my fault that you didn't come? Why does everything have to be blamed on me? Now my mom is preparing to use my long-saved pocket money to make you a grand feast. Yue couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Mo's endless complaints, waving her hands. I didn't expect you to have today, Xiao Mo. But how come your mom is so cute? No wonder you're so adorable, Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo pouted and playfully said, Hey, Yue, how dare you laugh? Is this funny? Sai, it's true that being single is the most comfortable. Look at me now, my mom is constantly nagging about you, the daughter-in-law who hasn't arrived yet, and my status is plummeting. After saying this, Xiao Mo sighed silently and shook her head with deep meaning. Oh, is that so? Do you really think like that, Xiao Mo? Then how about I let you go back to being single? Yue squinted her eyes, slightly raising her delicate fingers to trace her red lips, and spoke slowly. No way. Xiao Mo replied decisively, afraid that if she hesitated for even a second her wife would be gone. It was Yue who made me bend. You must take responsibility and cannot run away. Moreover, in this situation, if her mom found out that she let go of the soon-to-be wife, it would be an absolute disaster. Yue looked at Xiao Mo meaningfully, wanting to see what interesting things she would say next. And who wants to be that poor single dog without a wife? What are you laughing about? Don't you have a bit of AC in your heart? Xiao Mo smiled sweetly, saying, You can't. My mom has been urging me to bring you home for dinner today. You wait a couple of days until I finish accompanying my parents, then I'll come see you, but you must remember. Yue looked at Xiao Mo with playful eyes. The meaning was self-evident. Come on, if you have the ability, let's see who can outdo whom. Xiao Mo provocatively challenged Yue. After all, they were separated by a phone screen, and Yue couldn't do anything about her right. Good, very good. Xiao Mo, you wait for me. Next time we meet, if I don't make you get out of bed comfortably the next day, then Yue am not capable. Yue looked at Xiao Mo with her arrogant demeanor, fiercely making threats. All right, I'll be waiting for you. After saying this, Xiao Mo provocatively traced her hand over the neckline of her nightgown, then directly pressed the hang-up button. Putting down her phone, Xiao Mo turned over like a salted fish. After all, the one who would suffer later would be herself. What does it have to do with the current her? People should live in the moment. Oh right, where's my heartless little sister? Suddenly remembering her sister while lying on the bed, Xiao Mo flipped off the bed, put on her slippers, opened the door, and shouted downstairs, "Mom, where did Xiaolin go? Why haven't I seen her?" Yuhua, lying on the sofa and watching a Korean drama, replied, without raising her head, "Xiaolin isn't like you, who comes home early during the holidays to bother me. She should have just gotten out of school and is on her way home." Xiao Mo silently retreated back to her room. Could it be that she really is this annoying? Shouldn't she treat herself well at the beginning of the holidays so that later on she wouldn't be disliked by everyone? Why is her mom treating her like this now? Meanwhile, on her way home, Xiaolin felt the vibration from her pocket and quickly took out her phone. Looking at the screen with the affectionate label of wife, Xiaolin couldn't wait to press the answer button. "Xiaolin, what's up?" A pleasant female voice came from the other end, sweet as honey, yet not sticky, making one feel comfortable. "Nothing, I just started my holiday and missed you. If you have time, can you think of me?" "Xiaolin, no need to find time, I've always missed you." "Then what do you think of me?" "Xiaolin, you don't know what I think." "Then I just want to hear you say it." "Xiaolin, then. Next time we meet, I'll tell you bit by bit with my mouth." In terms of the book's genre, I mistakenly categorized it when I started writing. Xiaolin and her CP shouldn't be pure sugar, but rather pure yellow with a twist, and in the end, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be a happy ending. "Mom, I'm back." Xiaolin opened the door and walked to the entrance, where she saw her mother standing on the yoga mat following the fitness video on TV. Upon hearing this, Yihua stopped her movements and turned to look at her daughter. "Xiaolin, you're back. Are you hungry? Do you want me to make you a late-night snack?" "No need, Mom, I had a decent dinner at school." Xiaolin smiled and politely declined her mother's offer. "All right then." Yihua did not insist any further, knowing that the most important thing for Xiaolin now was to adjust her state. "Oh, by the way, your sister is already on vacation and was just asking me where you went. She should be upstairs lazing around now." Hearing her mother's words, Xiaolin couldn't help but twitch her lips. What trouble did her silly sister get into this time? Doesn't she know that a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing during her period must be pampered? "Then Mom, I'll go upstairs to study." As Xiaolin spoke, she darted upstairs, afraid of catching her mother's gaze here. Yihua watched Xiaolin's figure quickly ascend the stairs and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that her youngest daughter was not influenced by the eldest. Standing at the door of Xiao Mo's room, Xiaolin felt inexplicably annoyed listening to the cheerful sounds of short videos inside. Xiaolin thought, "Damn, why do I have to read books every day while you, a lazy bum, just play games, watch videos, and even cuddle with your girlfriend? This is so unfair." Thinking this, Xiaolin quietly opened the door and tiptoed into the room. She crept up to the bed where the lazy caterpillar lay and covered Xiao Mo's head with a blanket, starting to tickle her. "Ugh, who is it? I'm here to play with you, I'm here to play with you." "Huh? Who is it? Who is it? Huh? Stop, quick, stop." Once the beauty under the covers was exhausted from the teasing, Xiaolin quickly flipped off the bed and dashed out of the room. "Damn, who did this? If I catch you, you're in trouble." Xiao Mo finally managed to crawl out from under the blanket, fuming as she searched her room. "Where is she?" Xiao Mo looked angrily at the empty room and directly called out to her system in her mind, "System. Little system, what is it? Do you know what time it is? I was just about to start my enjoyable nightlife." The annoyed voice of the little system reached Xiao Mo's ears, but Xiao Mo had no time to argue with her and got straight to the point. "Little system, tell me, was it you who just attacked me?" "Huh? Me attack you? That's absolutely absurd. You can't be serious." The little system looked at Xiao Mo with a face that clearly said, "Are you kidding me? What kind of crazy nonsense is my silly host up to again? Could it be she's asking for a beating? Really not you?" Xiao Mo looked at the little system with suspicion, and then, as if realizing something, she ran out without even "Little system, it seems that Xiao Mo really is asking for a beating." "Confirmed. JPG, hey Xiaolin seems like a perfect choice." "Mom, did Xiaolin just come back?" Xiao Mo leaned over the second floor railing to ask her mother in the living room below. "Yes, what's wrong?" Yihua replied to Xiao Mo with a completely different attitude than how she treated Xiaolin, without even turning her head. "Okay, got it." Xiao Mo nodded, looking angrily at Xiaolin's closed bedroom door, already imagining the scene of Xiaolin lying in bed mocking her. "Try to avoid bothering her too much," Yihua advised, seriously, not knowing whether Xiao Mo was actually listening. Xiao Mo quietly pressed the doorknob, only to find that Xiaolin had actually locked the door. "Nice. Xiaolin, you can cause trouble, but can't open the door, huh?" Xiao Mo stood at the door, hands on her hips, shouting arrogantly at the door. "Open the door quickly. If I have to come back with a key, you'll regret it." "What are you talking about? Can't people study properly?" Before Xiao Mo finished speaking, Xiaolin had already opened. "What? I want to ask you what you were doing just now." Xiao Mo questioned Xiaolin fiercely, almost writing "You're in trouble now" on her face. "Me? I was just studying in my room." Hearing the approaching footsteps, Xiaolin put on an innocent expression and in a soft, sweet voice said, "Did I do something wrong to upset you, sister? Are you still pretending?" Just as Xiao Mo raised her hand, she was caught by Yihua from behind. Yihua spoke impatiently, "Xiao Mo, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to bother your sister less while she's studying? If her grades suffer, will you take responsibility?" "It's not me, Mom, she was the one who came to mess with me first." Xiao Mo pointed at Xiaolin to complain. However, looking at Xiao Lin's pitiful appearance of being bullied, Xiao Mo's words seemed so powerless and pale. Alright, if there's nothing else, you should quickly go back to your room and stop bothering your sister while she studies. Yihua glanced at Xiao Mo, then at Xiao Lin decisively, sending Xiao Mo back to her room. As Xiao Mo returned, she noticed Xiao Lin making faces at her from a place where their mother couldn't see. How? Xiao Lin, just focus on your studies. If Xiao Mo bothers you again, just call me and I'll support you. Okay, mommy. Xiao Lin returned to her room, unable to stop the mischievous grin on her face. Academic overlord, what do you think of this choice? The little system asked while sitting on the sofa in the system space, patting the shoulder of the academic overlord next to her. Quirky and clever, quite good indeed. The academic overlord nodded slightly while looking at the figure. No, I just finished my task. Why are you making me choose the next host again? The study system responded, pouting and furrowing its pretty face as it asked. A little study genius, don't think like that. The little assistant chuckled and began to seriously persuade. Look, your host and my host happen to be sisters. Doesn't that make us similar? Hey. They are sisters by blood, but I have no blood relation to you. The study system waved its hands in fright. That's not the point, you see, they are perfect sister flowers. Isn't it convenient for us to issue tasks together? Besides, you can also raise your host like I do. Isn't that easy? The little assistant looked at the study system with sparkling eyes and suggested. The study system pursed its lips, feeling a bit swayed, but still hesitated to make a decision. Little study genius, don't you want to accompany me in the same world together? The little assistant blinked, pouted, and gently shook the wrist of the study system. It can be done, but... The study system slowly spoke. You see, Xiao Lin doesn't really need my help. She looks quite decent. Why would I want to bind her suddenly? Who says she doesn't need your help? Upon hearing this, the little assistant immediately became displeased and waved her hand, causing information about Xiao Lin and her partner to appear on the same light screen. Xiao Bai Yu. The study system looked at the two entangled figures on the light screen, its pretty face turning bright red, covering its eyes, and not knowing what to say. Oh, come on, what are you pretending for? I don't believe you haven't secretly peeked at these before. The little assistant directly pulled down the study system's hands, covering its eyes. Really, they are all familiar people already. What's with the act of being a pure little rabbit? Besides, does the little study genius really think she didn't see her peeking through her fingers? Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. The little assistant said, waving her hand to change the information on the light. As far as I know, Xiao Lin's partner comes from a rather distorted family. If we don't help them, they are very likely to part ways in the end. Isn't this exactly the time when we need to help? But wouldn't it be better if I directly bound with Xiao Lin's part? And besides, dealing with other people's relationship issues doesn't really match my profession. The study system blinked, the redness on its face quickly fading, but it still looked somewhat adorable. You should first help Xiao Lin improve her grades, and once Xiao Lin and her partner get into the same school, I can join you then. They'll think about it. The study system shook its head, still deciding to deliberate a bit more. Well, alright then. The little assistant saw this and knew that further persuasion would only be counterproductive, so she stopped talking. Hey, wait a minute. The study system looked at the little assistant's frowning expression and leaned in to ask, is something wrong? Nothing major, just that I predicted a slight deviation earlier. The little assistant said, waving her hand, and a light screen appeared, showing Yue's current situation. According to my previous predictions, Yue should have been affected by her emotional nod, and for these few months, she wouldn't want anything to do with Xiao Mo. She should have run away alone during the winter break. But now not only does Yue have no intention of leaving, but her interest in Xiao Mo is also growing stronger. It seems Xiao Mo has a strong attraction for Yue. This was a foreshadowing laid down in the previous book with 200 chapters by E has come to fill the pit. Isn't it a good thing that their relationship isn't in trouble? The study system couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering if this wasn't a good thing. You've had too few hosts in the university campus you've brought along. The little assistant shook her head seriously and began to explain. Little study genius, do you know why we systems, once the hosts in the campus get married, are considered to have completed our tasks and must leave? The study system shook its head. After all, she hadn't really brought along such hosts, so she naturally didn't know why marriage ends here. That's because a good life doesn't last long. The sharp edges of time will wear away many things. A passionate love ends, and in the end only the mundane chores of marriage and mutual weariness remain. As soon as the little assistant finished speaking, the pure white space fell into a long silence. After an unknown amount of time, the study system sighed heavily. I finally understand why the colleagues from the abuse literature system are several times more than those here. So life must have some passion, occasionally a little surprise, which is very helpful for relationships, the little assistant said with a smile, then waved her jade hand, sending a brilliant energy into the light screen until it entered Yu's body. Now it's almost done. Let's go. I want to soak in a hot spring. The little assistant said, directly dragging the study system and disappearing swiftly from the system space. Of course, if Xiao Mo knew about the little assistant's cunning actions, she would definitely express her displeasure, such as, Xiao Mo, little assistant, I'm eating lemons. I worked hard to pamper my girlfriend with this body, and you just waved your hand and let me lose everything. How am I supposed to coax her? Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the first weekend since Xiao Mo returned home. Sai, why hasn't EU come yet? I can't wait to see her. Xiao Mo lay on the sofa board glancing at the messages he had sent to EU on his phone. Originally Xiao Mo thought EU would come over in just a few days, but now a week had passed, and she still hadn't told him when she would set off. Although he knew that EU should spend time with her family, he still longed to see her right in front of him. Get up, get up. Look at you, you've made the sofa so messy again. Yihua looked at the lazy Xiao Mo on the sofa with disdain, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Oh come on mom, I finally came home, do you really have to talk to me like this? Xiao Mo pouted in dissatisfaction, defending himself. Shouldn't it be that when he first returned home after the holidays his mom would be very warm and caring and only start to show disdain after a few days? But why did his mom seem to dislike him right from the start? Was he really not her biological child? Do you really not know why I speak to you like this? Yihua looked at Xiao Mo dismissively, curling her lips. Seriously, you managed to lose a wife that came right to your door. Mom, why are you bringing this topic up again? Xiao Mo said pitifully, deliberately dragging out the last syllable. Don't call me mom, I'm not your mom. Yihua increasingly found Xiao Mo unappealing, her disdain practically written all over her face. Is it easy for you to find a wife now? After all the trouble you went through to attract a beautiful girl, she won't even come now. Mom. Actually, I'm not as bad as you say. Xiao Mo lowered his head, fiddling with his fingers, meekly refuting her. Not bad. Yihua listened to Xiao Mo's words as if she had heard a joke, poking his forehead with her finger. Dear daughter, one must have self-awareness. I don't care about anything else, I've already recognized your future wife. The rest is up to you to handle. Yihua said, ignoring Xiao Mo's reaction and starting to tidy up the house in preparation for the new year. Am I still not your biological child? Xiao Mo murmured softly to her younger self. What are you mumbling about? If you have an issue with me, just say it directly. Mom, please don't focus so much on your future daughter-in-law that hasn't even entered the door yet. I've come home with great difficulty. I'm the one you carried for 10 months, enduring countless hours of pain to give birth to. Xiao Mo's emotional appeal was just beginning when Yihua interrupted her directly. Look at you, just spouting nonsense. I had a cesarean section under full anesthesia. It didn't hurt much except for a few days after the surgery. Xiao Mo was momentarily stunned by her words, quickly skipping over that topic. Let's not worry about whether it was a cesarean or not, just tell me if I'm your biological daughter. That isn't certain. Maybe you were swapped with someone else's child. Otherwise, how could you have such a rare illness? I have been in our hospital for so many years and have never seen a case like that. Oh mom. Sai, I really am too hard to deal with. After a long consideration, Xiao Mo decided not to stay in the living room any longer lest she annoyed her. With that thought, Xiao Mo decisively went upstairs, quickly darting into her room. Sis, did you get scolded by mom? After Xiao Mo entered her room for a short, while Xiao Lin followed her and looking at Xiao Mo, who seemed unhappy in her blanket, and asked knowingly. What do you think? Just now mom yelled so loudly, I can't believe you didn't hear it. Xiao Mo poked her head out of the blanket, giving her shameless younger sister a big eye roll. Who told you to be so stupid playing on your phone when mom is doing housework? Who else should she scold if not you? Xiao Lin ruthlessly mocked her older sister's foolishness, unlike herself, who had stayed downstairs all day without going out much. Still laughing? Have you finished your homework? Have you reviewed what you've learned this semester? You only have a week left before the exams. And you're still here playing around. Whoa, sis, what are you doing? Ouch. Meanwhile, on the other side at 299 in the western suburbs of Mo City, Yu was sitting on the lounge chair by the balcony, quietly watching the bright sun slowly ascend to the sky, the sunlight gently scattering over her. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yu comfortably closed her eyes. It seemed that only when she encountered Xiao Mo in her dreams would she alleviate the inexplicable heaviness in her heart. A few days ago, Yue had already packed her belongings, intending to take the next flight to find her beloved wife, but she hesitated because of a single remark from her older sister. At that time, Yue had persuaded her mother to agree to have a meal with Xiao Mo's family during the new year and to discuss their marriage. That night, she couldn't wait to start packing the good things she wanted to bring to see her wife in Sichuan province. This looks nice. Xiao Mo will definitely look great in it. This one is nice too, but it's a bit revealing. Never mind, I'll let Xiao Mo show it only to me. What is this? I don't think I've seen Xiao Mo try this on before, let me take a look. Yue was standing in front of her wardrobe, selecting her favorite items to pack in her suitcase, planning to enjoy some intimate moments with Xiao Mo once she arrived in Sichuan. Just a little. It shouldn't be too much, otherwise Xiao Mo would get angry. If she ignores me, then I would just have to try again if— Hee. Oh come on, it's just to meet your little girlfriend, why are you grinning like a fool? Yue turned her head at the sound, and saw her sharp-tongued older sister leaning against the doorway. What are you doing here? Yue instinctively stepped back to close her suitcase. The items inside were not for her. Of course I'm here to care for my sister, what's wrong with that? Yue-san raised an eyebrow in response, leaving Yue speechless. Then she walked into the room, inspecting her sister's belongings. Look at all the useless things you have here, they're pretty, but not practical at all. Yue-san casually fiddled with the items in Yue's room, making her extremely annoyed, wishing she could just throw her out right then and there. Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, then please leave. Don't disturb me while I pack. Yue urged her sister with a cold face. Sai, how can I trust you to handle the company like this? I've told you before I don't want to manage the company, I just want to enjoy the dividends peacefully. You really think you can give your little girlfriend enough security like this? Yue smiled with a hint of skepticism. She didn't believe that Xiao Mo hadn't caused any trouble for Yue, given their differing family backgrounds. Moreover, from what she knew in this relationship, her sister was always the one in control. Why do you care so much about our relationship? Yue shot her sister an annoyed glance and retorted mercilessly. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. You're nearly 30 and have no romantic prospects whatsoever. Does Xiao Mo not have a sense of security? I know that even though Xiao Mo's thoughts can be a bit erratic, she feels completely at ease with me. Alright, then my little sister has grown up, I can't control you anymore. Yue said this, but showed no intention of leaving. She walked over to Yue and leaned down to open her suitcase. Wow, Yue, the things you've brought to meet your girlfriend are really special. As Yue spoke, she reached into the suitcase to see what Yue had packed, but was interrupted by Yue's quick, "What are you doing touching my stuff? I'm just looking, I won't mess with anything." "No looking allowed, get out, you're just in the way here." Yue pushed her sister out the door, then slammed it shut. "Hey, don't react so strongly. It's just some small things. Is there anything embarrassing? But if you ask me, you should be a bit more restrained." Before Yue could finish her sentence, a sound of something dropping on the floor came from inside the room. She shrugged helplessly and slowly returned to her own room. After that night, Yue seemed to act as if nothing had happened, but just postponed her plan to see Xiao Mo. She often wore a look of anticipation mixed with hesitation, and when family members asked, she would dismiss them with her usual demeanor. Gradually, Yue rose slowly from her lounge chair. Time had unknowingly slipped to dusk as golden light streamed in through the window, falling at her feet. When Yue walked downstairs, she saw her mother and father already seated at the dining table. "Yue is here. We saw you napping earlier and didn't want to disturb you." Listening to her mother, Yue shook her head to indicate there was no problem and naturally sat down to eat. Suwani and Juanza exchanged glances, both noticing that their little daughter seemed to be in a bad mood lately, but they didn't know how to console her. "Yue, have you encountered something recently?" Suwani asked with concern. "No, not at all," Yue replied, innocently lifting her head. Suwani sighed silently in her heart and urged Yue to continue eating. After finishing the meal, Yue returned to her room, looking at the messages on her phone, uncertain whether she should go meet Xiao Mo. In the end, Yue sighed, seemingly defeated by something, picked up her phone and booked a flight for the next morning. However, the destination didn't seem to be Sichuan province. Meanwhile, far away in Sichuan province, Xiao Mo was lying in bed, just about to make a video call to EU, when an inexplicable feeling of tightness gripped her chest. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xiao Mo gasped for air like a drowning person. Outside the window, the once calm weather had turned ominous, with dark clouds gathering and a chilling wind seeping through the cracks, icy and penetrating against Xiao Mo's face. Feelings of fear, anxiety, and trepidation surged uncontrollably within Xiao Mo. "What's happening? Why do I feel inexplicably sad?" It felt as if she was about to lose something incredibly important. Xiao Mo quickly burrowed under the covers, clutching her chest tightly, trying to warm her body and provide herself with a much-needed sense of security. The wind howled in the young girl's ears, and the already dark sky grew even gloomier. The clouds swiftly converged in the sky like an impenetrable net, suffocatingly heavy. Xiao Mo's eyes, already reddened, appeared as if stained with blood, her eye sockets even taking on a tinge of red with streaks of bloodshot veins. Unfathomable negative emotions pierced through Xiao Mo's heart like sharp thorns. Tears streamed down the corners of Xiao Mo's eyes, yet she had no time to care, glancing at the illuminated chat box on her phone. For some reason, she reached out and tapped away, sending a message. "Xiao Mo, where are you? Alright?" Xiao Mo maintained her posture, her gaze fixed on the phone screen, hoping that the familiar avatar would respond, even if it was just a simple message of safety. However, it seemed that things were never as one wished. The familiar avatar remained silent, offering no reply. The faint rumble of thunder outside echoed in the ears of the beautiful girl in bed, yet Xiao Mo felt as if her heart was tightly gripped by something, an inescapable force tugging at her beating heart, sending forth a gruesome pain. The sky was overcast, making the light inside the room seem dimmer. "System, what is going on right now?" Xiao Mo felt somewhat cornered and hurriedly called out to the system, hoping for a response. I don't know what's happening either. Could it be that I violated some heavenly decree?" Little Tong was also hesitant at this moment, not daring to speak up. Who could tell her that she had merely intervened a little? How could the current situation be so beyond her expectations? At this moment, the muffled thunder outside was hidden among the clouds, each deafening clap striking at her heart, as if it was warning her against interference. Xiao Mo's grip on her phone tightened slightly, her calm eyes now betraying a fierce stubbornness akin to a child clutching onto their only toy. Just as Xiao Mo was about to turn over and get out of bed, her phone vibrated. The buzzing echoed persistently in the quiet room, clear yet unavoidable. Xiao Mo picked up her phone and saw Iwa, don't worry, I'm fine. I just can't come see you for a bit or I'll visit as Iwa, love you heart. JPG. The phone also displayed a citywide red thunderstorm warning, and downstairs her mother's loud voice rang out. It's raining. Quick, bring in the clothes. The intense pain in her heart, which had just been overwhelming, seemed to vanish as if everything had returned to normal. Meanwhile, in the system's space, little Tong watched this scene unfold, her previously disheartened eyes now sparkling with renewed curiosity. Hey, what happened? Why did it suddenly get better? She seemed to sense again that familiar yet stronger force. However, this time little Tong was not going to pursue it further. After all, she might not even see the other party's true face, and even if she did, she wouldn't be able to match up. It seemed that the other party bore no malice toward her and Xiao Mo, but instead was helping them. Xiao Mo, it's getting cold, remember to wear more layers so you don't catch a cold. If the blanket is too thin, just call me, and I'll bring you a thicker one. Okay. Xiao Mo listened to her mother's sudden concern, smiling, and responding loudly before turning back to chat with EU as if nothing had happened. Xiao Mo, huh? Iwa, what happened to you? Iwa, don't worry, just some small matters. Xiao Mo, alright, I'll wait at home. Xiao Mo, Iwa, did you know? The sky here suddenly turned dark and my heart was aching just now. Iwa, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Xiao Mo, it should just be a minor issue, no need to worry too much. Iwa, alright, then Xiao Mo, remember to take care of your health, and don't stay up late every night. Xiao Mo, okay, got it. Love you. Iwa, MHM, love you too. Outside, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and the rain initially fell in a light drizzle, occasionally tapping against her room's window. But it wasn't long before the heavy rain poured down with large droplets pounding against the window. Yet Xiao Mo curled tightly under the covers, the soft bed wrapping her in warmth, but the sudden wave of sadness still left her feeling uneasy. It felt like a pedestrian caught in a sudden downpour, without an umbrella, unable to find shelter. Father, mother, I am leaving now. The next morning, Yue stood at the entrance with her suitcase, calling out to the house. Take care, Yue. Hearing her mother's response, Yue opened the door and got into the car. Meanwhile, Su Wani and Yu Yunzi stood on the balcony, quietly watching the car drive away, gradually disappearing from their sight. So do you think Yue can figure things out? Su Wani said with a hint of worry, patting the shoulder of the person next to her. Don't worry, Yue is our child. Yu Yunzi replied earnestly, not only comforting his partner, but also himself. Su Wani rested her head on Yu Yunzi's broad shoulder, slowly sharing her thoughts. Yu Yunzi gently patted her back, listening quietly. Ding dong, this beautiful lady has arrived. Have you missed me, you silly goose? The little assistant looked at the lump on the bed that showed no signs of movement, and couldn't help but raise her voice, shouting, Silly goose. Silly goose. What are you doing? The little Mo was rudely awakened, turning over with annoyance and mumbling in anger. Of course I am here to issue a task. Are you sure you won't get up? The little assistant looked at the lazy host on the bed, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Go away, when have you ever issued a task at the right time? The little Mo waved her hand impatiently, then struggled to get out of bed, irritably scratching her hair. However, she did not go to wash up. Instead, she reached for her phone, which had been charging all night, and immediately, Hey, little Mo, I warn you, if you ignore this task, you will regret it, really regret it. The little assistant transformed into a humanoid figure standing beside the bed, in a beautiful white outfit, kindly reminding her. Go away, I don't believe that. Don't disturb me while I play games. The little Mo waved her hand dismissively, and shouted to her roommate group to team up before diving into the game. Alright then, you said it. The little assistant sighed, and quietly walked to the balcony, casually picked a book from the shelf, and sat down on a nearby lounge chair to read. After all, it's not his own wife who's running away, so why should he be anxious? Besides, Yue is probably still at the airport. If she were found so quickly, it would be quite boring. Thinking this, the stunningly beautiful woman in white turned to look at the little Mo lying on the bed, who showed no signs of tension, and silently pursed her lips, shaking her head in regret. Still playing, you have the time to play while your wife has run away, and you are completely unaware. You'll understand the urgency when you hear about the task later. Humph. Go push forward, the loach isn't big. Listening to the intense battle sounds coming from the phone and the incomprehensible commands from her teammates, the little Mo started to doubt whether the temporarily matched teammate had forgotten their brain at home, otherwise they wouldn't be so foolish. The level of play was appallingly bad and their mouths were worse than a duck's. If her three good friends weren't probably still asleep, she wouldn't have played in a random match. She and the other two teammates were working hard while this idiot ran up to die and then cursed them for their elementary school skills, which was infuriating. Support, stay close, I'll charge in and start the fight. Support me. I'm going to die, what are you doing? I really can't believe you guys can't play this game. Hearing the boys' curses from the other side, the little Mo simply abandoned the enemy in front of her and directly engaged in an intense verbal battle with him. What support? I'm not your grandmother. Even 10 supports can't keep you alive, how can you die so easily? Is the enemy your father? Why do you keep a girl? What game can a girl play? Can't a girl play games? It's the 22nd century, how can there still be ancient people? The key is that you don't bind your feet, but you bind your brain. What do you mean? Open your eyes and see clearly. What's your record? What's my record? You're worse than a delivery service. Are you fighting to give greetings to the enemy for the new year? Continuously kneeling and unable to get up. After achieving a passionate victory in a heated verbal exchange, the little Mo unsurprisingly lost the game. In this game, if you don't curse the idiots you encounter, you might not get the chance to curse them in the next round. Damn, you really infuriate me. The little Mo angrily, gently slammed her phone down on the bed. Although she was very angry, she didn't want her phone to break. By the way, little assistant, what task were you going to issue just now? Are you done playing? Can I talk now? The little assistant smirked, calculating the time. Yue had already arrived at her destination. I'm not in the mood to play right now, go ahead and tell me. The woman in white stood up upon hearing this, cleared her throat twice, and feigned seriousness as she began to speak. Ahem. Now I'll start issuing this task. New task released: retrieve the host's current girlfriend Yue. Original task: reward permanent reduction of body sensitivity to normal levels. Task failure: lose the girlfriend, and the host will no longer be able to find a new love, ultimately ending in regret. The woman in white looked at the little Mo sitting on the bed, who was momentarily at a loss for words and couldn't help but click her tongue. I told you not to say anything, now look what happened. Not only did you get angry playing games, but your wife also abandoned you and ran off alone. What? My wife ran away? What? Why didn't you say it earlier? Xiao Mo exclaimed, a hint of anger in her voice. Xiao Tongzi couldn't help but twitch his mouth at her words. He pointed to the phone that Xiao Mo had just thrown on the bed and innocently shrugged his shoulders. Clearly you told me to go away. Moreover, I specifically reminded you, but you. Xiao Mo glanced at the phone on the bed, knowing it was her fault, but the key issue now was why you had slipped away. Wasn't everything fine just before? With this thought, Xiao Mo picked up the phone to call EU. The phone rang for a while, but no one picked up, causing Xiao Mo to furrow her brows. Seeing that Xiao Mo was still not giving up and wanted to continue calling, Xiao Tongzi couldn't help but speak up. What are you thinking? I already said to get the person back. Do you think calling will be useful? Then what do you think I should do? Xiao Mo shot a glare at Xiao Tongzi, annoyed that this guy was just standing there talking nonsense instead of helping. I say, Xiao Mo, have you forgotten my abilities? Xiao Tongzi was not annoyed by Xiao Mo's look. He just silently fiddled with the manicure he had done with a top student a few days ago. Your abilities, eh? Xiao Mo couldn't think of what use her assistant could have, frantically searching her mind for any memory. In the end, she came up with nothing. How stupid. Don't you know I can help you find out where EU went? Xiao Tongzi mercilessly mocked Xiao Mo. As a host, how could she forget her system's abilities? Then Xiao Tongzi, hurry up and help me see where EU is now. Xiao Mo couldn't help but urge, then realized her tone didn't sound like a request at all, and immediately put on a pit of, after all, it was for chasing after his wife. This small sacrifice was nothing. Xiao Tongzi then sat back down on the lounge chair, crossing his legs and beckoning Xiao Mo with a finger. Come on, start by giving this lady a shoulder massage. Xiao Mo widened her eyes in disbelief. What? Right now? Didn't Xiao Tongzi understand how urgent the situation? Don't worry about your anxious expression, it won't delay your time. Xiao Tongzi stretched lazily. After all, even if Xiao Mo booked the nearest flight, she still had plenty of time, so there was no need to worry about it being a problem. Why don't you hurry up? If you do it well, this lady might generously tell you in advance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo had to force herself to suppress her restless heart. Now she could only rely on Xiao Tongzi's method. Xiao Mo took a step forward, standing behind Xiao Tongzi, gently massaging her shoulders, but her mind couldn't help but dwell on Yu's figure. Xiao Tongzi naturally noticed that Xiao Mo was distracted. He didn't let her massage for long before waving his hand to indicate she should step back. Alright, you're not even applying enough pressure, I might as well find a massage gun myself. Xiao Tongzi remarked without holding back, but still told Xiao Mo where EU was. EU should just have arrived in Hawaii. If you book a ticket now, you should be able to get there today. Xiao Mo, upon hearing about EU's whereabouts, hurriedly ran towards the door, but was stopped by Xiao Tongzi from behind. What you should do now is book your ticket first, and then change your clothes. Are you really expecting to go to the airport in your pajamas? Xiao Mo looked down at her pink bunny pajamas and fell into silence. Mom, I'm heading out now. As noon approached, Xiao Mo glanced at the time and dashed out of the room. Where are you going? It's almost time for lunch. Yihua's voice came from the kitchen. I need to hurry and help you find your daughter-in-law. I can't talk to you now, I have to leave. As Xiao Mo spoke, she pressed down on the doorknob and ran outside, but as soon as she opened the door, she bumped into someone. Ouch! Who is it blocking my door? Xiao Mo held her head in pain and looked up at the person. Dad, why are you back? What do you think? I finished my business trip early, so of course I'm back. Xiao Eugene rubbed his chest where his daughter had bumped into him, puzzled, and asked, where are you going? Dad, I can't talk to you now. If I don't hurry, I'll miss my flight. Xiao Mo glanced at the time, not caring about anything else, and directly ran past her dad out the door. Hey, this child. Xiao Eugene chuckled as he watched Xiao Mo's figure disappear, closing the door and walking into the kitchen, asking Xiao Mo, where is Xiao Mo going? Of course she's going to find her wife. Do you think it's like you? Every time you go on a business trip, it lasts 10 days to half a month without coming home. Yihua retorted unhappily. Oh, come on. I'm just trying to provide you all with a better life. Besides, Xiao Mo has found a partner too. I should work harder to get promoted quickly. Xiao Tongzi, why do you think you left me alone and slipped away? Once on the plane, Xiao Mo asked the system in her mind, struggling to understand why her girlfriend who had said goodnight to her just the day before was now ignoring her calls. Maybe she's tired of you and is planning to find someone new. Xiao Tongzi knew exactly why you had left without notice, but what was the point of saying it directly? Stop it. Xiao Mo pouted unhappily. Let's be serious, I don't remember making you angry. Could it be that I didn't satisfy her? Xiao Tongzi thought to himself, you didn't just fail to satisfy her. It's precisely because you satisfied her too much that she decided to leave. Xiao Mo couldn't figure out what the issue was, so she decided not to think about it anymore. When she saw you later, she would just, by the way, Xiao Tongzi, once I get the rewards for this mission, can I turn things around completely? Xiao Mo thought about her mission rewards again. Well, theoretically it should be like that, Xiao Tongzi teased Xiao Mo. One must say the trick of painting a big pie is truly inexhaustible. Xiao Mo questioned, what do you mean by that? Have you forgotten? Last time you mentioned that the rewards for the next mission would be a gift for me. Xiao Tongzi feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. So this time the reward naturally belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo immediately became displeased. What? Why? Don't you know how important this reward is to me? The little assistant rolled her eyes at Xiao Mo's dramatic performance, exasperated. Clearly you've been enjoying it all along. Why act so pure and innocent as if you were forced into it? Xiao Mo's face turned crimson at the words, stammering, how? How could that be? I don't like being treated like that by, it's always you forcing me, that's right. Just like that. Xiao Mo seemed to find a good excuse, speaking with newfound confidence. Yes, Xiao Mo, you can deceive your assistant, but don't let yourself be deceived. The little assistant nodded repeatedly, teasingly chuckling. If I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Mo huffed, turning her head away from the little assistant, who kept mocking her. How could she possibly like being treated by EU? Absolutely impossible. The little assistant sighed silently at Xiao Mo's demeanor. A seduced person is still a seduced person, enjoying themselves while being so contradictory. But if the host wants to turn the tables, then all she could do was chuckle. Thus this time's task reward absolutely cannot be handed over. This was merely her own pie in the sky, and Xiao Mo actually thought she could take a bite. How naive. After all, she hadn't had enough fun before Xiao Mo's wedding. In the evening, Hawaii. Don't ask why we went abroad directly. Honestly, I haven't thought it through. Anyway, this is a fictional world, so let's just pretend it's a random island in the southeast of our country. Please don't criticize. My inner self is extremely fragile, and every negative comment will sadden me for a long time. Xiao Mo had just disembarked from the plane, looking at the unfamiliar city with a multitude of emotions. Originally, she had wanted to travel with Yue, but it was postponed due to their academic issues. Unexpectedly, the two of them ended up together in this manner, and Xiao Mo couldn't wait to find EU to clarify things. Little assistant, where exactly is EU now? Xiao Mo patted the little assistant, who had already transformed into human form, asking. It seems to be in that direction. The little assistant pointed towards the seaside, speaking with certainty. Okay, then I will go find EU right now to get some clarity. Xiao Mo said, slinging her shoulder bag and walking towards the direction indicated by the assistant. Hey, Xiao Mo. It's not easy to come here. Don't you plan to have some fun first? The little assistant called out, watching Xiao Mo eager to find her wife. I don't have much interest in playing here until I find EU. Xiao Mo replied, shaking her head. After all, she had come here specifically to find her wife. Then fine. I'll go play by myself. Call me when you need something, and I'll teleport to your side immediately. The little assistant said a few words of caution, then conjured a suitcase and placed it beside her. By the way, assistant, do you need any money? The little assistant turned back and winked at Xiao Mo, saying, don't worry. I don't. After all, she could indulge in zero-cost shopping. Ahem, just a little joke. As an assistant, she naturally did not lack such things. Very well, stay safe. Xiao Mo turned and walked in the direction indicated by Tongzi, occasionally summoning her system interface to check the glowing but drawing ever closer. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Soon Xiao Mo stood before a magnificent seaside villa, lost in thought. So, EU must live here. But how on earth am I supposed to get inside? Xiao Mo stroked her chin, pondering possible entry methods. Knocking directly was out of the question. After all, EU had slipped away secretly, without telling her, clearly hoping not to be found. She sighed wistfully. If only Tongzi were here right now. But we'd only just parted ways. And if I simply called out for her, wouldn't that make me look utterly inept? Damn, I completely forgot about that. Truly, beauty clouds the mind. Then it struck her. Tongzi had previously enhanced her with several rather unusual abilities. Scaling a wall, it seemed, would pose no insurmountable challenge now. The primordial ability from Chapter 7. What? You ask? Its precise functions. Well, all that is. Its specifics need not concern you. Just know it is an immensely powerful advantage, a narrative patch, mending plot inconsistencies wherever they arise. If so, had EU left a window open. Xiao Mo circled the vast seaside villa. It felt eerily vacant. No sound stirred within its grand walls. At last, though, no open windows appeared on the ground floor, she discovered, on the villa's seaward rear, a small open-air balcony beside which ran a sturdy pipe perfect for climbing. I'll enter through here. Having located her way in, the rest would be far simpler. Xiao Mo warmed up on the spot. Yet just as she reached for the pipe, she realized the villa's rear dropped sheer into a precipice. HSS. One misstep, and I'd be bruised black and blue, served up bite by bite. She leaned forward, cautiously gazing down at the churning waves below, swallowing hard against rising unease. Yet when she glanced back toward the second-floor balcony, it was as if EU awaited her there. And without hesitation, Xiao Mo began ascending the outer pipe. Huzwa, keep going, you're almost there. Just a little more. Clutching the pipe with both hands and feet, Xiao Mo listened to the thunderous crash of waves against the cliff. Daring not glance downward, terrified a single slip would send her plummeting. Just as she neared the balcony's edge, arm already outstretched to grasp its railing. Suddenly, she'd rushed out this morning. The shoes she wore were ill-suited for climbing, and now they began to slip. With gravity pulling her inexorably downward, Xiao Mo had no choice but to stake everything on one final desperate gamble. In one explosive motion, she thrust off with both legs, launching herself toward the balcony, yet still fell short by less than 10 centimeters. Damn, so close. Before she could even react, her body lurched into freefall, wind roaring past her ears in a furious, unrelenting howl. Eyes closing in quiet resignation, Xiao Mo felt a pang of bitter regret. She had been moments away from confronting Yue, from demanding answers, only to meet her end here, swallowed by the sea. Just when Xiao Mo thought she was about to wash herself clean, listening to the whistling wind by her ears and feeling the sensation of weightlessness, she fainted without any dignity. The first thing Xiao Mo heard upon waking was the cheeky tone of the little commander. You really can't do without me for even a moment, can you? Xiao Mo slowly opened her eyes, seemingly on the second floor of the villa with the balcony she had just climbed still beside her. Looking at the familiar figure in white, she glanced down at her own body and said, what's going on? I didn't wash, and it doesn't seem to hurt at all. Xiao Mo turned her head to look at the little commander in white and asked in confusion, Commander, did you save me? I guess. Sort of, the little commander replied with a helpless pout, gesturing for Xiao Mo to look behind her. At that moment, there was a patch of muddy stains behind Xiao Mo with some moss sticking to it. So I still fell. Does that mean I'm a soul now? As she spoke, Xiao Mo pinched her own cheek, then widened her eyes in shock. It doesn't hurt at all. No way. Then doesn't that mean? Xiao Mo immediately realized, stepping forward to hug the little commander's thigh, sobbing. Woo, Commander, you have to help me. I haven't even gotten my wife yet, and I haven't turned over to have you call me master. I can't die now. Wake up, wake up. What on earth are you thinking? The little commander in white disdainfully pulled her slender jade leg out of Xiao Mo's hands, frowning slightly. Really, don't touch my precious body with your hands. That just helped someone clean the pipes. It's filthy. What do you mean? Does that mean I still have a chance? Xiao Mo stopped sobbing upon hearing this, looking up at the little commander with hopeful eyes. What do you think, silly pig? I really don't know what EU sees in you. The little commander in white rolled her eyes at Xiao Mo. You have the source power I previously gave you, so you naturally want die, especially with me here. Not long ago, the little commander in white was planning to buy herself a few swimsuits when she sensed that her silly host was in danger and immediately flashed over. She stood on the edge of the cliff, watching Xiao Mo lying motionless on the reef, and helplessly stepped into the air to reach Xiao Mo's side. Tisk tisk tsk, luckily I have my source protecting me, otherwise if I fell from that height I'd be a mess on the shore and in the sea. The little commander looked at Xiao Mo, wrapped in pure white energy, waved her hand to lift her up, and directly transported her to the second-floor balcony. Inside seemed to be a bedroom, and she placed Xiao Mo on the large bed, quietly waiting for her to wake up. However, as soon as Xiao Mo woke up, she made the little commander speechless. So you mean to say that now I have no problem except for my clothes being a bit dirty? Xiao Mo stood up and lightly jumped, then recalled her earlier actions and turned to ask, why didn't it hurt when I pinched myself just now? Nonsense, it must have been automatically shielded. If you could feel pain right now, you'd probably be jumping around in agony. The little commander chuckled, genuinely wanting Xiao Mo to experience that kind of pain. However, since EU was still in the main hall below, she couldn't let her wake up. Since you're awake, Xiao Mo, I'll take my leave now. As the little commander in white spoke, she vanished in front of Xiao Mo with a whoosh, leaving behind a final remark. If you need anything in the future, just call me directly. Don't worry about me thinking you're useless, because whether you call me or not, it's the same. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Xiao Mo, feeling powerless, raged in the room for a while, suddenly realizing that EU was still in the villa, so she awkwardly quieted down and carefully pushed the door open to step outside. This villa is so big, I have no idea where EU is. It would be a bit awkward if we ran into each other when I open the door later. Xiao Mo murmured softly, trying to slow her pace as she explored the villa. Until she reached the railing on the second floor, she seemed to hear a faint snoring sound from downstairs, so Xiao Mo poked her little head out to look towards the first floor. Secretly observing JPG at that moment, EU was resting with her eyes closed downstairs, needing to sort through everything that had happened recently, especially her feelings for Xiao Mo. So Xiao Mo listened. Even in her sleep, EU was murmuring her name. It seemed EU still loved her, but why did EU leave without a word? Xiao Mo's heart was always filled with unanswered questions. Originally, she wanted to confront Yu the moment she saw her and ask her why she left. But at this crucial moment Xiao Mo found herself lacking the courage to step forward. Thus, quietly watching Yu's serene sleeping face, Xiao Mo gradually slid down to the ground leaning against the railing. Even knowing that Yu loved her, she was still afraid to hear an answer from Yu that could shatter her. Xiao Mo. After a while Xiao Mo heard Yu calling her name from downstairs, and she stiffened. To her relief, she found Yu was talking in her sleep, and Xiao Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She thought she had been discovered by Yu. Xiao Mo, don't leave me. Yu's murmurs grew louder until she suddenly sat up looking around cautiously, then exhaling a long breath. Yu shifted uncomfortably, realizing that her interior had been soaked in cold sweat without her noticing. Feeling somewhat weak, she lay back on the sofa involuntarily recalling the scene in her nightmare, where Xiao Mo resolutely left her. At that moment she wished she could just lock Xiao Mo away, and then she woke up. You were the one who chose to leave Xiao Mo. Why do you miss her so much after such a short time? Yu couldn't help but sneer at herself, constantly thinking in her mind that if she could have restrained her desires a bit more perhaps, she wouldn't have found herself in such a predicament. I should see if I can find another sport to distract myself from this excessive energy. Yu sighed helplessly and stood up from the sofa heading towards the villa's gym. Why do I smell a familiar scent of jasmine? Then Yu silently shook her head. It must be that she missed her wife so much that she was hallucinating. How could Xiao Mo possibly find her here? Let me share some bad news. I plan to stockpile chapters, so everyone stop sending gifts. Let me recover first before coming back. I have some issues with my pelvis and spine. The doctor said not to sit for too long. Here I have to say college students are really fragile. By the way, I plan to write up to 130 words before returning, probably updating around October 26th. In the seaside villa on the first floor, Yu stepped into the gym for the first time, glancing around at the various fitness equipment available. Although this villa was under her name and was a gift from her father for her comingafage, it was quite a distance from Mo, so Yu generally did not come here and usually arranged for someone to clean it regularly. The first item, fat-burning training. Yu adjusted her emotions, briefly warmed up, and after moving her body walked to the corner of the room, picking up 2 ropes to start swinging. Recently, for some unknown reason, Yu felt that her hands seemed less nimble than before and at times accompanied by bouts of soreness. So she had reason to suspect that she might be developing tenosynovitis. Now she naturally needed to exercise her hand muscles, otherwise, when she cooked later her hands might be weak. At that time it would truly be embarrassing in front of her wife's family. After finishing the first item, Yu suddenly realized she hadn't changed into her workout clothes and hurriedly stepped outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo, who had slipped down to the first floor, heard footsteps getting closer and didn't know what to do, so she randomly found the nearest room and hurried inside. Hiding behind the door, Xiao Mo was too scared to breathe and prayed in her heart that Yu wouldn't come in. Fortunately, whether it was luck or not, Yu walked into the room next to where she was hiding. Hearing the sound of the door closing outside, Xiao Mo let out a sigh of relief and cautiously opened the door to sneak out. It seemed that Yu had just come out of that room. Let me see what's inside. Xiao Mo tiptoed into the gym like a curious child, staring at the mini gym in awe. Wow. Are rich people really this extravagant now? Having a private home theater is one thing, but they even have a gym. Earlier, Xiao Mo had seen a room on the second floor with a projector, but the bed in that room seemed a bit strange. Just as Xiao Mo was reminiscing, footsteps echoed again. She quickly glanced around and hid behind a pillar in the Yu entered the gym without noticing anything unusual, walking straight to a treadmill. Xiao Mo quietly peeked out, watching Yu in her workout clothes, unable to help but swallow hard. One could only say that this outfit really suited Yu, accentuating her curvy figure. Yu had no idea someone had slipped into her villa, otherwise she definitely wouldn't have worn shorts with a cropped low-cut sports top. However, as her girlfriend, it seemed that even if she was seen, it wouldn't be a loss, right? The second item, aerobic training. Yu said as she lifted her leg onto the treadmill, first setting it to a slower speed and jogging while holding onto the side handles. Wow, no wonder she's my wife, even running looks so cool. At this point, Yu simply tied her hair into a ponytail, and as the treadmill's speed increased, her hands gradually released the handles, moving naturally with the rhythm. To Xiao Mo, everything seemed like a prey posing in front of her as a hunter. She couldn't help but want to pounce on Yu right now, pinning her down on the gym equipment, and then engage in some not-so-innocent activities. God knows how she managed without Yu this past week, who increases their appetite and suddenly tells themselves there's nothing to eat. However, her remaining rationality prevented Xiao Mo from losing control. She still didn't understand the reason for Yu's departure, and it wasn't the right time to meet. After nearly half an hour, Yu finally stepped off the treadmill, panting, and sat down on a nearby sofa. What exactly does Yu want to do? Xiao Mo, hiding behind the pillar, observed secretly. She was increasingly confused about Yu's intentions. Did she leave just to come here to work out? After resting, Yu noticed the dumbbells placed on the floor beside her. The third item, strength training. Yue stood up, walked to the dumbbells, squatted down to adjust her breathing, and then with all her strength lifted the dumbbells up with both hands and her entire body. Friendly reminder, it's best not to lift weights alone when there's no one around, especially for bench pressing and similar exercises. Xiaomo couldn't help but swallow hard at this scene. If she wasn't mistaken, Yue was lifting what seemed to be a 50 kg. Moreover, it looked like Yue was handling it quite effortlessly. At that moment, Xiaomo felt that Yue had transformed from a little white rabbit into a fierce rabbit that pretended to be weak. What's more critical was that Yue's posture seemed as if she was about to engage in an intense fight preparing for a battle. Fortunately, Yue didn't stay in the gym for long before leaving, and Xiaomo found the opportunity to sneak out. In the living room on the first floor, there was no sign of Yue. Xiaomo looked at the gradually golden sky outside. It was getting late, so she quietly slipped out. She hadn't eaten yet. If Yue found out, because her stomach rumbled later, it wouldn't be good. Xiao Bai plans to officially start updating on the 26th, with 2 chapters guaranteed, occasionally 3. Currently, Xiao Bai has 1500 words of backlog, planning 3 updates for 4 consecutive days, then 2 updates for a break. After all, I still can't sit for long, need to rest. Thank you for your support. Leaving the villa, Xiaomo felt the warm sea breeze and watched the sun gradually set, her restless heart slowly calming down. Although she still did not understand why you had to leave, at least it wasn't because of a change of heart, right? Strolling towards her destination in a new city, she thought she should explore a bit first. Xiaomo, how are you doing? The young assistant in white approached her holding several bags and asked upon seeing her dazed expression. I'm okay, I guess. Xiaomo waved her hand in response. Are you sure? You should be out shopping with Yue, not looking like someone who has been abandoned like this. Though the young assistant was aware of the situation, she still asked knowingly. Actually, I haven't gone to find Yue yet. Xiaomo fiddled with her fingers, speaking softly. Well, I should have known that Xiaomo would never accomplish anything big. The assistant teased Xiaomo, who was being so unambitious. I don't want to either, but what can I do? Enough about this, hurry up and take me to a restaurant. I haven't eaten all day, and Xiaomo quickly shifted the awkward topic and grabbed the assistant's hand, running towards the city. Slow down. This one, and this one, let's have 2 servings of each. Xiaomo and the assistant casually found a well-decorated restaurant, entered a private room to sit down, and the assistant ordered a number of dishes from the menu before handing it to the waiter. Assistant, there are just the 2 of us. We won't be able to finish all this, right? Xiaomo said weakly, looking at the assistant's extravagant ordering. The assistant had a smile on her face that Xiaomo couldn't comprehend. The next moment, a beauty who was no less stunning than the assistant appeared at the door of the private room. Xiaomo, let me introduce you. This is my good friend. You can just call her academic overachiever like me. The assistant stood up affectionately, placing a hand on the shoulder of the academic overachiever system. Your friend? Then she's also a system. I might as well call her sister overachiever. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo waved her hand repeatedly. Since she was the assistant's friend, she must be a system too. Xiao Bai, this is the host you found in this world. She seems to have a good foundation. The academic overachiever system carefully scrutinized Xiaomo and then nodded slightly. Of course, my judgment has never been wrong. Look at you acting so smug. The academic overachiever smiled and rolled her eyes at the assistant, then walked in front of Xiaomo, slightly bending down to greet her. Hello, Xiaomo. I am Xiaoling's friend. You can just call me Sister Xiaoling. Xiao Bai. Is that referring to the assistant? Xiaomo asked with a smile, looking at the assistant. The assistant shot her a glare and then turned to the academic overachiever. When did you give yourself a name, academic overachiever? Why didn't you tell me? My number is 000, so I just picked a random name, Xiaoling casually replied. And then I'll come up with a name too. The assistant thought whimsically, then I'll call myself Xiao Yi. Xiao Bai becomes Xiao Yi. Xiao Bai is secretly hoarding resources to Yi. Sister Ling. Xiaoling. Xiaolin. Why do I always feel like my unscrupulous younger sister is taking advantage of me? A gentle knock from the waiter interrupted their chat, and all 3 sat back in their seats. Looking at the seafood feast served, Xiaomo swallowed hard. Here, academic overachiever. Oh no, wait, I should call you Xiaoling now. Let me feed you a shrimp. The assistant picked up a shrimp with her chopsticks, gently blowing on it, so the shell fell off, then offered it to the academic overachiever. Ow! Xiaoling was not polite, and gobbled it down directly. Come on, Xiao, you should have a bite too. Xiao. So this is how sure you felt when she saw me and you showing off our affection. Assistant, I want to eat shrimp too. Xiaomo gazed longingly at the assistant, hoping she would also blow on a shrimp for her. You want to eat it? Then peel it yourself. The assistant glanced at Xiaomo indifferently, firmly refusing. Huh, why not? Am I not your favorite host anymore? Yes, but I don't want to peel shrimp for my host. What's wrong with wanting my friend to peel shrimp for me? The assistant said, picking up another shrimp to feed Xiaoling. You? This? Uffed. Watching this scene, Xiaomo pretended to be heartbroken, clutching her chest. Ha ha. Xiaomo was furious throughout the meal. She just watched the assistant and the academic overachiever flaunt their friendship. Cow, why did you have to leave my wife? Otherwise I wouldn't be feeling this way. By the way, Xiaomo, you might see Xiaoling often from now on. Before leaving, Xiao Yi kindly reminded Xiaomo. What do you mean? Xiao Mo was puzzled, filled with questions. But the assistant did not explain disappearing. Xiao Mo? So I guess I should just go back first. As Xiao Mo stepped out of the private room, she was about to leave the restaurant when the next moment. Hello dear guest, your total bill is 140 yuan. Would you like to pay using WeChat or Zhifubao? Xiao Mo's smile instantly froze. Assistant, I'm eating lemons. Treating with my money, just wait. You'll suffer the consequences. After paying, Xiao Mo followed the same path back to the seaside villa. Fortunately, the assistant had given her some small tools earlier, so she didn't have to worry about climbing over the wall and falling down. However, even so, she would not easily forgive the assistant. Xiao Mo easily entered the villa this time, but as soon as she stepped inside, she heard some strange sound. Could it be that something happened to EU? Xiao Mo wondered, cautiously stepping upstairs. The further she went up, the clearer the sounds became. Until she reached a room on the second floor, the door was ajar, not fully closed. She took a deep breath, peeking her head through the slightly open door. Yu Yue wore only a delicate silk nightgown, its buttons left undone, her lustrous hair cascading freely over her shoulders, heightening her allure. A familiar fragrance drifted into Xiao Mo's nostrils, stirring an involuntary warmth within her. Under the soft glow of the lamplight, Yue's deep-set eyes appeared crystalline and serene, while her glistening lips shimmered with a tender, irresistible redness. Xiao Mo's reason urged her to flee, but her legs refused to budge, rooted in place. Perhaps it was Yue's regular fitness regimen that lent her presence such magnetic intensity. After an indeterminate span of time, perhaps his consciousness gradually reasserted itself, or perhaps because Xiao Mo's gaze had grown too palpable, Yue inexplicably turned her head toward the doorway. Whether from sheer panic, the half-closed door now swung wider. Blinking awkwardly, Xiao Mo snapped back to awareness and spun around, retreating swiftly from the room. She had to escape immediately. Even if she longed to confront Yue and demand answers, this was not the moment. To have been caught spying was profoundly humiliating. Even if Yue chose to overlook it, she would surely tease her mercilessly about it later. Yue hastily wrapped herself in a towel and sprang from bed, rushing into the hallway to scan the corridor. Still uneasy, she searched the second floor thoroughly, finding no one, before finally exhaling in quiet relief and returning to her room. With Xiao Mo absent, even rigorous exercise could not fully quell her yearning. The mere act of opening voice messages Xiao Mo had once sent her made her pulse quicken uncontrollably. Hearing the door upstairs click shut, Xiao Mo, hiding on the first floor, finally relaxed. It's all right. Perfectly natural. Every woman experiences such desires, especially Yue. There's nothing unusual here. Yet in that instant, Xiao Mo understood precisely why Yue had withdrawn. That wretched Yue, trying to rely on herself now. Having had enough comfort, she intends to cast me aside. Just you wait. If only Yue treated her with gentler affection more often, she'd gladly indulge her, again and again. Muttering a quiet inward grumble, Xiao Mo selected a guest room on the first floor and fell asleep. Yet in her dreams, Yue lay upon the bed, ethereal, beguiling, each gesture radiating an intoxicating charm that left Xiao Mo breathless and entranced. And Yue clung to her relentlessly. With no recourse, Xiao Mo yielded, surrendering wholly to desire. That night, from a room on the villa's ground floor, a soft, foolish chuckle drifted repeatedly through the silence. But Yue, having just soothed herself moments before, slept deeply, unaware of the muffled laughter echoing. The next morning, Xiao Mo awoke to sounds emanating from the living room. She cracked her door open just a sliver, and there sat Yue on the sofa, palms pressed together, murmuring something under her breath. Focusing intently, Xiao Mo recognized the words, the Qingxin Ju, the scripture of pure heart. A pure heart flows like water. A water is the heart. No breeze stirs, no ripples disturb the surface. Alone among secluded bamboos I sit in stillness, singing long clear notes upon my chin. A pause. Then softly, almost imperceptibly, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Xiao Mo nearly blurted out, Master, please stop chanting. I truly repent. In that moment she grasped, viscerally, the exasperation Sun Wukong must have felt beneath Tang Sanzang's endless sermons. Frustrated, Xiao Mo silenced her phone and dialed the Yue. Instantly, an unmistakably flustered, breathless sound rang out from the living room. Staring at her device in stunned disbelief, Xiao Mo froze. Yue. She had recorded Xiao Mo's pleading voice and set it as her ringtone. Unbearable. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yue glanced at the caller ID, and in an instant her earlier aura of serene detachment dissolved, replaced by the soft, unguarded blush of a young woman. Yet she did not answer. She simply let the phone chime on, while Xiao Mo, listening from her room, flushed crimson, burning with the urge to rush out and demand an explanation. When the ringing ceased, Yue did not resume her chant. Instead, she slipped on her shoes and ascended the stairs. Puzzled, Xiao Mo wondered what Yue intended, only for the same indescribable sound from last night to echo once more. Not that, Xiao Mo muttered wryly. Yet minutes passed, and still no call of her name. Her suspicion hardened into certainty. Only when you call my name, then in your moment of reward, will I step forward and give you exactly what you deserve. Humph, humph, humph. Until the next day, which was also the third day since Xiao Mo arrived in this city, she finally heard the answer she had been longing for. Hearing Yu call her name, Xiao Mo angrily pushed the door open. God knows how Xiao Mo has been these past 2 days. All she could say was that it was all Yu's fault for often starting to cough unexpectedly, making Xiao Mo feel terrible as well. Fortunately, the long wait proved to be worthwhile. At this moment, Xiao Mo looked at Yu's flushed face and couldn't help but swallow hard. Yu stared at the visitor, her eyes wide with shock, her voice stuck in her throat, her mind blank. How did her wife, moreover she had seen her in? Was there anything more mortifying than this? At this moment, Yu even wished to wash herself clean. Yu steadied her mind, sat up, and forced a calm smile. Xiao Mo, what a coincidence, what brings you here? Yet her bewildered gaze betrayed her flustered heart. Do you not know why I came? Xiao Mo replied coldly, her eyes gleaming with an ambiguous light. This statement undoubtedly relieved Yu, who wanted to retreat repeatedly. But due to days of exhaustion, she now lacked the strength to even stand up. Suddenly Xiao Mo approached in a fit of anger and directly pushed Yu onto the bed. Yu lost control and fell back with one of Xiao Mo's hands propped beside Yu's ear and the other lifting her chin, leaning over her. Yu, why did you run away? If being discovered by Xiao Mo just now had made her feel ashamed, Xiao Mo's current actions stirred her heart in a way she couldn't ignore. The warm breath on her face made Yu's cheeks flush. I heard you calling my name. Xiao Mo gazed intently into Yu's eyes, and I saw you almost crying yesterday. You must have seen it wrong. Yu's cheeks were flushed as she shyly turned her head away and stubbornly retorted, and you heard it wrong too. Is it really that hard to admit you need me? Xiao Mo raised her fist and gently tapped Yu's chest. You need me, even if you don't like me, you still like my body. Yu moved her lips about to speak, but the next moment Xiao Mo captured her lips, seeking fervently. Xiao Mo unflinching whispered provocative words that made Yu blush furiously. What you called just now was very nice. Xiao Mo leaned in with an enticing voice next to her ear, causing Yu's breath to momentarily. Now it's my turn. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Mo lowered her head again and kissed the rosy lips. Feeling Xiao Mo's movements, Yu was both startled and at a loss, raising her hands to push Xiao Mo away. However, Xiao Mo untied the ribbon from her hair, crossing Yu's hands above her head. At this moment, Xiao Mo's eyes sparkled with an unusual infatuation. Yu then realized that her little wild cat seemed to be able to consume her completely, even when she was in a bad state. At this moment, Yu's clothes were half up and fully exposed before Xiao Mo. Let me go quickly, Yu said with a flushed face, forcing herself to command. But Xiao Mo unfazed raised an eyebrow and leaned in to whisper 3 words in Yu's ear. I want. Yu's body felt numb, and she sensed she was about to lose all strength. Struggling to maintain control, her voice filled the entire bedroom, lingering for a long time. It was a day worth savoring. After an unknown amount of time, the setting sun outside cast golden sunlight into the room. The 2 beautiful girls with fair skin were tightly embraced under the blanket on the bed. Miyu's eyelids fluttered slightly, and after a soft moan, she slowly opened her eyes. Looking down at the Xiao Mo in her arms, who was sleeping soundly at the moment. The golden sunlight spilled across her face, highlighting her delicate nose and her slightly chubby cheeks. Yu couldn't help but smile. Why did this seemingly obedient little creature look so wild today? Although she didn't know why Xiao Mo had found her here, well, who cares? After these few days, Yu had been unable to sleep well and missed Xiao Mo dearly. And now she thought of the way Xiao Mo had kissed her uncontrollably. This made Yu decide to face her own heart. It seemed that only in front of Xiao Mo could she be herself. So what if I love my wife? Besides, I not only want to love her, but also to love her fiercely. Cough, cough, cough. After all, she is my wife. You cannot envy us. If you are not allowed to leave without a word next time. The Xiao Mo in her arms slightly opened her eyes upon sensing Yu's movement, looking up at her. Yu chuckled, haha, okay, I promise you I will never run away again, or let me be pressed forever. How about, that's more like it. Xiao Mo hummed lightly, wriggling her body out of Yu's broad and towering embrace, propping her head up with her arm. You have no idea, I've been unable to sleep well for a long time, just to find you. Yu chuckled softly, lowered her head, and gently pecked Xiao Mo's lips. Okay, it's all my fault, I want to. Xiao Mo lifted her head and kissed back. Then you must keep your word. Alright, you should rest well for a while. I will go prepare dinner for you. Yu affectionately patted Xiao Mo's beautiful back, soothing her. Xiao Mo reluctantly released Yu, but could not resist the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. Yu looked at the Xiao Mo, who began to snore as soon as her head touched the pillow, biting her lip to hold back a laugh, thinking she couldn't wake her wife again. Such a delicate and soft little wildcat, of course she would love her for a lifetime. Xiao Mo, dinner's ready. Yu pushed open the door after finishing dinner and stepped into the room, finding Xiao Mo still fast asleep in bed. She gently poked the soft, plump cheek of her beloved. She truly seemed unable to live without Xiao Mo anymore. Yet even so, Xiao Mo had no right to dominate her so brazenly. Stupid. So Yu decided not to tell Xiao Mo just yet. lest the silly girl become unbearably smug. Then I'll tell her during my proposal ceremony. Xiao Mo stirred awake, sensing the gentle prodding on her face, swatted away Yu's restless hand, and sat up with a languid stretch. Yu, have you eaten yet? Come on down, you little glutton. Yu teased, lightly tapping Xiao Mo's delicate petite nose with affection. All right, go ahead and leave first. I'll get dressed. Xiao Mo waved dismissively, urging Yu to step aside and stop lingering, lest she accidentally witness something she shouldn't, and risk another unpredictable turn of events. Yu, look. Mom just found out I brought her daughter-in-law home, and now she's practically rushing me to take you back. Xiao Mo descended the stairs fully dressed and showed Yu the chat log with her mother. We can hold off for now. Let's stay 2 more days. We'll treat it as a proper vacation. Oh, by the way, Yu, why did you leave without saying goodbye? I called you so many times, but you never picked up. Xiao Mo lifted her head from the crab shell mid-battle with spicy crab and gazed earnestly at Yu. Though she already suspected the answer, she still longed to hear it from Yu's own lips. Well, Yu lowered her head, poking absently at the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks, stammering. She stole a cautious glance at Xiao Mo's expression, only to find her wearing an unyielding, expectant look, as if refusing to relent until she spoke. Hesitantly, she murmured, "You know it too, don't you? When we're together, I've admittedly indulged a bit too freely. So I thought, perhaps I could find some other way to expend that energy otherwise. You'd eventually grow overwhelmed. And if you ever ran off one day, that would be truly unfortunate." Xiao Mo rolled her eyes dramatically. "I'm the one always underneath, and I haven't complained once. So why are you the perpetual top, exhausting yourself emotionally over nothing? Xiao Mo, I swear, next time something like this happens, I'll come straight to you. No more vanishing on my own." Yu raised 3 fingers toward the ceiling, solemnly taking an oath. All right, let's eat already. I'm starving." Though warmed by Yu's vow, Xiao Mo knew her immediate priority was refueling. Today's exertions had left her thoroughly spent. After dinner, Xiao Mo and Yu lay side by side on the bed. Xiao Mo draped her calf across Yu's lower abdomen. Yu closed her eyes, savoring this rare, tranquil moment with quiet contentment. Xiao Mo had gone to great lengths searching for her, yet hadn't Yu herself wrestled just as fiercely with her feelings for Xiao Mo? As these thoughts drifted through her mind, Yu began gently tickling Xiao Mo's bare feet, prompting Xiao Mo to turn her head and glare with mock indignation. A little swordplay. Ah, how refreshing. Unfazed, Yu continued her playful assault, delighting in Xiao Mo's flustered reactions. Yu, let go right now, or I will get angry. Xiao Mo bared her teeth, playfully feigning a pounce. Nope, I won't. Who do you think you are overpowering me today? Where's a fierce tea like me supposed to keep her dignity? Yu pouted defiantly, her fingers quickening their teasing rhythm. Unable to tolerate Yu's brazen disregard for her threats, Xiao Mo lunged forward, and the two tumbled into a breathless laughing tangle. Soon enough, both lay sprawled on the bed, chests heaving, gasping for air, their disheveled hair clinging to flushed cheeks, lending them an irresistible allure. Oh, Yu! Xiao Mo suddenly remembered something and guided Yu's hand toward her own chest. Yu instinctively pulled back, bewildered. Xiao Mo, what are you doing? Xiao Mo shot her a sharp, exasperated look. Couldn't Yu clear the clutter from her mind once in a while? All those lewd fantasies were terribly unhealthy. Didn't you say you wanted to rein in your impulses? Then let's begin practicing, now. With that, Xiao Mo seized Yu's hand and placed it firmly where she intended. We'll stay like this tonight, but you're not to move me. It's for your own good. Hearing Xiao Mo's earnest tone, Yu unconsciously swallowed. Don't fidget. Xiao Mo frowned. Why couldn't Yu control her hands? Clearly more practice was needed. Otherwise, constant entanglements like this would simply be unsustainable. As breathing in the bedroom grew deeper and heavier, Xiao Mo gently redirected Yu's focus. Yu, do you remember how Mom reacted when I showed her your photo? What did Annie think of her? Instantly intrigued, Yu leaned in. Back then, Yu studied the photograph handed to her by her eldest daughter, eyeing Xiao Mo with mild suspicion. Are you certain this is your girlfriend? Why does she look different from what I imagined? Xiao Mo blinked her large, sparkling eyes and smiled sweetly. Maybe she's grown even lovelier after spending so much time with your daughter. Yu composed herself gravely. As your mother, however, I feel compelled to offer a few words regarding your identity as a lesbian. Huh, didn't Mom already approve? Who said I was about to criticize? Yu gave Xiao Mo a faintly disdainful glance before continuing warmly. What I mean is, if you found a girlfriend, perhaps it's time to stop getting manicures. Wouldn't want to accidentally scratch your dear girl after all. Xiao Mo glanced silently at her carefully done nails, manicured just a month before finals, and murmured timidly, Mom, is there any chance your beloved daughter is actually the one beneath? Yu instantly grasped Xiao Mo's meaning and asked, incredulous. Xiao Mo nodded quietly, yes. So, if you hadn't developed that condition, would you have brought home a son-in-law instead, eh? Mom, what on earth are you imagining? So what if I am? Look around our neighborhood. There are plenty of male couples. Who knows, maybe someday. And then, And then, Yu could hardly wait to know what the aunt said next, urging eagerly. Of course she asked me when I would counterattack. Xiao Mo turned to Yu with a bright smile. So you see I have successfully fulfilled my mom's wish. Xiao Han, do you know what happens to the little receiver after he counters the fierce attack? Yu wore a subtle smile on her face, and before Xiao Mo could respond she continued. After that the little receiver would be in an even worse situation. Xiao Mo, undeterred by the threat in Yu's words, spoke with confidence. Then do you know what happens to those who are stubborn? They won't be able to get out of bed the next day. Xiao Mo, are you talking about yourself? Yu asked. Xiao Mo shot her an angry glare of, I'm no longer that Xiao Mo who could only be suppressed. Now the one in front of you is the fierce conqueror Yu's nemesis, Xiao Mo. And I the true fierce conqueror Yu. I will punish every stubborn little receiver. No more talking, time to sleep. Oh, good night, Xiao Mo. Good night. The next morning Xiao Mo opened her eyes to see Yu already asleep, glancing at her hand still clutching her bunny, and gently pried it away. She lifted the pajama to take a look inside. Aside from a few red marks, everything seemed fine. Yu felt someone moving and slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Xiao Mo beside her, she snuggled close, her voice soft and sleepy. Xiao Mo, how about I take you out today? A new amusement park just opened here. After receiving a nod from Xiao Mo, Yu excitedly rolled out of bed and ran outside with Xiao Mo having no choice but to follow her. Seeing Yu enter the room they had been in before, Xiao Mo stepped inside, unable to help but gulp at the sight of the wardrobe filled with clothes. Goodness, so many high-end designs. How much could all this cost? Xiao Mo stared at the little dresses she had wanted to buy before, but had immediately given up upon seeing the prices. Although some of these were not the latest styles, they were still far beyond what someone like Xiao Mo, who had only scammed a little money from the system, could afford. Xiao Mo thought, no way. I have to get that rich system back here. As long as I can extort it one more time, I won't have to worry about not being able to buy things for the rest of my life, haha. Yu, watching Xiao Mo chuckle to herself, tilted her head in confusion and reminded her, Xiao Mo, what are you laughing about? Oh, nothing. Xiao Mo quickly snapped back to reality upon hearing her voice, wiping the drool from the corner. Yu, it couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Her wife was perfect in every way, soft and fragrant, but sometimes she did seem a bit daft. Come on, Xiao Mo, try on this dress. Xiao Mo took the dress from Yu, examining it closely. This didn't seem like a style she would like. Then she looked at the dress next to Yu, which was similar to the one in her hand, and suddenly realized. Nowhere can you buy brand dresses in couples outfits. That's not from your side, Xiao Mo. Yu shrugged helplessly. So I ended up buying a few dresses meant for friends. In the end, Xiao Mo was persuaded by Yu to change into the same pink dress for friends, and then the two of them headed to the amusement park entrance together. Yu, is this really necessary? When Yu dragged Xiao Mo to the drop tower, Xiao Mo admitted she panicked. She had agreed to go to the amusement park with Yu, but she had not expected to ride this drop tower. The line wasn't too long yet, and after a group of people sat down, they were quickly lifted into the air by the machine. Upon reaching the highest point, there was a sudden rapid descent, followed by screams. Watching the scene before her, Xiao Mo had only one thought in her mind: the people in front were flying while her soul was lagging behind. Yu, should we try something else? Xiao Mo blinked her big eyes at Yu, weakly suggesting, while pointing at the nearby carousel, how about we ride that? I think it's more suitable for us. Besides, didn't we also ride the same carousel together back then? Don't you want to relive that warm memory? Yu looked at Xiao Mo's hopeful eyes, glancing at the carousel, and suddenly had a great idea. We will ride the carousel, but let's try the drop tower first. As Yu said this, she pulled Xiao Mo towards the drop tower, teasing her about her reluctant expression. What's wrong, Xiao Mo? Are you scared? It was only when they were seated on the drop tower that Xiao Mo began to regret it. Why did she so boldly boast to Yu earlier, saying, who said I was afraid? Today I, the daring Xiao Mo, will show you what it means to be brave. Oh, Mom. Is it too late to tell the staff I want? Yu leaned close to Xiao Mo's ear and chuckled softly. Xiao Mo, if you're scared, just hold my hand, okay? Who is scared? I'm not scared at all. Xiao Mo stubbornly insisted, gripping the safety bar tightly, unwilling to take Yu's hand. As the drop tower rose higher, Xiao Mo felt her feet suspended in the air, swaying wildly in the wind. Xiao Mo swallowed hard, tightly closing her eyes. Just as she was about to reach for Yu's hand, the next moment, without any warning, the drop tower plummeted. Screams erupted uncontrollably from Xiao Mo's mouth, and just as she feared she was about to perish, Yu held her hand tightly. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Hearing Yu's words, Xiao Mo felt her spirit calmed, as if her soul had been healed. At that moment, the fear of the drop tower no longer frightened her. Xiao Mo held her hand tightly and returned softly, saying, Yu, thank you. Thankfully I brought you back. And thankfully now you are still by my side. As Xiao Mo stepped off the drop tower, her legs inevitably felt weak. However, noticing the teasing gaze of the person beside her, she stubbornly retorted, I'm not scared, I'm just. Before Xiao Mo could finish her sentence, Yu interrupted with a bottle of water, urging her to take a break. The two sat on a bench watching the crowd bustling around them. Some thrill-seekers eagerly lined up for the drop tower while a few couples snuggled together playfully, saying no, yet their bodies obediently moved toward the queue. Naturally, the drop tower punished every stubborn person. Among those who exited, some trembled on their legs yet insisted they would go again, while others stood pale, retching to the side. After taking in the sights, a recovered Xiao Mo excitedly took Yu's hand and headed toward the carousel. Once the previous batch of visitors disembarked, Xiao Mo and Yu climbed aboard. "Yue, why can you ride the rainbow unicorn while I have to settle for this ugly horse?" Sitting atop the unattractive steed, Xiao Mo turned around with a face full of dissatisfaction, gazing at Yu behind her. Yu winked at Xiao Mo. "How about after this we ride the same horse together?" Then, taking advantage of the attendant's moment of inattention, Yu stealthily climbed down from the rainbow unicorn and quietly sat behind Xiao Mo. "Please do not imitate." "What are you doing, Yu?" Feeling the movement behind her, Xiao Mo turned to see Yu abandoning the unicorn to join her, which touched her heart. But why couldn't she ride that rainbow unicorn herself? What a waste. The unicorn can't compare to my wife. Besides, this also gave me a chance to get closer. The latter part of her thoughts was naturally something Yu couldn't voice, but she believed Xiao Mo would soon experience it firsthand. As cheerful music played, Yu hidden by the melody. Ahem. Can't go too wild, or else this book might catch Shunhee's attention. Until the carousel finally came to a stop. Noticing the commotion, the attendant approached with a smile, looking at the two on the carousel. "Would you two little sisters like to ride again?" The attendant stood before them watching. Xiao Mo, feeling shy, couldn't find her voice, while Yu flashed a pure smile and nodded at the attendant, saying, "Yes, sister, thank you." Perhaps due to the lack of people queuing for the carousel, or perhaps influenced by Yu's sweet sister, the attendant quickly smiled and walked away. The cheerful music started again. Xiao Mo let out a long breath, pointing at Yu with an accusatory glare. After finally getting off the carousel, Xiao Mo shot Yu an annoyed glance. "We're still outside. Can't you be a bit more careful?" "Hee, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's who'll be embarrassed." Yu made a face, sticking her tongue out playfully. Yu insisted on trying other attractions, leaving Xiao Mo no choice but to accompany her. By the time they emerged from the drifting world, both of their clothes were soaked. The slightly translucent fabric perfectly showcased their delicate curves. Xiao Mo shot her a glare and pulled her aside. "What are you going to do now? Your clothes are wet." Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine, I'm not cold." "Is this about being cold or not? In your current state, if others see you?" "No way. This look of Yu absolutely cannot be seen by anyone else, it's for my eyes only." In the end, they had to buy a raincoat to drape over themselves temporarily. Looking at the raincoat, Yu was touched and directly kissed Xiao Mo on the cheek in front of the convenience store lady. The convenience store lady looked at them in surprise, then glanced at their attire, nodding knowingly. "You two make a what a beautiful phrase, lovely couple." Xiao Mo and Yu exchanged smiles, their hands tightly intertwined. Inside the amusement park's golden arches, they resolved their lunch, and Yu tugged at Xiao Mo's hand, hoping she would accompany her to the haunted house. "Xiao Mo, I'm a bit scared of ghosts. Can you?" Looking at the sparkling eyes of Yu, Xiao Mo rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Did you think I forgot about that time we went to the amusement park together? People change, right? Come on, Xiao Mo, just go with me." Yu no longer resembled her previous cool demeanor. Her playful charm was effortless. Yu gently shook Xiao Mo's hand, her big eyes blinking with anticipation for a response. All right, I'll reluctantly accompany you inside to play." Xiao Mo agreed, mainly because she had no idea how to refuse such a charming Yu, especially with the huge contrast compared to before, giving her the illusion of completely turning the tables. No, wait, it was a feeling, yes. It was definitely a feeling. Even though she was still terrified of the haunted house, the memory of her last experience there was vivid in her mind. The two entered the haunted house, which was dark and silent, with only a few patches of blue light in the corners barely illuminating the path beneath their feet. Yu pressed closely against Xiao Mo, her icy little hand almost warmed by Xiao Mo's body heat. Xiao Mo couldn't see the expression on Yu's face, only hearing her slowly walk to her ear, weakly asking Xiao Mo, "Are you very scared?" "Scared? Xiao Mo don't even know what fear means, okay?" Xiao Mo stubbornly retorted, turning to walk ahead. However, just as she turned her head, she saw a face suddenly pressing against the glass wall behind her. That could no longer be called a human face. It was a bloody mess, the features unrecognizable, only vaguely discernible were the bloodshot eyes that seemed to be half falling out, staring at her intensely. "Oh, Iyue, help me." Xiao Mo didn't know how she got separated from Iyue. She only remembered running away in panic after being frightened. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself in a pitch-black little room. Xiao Mo nervously swallowed, curling up in a corner, trembling. Occasionally, she could hear other players screaming, mixed with the sound of NPCs from the haunted house chasing with chainsaws. Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. Why did she foolishly come here? She wanted to go home. To find her mom, to find Iyue. Xiao Mo seemed to deeply regret why she had to pretend not to be scared in front of Iyue. Now she could only curl up, bury her face in her knees, trembling. At this moment the NPC who should have been hiding in the little room's closet looked through the gap at the girl squatting in the corner contemplating whether to go out and comfort her, but glanced at his terrifying butcher costume and silently shook his head. If he went out now the little girl would probably be so scared she'd lose her soul. Thinking this, he quietly picked up the intercom and softly said, "There's a tourist in the little black room No. 6 who has been scared and seems to be on the verge of collapse. Should we send her companion to find her?" Moments later a reply came through the intercom. "NPC in little black room No. 6 stay put. The young lad's companion will be there shortly, no need to scare them anymore." Received. After an unknown period Xiao Mo heard footsteps stopping in front of her, and only then did she react amidst her pounding heart. Who was coming? A tourist or an NPC from the haunted house? Xiao Mo didn't even have the courage to look up, fearing she might see a ghostly face. Until Yu's gentle voice rang out, she seemed to have run all the way to find her heavy breathing particularly clear in the little dark room. "Xiao Mo, I finally found you. Are you alright?" "Iyue. Xiao Mo trembled as she spoke, slowly raising her head to see that familiar face, wanting nothing more than to rush over. Unfortunately, just as she stood, her legs went numb, causing her to fall back down. Seeing this, Iyue quickly reached out, grabbing Xiao Mo's arm to help her stand up. "Xiao Mo." Seeing Xiao Mo's eyes tightly shut, Iyue chuckled and leaned closer, planting soft kisses on Xiao Mo's cherry lips one after another. Xiao Mo's ears turned bright red, her long eyelashes fluttering, yet she still didn't open her eyes. Yu's movements gradually slowed, staring at Xiao Mo, finally asking, "Xiao Mo, do you want me to kiss you?" Seeing her secret thoughts exposed by Iyue, Xiao Mo hurriedly tried to open her eyes, but Iyue swiftly covered her eyes with her hand. Everything remained pitch black. Just before Xiao Mo could speak, Iyue leaned close to her ear and softly said, "It's okay, let's rest here for a while longer." Meanwhile, the NPC hiding in the closet looked at this scene, utterly confused. What's going on? Why did these girls start nibbling on each other as soon as her companion arrived? So, am I also part of their play? When Xiao Mo emerged from the haunted house, her legs were still weak, relying on Iyue for support. Iyue smiled brightly as she helped Xiao Mo onto a bench, reminding her not to run around before turning and jogging off to who knows where. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Mo looked down, seeing the familiar long dress that suddenly stopped in front of her, and when she raised her head, she saw a huge bouquet of roses in front of her. Iyue, disregarding the gazes of those around her, handed Xiao Mo a bouquet of roses and a bouquet of lilies. "Wow, Iyue, did you just go buy flowers for me? Do you like them?" Iyue asked with a beaming smile. "I love them so much. So do you like the flowers, or do you like me?" "Of course I like both." Iyue gently scratched Xiao Mo's little nose, then pulled her along to the last activity she had planned. The giant Ferris wheel cast shadows that divided the sunlight into several parts, and the flowers in Xiao Mo's hands swayed gently in the light. Iyue and Xiao Mo stood at the end of the long queue, looking at the long line ahead, and couldn't help but comment, "Sigh, there are so many people this time, we might have to wait until evening." "By the way, Iyue, why did you buy this bouquet of lilies? Don't you know they're toxic?" "Although lilies are toxic, we are not." Iyue flashed a charming smile, giving Xiao Mo a wink. "That's true." Xiao Mo smiled, using the roses to shield their conversation from the onlookers, and gently planted a kiss on Iyu's face. The setting sun gradually tinted the boundless sky with hues of crimson, shrouding the originally azure expanse in a veil of orange light. The back of the Ferris wheel was already cloaked in the dimness of evening. The gentle breeze lifted from the ground, carrying the fragrance of lilies and roses that danced against Xiao Mo and Iyu's faces, tangling their hair and entwining their thoughts. The only unchanging element was the deep love the two shared for one another. A look exchanged in silent understanding, both faces adorned with smiles that symbolized happiness. The group advanced in an orderly manner, and soon Iyue led Xiao Mo onto the Ferris wheel. At this moment the sky had become hazy, enveloped by the setting sun, with golden clouds drifting across the horizon. As the cabin ascended gradually, Iyue gently caressed Xiao Mo's slender waist, guiding her to gaze at the scenery outside the window. In the distance, the tall buildings were ablaze with lights. What glanced down revealed the entire city, where countless tiny figures busily went about their lives. They were no exception. In the past, Iyue could not find the light that illuminated her path. Every return home greeted her with a pitch-black room. But now she felt a sense of reassurance. If Xiao Mo could always be by her side, she believed they would ignite a light that belonged solely to them. As the cabin continued its ascent towards the summit, a soft creaking sound arose, and two pairs of beautiful eyes quietly met. Iyue gazed at Xiao Mo's reflection in the glass, smiling as if caught in the act. She turned to Xiao Mo and said, "You were stealing glances at me. Actually, I can look openly." Xiao Mo, unfazed by being caught, met her gaze with calmness and warmth. The air began to cool, perhaps due to the impending sunset or the rising Ferris wheel. Yet the warmth lingered between them, the fervor of roses entwined with the gentleness of lilies, slowly fermenting in this small cabin. Xiao Mo gazed intently at Iyue, her deep eyes shimmering with a strange light under the glow of the city, yet the focus of her gaze was solely on Iyue. Yu found herself blinking softly, her heart racing with an inexplicable desire to respond. The two stared at each other, even their breaths felt as if they had slowed. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, her red lips parted gently, slowly releasing a warm breath filled with affection. As they beheld each other's tempting lips, the distance between them gradually diminished, and their tender lips finally met. This kiss was incredibly soft, devoid of any lust. It was simply a gentle touch. They both felt a sense of being cherished, and inexplicably warmth welled up in their eyes as if tears were about to fall. The starry sky seemed to float around the cabin, their eyelashes trembled as they felt enveloped in infinite sweetness, blissfully closing their eyes. After a moment their lips parted. Yu opened her eyes, gazing tenderly at her beloved Xiao Mo. People say that couples who kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel will be together forever. Do you agree? At this moment, Yu's gaze towards Xiao Mo was far from innocent, yet looking at the one she intended to love for a lifetime, that gaze seemed particularly special. Xiao Mo looked down at Yu's outstretched hand, tears of emotion streaming down her face, without a moment's hesitation, as she grasped it. It is my honor. They embraced and kissed, both immersed in the fervor of their feelings. When the two finally descended from the Ferris wheel, Xiao Mo turned and discreetly glanced at Yu, who stood beside her, a gentle smile of happiness still gracing her face. The pink skirt captured the golden rays of the setting sun, exuding a halo of pure tenderness. She smiled solely for one person, and that person was herself. Yu noticed the gaze directed at her, turning with a smile to ask, "What's wrong, Xiao Mo? Why are you looking at me?" Xiao Mo held flowers in hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "I'm looking at my wife." Yu stepped closer, leaning down to place a kiss on Xiao Mo's forehead, enveloped in the sweet fragrance of jasmine. "Let's go home." Home. It was already evening when they left the amusement park. Yu and Xiao Mo discussed briefly and decided to head home directly. After parking the car, Yu looked at Xiao Mo, who was lying in the back seat and had already fallen asleep. She unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned forward to place a gentle kiss on Xiao Mo's cheek. "Yu, why do you always sneak a kiss when I'm asleep?" Xiao Mo sensed the movement on her cheek, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her beautiful eyes opened to see Yu sitting upright in the driver's seat, her voice soft and sleepy as she mumbled, "What? Don't say nonsense, I've been sitting right here in the driver's seat." Yu feigned innocence as she defended herself, while Xiao Mo pointed to her unbuckled seatbelt, blinking at her. Yu looked down at the seatbelt in silence, then directly opened the car door and got out. "Let's not worry about those details, let's go home first." Xiao Mo let out a light hum, and also opened the car door to follow Yu into the villa. Yu was downstairs preparing dinner. Just as she finished, she was about to call Xiao Mo downstairs to eat, when she passed by the bathroom, and the door opened. Xiao Mo walked out enveloped in steam, likely due to just having taken a shower, her skin fair and slightly flushed. Glistening droplets of water trickled down from her hair, cascading onto Xiao Mo and spreading. The clothes she wore became damp, clinging to her exquisite curves, revealing a captivating spring scenery. The length of her pajamas reached just to Xiao Mo's peach, every step revealing a glimpse of beauty. Yu gazed at the enticing scene before her, her feet felt as heavy as lead, and it seemed Xiao Mo had unknowingly become even more beautiful. She couldn't help but imagine how happy she would be if Xiao Mo wore this outfit and acted coy with her. Yu gradually became entranced, her breathing unconsciously slowing, only her slight shivers from excitement reminding her that time was still flowing. "Yu, what's wrong with you? Why is Yu looking at me like that?" Xiao Mo's call pulled Yu back from her drifting thoughts, and for a moment her mind went blank, unsure of what to say. Xiao Mo followed Yu's gaze and looked down at her outfit, her face turning slightly red as she explained, "I didn't bring pajamas or loungewear this time, so I just went to your bedroom and randomly picked something, but I only found pajamas." Yu was taller than her, so her pajamas just barely covered her pert peach, but from Yu's perspective it had its own unique charm. At that moment she suddenly remembered that because of the wildness with Xiao Mo yesterday, she had forgotten to put away her own sexy pajamas this morning. No wonder this outfit looked so tempting when wet. She never anticipated that the consequence of not putting them away just once would lead to such a situation. How cool. An idea quietly took root in Yu's mind, and she began to imagine how Xiao Mo would look wearing the other sexy outfits she had stored away. Seeing that Yu remained silent, Xiao Mo held her hand and asked, "What's wrong, Yu? Should I take this off?" Yu felt the warm touch at her wrist and looked into Xiao Mo's sparkling eyes, her mind involuntarily conjuring up the image of Xiao Mo crying and calling her husband. It seemed even more beautiful than now. Yu raised her hand to brush past the corner of Xiao Mo's eye, smiling as she reassured, "It's nothing, you look great in this outfit." Hearing Yu's compliment, Xiao Mo's lips curled up as she nudged Yu's hand, saying, "Then, can I wear it next time?" Yu pretended to hesitate, slowly replying him, "Let's see then." However, she naturally wouldn't let Xiao Mo have her way. Seeing Xiao Mo's head droop noticeably, Yu chuckled and ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, let's hurry and go eat. Wait for me to dry my hair first." "Okay." When Xiao Mo went downstairs, she saw Yu serving porridge, and a bowl was already placed on the table. Yue seemed to have heard Xiao Mo coming down and looked up waving her hand. You're just in time, the porridge is ready, and there are toasted breads on the table. Xiao Mo responded with a soft okay, then sat down to eat, a phrase inexplicably popping into her mind, and she blurted out, why do I feel like we're an old couple who have been living together for decades? Yue was momentarily taken aback by the phrase old couple, but after reacting she laughed. That's natural, don't forget we've always slept together. That's true. After finishing dinner, Yue took Xiao Mo to the home theater they had visited before. However, the decor here seemed a bit different from the last time she came, but before Xiao Mo had a chance to examine it closely, the lights were turned off by Yue. Yue smiled and said, it feels better to watch a movie with the lights off, doesn't it? Xiao Mo nodded without saying a word, allowing Yue to have her way. The movie Yue chose was an art film, but the two protagonists were girls of the same gender. One was beautiful and flamboyant, while the other was pure and adorable. Until the movie started, Xiao Mo didn't notice anything unusual, but when she saw the two protagonists kiss her, What is this situation? Isn't this produced in our country? How could there be such a scene? At first Xiao Mo thought the two protagonists were sisters, as one called the other sister, while the other called her little. She never expected that they were actually a couple just like her and Yue. Cough, cough, cough. Actually, Xiao Mo also secretly hoped they were a real couple, but seeing the scene of the two girls kissing still made her cheeks flush. As she watched the increasingly sensual scenes in the movie, Xiao Mo pretended to be innocent and covered her eyes with her hand. After all, she was pure Xiao Mo, so she chose to peek through the gaps between her fingers. Xiao Mo, are you feeling shy seeing this? Suddenly, the teasing voice of Yue appeared in Xiao Mo's ear, accompanied by the warm breath brushing against her ear. Xiao Mo felt nervous, yet a bit expectant, but mostly apprehensive. She swallowed hard and replied no. Yue's tone became more playful. Really? Then why are you covering your eyes and not daring to look? Xiao Mo stubbornly replied, I just felt a bit tired, so I rubbed my eyes. It's not that I'm scared to look. After all, ever since Xiao Mo started dating Yue, she hadn't watched those types of films with two girls. So now that she saw something slightly inappropriate for children, she naturally felt shy. Hearing Xiao Mo's stubborn words, Yue made an ambiguous sound, then said, you'd better rub your eyes more, since this scene will soon happen to you and you'll experience it many times. Xiao Mo, will it happen to me? And I'll go through it many times. What does Yue mean by that? Xiao Mo silently swallowed, fearing she misunderstood Yue's meaning, and turned to look at her. Yue merely watched Xiao Mo silently, not speaking, then wrapped one arm around Xiao Mo's shoulder and pressed both of Xiao Mo's hands down, making her watch seriously. This intimate scene was extremely sensual. Soon the movie reached its conclusion under their watch. Xiao Mo quietly twisted her waist, trying to break free from Yue's hold and escape. But Yue seemed to have anticipated her thoughts, holding her tightly and not giving her a single chance. Xiao Mo said, I'm going to be devoured. Xiao Mo's waist said, I might also have to leave you, though. As the movie ended, Xiao Mo turned to Yue wanting to say something, but found that Yue's eyes were filled with. At that moment, Xiao Mo finally understood what was so special about this bed. It was clearly the kind of waterbed for such activities. Who installs such things in a villa? Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, Xiao Mo's mind was consumed by two words: liar. Yue was nothing but a complete fraud. She clearly said everything was fine and that she could stop at any time, but in reality, she never even gave herself a chance to speak. It wasn't until noon the next day that Xiao Mo woke up naturally. After freshening up, she went downstairs and saw Yue eating at the dining table. Xiao Mo, you're awake. I thought you might need more rest, so I didn't want to wake you. Yue looked up and waved to Xiao Mo on the stairs. Xiao Mo shot Yue an annoyed glance. Wasn't it her fault that she had slept so late? If Yue dared to disturb her sweet dreams at that moment, she would definitely deliver a love-breaker punch to her. Walking to the dining table, Xiao Mo looked at the 3 dishes: cola, chicken wings, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried vegetables, and instinctively served herself a big bowl of rice. Wait, Xiao Mo, don't forget to brush your teeth after waking up. Don't worry, I've already washed up. Hey Xiao Mo, it seems your voice isn't hoarse anymore. Get lost. After finishing her meal, Xiao Mo sank into the sofa to digest, while casually scrolling through short videos. Xiao Mo, where do you want to go play today? I'll accompany you. Yue poked Xiao Mo's slender waist. The aquarium, the bookstore, or the museum are all fine. Aren't we going to wear couple outfits today? Xiao Mo tilted her head, looking at the eager Yue. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Yue was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Xiao Mo to say that, nor to so readily accept the idea of wearing couple outfits. Would you like to go upstairs and change with me? Without waiting for Xiao Mo's answer, Yue grabbed her hand and pulled her up from the sofa, and they both walked upstairs together. In the cloakroom, pulling open the huge wardrobe door, all the clothes inside seemed to be in pairs. If she couldn't find anything to match, Yue would just buy 2 of the same style to put together. Xiao Mo immediately spotted an eye-catching white long dress in the middle and quickly took it out, handing the other. Let's wear these 2 today, they look very appealing to me. Okay, we'll go with what our Xiao Mo chooses. Just as Xiao Mo was about to take off her sleepwear, she paused, turning her head to look at Yue, who clearly had no intention of averting her gaze, smiling and calmly watching Xiao Mo. What's wrong, Xiaomo? Aren't we just an old married couple? Do you want me to look away? It's fine, Yu said with narrowed eyes soothingly. There's nothing about your body that I haven't felt before, so you don't need to feel shy. Yu was right, but Xiaomo still wasn't willing to give in. Seeing Xiaomo's firm attitude, Yu could only helplessly shrug and turn around saying, then I'll turn my back and not look at you, is that okay? Only then did Xiaomo take off her sleepwear and start changing into the white long dress. However, the zipper on the side of that dress was incredibly difficult to manage too close to her back, and she simply couldn't pull it up by herself, so she turned around to ask Yu for help. But as soon as she turned, she caught Yu's fiery gaze in the mirror. No wonder she had backed down so quickly earlier. It turned out she was peeking in the mirror. Noticing Xiaomo's gaze, Yu showed no embarrassment at being caught peeking. Instead, she turned around, her delicate hand resting on the zipper at Xiaomo's waist, speaking sweetly. Wife, you're just too beautiful. How could I resist? As she spoke, Yu knelt down and placed a kiss on the waist where the zipper had yet to be pulled up. Yu. Xiaomo was momentarily speechless. Did you leave a lipstick mark on it? With a smile, Yu helped Xiaomo pull up the zipper, then took out a pair of couple necklaces from a small cabinet for Xiaomo to wear, nodding. Yes, this is my exclusive mark. Don't I have enough marks from you on me? This is different. This is the mark proving you only belong to me. Later, the two arrived at the aquarium. Xiaomo looked around, and Yu watched Xiaomo lively like a little rabbit with only her in her eyes. Xiaomo watched Yu introduce her to these oddly shaped fish, saw Yu smile sweetly at her in front of the azure water, and felt Yu gently kiss her lips after a moment of silence. Feeling a bit tired from walking, Yu accompanied Xiaomo to find a nearby seat to sit down. Xiaomo held a cup of milk tea with a straw, sipping it with a ton. Xiaomo, do you remember what kind of clothes I bought for you the first time I took you shopping? Yu suddenly recalled something, looking at Xiaomo with a bright smile. Xiaomo was momentarily stunned, then looked around with shining eyes. Yes, we now have this. It seems like it. Xiaomo said, getting up from her seat, mimicking a pose in front of the huge aquarium, calling out Sakana. Yu cooperatively came beside Xiaomo, mimicking the pose as well. Chinanako. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Fortunately, there weren't many people around earlier, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing in front of the tourists. Xiaomo, let's go, we'll just eat tonight. Okay, Sakana. Come on, Xiaomo, eat a bit more. In the restaurant, Yu ordered quite a few steaks and placed several pieces onto Xiaomo. Xiaomo stared at the mountain of steaks on his plate, lost in thought. What exactly does Yu want to do? Why do I have this unsettling premonition? Seeing no conclusion in his thoughts, Xiaomo simply asked. Yu, we came here and didn't even eat the local seafood, so why did you order so many steaks? This Yu seriously set down her knife and fork, looking at Xiaomo. Xiaomo, you really need to eat more to replenish your strength. After all, we still have plans for tonight. Xiaomo. Oh. Hearing Yu's words, Xiaomo's mind went blank and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Clearing his throat twice, Xiaomo reluctantly spoke. Yu, I need to ask you something first. What is it? Go ahead. We're not here in this city specifically to do that kind of thing, right? Although it was a question, Xiaomo felt he was stating a fact. Looking at the silent Yu, Xiaomo felt the cold sweat on his forehead increase. Yu, are you still listening to me? At this moment, Xiaomo still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. The Yu beside him was no longer the Yu he knew. She was merely someone who was suppressing desires for too long, and was now looking for a way to release them, having grown into a being that could only be described as the original sin of lust. Yu, who just wanted to dunk Xiaomo. A night without dreams. The next day. Yu, what are you doing? It's broad daylight, and I still want to sleep. Xiaomo was pulled by Yu, being shoved and pushed down the stairs. Even his walking posture looked somewhat awkward. Hurry and eat. Today we are going to the beach. Yu excitedly pulled Xiaomo and pressed him at the dining table. Xiaomo, hurry up and eat. This is specially prepared for you. Yu, more porridge again. Just seeing red dates makes me want to vomit. Xiaomo looked at the familiar color, his once beautiful brows now furrowed, looking at Yu with eyes full of resistance. Yu shook her head, scooped a spoonful with a spoon blue on it, and brought it to Xiaomo's lips, wearing a kind smile. Xiaomo, drink up. Yu, don't look at me like that. Yu, I have to drink it anyway. Xiaomo reluctantly opened his mouth and took a spoonful. Xiaomo, you're so good, you have to finish this entire bowl. I cooked a big pot just for you. Yu, please spare me. No way, this porridge is all for your good. In the end, Xiaomo still drank the entire bowl of porridge under Yu's seemingly gentle, yet actually coercive gaze. After finishing, Xiaomo lay on the sofa, completely unwilling to move. Yu, let me rest for a bit. Let's set off at 2:30 this afternoon. Yu sighed helplessly. All right then. Xiaomo, let's go. Time to buy new clothes. In the afternoon, as soon as the clock struck, Yu eagerly tugged Xiaomo toward the door. All right, I'm coming. Don't rush me, Yu. With profound resignation, Xiaomo followed Yu outside. Fortunately, after half a day's rest, his gait no longer betrayed any oddity. Within minutes, they arrived in the bustling urban district. Clothing boutiques, snack stalls, and cafes lined the streets while tourists from across the globe strolled past. Truly, it was no wonder this place ranked among the world's most renowned scenic destinations. Iyue, don't we already have plenty of clothes at home? Why go shopping again? Xiao Mo trailed behind her and gently poked her arm. Iyue turned, narrowing her eyes playfully at Xiao Mo, because today we're heading to the beach. And what does that have to do with anything? Xiao Mo stared back, utterly perplexed by her gaze. Iyue sighed softly and spoke with deliberate gravity. Xiao Mo, don't you see yet? See what? Xiao Mo tilted his head, baffled. Iyue gave a knowing smile. It's simple. I don't own a swimsuit in your size at my villa. Mine would be far too large. You'd slip right out of it. Only then did Xiao Mo realize Iyue had been glancing pointedly at his chest. His cheeks flushed faintly, and he brandished his tiny pink fists ready to chase her down. Voila. Iyue, stop right there. Nine Yanya. I didn't say anything wrong. After all, compared to mine, yours is quite small. You're doomed, Iyue. How dare you say that again? After a brief light-hearted scuffle, Iyue took Xiao Mo's hand and led him cheerfully toward a nearby clothing store. Come on. Today we'll dress you up beautifully. Inside the boutique, dazzling displays greeted them. Vibrant hues and tropical motifs abounded, embodying the distinctive spirit of Hawaii. Floral print shirts, sundresses, sandals, short straw hats, and swimwear filled the racks. Even larger recreational items, umbrellas, surfboards, inflatable mats, stood neatly arranged, while the shelf nearest the counter shimmered with jewelry and locally crafted souvenirs. Absolutely wonderful. No wonder it's the most recommended spot. Iyue waved excitedly to Xiao Mo as he stepped through the doorway. Xiao Mo, come quick. This one is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, fantastic. I'm coming. Just speak more quietly, Iyue. We shouldn't disturb others in the store, Xiao Mo whispered as he hurried to her side. It would be impolite. Iyue pouted, but as her fingers traced the delicate fabric of a short sundress, a mischievous gleam lit her eyes. Xiao Mo, this dress suits you perfectly. It truly does. You chose it for me. Thank you. Then try it on right away. You'll look simply splendid. Honestly, you look radiant in anything. All right, I'll go try. Xiao Mo accepted the dress and strode toward the fitting room, then paused at the threshold and turned, fixing Iyue with a firm look. But you're not coming in with me. Iyue frowned. Huh, why not? No reason. Except I know you won't behave yourself. With that, Xiao Mo slipped inside without glancing back. A soft click echoed. The green open sign on the fitting room door flickered to red. Though reluctant, Iyue had no choice but to wait silently outside. Minutes later, the sign glowed green once more, and Xiao Mo emerged draped in the sundress, stepping lightly into the light. Oh, beautiful. Iyue rushed forward, scanning him from head to toe. I told you, you look stunning in everything. Come on. Let me take a proper look. No, just one peek. No touching, not even a glance. Ow. In defeat, Iyue tilted her head upward, staring blankly at the pristine white ceiling. Fine, I'll go try mine on too. She scooped up her chosen outfit and swayed slightly as she disappeared into the... As the door clicked shut and locked, Xiao Mo did not reach for the garments Iyue had set aside for him. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the accessories display beside the counter. Should I pick up a little gift for Shaolin to bring back? Haha, of course my taste is impeccable. Soon after, the fitting room door swung open, and Iyue sauntered out, humming merrily as she waved to a nearby clerk. Miss Clerk, please wrap all these for me. The clerk nodded and hurried over, arms laden with paper bags. Xiao Mo admired Iyue's fresh ensemble and raised his thumb in warm approval. You look wonderful. Good afternoon, valued guests. The clerk approached, carrying 7 or 8 paper bags. All your selected garments and your original attire have been carefully wrapped. Would you like us to deliver them to your hotel or another designated address? No need, no need. Iyue waved cheerfully, then gestured towards several outfits resting on a nearby plush chair, garments she'd picked out for Xiao Mo. Please wrap those as well. We'll collect them tomorrow. Understood. Thank you for your patronage. All right, Xiao Mo, let's dash to the beach. Stepping outside, they walked on for a while longer. Soon a humid breeze brushed their faces, and there just ahead stretched the sun-drenched shore, children building sandcastles near sunbathing adults and surfers rising and vanishing amid turquoise waves. Let's go, Xiao Mo. We'll have so much fun. Without hesitation, Iyue seized his hand and pulled him. Xiao Mo tugged gently at her sleeve. Shouldn't we first store our belongings and change into our swimsuits? Didn't you change into your swimsuit back at the store? Iyue asked, puzzled. Xiao Mo shot her an exasperated look, then fixed his gaze on the strap of her swimsuit, clearly visible beneath her blouse. Who in their right mind wears a swimsuit underneath before arriving at the beach? Let's hurry. Storage lockers might fill up soon. Without waiting for a reply, he strode purposefully toward the changing rooms and luggage lockers. Oh. Wait, seriously. Wait up, Xiao Mo, Xiao Mo. Iyue cast one last wistful glance at the Hawaiian shoreline she'd long dreamed of, then with a sigh reluctantly fell into step behind him. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of the small shop. Outside stretched a lush green meadow dotted with several coconut palms, and just ahead lay the beach, less than 2 minutes away. Hello, may we please store our belongings? Xiao Mo entered the shop and courteously nodded with a warm smile toward the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper retrieved a registration ledger. Kindly sign in here, both of you. After completing the registration and paying the fee, Xiao Mo turned around, only to find EU nowhere in sight. Guess our changing room is just over there. We hope you enjoy your time. The shopkeeper tucked away the ledger and gestured toward the changing room. Excuse me, where's the young woman who came in with me just now? Xiao Mo scanned the shop's interior, but saw no trace of EU, then turned to ask the shopkeeper. Ah, the one who arrived with you. She headed straight for the beach while you were registering, the shopkeeper replied, pointing outward through the door. Thank you. Xiao Mo offered a quick word of gratitude before dashing out the front entrance. And there on the sunlit sands, she spotted you, EU sprinting forward, eyes alight with unrestrained joy. Ha ha ha, I'm coming. Watching EU's carefree silhouette race ahead, Xiao Mo's lips curved into a tender, affectionate smile. She chased after her, reaching the edge of the meadow, just as EU leapt down from the elevated platform onto the golden expanse of the beach. The ocean. I'm here. EU flung her arms wide in greeting to the radiant sea. Tourists' gazes gathered upon her, yet she remained utterly unself-conscious. While Xiao Mo, in contrast, couldn't help but feel a quiet, amused embarrassment on her behalf. EU. Xiao Mo waved and called out. Xiao Mo. EU spun around, waving back eagerly as she dashed up the slope toward the platform. Ha 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 ha. Truly worthy of Hawaii. Absolutely amazing. Upon reaching Xiao Mo, EU was so exhilarated she leapt straight into the air. Let's change into our swimsuits first, Xiao Mo said, gesturing back toward the shop. Yes. I can't wait. We're going to have an unforgettable day. For some inexplicable reason, EU's spirits soared the moment she laid eyes on the sea, leaving Xiao Mo sighing softly, hand rising instinctively to her brow. Inside the changing room, since EU had already donned her swimsuit at home, she needed only to remove her outer garment. Eager and impatient, EU swiftly shed her clothes, revealing a sky-blue two-piece bikini adorned with delicate. Xiao Mo, what do you think? As she spoke, EU struck a pose reminiscent of a fashion magazine cover model, and flashed Xiao Mo a playful, flirtatious glance. Xiao Mo's gaze involuntarily lingered. Then, swallowing lightly, she raised a thumb in sincere admiration. Stunning. EU, of course, noticed the glance, and silently upgraded Xiao Mo's internal nickname to Little Flirt, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. Actually, Xiao Mo, you could look just like me, if you'd let your girlfriend give you a few extra needs. I promise it won't take long. I'll pass on that, Xiao Mo demurred, shaking her head and instinctively crossing her arms protectively over her chest. Besides, I don't need such things to affirm my worth. Fine then, EU sighed, shrugging lightly. Xiao Mo placed her bag into the locker, then slowly unfastened her suspenders and slipped off her trousers. Wow. No wonder I picked this swimsuit. Xiao Mo, you wear it perfectly. She now wore a sleek black one-piece, its form-fitting cut accentuating every elegant line of her figure. Absolutely irresistible. You were born for one-pieces. EU, your bikini looks wonderful too, Xiao Mo replied, mimicking EU's earlier appraising gaze with a teasing slow sweep from head to toe. After locking their cabinets, the two stepped out of the changing room and returned to the beach. Indoors, they'd felt nothing unusual, but now barefoot on the sun-warmed sand, a wave of heat instantly surged through their bodies. The ocean. I'm here. With that cry, EU took off running and dove into the water like a darting silverfish. Xiao Mo followed close behind, not entering the water, but standing at the shoreline, letting each gentle swell rise and recede over her feet. It was a curious sensation. Moments earlier, her body had bloomed with warmth from the sun-soaked sand. Now the cool caress of seawater brought a soothing, refreshing contrast. Huh. EU surfaced a few meters ahead, waist deep in the clear water. Look, Xiao Mo, sakana. She struck the same pose Xiao Mo had once struck at the aquarium. Xiao Mo burst into laughter, then broke into a light jog to join her. Standing side by side in the shallows, she murmured, Chinanako. Ha 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 ha. So now you're the garden eel. EU doubled over, helpless with mirth. Ha ha. So refreshingly cold. A child's bright, innocent voice pierced through the ambient chatter and laughter of other tourists, clear and unmistakable. They turned, and there on the beach stood twin girls with golden hair and nearly identical features, both petite, at about 148 centimeters, playfully aiming water guns at each other. Ooh, wow. I need one of those. Xiao Mo's eyes sparkled with sudden, unguarded longing as she gazed at the twins, then swept her gaze across the beach before settling on a small kiosk nearby. EU, I'm going to buy a water gun. Wait for me here. With that, Xiao Mo trotted back to the changing room to retrieve 5 minutes later, she strode toward the shore holding 2 large water guns. EU hadn't yet noticed her return, so Xiao Mo quietly filled hers, then called out, EU, look here. Caught completely off guard, EU turned, and Xiao Mo fired, striking her squarely between the shoulders. The splash sent ripples dancing across the water's surface, vivid and arresting. Ha ha ha. Oh, you're so getting it, Xiao Mo, just you wait. EU declared, eyes flashing with mock menace before dashing straight toward her. EU, watch your step. Xiao Mo cried out, but the instant the words left her lips, EU's foot slipped, and she tumbled backward into the water with a startled splash. Ha ha. EU, you look exactly like Sadako now. Ha ha. Xiao Mo laughed until tears pricked her eyes watching Yu emerge, dripping wet long hair plastered across her face. Wiping strands aside, Yu reached out smiling wryly. Xiao Mo, hand me one. Xiao Mo feigned ignorance. One of what exactly? Huh, the water gun you're holding of course. Give me one. Please. Xiao Mo. Nope. Huh, why? Yu widened her eyes in surprise. Because I bought both of them. Xiao Mo patted her chest proudly and grinned. Then what do you want to do about it? Yu gazed at Xiao Mo with hopeful pleading eyes, and suddenly brightened with inspiration. How about I'm extra gentle with you tonight? Go by your own if you want to play. Xiao Mo clutched the two water guns tightly to her chest. Are you? A sly glint flickered in Yu's eyes as she stepped closer unobtrusively, closing the distance. But if I go by some, the firepower might be far more than just this. A faint shadow of exasperation crossed Xiao Mo's forehead. Yu's logic unsettlingly held merit. The two she'd bought from that little stall weren't even the best available. If Yu went off and purchased several, Xiao Mo would surely end up drenched and utterly defeated. Well then, since you put it that way, Yu. Perfect opening. Before Xiao Mo could finish her sentence, Yu launched her assault, snatching the water guns from Xiao Mo's arms in one swift motion, then leaping back to secure a tactical advantage. Xiao Mo hadn't seen it coming, not in the least. She hadn't expected such a move from Yu, and before she could even recoil from the splash, two sharp jets struck her squarely. Hey Yu. Xiao Mo bristled with indignation. She'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Letting your guard down. That's your mistake, Xiao Mo. Yu shrugged nonchalantly, palms upturned, wearing a mischievous, knowing smile. Stay right there, don't move. Xiao Mo fired 5 rapid shots, but without proper aim, every single one was effortlessly dodged. Yu cocked her hips and smirked. I'm certainly not standing still like a good girl. Is that so? Wiping water from her face, Xiao Mo planted her feet firmly in the shallows, then untied the hairband from her wrist and pulled her hair into a high ponytail. Today I will hit you, and right in the face. Oh, go ahead and try. Ha 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 ha. Yu continued teasing, utterly unfazed by the growing intensity in Xiao Mo's gaze. In that instant their duel erupted in earnest. Xiao Mo dropped low and charged forward, dodging while steadily closing the gap between herself and Yu. Whoa, full of spirit, aren't you? Watching Xiao Mo sprint toward her with astonishing speed, even through the water, Yu ran backward, firing over her shoulder. Hitting a moving target while running oneself is nearly impossible without training, especially with water guns whose trajectories sag sharply. Yu, stop running. Xiao Mo pushed herself to accelerate further. Noticing this, Yu matched her pace, retreating while continuing to fire, determined to maintain the distance. This exhilarating chase, this dance of pursuit and evasion, was pure, unadulterated joy. Yet the relentless sprinting, constant shooting and dodging, and repeated refills of seawater rapidly drained their stamina. Before long, the golden-haired little girl who'd earlier played with water guns on the beach had vanished. Yet these two remained still, locked in spirited combat amid the waves. Enough, I'm done. No more shots. I'm spent. Yu waved lazily as Xiao Mo lowered her water gun, breathless and spent, signaling the duel's end. See, you can't overpower me anywhere, Yu teased, smug. Suddenly Xiao Mo lunged forward, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Xiao Mo struck true, her jet hitting dead center, sending a fresh cascade of shimmering spray into the air. Ha ha ha, got you. Little Yu, hardly impressive. Xiao Mo stretched her arms wide, then sank onto the sand with radiant delight. Though reluctant, Yu set down her empty water gun and sat beside her. Was today fun, silly Xiao Mo? Yu tilted her face toward the setting sun, its golden light bathing her skin as she turned to look at her beloved. Xiao Mo smiled sincerely. Yes, so much fun. Will you come play here with me again someday? Yu gazed at her, and slowly her smile curved into something sly and playful. But haven't we finished yet? Huh, wait, what? Before Xiao Mo could react, Yu braced one hand against the sand, flipped her body upward, and landed astride Xiao Mo's waist. Wow. Startled, Xiao Mo tried to sit up, only to find herself pinned beneath Yu's weight. Instinctively she reached for her water gun. But Yu was quicker, snatching up Xiao Mo's discarded water gun and pressing it firmly against her chest in one fluid, lightning-fast motion. Hey, Yu. A second later, Xiao Mo gasped as icy water splashed across her chest, while Yu sprang upright, dancing gleefully around her in tiny skipping steps. You cheated, Yu. All's fair in love and war. Besides, I did warn you, letting your guard down is never wise. Yu replied, utterly unflustered. Yu. Silly Xiao Mo. Silly Xiao Mo. Yu. Silly Xiao Mo. Calling someone silly makes you the silly one. Xiao Mo, the biggest silly. No, you're the silly one. Bathed in the soft golden breeze of late afternoon, the two girls' playful bickering shimmered under the descending sun, Hawaii's twilight unfolding in quiet, luminous grace. Far beyond, the sky blushed lemon yellow, and the distant haunting cry of a seagull echoed across the sea. Fewer and fewer people remained on the beach. I'm starving. Let's eat. Xiaomo giggled, rubbing her belly affectionately. By now both had changed into dry clothes, ready to savor the Hawaiian cuisine they'd long dreamed of. Yue asked, so Xiaomo, what would you like to eat? Xiaomo counted gleefully on her fingers. Grilled meat. Yes. Tuna. Yes. And seafood fried rice. You'll overeat. Then I'll have Kobe beef. That's probably not on the menu here. The restaurant was nearby, so close that they arrived mid-conversation. Pushing open the door, they stepped into a grand hall adorned with exotic decor. Solid wood tables, chairs, and bar counter evoked rustic authenticity. Crimson hibiscus garlands hung along the walls, vividly embodying Hawaii's vibrant spirit and warmth. Judging by the crowd, already half filling the dining hall mere minutes after dinner service began, the restaurant's reputation for exceptional fare was well-deserved. Welcome. May I help two guests? A waiter in crisp white uniform approached with polite professionalism. Yue bowed gently. Would it be possible to seat us by the window, please? Of course, please go up the stairs over there. There is a terrace available for several people. If you need anything, you can ring the bell, and we will serve you. Yue chose a spot by the railing where she could enjoy both the sea and the sunset while dining. Xiaomo waved the menu like a fan, wearing a proud expression. Looks like our luck this time isn't too bad. We managed to snag such a great spot. Yue propped her chin on one hand, smiling at Xiaomo. Then Xiaomo, why do you think they usually sit at the window seats downstairs to enjoy the sea view? Xiaomo paused for a moment, her proud expression slowly fading. She scratched the corner of her mouth, turning her gaze aside, trying to gloss over it with a smile, saying, I believe it definitely can't be, because this spot costs extra, right? Yue snapped her fingers and whistled cheerfully. Bingo. You got it right, Xiaomo, you're so smart. Xiaomo slumped onto the table, asking, then how much does this spot cost? Can we still change it now? Of course you can. May I ask if you two would like to move indoors downstairs? At this moment, the server's voice sounded from the side. Xiaomo turned her head at the sound, realizing that the waiter had come by, without her noticing, smiling politely at her. Feeling quite embarrassed, Xiaomo didn't know what to say. Yue smiled and rescued Xiaomo from her embarrassment. No need, this spot is just fine. The waiter replied. Great, then you two can place your orders now. Ill order, Xiaomo said as she sat up, carefully flipping through the menu. Yue kindly reminded her from the side. Xiaomo, don't order too much. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xiaomo waved her hand, directly checking off several dishes on the menu. This one, and let's also get 2 big lobsters. Yue looked at Xiaomo's extravagant demeanor, wiping the sweat from her brow. Xiaomo seemed not to have heard her at all. Hello, your dishes are all ready. Not long after, the waiter's voice rang out again. Wow, it smells so good. Xiaomo exclaimed, looking at the seafood on the table. It looked much higher in quality than what she had eaten with Xiaotong earlier. But she forgot to pay attention to the prices when ordering, just now wondering how much this meal would cost her. Yue nodded in agreement, looking at the dishes on the table. Although she knew Xiaomo could eat a lot, this guy was really unapologetic, ordering grilled meats, seared tuna, and lobster sashimi, along with several desserts like caramel cake and nut pastries. What surprised Yue even more was that the restaurant actually had wagyu beef. Wait, what's that? Yue suddenly noticed the drink in front of Xiaomo, staring curiously at it. In front of her was a common glass containing rich, freshly squeezed orange juice. But in front of Xiaomo was a large cup shaped like a pear, which she had seen in books, apparently called a hurricane glass. It was filled with a transparent liquid mixed with crushed ice, along with mint leaves and lime slices. Instinctively, Yue knew this was definitely not a normal drink. It's a mojito, Xiaomo said proudly. A mojito? Wait, did you order alcohol? What does it matter? I've been wanting to try this. After saying that, Xiaomo grabbed the cup and downed more than half of the liquid in one go. Ugh, so cold. Yue looked at her helplessly as she rubbed her temples and stomped her foot. Of course, drinking that fast will give you a headache. Besides, Xiaomo, do you remember the last time you drank? I had to carry you in. But now you're here, and this really tastes good. As she spoke, Xiaomo picked up a piece of wagyu and brought it to Yue's mouth. Yue, come try this wagyu. It's said to be a specialty here. I can eat it myself. Although she said this, Yue still opened her mouth. It truly deserved to be wagyu. The meat was tender and smooth, and the perfectly grilled texture locked in the abundant meat juices melting in her mouth, while a rich flavor instantly filled her palate. Time passed quickly, and soon the sky had completely darkened. Candles were lit on every table, filling the entire terrace with a soft light and soothing fragrance. Xiaomo's cheeks were slightly flushed as she lazily sat in her chair, gently rubbing her little belly. I'm so full. This place is indeed amazing. The food on the table had been devoured completely, and both glasses of mojito and gin and tonic had also found their way into her stomach. The flickering candlelight and lingering aroma created a relaxing atmosphere. Watching the satisfied expression on Xiaomo's face, Yue felt a sense of peace. She truly deserved it, no matter the time. Her appetite was always so good. Every time she prepared a meal and saw Xiao Mo devour it, eagerly witnessing the contented expression on her face after eating, a sense of calm would envelop her heart. At that time, she didn't understand the reason behind it, but now that this long-lost feeling had returned, she finally had the answer in her heart. It was a flutter of the heart. Oh no, I can't hide my gaze, my heartbeat for you is inexplicable. Stretching lazily, Xiao Mo straightened up. I'm so full. Let's go back, Yue. Are we leaving? Hee, after playing it's time to eat. After eating it's time to rest. That's what a vacation is all about. Then I'll take care of the bill. Yue lightly tapped the call bell on the table, and a waiter resting against the railing opposite the terrace came over upon hearing the sound. Yue, suddenly hearing Xiao Mo's soft voice, Yue turned her head in curiosity, only to see her mischievously smiling at her. You look so handsome. What nonsense are you talking about? Yue smirked. After taking the bill, she couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Mo's appetite. Luckily, she had brought plenty of money, otherwise she might not be able to pay. He'll handle it this time, Xiao Mo said, snatching the bill from Yu's hands. Looking at the amount, she felt inexplicably heartbroken. Suppressing her heartache, Xiao Mo opened her bag and took out several bills from her wallet, placing them into the waiter's. At that moment, Xiao Mo suddenly remembered something and opened her wallet again, leaving 100 or so from the leftover money for the water gun as a tip. Thank you. The waiter beamed, wishing you both a wonderful evening. Seeing that Yue had already packed her things and stood up, Xiao Mo suddenly thought of something, her heart tightening, as she hurriedly said, Wait, Yue, I drank too much and need to take care of something. Alright, I'll wait for you here. Hearing this, Yue nodded and sat back down, gazing at the nighttime sea view. Xiao Mo let out a breath, dashed down the stairs, and sneakily exited the restaurant on her own. I almost forgot, if I go back with Yue the moment we enter, my clothes will likely be stripped off before I even step into the... Xiao Mo murmured while clutching her chest, heading toward the small shop where she had left her clothes. Boss, I came to pick up... Inside the small shop, after verifying the information, the boss handed Xiao Mo her items from the cabinet. Little sister, do you need the things of the other girl who came with you at that time? Xiao Mo waved her hand, saying, No need, she'll come to pick them up herself later. Saying this, Xiao Mo quickly changed into casual clothes in the dressing room and zipped back home. Meanwhile, on the other side. Hey, why is Xiao Mo taking so long just to go to the bathroom? Yue felt something was off as Xiao Mo had yet to return. She went downstairs to the front desk and asked the waiter inside. Excuse me, where did the person who came with me go? She said she wanted to take care of something and hasn't been seen since. The waiter at the front desk was the same one who directed the two to the terrace. Hearing Yu's question, he looked thoughtful and slowly replied, You mean that little sister? After settling the bill, she left directly. Thank you. Yue was slightly taken aback, then politely thanked him and turned to leave the restaurant. Oh, Xiao Mo, I told you, you can't escape. At this moment, a bright smile adorned Yu's face. No one could stop her from indulging in a feast tonight. No one could. Phew, I need to quickly find my ID, then look for a hotel outside, or directly seek refuge with Xiao Tongzi. If I stay here tonight, I will surely be starved by Yue. Hey, I clearly remember putting my ID on the coffee table when I left today. How come I can't find it now? Inside the seaside villa, Xiao Mo was searching for her ID in the living room. Even behind the cushions on the sofa she had looked, yet she still found nothing. Xiao Mo, are you home? At this moment, Yu's voice came from outside the villa. Hearing this, Xiao Mo hurriedly ran upstairs and quickly hid in a wardrobe. Yue opened the door and looked at the shoes placed at the entrance, her red lips curling into a smile. Xiao Mo, I know you've returned. Come out. I won't do anything to you. Yu's enticing voice drifted from the first floor, causing Xiao Mo in the wardrobe to sneer secretly. Won't do anything to me. She probably would strip me naked the moment I stepped out. Yue looked at the traces of disturbance in the living room, her lips pursed slightly. It seems my wife is being a bit disobedient. Xiao Mo, if you don't come out, it won't be just like yesterday when I find you. Yu's tone carried a hint of threat, her smile curling as she looked at the grains of sand left on the stairs. Xiao Mo, stop hiding. Let's play a slide game together. You know, the kind where you slide in and slide out. Yue followed the traces to the door of the wardrobe, looking at the door that had yet to be closed, ready to give Xiao Mo a chance. If you come out now, I might consider letting you just say goodnight later. Hearing the gradually amplifying voice, Xiao Mo's heartbeat quickened. Surely I haven't exposed myself. Could it be that Yue has X-ray vision? Moreover, this saying goodnight seems quite nice. At least it's easier than, no. Yue is definitely trying to lure me out. I absolutely cannot fall for it. Since you want, listen, I'll come find you myself. Yu's words made Xiao Mo hiding in the wardrobe feel a jolt. However, hearing the footsteps growing distant, her racing heart gradually calmed down. Perhaps when Yue threatened me just now, she was merely coincidentally standing at my door. I can't scare myself, but getting caught in my own trap is not something I would do. The sound of the door opening echoed again and again, but Yue did not open the room where Xiao Mo was hiding. Thud, thud, thud. Until the sound of footsteps going downstairs and the front door opening and closing again rang out. Xiao Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, to prevent Yue from tricking her, Xiao Mo stayed in the wardrobe for a while longer. Only when there was still no sound outside did Xiao Mo dare to cautiously crawl out from the wardrobe. Seeing the slightly ajar door, Xiao Mo felt a bit puzzled, but didn't think much of it, and peered through the crack to check the situation outside. The corridor on the second floor showed no signs of life, and there were no sounds from the first floor. Hey, you must have gone out to look for her. Exhaling a breath of stale air, just as Xiao Mo straightened up to open the door, she heard a chilling voice. Oh dear, my little cutie, can't wait for me to shower you with affection. Sister is just here. Xiao Mo secretly thought it was not good, and hurriedly tried to close the door, but Iwa, ever so foresight, had already slipped her hand through the crack, preventing Xiao Mo from shutting it. Well, Iwa, let's talk properly. Xiao Mo took a few steps back into the room, looking at Iyu standing at the door, calmly watching her, and quickly tried to cover herself. Say goodnight in person. I choose this. Oh. Iyu winked and smiled slightly. Sure. Just as Xiao Mo felt relieved, Iyu continued. But I haven't finished yet. Say goodnight in person actually means. What? How is that turning off the lights? Shouldn't we just go to sleep? Xiao Mo crossed her arms over her chest, noticing that Iyu had no intention of coming and standing her ground in defiance. Isn't saying goodnight part of going to sleep? Iyu smirked, grinning as she said, but it's late now. I want both the slide and to say goodnight in person. As she spoke, Iyu slowly walked into the room. Iwa, look. A flying saucer. Xiao Mo saw the gap next to Iyu and swallowed hard, mustering her courage to charge forward. As long as she got past Iwa using her system-enhanced body, slipping out shouldn't be a problem. Charge. Win, and she can be the model, or lose, and Iyu can be the model. Unexpectedly, Iyu seemed to know what Xiao Mo was thinking, and with a swift motion, she pulled Xiao Mo into her embrace. My dear, why are you so eager to throw yourself at me? It seems you can't wait. Iyu laughed as she picked Xiao Mo up and headed outside. As she placed warm kisses on Xiao Mo's cheeks, she cried and randomly groped Xiao Mo's back. Then she carried Xiao Mo towards the third floor. Entering the room. The moment the light was turned on, the entire room came into view. First was the large double bed in the center with pristine white sheets and blankets, not a wrinkle in sight. However, at this moment it looked as if it resembled a competition arena. Opposite the bed was a gigantic floor-to-ceiling window through which the moonlit sea could be seen, and the ceiling light emitted a warm glow, creating a very comfortable atmosphere. However, Xiao Mo had no interest in admiring the scenery, for soon she would be. Iyu chuckled at Xiao Mo's reaction, laid her on the bed, then turned around swiftly to lock the door, but did not draw the curtains, perhaps to add to the excitement. Walking back, Iyu stood by the bed, while Xiao Mo shrank into the corner of the bed. In the next instant, Iyu stood up abruptly. Xiao Mo was startled, quickly wrapping herself tighter in the blanket. Iyu walked over with a thud, and then embraced Xiao Mo. Once Xiao Mo reacted, she pushed against Iyu's face, shouting, Let's talk this through. Let's talk this through. Xiao Mo, it's fine, we're just doing some aerobic exercise, that's all. Is this even proper exercise? Iyu laughed, straightening up and revealing a mischievous smile to Xiao Mo. Of course it's proper exercise. But you handle the aerobics, and he'll handle the workout. What the heck? Iyu threw Xiao Mo onto the bed, one hand gripping her waist, and the other beginning to unbutton her clothes. At the same time, her lips were busy kissing from Xiao Mo's face down to her neck, whispering sultry words in her ear. Iwa, let me go? Xiao Mo struggled in vain. We had agreed on this beforehand. All right then, this time you go first, Xiao Mo. As Iyu said this, she surprisingly stopped pressing down on Xiao Mo and obediently sat off to the side. Xiao Mo blinked in confusion, not expecting Iyu to really let her go. Iwa, you said this yourself. More than half an hour later, looking at Xiao Mo lying in her arms, Iyu smiled and asked, Is it over? Xiao Mo weakly murmured, Yes, it's over, no more playing. So how do you feel now, Iyu? Me? Iyu smirked, smiling sweetly. I'm a bit thirsty now, planning to get some water. Xiao Mo, upon hearing this, rolled over from Iyu's side, lying on the bed. Then, Iwa, you go ahead, remember to help me wipe my body. When you come back, I can't take it anymore, I need to sleep first. Iyu looked at Xiao Mo lying in front of her, unable to help, but swallow slowly, raising her hand. Wait, Iwa, what the heck? Early the next morning, Xiao Mo groggily opened her sleepy eyes and saw the waves crashing against the beach, beautiful beyond words. Could it be that I was dreaming? Xiao Mo thought quietly as she gazed at Iyu, who was sleeping beside her with a foolish smile on her face, lost in a beautiful dream. Hey, you bullied me last night, so today I'm going to get my revenge, Xiao Mo said as she mustered her courage and pounced on the sleeping Iyu. Xiao Mo, hurry up, if we play again today, we need to prepare to go home soon. After finishing lunch, or rather after feeding Xiao Mo, Iyu poked Xiao Mo's chubby little face and oh dear, I really need to rest now, Xiao Mo mumbled. But Xiao Mo, look how happy we were playing yesterday. Don't you want to have one last crazy day on our final day? Iyu blinked, her big eyes gently shaking Xiao Mo's little hand, her tone soft and spoiled. All right, but today I don't feel like moving much. I just want to sit on the beach and watch. Xiao Mo couldn't resist Iyu's cuteness and gestured for her to help her get up to change clothes. Upon arriving at the beach, it seemed much livelier than yesterday. Although Xiao Mo decided not to go into the water, she still changed into a one-piece swimsuit, put on sunglasses, and lay on a beach chair to sunbathe. Yue, however, wore a daring red bikini with a deep cut standing beside Xiao Mo, the two of them forming a stunning scene. Yu's fair skin like snow was accentuated by the red bikini, making her look even more radiant. Xiao Mo felt her heart race at the sight. The red mark left on Yu's wrist from yesterday made Xiao Mo's thoughts wander. Xiao Mo, don't look at me like that. Yue noticed Xiao Mo's gaze playfully covering Xiao Mo's eyes, or else when we get home tonight, I might just drag you back to the room. No way. We still have to sleep separately today. After all, young couples in the heat of romance can't resist. Xiao Mo pouted and moved Yue's hand away from blocking her view, giving her an annoyed glance. It was obvious that Yue had all kinds of inappropriate thoughts in her mind. Why? You clearly cooperated with me so well yesterday. Yue pretended to be weak and aggrieved. You forced me, okay? Xiao Mo retorted playfully. Yue directly played the victim, but you were the one who made the first move yesterday. This morning before I was even awake, you were already on top of me. Isn't that obviously, Xiao Mo? Your desires are unfulfilled. Xiao Mo had no retort to Yue's comeback, so she turned her head and huffed him. I don't want to. Well, Xiao Mo, if you want to sulk, I'm going to play in the water first. Hearing footsteps retreating further away, Xiao Mo finally turned around, looking at Yue's back, her lips involuntarily curling up. Before she knew it, evening arrived, and the golden sunlight of the setting sun warmed her, making it incredible. Yue also came out of the water, casting a flirtatious glance at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo could distinctly feel the gaze of all the men around focusing uniformly on Yue. Xiao Mo glared fiercely at each of them, but some men still seemed to think they had a chance. Yue, just stand there, I'll take a picture of you. Can I have your friend's contact information? Xiao Mo was focused on taking pictures of Yue, but no matter how many photos she took, they couldn't capture Yu's beauty in her heart. Yet there always seemed to be someone who disrupted the moment, like the man in the floral shirt and beach shorts. At that moment, Xiao Mo was not exaggerating when she said she even wanted to get rid of him. Sorry, she already has a boyfriend. Xiao Mo replied to him as a way of refusal, but what she got in return was a doubtful gaze. The man sized Xiao Mo up and down, and that look made Xiao Mo extremely uncomfortable. Finally, the man blurted out, "You're not jealous of her, are you?" "What the hell? Am I jealous of your sister?" Xiao Mo was so angry at that moment that she almost wanted to punch him in the face, but she was also afraid he would enjoy it. Hearing the commotion, Yue stepped forward to shield Xiao Mo behind her, but Xiao Mo felt displeased as she noticed the man's eyes light up. "My girlfriend said I have a boyfriend, can't you understand?" Yue fiercely protected her girlfriend. Her cold expression contrasted sharply with the man's disgruntled face. In the end, he didn't apologize and left in a huff, muttering. But Xiao Mo still heard the man say as he left, "What a piece of trash, so disgusting." This made Xiao Mo's mood plummet, but she still forced a smile at Yue, signaling her not to mind this incident and to continue taking photos. However, Yue didn't return to her position. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Mo and whispered in her ear, "I just want to take a picture with my girlfriend," Yue said, leaning her head closer to Xiao Mo. Just before the camera shutter clicked, Yue forcibly turned Xiao Mo's face and kissed her. The soft sensation on her lips made Xiao Mo's heart melt, almost bringing her to tears. Don't mind what others think or say, they're just angry because they can't have what they want. If you're upset, aren't you letting... Yue pulled Xiao Mo into her embrace and comforted her softly. When Xiao Mo, filled with emotion, looked up, she found that Yue was still posing for the camera. How frustrating. I've been caught in an unflattering photo again by Yue. Back at the villa, Xiao Mo boldly posted the photo of herself kissing Yue under the sunset on her social media, while Yue surprisingly posted the one where she was hugging Xiao Mo. How despicable. I can't keep this girl who embarrasses my girlfriend. I have to get rid of her immediately. It's not false to say my heart isn't sweet, but it's equally false to say I'm not worried. Xiao Mo repeatedly refreshed Yue's social media, wanting to see others' comments. Wow. Yue, you actually made another girl cry. I have to hurry and tell your mom about this. Wow. Yue, you actually made another girl cry. I need to hurry and tell mom about this. Looking back at the comments on her side. Mom, hurry back. Once you find her, don't spend all day playing outside. Heartless sister, wow. Hawaii. I want to go play there when I'm on vacation. Big sister, remember to bring me back some souvenirs. Xiao Mo, what are you looking at? Why are you smiling so happily? Yue finished her call and saw Xiao Mo lying on the sofa grinning foolishly. I received everyone's blessings, so am naturally in a great mood. Xiao Mo sat on the edge of the sofa, her short legs swinging happily. By the way, Yue, have you seen my ID? I clearly left it on the coffee table yesterday, but I can't find it anywhere. Yue approached the sofa with a smile, opened her LV bag, and took out Xiao Mo's ID. Here, I was worried you might lose it, so I kept it safe for you. In fact, Yue was worried that Xiao Mo would run away, so she deliberately kept her ID. Thank you, Yue. Xiao Mo reached out for her ID, but Yue quickly lifted it higher. Yue wore a mischievous smile as she looked at Xiao Mo. What do you want to do with your ID so late, Xiao Mo? Seeing her intentions exposed, Xiao Mo laughed awkwardly. I just wanted to avoid causing trouble. It's fine. Yue's eyes were curved in a smile, but the mirth did not reach her eyes, making her seem a bit dangerous. The 36 stratagems, the best is to run away. Xiao Mo seized the opportunity when Yu was distracted snatching her ID and running outside. Yu's desires were too strong. If this continued, she would inevitably face dire consequences. Xiao Mo, wait, where are you going? Yu called out instinctively, momentarily stunned by Xiao Mo's retreat. Didn't I say we should sleep separately today? I'm going out to find a hotel, no need to see me off. Xiao Mo's short legs kicked up, knowing that if caught by Yu, a punishment awaited. However, she believed her own physique was definitely not inferior to Yu's. The sound of footsteps quickly approached, and Xiao Mo turned her head to find Yu had caught up. Yu, why is she running so fast? Know what's happening? It seems like my speed has slowed down. Xiao Mo, just obediently come back with me. I've been working out lately, you can't escape. Yu seemed to have plenty of energy left, effortlessly matching Xiao Mo's pace. Moreover, with my current fitness level, I can still. Like this, Yu said, reaching out and scooping Xiao Mo into her arms. To prevent Xiao Mo from escaping, she even hoisted her onto her shoulder. Xiao Mo? Xiao Mo's face instantly turned as red as an apple. Why did I think of a mountain full of monkeys when writing this part? Yu, hurry and put me down. Xiao Mo's short legs flailed as she pounded Yu's back. Yu, grinning, carried Xiao Mo back, allowing her to squirm, and playfully slapped her back. Smack, I won't put you down, you'll just run away again. Don't slap my butt. Although you've done it a lot, you still need to be mindful of your surroundings. Alright, let's talk more inside. Yu returned to the villa, locking the door with a click, and pulled up the living room curtains, not revealing her intentions. Yu, let me go? Hey, don't pull my skirt. Be good, Xiao Mo, listen to me, let me take a look. In the system space, two stunning beauties sat on the sofa, engrossed in watching the large screen with a blue. The academic prodigy poked Xiao Tongzi's hand. Xiao Yi, aren't you going to help your host? Don't worry, it's fine, this is just part of their play. Xiao Tongzi showed no intention of intervening. Instead, she waved her hand, and a bucket of buttery popcorn appeared in her palm. Xiaoling, do you want some? The academic prodigy grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it in her mouth, still a bit worried. But Xiao Yi, didn't you see Xiao Mo resisting all the time? I think she seems a bit unwilling. It's nothing, just a little trick between young lovers. Xiao Yi specially zoomed in on the screen to frame Xiao Mo, and Yu pointing at Xiao Mo. If you don't believe me, just wait, Xiao Mo will provoke her again soon. Why? The academic prodigy was intrigued by Xiao Tongzi staring intently at the screen. Just as Xiao Tongzi expected, Xiao Mo soon shyly turned her head, but shouted arrogantly, "Is that all you've?" Then Xiao Tongzi decisively turned off the screen and pulled the academic prodigy away from the system space. Shortly after they left, strange sounds faintly echoed from within the villa. Just as Xiao Mo was about to doze off, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. Given the host's high task completion rate, an extra reward is granted. The host's figure has become even more perfect, and the host's allure towards her girlfriend, Yu, has increased by 20%, now at 60%. Desiring to push the host down for some teasing behaviors at any time. Xiao Mo, why don't we just? Wait, no, Yu. I can't handle this, I really can't. Don't, Damien. Xiao Mo, be good, listen again. Xiao Mo, wake up quickly. The next day, Xiao Mo was still sound asleep on the soft bed, feeling as if someone very oblivious was disturbing her sweet dreams. Yu was completely unaware of Xiao Mo's irritability, still poking at Xiao Mo, who appeared to have grown quite large, like a big rabbit. Don't you have any idea how late we were up last night? AI will let me sleep a little longer. Xiao Mo, extremely irritated, slapped away Yu's restless hand and turned her back on her. Xiao Mo, get up quickly. Don't forget we have to catch a flight today. Yu shouted loudly when she saw Xiao Mo still had no intention of getting up. I know, Xiao Mo grumbled, still not caring, as no one could pull her from this soft bed. Wait, something feels off. Xiao Mo jolted awake, raised her hand to touch her throat, shocked. Damn. AI, what happened? Why does my voice sound like this? Cough. How strange. Yu looked at Xiao Mo, testing her voice, feeling a bit embarrassed, poked her fingers, and quickly handed over a glass of warm water she had prepared. Xiao Mo, you should drink some water quickly, don't hurt your throat. Xiao Mo reached out to take the water, gulping it down to save her throat. After finishing the entire glass, she rolled. So now you realize you need to please your wife? Last night, I begged you to man up and be a little more affectionate. What were you doing then? Yu lowered her head, even more softly, saying, wasn't I doing this for you? Xiao Mo was so angered by Yu that she couldn't speak, taking a few deep breaths before pointing at Yu. If I let you continue, I won't bear the surname Xiao. You, once you start, can't stop. Who knows what she experienced last night? Even without any props, she was complete. The inner thigh hurts so much. Hey Xiao Mo, don't. Isn't this quite good for us? Yu quickly moved closer to Xiao Mo, realizing that if Xiao Mo made up her mind, her happy days would be over. Look, your rabbit has grown so big, this is all my doing. And yet you say you don't want it, but you still hold my head. I haven't even mentioned that I'm struggling to breathe. Xiao Mo was shocked by Yu's shamelessness, her cheeks reddening. At that moment, could she really control herself? If she didn't hold Yu, she would involuntarily lift her head. Naturally, she would inadvertently present her weaknesses to Iyue, who would absolutely think she was actively seducing her. Besides, her rabbit growing larger was earned through her hard work on missions. Alright Xiao Mo, hurry up and get dressed. You said, handing Xiao Mo the underwear she had prepared in advance. Here, after my personal experience, you and I now have to wear the same size. Xiao Mo then realized she was still completely undressed, reaching for the underwear, unsure if Iyue had worn it. You can take your time getting dressed, I'll head downstairs to finish packing first. You said, turning to leave. Just as Xiao Mo started to move, she heard Iyu's voice coming from outside. I know Xiao Mo's scent. Iyue, shut up. Before boarding, Xiao Mo still thought she would sit in economy class like usual, but clearly she underestimated Iyu's extravagance. Xiao Mo boarded the plane later than Iyue due to some matters. When she saw the message from Iyue about first class, Xiao Mo's shocked expression and the way she silently swallowed her saliva indicated that this little bumpkin had definitely never sat in first class. Of course, Bai definitely hadn't either. The first-class suite featured a double bed. As soon as Xiao Mo entered, she saw Iyu's fair and tender long legs marked with numerous red marks. Looking up, a snow-white scarf wrapped around Iyu's slender white neck made Xiao Mo think of swans crossing. Iyue, I remember first class shouldn't look like this, right? Looking at the first-class suite decorated like a hotel room, Xiao Mo's not-so-bright mind was now filled with questions. Xiao Mo, there are very few things in this world that money can't solve. If it can't be solved, why not try spending a little more money? Iyue lay comfortably on the soft bed, speaking lazily. Xiao Mo pursed her lips, but slightly nodded. Although it sounds a bit harsh, it's still the truth. Xiao Mo, Iyue feigned a sad expression, pointing at herself like a bullied little girl. All of this is your doing. You have to take responsibility. Xiao Mo looked bewildered. I didn't see anything. Besides, what bad thing did I do to Iyue? Clearly it was Iyue who had been craving her body. Iyue patted the spot beside her, signaling Xiao Mo. When Xiao Mo approached her side, Iyue removed the scarf, revealing the deep V area that had been covered. Xiao Mo looked at the red marks on Iyu's chest and neck and couldn't help but recall last night. On the sofa on the bed, Iyue wrapped around her, calling out wife repeatedly. Xiao Mo listened to Iyu's shameless remarks, and her mind momentarily went blank. Xiao Mo's brain is just a poorly functioning, love-struck mind. No, I'm the one who was caught. Why should I take responsibility? If it were an ordinary couple after such unrestrained antics, it would be a deep relationship if they didn't fight and break up. Iyue looked at Xiao Mo's bewildered expression, a faint smile gracing her lips as she slowly laid down. Before long, Xiao Mo came to her senses, turned to look at Iyue, and pouted. Iyue, how dare you bring up what happened last night? Didn't we agree to sleep separately? Yes, we agreed to sleep separately at night. Iyue smiled awkwardly yet politely, then took a small sip from the glass beside her. But we didn't sleep last night, so why should we separate? Xiao Mo was momentarily speechless, but thinking that one should never lose in a battle of wits, she snatched the wine glass from Iyue's hand and took a sip. It was only when she put it down that she realized it was alcohol, and quite strong. More crucially, there was a lip print left on the spot where she had just drunk. Oh dear Xiao Mo, if you want an indirect kiss, you don't have to go this far. I could have just let you kiss me directly. Iyue teased as she reclaimed the wine glass from Xiao Mo's hand and finished the last sip right from the lip print. Alright, after such a tiring night, shouldn't we take the opportunity to catch up on sleep while on the plane? Iyue said, completely disregarding Xiao Mo's gaze as she began to remove her clothes. Xiao Mo watched the graceful curves of her figure, her ears already turning red. However, upon realizing that her own figure was not to be underestimated compared to Iyue's, she turned her back and also removed her clothing. After a bout of turbulence, the plane took off smoothly. Iyue had already stripped down to just her intimate bunny bra and panties. Xiao Mo, however, was not as bold as Iyue and opted to put on a shirt before the two of them snuggled back under the covers. Iyue, the scenery outside is so beautiful. Really? Do you want to go out and experience it firsthand? Oh. Iyue, are you trying to harm your dear? Ha ha ha. Xiao Mo, can you help me tie up my hair? Iyue sat up, turning her back to Xiao Mo, and called out. Although Xiao Mo was puzzled, she obediently complied. However, as she leaned in closer, something inside her mind inexplicably exploded. So good, it smells amazing. It must still be this soft. Iyue's hair was loosely tied by Xiao Mo, who then realized she was smiling awkwardly. She didn't understand why, but upon smelling Iyue's scent, she suddenly felt a loss of control. Xiao Mo, did you see the lip print on my neck? Oh. Iyue suddenly spoke. Xiao Mo scratched her head, not having noticed earlier, but still played along. I saw it, that's my masterpiece. Iyue smiled brightly at Xiao Mo, who felt a chill run down her back from Iyue's gaze. Iyue, why are you looking? Xiao Mo, how do you think the person pinned beneath would leave a kiss mark on the neck during a vigorous assault? How would I know? Iyue didn't dwell on the topic any longer, and asked, so Xiao Mo, do you want to leave one now? Xiao Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Can I? Of course. Not allowed. As Iyue looked at Xiao Mo's pouting face, she couldn't help but poke her cheek. If I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to sleep. Xiao Mo huffed in a spoiled manner, swatting away Iyue's hand and burrowing back under the covers. Xiao Mo, Are you really not going to pay attention to me? Yu gently poked Xiao Mo's shoulder, but all she got in response was a soft grunt from Xiao Mo. For some reason Xiao Mo's spoiled demeanor made Yu's heart flutter. Moreover, the alluring scent of jasmine seemed to be even more intense than before, almost as if it had an enticing effect. It made her unable to resist wanting to. Gradually Xiao Mo's even breathing filled the space, and Yu gazed at Xiao Mo's peaceful sleeping face, unable to help but swallow. I remember Xiao Mo usually sleeps very soundly, especially after last night. So now sneaking a little advantage and teasing her shouldn't be a problem, right? Now in Yu's eyes Xiao Mo was like a captivating fairy. Even in her sleep, she exuded a strong charm uncontrollably. Her delicate fingers full of intent approached Xiao Mo, unbuttoning her shirt one by one. Xiao Mo, The journey was already halfway through, and in first class, Xiao Mo looked wronged with tears in her eyes curled up under the covers. What was so unfair? Yu suddenly sat up, causing Xiao Mo to flinch. Watching Yu rummage in her bag, and then turn back, Xiao Mo quickly retreated. It's okay, I'm just going to wipe you down and apply some medicine. Yu held wet wipes and ointment in her hands, gently wiping Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo was simply too tired, and during Yu's gentle wiping, she gradually fell asleep. Yu carefully wiped Xiao Mo, her movements gentle, repeating the process from head to toe twice before picking up the tightly closed eyes of the sleeping girl and returning to the bed. After examining Xiao Mo's body closely, Yu squeezed out some ointment and gently applied it. The sleeping Xiao Mo seemed to sense something and gently shifted her body. Yu looked at the sleeping beauty with a tinge of regret, smiled softly, and put the ointment back into her bag before returning to bed. Embracing Xiao Mo, who had just fallen asleep, Yu soon followed her into the realm of dreams. Before getting off the plane, Yu glanced at Xiao Mo, who was still lying on the bed in deep slumber, and recalled the many bags of luggage she had brought with her, letting out a silent sigh. I should have been gentler. It was awkward for her to carry so much. With Xiao Mo on her back and 2 large suitcases in tow, Yu ignored the astonished gazes of those around her as she walked towards the airport exit. After exiting the airport, Yu hailed a taxi to take herself and Xiao Mo to the hotel where she had stayed last time. It felt nice when she stayed there before, and it was close to Xiao Mo's home, convenient for calling her out at any time. Oh no, she needed to let Xiao Mo rest well. She would let Xiao Mo take her turn later, or else her girlfriend might. Hey little girl, you don't seem like a local. Are you here to visit? The taxi driver glanced at the 2 in the back seat through the rearview mirror, one of whom was lying on the other. If he hadn't confirmed before getting in, he would have thought this friend just returned from a trip with me. I'm taking her to the hotel and sending her home. Yu smiled at the sleeping Xiao Mo. It seems like you 2 have a good relationship. The taxi driver remarked, taking advantage of the red light to express his thoughts, then sighed as he remembered something. Yu looked at Xiao Mo with uncontainable tenderness and chuckled softly. Yes, we are the best of friends. Or rather the closest lovers. If my daughter were still around, she would probably be about your age. The taxi driver looked at Yu and Xiao Mo with a hint of envy. Yu hesitated, wanting to say something. Uncle, your daughter. This was after the earthquake over a decade ago. I wasn't home and never got to see her one last time. The taxi driver's eyes revealed nostalgia and regret, and for a moment an eerie silence fell in the car. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of brakes echoed as the taxi slowly decelerated. Miss, we have arrived. The taxi driver smiled again and got out to help Yu retrieve her luggage from the trunk. Thank you. Yu politely expressed her gratitude, intentionally giving a little extra tip. By the way, may I ask something a bit forward? Is your relationship with the girl next to you one-sided, or is it mutual? The taxi driver asked before leaving, already having an answer in his heart as he glanced at Yu. He looked down at the slightly blurred photo he carried with him and drove away. Yu took Xiao Mo into the hotel and checked into a room with a big bed. When Xiao Mo woke up, she groggily opened her eyes and found herself lying on a large bed, while beside her Yu was smiling at her. Yu, are we there yet? Silly, we've already arrived. Look where you are now. Yu teased as she poked Xiao Mo's soft little face. Hearing this, Xiao Mo gently shook her head. Sitting up, she looked around and realized she seemed to be in a hotel, evidently brought here by Yu. Wait, what was this outfit from Yu on her? No way. Yu, why did you bring me to the hotel? Xiao Mo hurriedly hugged the small quilt and retreated warily, looking at Yu. Yu smiled, awkwardly scratching her head, realizing she had indeed left quite an impression on Xiao Mo. Your home is nearby. It's less than a 5-minute walk from here. Well, then I'll head back first. Hearing this, Xiao Mo rolled off the bed, grabbed her bag, and headed outside. Let me walk you back, Xiao Mo. Yu also took her room card and followed her downstairs. I'll just take you to here. If you come back with me, I doubt my mom would let you go. Xiao Mo turned back and waved to Yu. It's fine, or I'll just see you to the entrance of the community. Yu had no intention of going back alone. She followed Xiao Mo, saying, Xiao Mo, are you cold? Would you like to come back with me? I can lend you some warmer clothes. No, I don't want to go back with you. Who knows if I can even walk out without trembling. Xiao Mo shook her head in protest, determined not to fall into Yu's traps again. Hey husband, doesn't that look like our Xiao Mo? Now that you mention it, it does look quite like her, just a bit more developed than our Xiao Mo. While strolling, Yihua and Xiao Eugene watched the two playing on the opposite side of the street, increasingly feeling a sense of familiarity. Should we go over and ask? Xiao Eugene, annoyed by Yihua's suggestion, shot her a glare. If that really is our Xiao Mo, wouldn't you scare the girl away by approaching? So what should we do? What else can we do? Just continue our stroll. If Xiao Mo is home later, we can ask then. Yihua said as she held Xiao Eugene's hand and continued their usual route. Hey wife, do you think Xiao Mo and the others might have just come out of this hotel? Our Xiao Mo shouldn't be that easygoing. That's true. Alright, let's stop here. If my parents see us, they'll probably ask you all sorts of questions. Xiao Mo looked at Yue and waved her hand with a smile. Okay, I'll prepare for a few days and come to visit formally. Yue smiled slightly. Wait, Yue. Xiao Mo turned back to the supermarket at the entrance of the community and bought a few grilled sausages, handing them to Yue. Contact me on WeChat when you get back. Alright. Yue took the grilled sausage and took a bite. It was quite delicious, seemingly handmade. Sis, you're finally back. As soon as Xiao Mo entered, Xiao Lin pounced on her sister with a head pat. Go away, patting my head will stunt my growth. Xiao Mo scolded, swatting away Xiao Lin's mischievous hand. She was already half a head shorter than this unruly sister. She really didn't know what this girl had grown up eating. Xiao Lin, unfazed, gazed at Xiao Mo with sparkling eyes. Sis, did you bring me any souvenirs from Hawaii? Xiao Mo awkwardly touched the top of her head, originally planning to buy some souvenirs for Xiao Lin on the last day, but unexpectedly she had been caught off guard by Yue, leaving her with no time to choose gifts. Yes, that's right, so it's all Yu's fault. Xiao Lin looked at her older sister's demeanor, jumping up in anger. What the heck? Didn't I specifically tell you? How could you forget that? How was she supposed to prepare a surprise for her girl? No, Xiao Lin, don't worry. Xiao Mo quickly reassured, noticing Xiao Lin's reaction. I just left the gift I brought for you with Yu. How about I bring it to you tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin's mood improved significantly, but she still glared at Xiao Mo. Sister, you should have said that earlier. You scared me half to death. Xiao Lin was just a senior in high school, and her family didn't give her much pocket money to squander, so naturally, she had little money and time to prepare gifts. But where did her older sister get so much money? Buying bags and clothes, it seemed like she never worried about money. It seemed that all of this was thanks to Sister Yu. No wonder her older sister was willing to become a little submissive. One could only say that being wealthy was truly enticing. Seeing her unscrupulous younger sister quiet down, Xiao Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had bought quite a few small accessories while in Hawaii, just right to give to Xiao Lin as gifts. By the way, Xiao Lin, where are mom and dad? Why haven't they come to greet me since I've been back for so long? Hearing this, Xiao Lin burst into laughter and rolled her eyes at Xiao Mo. Greet you? Greet you? Who do you think you are? After teasing her older sister, Xiao Lin walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Mom and dad went for a walk. Dad just got off work not long ago, and he's been pretty leisurely lately, while mom has to go back to the hospital to help out at any time. Xiao Mo nodded in response and flopped down on the sofa. It's better not to stand for too long. Ouch, the inner thigh still ached slightly. Next time she must punish Yu severely. She must make sure Yu can't get out of bed, or else her anger won't be resolved. Not long after, Yihua and Xiao Eugene entered the house, looking at the lights in the living room, and called out, Xiao Lin, has your sister come back yet? Xiao Lin quickly jumped off the sofa to greet them. Mom and Dad, how did you know my sister was back? As she spoke, she pointed to Xiao Mo, who was lounging on the sofa. Look, she just got back not long ago, and has been lying on the sofa. Xiao Lin, why don't you go play upstairs for a while? We have something to discuss with your sister, Yihua said with a kind smile, gesturing for her to go upstairs. Seeing that smile, Xiao Lin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She really wanted to tell her mom not to force that kind of smile. Her usual stern face suited her much better. But Xiao Lin didn't dare to speak up, fearing that her mom would make her return to her childhood. Yihua and Xiao Eugene watched Xiao Lin obediently head upstairs, and then sat down next to Xiao Mo. Dad, Mom, why are you back, and why are you looking at me like that? Feeling the shadow cast from above, Xiao Mo finally looked up from her phone. She took off her headphones as she had been video chatting with Yu and hadn't noticed that her parents had returned. Her mom hesitated a few times, nudging Xiao Eugene's arm to signal him to ask. Xiao Eugene straightened his expression, adopting a serious fatherly demeanor. Xiao Mo, why didn't you reply to our messages after you came back? Xiao Mo, confused, scrolled through her phone only to realize that she had neglected her dad's messages while video Dad, daughter, have you returned? Sorry, I didn't see it just now, Xiao Mo said, sticking out her tongue awkwardly. I just went out for a walk with your mom and saw you with a girl. Moreover, she was the one who sent you out. Although Xiao Eugene hadn't seen Xiao Mo and Yu enter and exit the hotel together, he trusted his sixth sense, so he playfully teased Xiao Mo a bit. That girl is quite pretty. Are you really chasing after someone? Dad, after not seeing me for so long, you don't even want to acknowledge me. You actually see me and don't call out. Xiao Mo pouted, cutely realizing that her parents had actually seen her with Yu. This was so embarrassing. What? You really went to a hotel with another girl? Xiao Eugene couldn't help but exclaim. Oh no, his little cotton-padded jacket had already been changed inside. Seeing her dad so agitated, Xiao Mo felt a bit tricked, helpless, and speechless. We didn't mean to ruin your good thing, we just thought you finally found a girlfriend, and didn't call you, because we didn't want to mess it up. Yihua poked the shouting Xiao Eugene with annoyance, then kindly looked at Xiao Mo. By the way, when are you bringing her home to me? You're living so close now, you can't keep putting this off. Okay, I know, Xiao Mo said, helplessly feeling like her ears were about to grow calluses from hearing, when are you bringing her home to meet us? Xiao Eugene and Yihua exchanged glances, hugging each other as they went upstairs to their room. Finally free from a burden, how relaxing. Mom, alright. Just teasing you, don't forget to take a shower, you smell sweaty. Hearing this, Xiao Mo pouted angrily and looked down to smell herself. She didn't smell bad at all. Besides, she felt fragrant. After taking a shower in the evening, Xiao Mo touched her empty stomach and got up again to grab a few bread rolls to return to her small room. The familiar big bed, the familiar Boda-sized pillow, and the familiar massage gun. Wait. When did I take that thing out? Xiao Mo hurriedly stuffed it back into her storage box, carefully locked it up, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, during the time she was out, her mom and Xiao Lin hadn't come to her room, otherwise if they saw that, it would truly be social death. She opened her phone to check the pinned WeChat conversation with you and opened the chat box. Well, wife, my dad just saw us while walking, and he didn't call us out. Moreover, my dad thinks I took you to the hotel. Not long after Xiao Mo had just finished a piece of bread, when she received a reply from Yuez accompanied by a dumbfounded emoji. Yuez, huh? What should we do? Is uncle angry? Yuez, how about you say I was just delivering something to you, or that I was checking if the hotel is safe? Xiao Mo looked at the several messages sent by Yuez, feeling a bit speechless. Who would believe such an excuse? Xiao Mo, shut up, I already said you were my girlfriend. And it's quite normal for couples to do such things. Yuez, so uncle isn't angry. Can he still accept me? Yuez crying. JPG Xiao Mo, my dad is eager for me to find a partner. Just earlier, he urged me to bring you along. Yuez, how can I be so bold? What if uncle and aunt prefer smart ones? Yuez timidly. Xiao Mo rolled her eyes at the screen. How could Yuez not be smart? Xiao Mo, you're already so clever, what are you afraid of? Yuez, am I clever? Where? I don't even know. Xiao Mo, you've managed to trick me to the bed so many times, that's enough proof of your cleverness. Yuez, isn't it? Because Xiao Mo, you're too silly. Xiao Mo, you think you're so clever now that I have my mom backing me, you better think carefully about what you say. Xiao Mo, Yuez, alright, you've been so tired lately, hurry and go to sleep. Xiao Mo, okay. Good night, Yuez, good night. Xiao Mo closed her phone, looking at the 2 pieces of bread. She hadn't finished deciding to put them on the bedside for breakfast tomorrow. At 1 in the morning. Strange rustling noises came from the room. Xiao Mo, bread monster. Now is your washing period. Good morning, my love. Today is another day to love you, moi. The next morning, Xiao Mo got out of bed and grabbed her phone from the bedside, seeing the message that Yuez had sent her. Before Xiao Mo could send, good morning, my love, moi. Yuez sent another new message. You don't need to come find me today. I'm going to stroll around nearby and pick someone up at the airport. Got it. Xiao Mo put down her phone, and after washing up, she saw that the house had been cleaned up anew. According to her mom, it was for a fresh start in the new year. So I forget it'll just stay in my room and be a lazy fish. When her mom walked in, she saw Xiao Mo lying on the floor, rolling around, pounding the ground, crying, curled up, then standing up only to instantly lie back down straight as a stick. Yihua looked at her daughter, who seemed possessed, with her hands on her forehead. Calm down. She's my own flesh and blood. I can't be too harsh, but she still needs to get married. Xiao Mo noticed her mom had come in and immediately bounced up from the floor, putting on an awkward yet polite smile as she sat back on the bed. Mom, what do you need me for? Yihua suppressed her anger and said kindly, Xiao Mo, it's the new year. Don't you want to go out and have some fun? No, what's fun outside? Xiao Mo shook her head and turned over on the bed. Yihua, how did I end up with this? Is my life not a life anymore? Xiao Mo, get up right now. Yihua, angry, tore off her disguise. Go out, don't make me angry during the new year. Hearing this, Xiao Mo reflexively stood up from the bed, looking wronged and saying, where should I go? I don't care where you go, just as long as you don't stay at home getting in the way. Xiao Mo fell silent. Why are you still standing here? Go out. Listening to her mom's roar, Xiao Mo quickly grabbed a sports outfit and went out. The neighborhood where Xiao Mo's family lived was not particularly upscale, but it was certainly not one of those old neighborhoods without elevators. Most residents were from middle-class families. At this time, the sky was already bright, but the sunlight did not bring warmth. In the neighborhood square, there were already many people, including the elderly exercising and people around Xiao Mo's age jogging. Hiss, why is my mom calling me out in this cold winter? It's freezing. Xiao Mo put on her sports outfit, unable to hold back her complaints. Calculating, this was actually the first time Xiao Mo officially strolled around the neighborhood as a girl. Last time she returned home, she had just stayed inside waiting for her new ID. Seeing the lively scene below before Xiao Mo could express her thoughts, she felt the eyes of everyone on her. What's going on? Why is everyone looking at me? Xiao Mo looked down at her sports outfit, not realizing anything was off. I didn't go out in just my milk cap or anything. Silly, they're curious because a beautiful girl suddenly appeared in the neighborhood. The voice of the systems, Xiao E, echoed in her mind. Only then did Xiao Mo remember that she was now an extremely beautiful young girl. However, everyone at school had already gotten used to it. No, how can I be considered a sudden appearance? I've lived here for several years already. Xiao Mo couldn't help but refute, but sometimes her logic was beyond even the understanding of the system. Xiao E. Just think about how many times you've been out since you became a girl. Xiao E rolled her eyes dramatically, expressing her inner exasperation. All this. Xiao Mo scratched her head awkwardly, thinking about it. It seemed like it was less than 4 times. No wonder people in the neighborhood seemed to not recognize her. Many elderly men and women around were casting curious glances at Xiao Mo, their faces full of gossip. This neighborhood housed quite a few elderly residents who had long since retired and had little to do, so they spent their day. After finishing her warm-up, Xiao Mo started jogging with her short legs, and as people watched her run further away, they began to chatter. An elderly man waving a big knife rubbed his eyes. Did I see wrong? Which family's little girl is this? I've never seen her before. The elderly woman beside him pinched him hard. Why do you care so much? If you have this much spare time, you might as well worry about your own grandson, who just sleeps all day. He has no ambition at all. The old man slapped his forehead and said, You are right, my wife. Our good-for-nothing son only knows how to be lazy. I will drag him down to train with others right now. If he could also cultivate feelings with that girl, it would be even better. Many elderly people around quickly took out their phones. Are they really unaware of each other's intentions? This granddaughter-in-law is someone I have my eyes on, and no one should try to steal her. I must quickly calm my own stinky son down. We absolutely cannot let them start ahead of us. The recruitment battle sparked by the elderly morning exercise group had no impact on the middle-aged retirement team near. Watching the graceful figure of Xiao Mo gradually fade away, they squinted their eyes, thinking that if they were young for another 10 years, they would definitely pursue her. The position of a youthful white moonlight in their hearts is unparalleled. Even if the white moonlight herself appeared, it could not shake their feelings in the slightest. Xiao Mo had no idea that she was simply sent out by her mother for a warm-up morning run, which caught the attention of 2 major morning exercise organizations in the community, nor did she know that several innocent university students would suffer because of it. Meanwhile, in the Magic City. Oh, how nice of you to call me. I'm coming home. Oh, I have something to discuss with you. What could possibly require you to personally ask me? Can't you just have your secretary notify me? But I'm currently out and don't have time. No, you must come back immediately. Looking at the already hung-up phone screen, her hand holding the phone trembled unconsciously as she glared at it, as if she intended to shred the person on the other end with her gaze. Soon in the Jilin Tian Di Yuan of the Magic City, Xiaolin's girlfriend Jiang Xinue returned to her parents' home after answering the call, but this would never be her home. Since her father often was not at home, indulging in the flower bushes, ignoring her and her mother. Even that one night as her father, he actually spied on her while she was bathing. He even thought of doing things to her. Although in the end, after her fierce resistance, he did not succeed. But from that moment on, Jiang Xinue no longer had a father. And from that moment on, she no longer believed in any man in this world. All men in her eyes were filthy, despicable, and disgusting beings who only thought with their lower bodies. Due to plot needs, just a light spray. Because of this, Jiang Xinue became a lesbian, only keen on dating beautiful girls. However, disappointment often occurred. She discovered that her first love was actually after her money. A niece disguised as a girl struck by heaven. What was even more infuriating was that her first love was involved with other men, while dating her, leading to considerable. When she finally exposed her true colors, she even turned the tables, saying that this niece was disgusting and deserved to be nearly violated by her own father. The closest people always know how to stab the most painful knife. From that moment on, Jiang Xinue no longer invested her true heart in any relationship. No longer truly caring nor receiving any harm. As for whether they were after money or something else, what did it have? All she needed was for them to provide her with emotional value. If she got bored, couldn't she just switch to another one? And just like many protagonists in cliché novels, she encountered someone who broke through her psychological defenses and melted her cold heart, leaving a corner of her heart for her. Though it is unknown how much true affection Jiang Xinue invested in this relationship, Xiaolin was the one who took her first kiss, and also the one who truly possessed her body. Miss, you are back. The old master has been talking about you every day. Butler Liao quickly welcomed Jiang Xinue. Though the old master did not like his wife and daughter, it did not mean that they as servants could offend her. After all, the reputation of the official wife stood there. Jiang Xinue nodded, then threw the car keys to a nearby servant and asked, Butler Liao, is the old master still alive? The old master is in good health. Hearing Butler Liao's reply, Jiang Xinue curled her lips and did not say much more about it. She changed the subject. Where is he now? The old master is waiting for you in the study. You should go up quickly, don't keep him waiting. Butler Liao replied. Jiang Xinue took a deep breath and stepped into the villa. She didn't even spare a glance at the first floor. Who knows how many women have come here? Jiang Xinue walked towards the study on the second floor. When she reached the door, she walked straight in without knocking. At that moment, Jiang's father was typing on the keyboard at his desk with a thick stack of documents beside him. What do you want to see me for? Jiang Xianyu said impatiently, sitting on the sofa, without any sign of respect. Didn't I teach you to knock before entering the study? Jiang's father did not answer Jiang Xianyu's question, not even giving his daughter a glance since she entered. Ha is reminding the servants to teach me considered as you're teaching. Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Xianyu rolled her eyes. She had not had a father since childhood. Upon hearing this, Jiang's father raised his head and turned toward Jiang Xianyu, scrutinizing his daughter for a few seconds before directly pulling out the most conspicuous folder from the documents beside him and throwing it to Jiang Xianyu. I must say this daughter of mine has completely inherited her mother's charm, even surpassing her. It's a pity that I acted too early, otherwise she would probably have already. Jiang Xianyu stood up and firmly caught the folder. I must say Jiang's father really did not hold back this time, causing her hands to feel a tingling pain. However, she didn't show it on her face and sat back on the sofa to start reviewing it, occasionally glancing up to see her father looking at her with a somewhat lecherous gaze. Ugh, so disgusting. Jiang Xianyu cursed, inwardly hastening her pace of flipping through the folder. She really did not want to stay there for another moment, because she found it filthy. But as she flipped through the documents, her expression changed from calm at first to suppressed anger, ultimately slamming the folder down on the sofa and glaring at Jiang's father. You had someone secretly investigate and spy on me. Where did you get these things? Where these things come from doesn't matter. I just want to ask if these are true. Father Jiang frowned, slightly displeased by Jiang Xinyue's furious, uncontrolled outburst. Truly, she had lost all decorum. It seems you haven't changed at all even after all this time. Jiang Xinyue let out a disdainful snort. Wasn't it you who originally pushed me to get close to you, Iyue, so your career could advance further? Don't speak as if you'd graciously spared me. Jiang Xinyue, do you even regard me as your father at all? Father Jiang rose abruptly and slammed his fist onto the desk, making the documents atop tremble. Then tell me, what have you done that even remotely resembles the conduct of a father? Hearing this, Jiang Xinyue raised her voice in turn. How many times have you come home to see us in all these years? Every single time you sent your secretary to dismiss us. And what, pray tell, have I ever done wrong by you and your mother? I've never laid a hand on either of you, and neither of you has ever gone hungry or cold. Humph. Do you mean the mistresses? You've taken on perhaps the third or fourth. Jiang Xinyue laughed bitterly as if hearing a grotesque joke. Do you even recall the girl who showed up at my school last time? She couldn't have been older than me. She actually dared call herself my stepmother. How shamelessly you prey upon the young. That day, Jiang Xinyue had seized the girl by the hair and dragged her out, sparking an explosive wave of rumors across campus forums. Yet overnight, every post and video vanished without a trace. Did he truly believe she wouldn't recognize whose hand was behind it? So, having grown tired of her yet unwilling to admit it plainly, he'd even orchestrated her expulsion, all to preserve his own virtuous facade. Humph. Father Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment. He sank back into his chair. What does it matter if I stray? Among the wealthy, the red flag flies firmly at home, and colorful banners flutter freely abroad. Spit it out. That's you. Don't drag every affluent person into your filth. A beast who'd even lay hands. Jiang Xinyue could no longer contain herself. She erupted in fury, repulsed by the very thought of breathing the same air as him. If you summon me here merely to hurl such meaningless accusations, then I'll take my leave, now. She rose immediately, clutching the documents, ready to depart. She could not bear to remain in this place for even a second. Though she had no idea how he'd obtained her private chat records with Xiao Lin, she felt a quiet relief. Most of their intimate conversations had occurred via video calls, not text. Jiang Xinyue, do you truly believe you've grown up? Grown wings so strong you can ignore your own father. Father Jiang glared at her, his face rigid with authority. Let me remind you, everything you are stems from me. Even your very life is mine to grant. And do you imagine I want any of it? Go ahead, strangle me now. Given your capabilities, silencing your own daughter would surely be a trivial matter to bury. Jiang Xinyue's delicate brows arched sharply, her normally enchanting face hardened with icy contempt as she lashed out. Father Jiang uttered a low, sharp rebuke, but said nothing more. Years of indulgence had left his body frail. Jiang Xinyue was his sole legitimate heir. First, remember clearly, you Jiang Xinyue are my daughter. If word spread that my daughter is a woman who loves women, our company's stock would plummet, and my dignity would crumble. Second, remove immediately whatever nonsense you've written. Its circulation would only disgrace the Jiang family. Third, I will never permit you to be with another woman. Abandon that notion, once and for all. End it, now, and become a normal person again, even if you must merely pretend. Why? Have you ever regarded me as your daughter? Jiang Xinyue stared at him, utterly baffled. This was the 21st century, yet he clung to antiquated dogma like a relic of the past. Precisely because I regard you as my daughter, I refuse to watch you stray further down this path. Father Jiang too found his daughter incomprehensible. How could a girl love another girl? It defied nature itself. Then hear me clearly. I will not break up. Not ever. For a breathless moment, father and daughter locked eyes. two storms of wrath frozen in mutual defiance. In the next instant, Father Jiang surged to his feet, striding toward Jiang Xinyue with furious steps. Jiang Xinyue wandered aimlessly through the streets, her cheek still bearing stark, livid red marks. Passers-by smiled warmly. The festive air of the approaching Lunar New Year enveloped them all, yet she alone stood apart, an alien note amid the jubilant chorus. The world stretched vast and boundless, teeming with people, every soul with a home, yet she felt cast adrift in aberration, abandoned by existence itself. Vibrating softly in her pocket, her phone. She pulled it out. It was Xiaolin calling. Composing herself, she answered, "What's wrong, my love? What did you need?" "Xiaolin. Hey wife Xinyue, why does your voice sound strange?" At the sound of Xiaolin's voice, Jiang Xinyue's throat tightened. She blinked, rapidly sniffed, and replied lightly, "Oh, really? Must be the cold snap. I've caught a mild cold. Nothing serious." "Xiaolin, my elder sister's already back from Hawaii. When will you come see me?" "Jiang Xinyue, don't worry. I've booked my flight. I'll be there right after your final exams." "Xiaolin, perfect. I'll wait for you with all my heart." Mua 3. Jiang Xinyue, "Me too, my dearest Yuyo." She gazed at the ended call, took several deep breaths, shook her head, and walked resolutely toward the airport. She had someone precious to cherish, no reason to grieve over those who meant nothing to her. On the flight from the Magic City to Chuan Province, Jiang Xinyue did not lower her head to look at her phone, yet the notification sounds still irritated her. Listening to the bombarding notification sounds, she silently switched her phone to silent mode. The recent communication with that man had already drained her energy, and she truly did not want to anger anyone further. Her eyes gradually closed as memories replayed in her mind. In fact, she once had a happy family with loving parents until that fateful day. It was an ordinary day when Jiang's mother returned home, seemingly transformed, murmuring unintelligible whispers. "The mistress. He found a mistress. He betrayed us. Mom, what's wrong?" The young Jiang Xinyue did not understand the meaning of her mother's words. She only knew her mother seemed quite unhappy. "Xinyue. Yes, I still have Xinyue. I am his rightful wife." Jiang's mother muttered, nervously smiling as she approached Jiang Xinyue, squatting down to stroke the top of her head. "Xiaoyue, do you like your dad?" At that time, Jiang Xinyue did not know why her mother was asking her this question, but she nodded and replied, "I like him." "That won't do. To make sure your dad still wants us, Xiaoyue, you need to help your mother with something." Jiang's mother's smile grew even wider, appearing somewhat eerie. That day was unforgettable for Jiang Xinyue, as it was the first time her usually kind mother turned violent towards her without any mercy. However, just as her mother had planned, when her father returned home and saw her injuries, he truly became much kinder towards both her and her mother. But the good times did not last long. Her mother discovered that her father often had socializing engagements, frequently staying out at night. In the following days, her mother would either insult her or physically strike her, but the effect gradually diminished. Until that day when Jiang Xinyue returned home early from school, she immediately heard her mother and father's arguing. She could no longer remember the specifics, but her father's words, "What makes you think I would give up the whole vast forest for you?" still echoed in her memory. In the following days, she completely became a child, neglected by both her father and mother, until that fateful night after which she no longer had a father or mother. Jiang Xinyue slowly opened her beautiful eyes again, looking at the dozens of unread messages in her WeChat, feeling a chill in her heart. "Mother, how could you do such a disgusting thing? Mother, you still like girls even now. Mother, don't think that just because you don't come home I won't pursue this. You're being a lesbian is not over." Video call not answered. "Mother, I see, just as your dad said, you think you've grown wings and won't even answer your phone." "Mother, I would rather you never marry than have my daughter become a lesbian." "Mother, besides, your girlfriend is clearly not a good person." Originally, if her mother only spoke about herself, Jiang Xinyue would not bother to argue or waste her breath. But now her mother even slandered her girlfriend, which she could not tolerate. What could be endured by an uncle cannot be tolerated by an aunt. Jiang Xinyue, how is she not a good person? Mother, at such a young age, just turned adult and already liking girls. What good person could that be? Jiang Xinyue, I like girls too. Besides, don't you know why I like girls? Jiang Xinyue, just think about whether you are worthy to be a mother. Knowing he peeked at me while I was showering, and you still did not stop him. Mother, Xiaoyue, he is your dad. Mother, besides, aren't you a TXL now? What does it matter if he saw me? Jiang Xinyue, what does this have to do with being a TXL? And don't you dare insult the Jiang Xinyue. Long ago that night, after you handed over my room key to that beast who actually harmed his own daughter, I no longer had a father or mother. That night, still shaken from earlier panic, she heard a series of sounds of someone pacing outside her room. She thought it was her mother coming to comfort her, but unexpectedly a short while later that beast of a father opened her room. As Jiang's father stepped into the room, he saw Jiang Xinyue sitting on the bed wrapped in a bath towel. When she lifted her head, he lunged at her, and Jiang Xinyue quickly fought back. During their struggle, Jiang Xinyue grabbed the small night lamp from her nightstand and struck her father's head with it. "Stop it, Xiaoyue, I am your father. You're talking nonsense. My father wouldn't act like this." In pain, Jiang's father released Jiang Xinyue and she didn't stop until she had completely smashed the glass lampshade, watching him flee her room with blood all over his head. Her mind momentarily crashed. Her room key was only possessed by her and her mother, but how did her father? She had her suspicions, yet she still couldn't believe it. Could not believe her mother actually condoned her father towards her. That night, Jiang Xinyue dared not sleep, locking her room door again, cautiously holding her glass bottle facing the door. Until dawn broke, footsteps echoed outside her room once again. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Hearing her mother's voice, Jiang Xinyue finally relaxed, moving her numb body to the door, but due to her worries, she still crouched down to look outside. Confirming there was only one person, Jiang Xinyue finally opened the door. Jiang's mother walked in and immediately noticed the purple bruises on her daughter's face and body, yet she said nothing more, simply waving her hand at Jiang Xinyue as she sat on the bed. Jiang Xinyue felt a pang in her nose, throwing herself into her mother's arms, barely holding back her tears. Jiang's mother gently stroked Jiang Xinyue's head in a soothing manner, but for some reason she seemed distracted. The first words she spoke sent a chill down Jiang Xinyue's spine. Xiaoyu, how could you lay hands on your father? Xiaoyu, how could you raise your hand against your own father? Mother, what did you say? Jiang Xinyue felt as though she had just imagined it. She lifted her head, disbelief clouding her gaze as she stared at her mother. After all, he is still your father. How could you strike him? Go to the hospital right now and apologize to him. That will be the end of it. Agreed. Jiang Xinyue listened to her mother's words, and in that instant a sharp, ringing silence filled her skull. She looked at her mother, and the face before her suddenly seemed utterly alien. Reeling from successive blows, Jiang Xinyue stammered, "So then, the key was also..." Her mother fell silent. Jiang Xinyue studied her mother's faintly guilty expression, the unshaken conviction that she had done nothing wrong, and understood everything without another word. Get out. Get out of my sight now. Leave my room this instant." Her psychological defenses shattered in an instant. A surge of blood rushed to her head, eyes blazing red. She shoved her mother out and slammed the door shut, locking it with trembling hands. She sank back onto the bed, replaying the events of the past 2 days, then hurled everything within reach toward the door. She didn't even notice when glass shards sliced open her palm. When the storm of rage subsided, a hollow ache opened inside her chest. She buried her face in the quilt and wept uncontrollably. Why? Why me? Why me? Why? That day she remained in the bathroom for hours, so long that she lost all sense of time, unaware that night had already fallen outside. She scrubbed the skin on her neck raw, nearly drawing blood, yet still felt defiled. From that day onward, her relationship with both her father and mother froze into glacial silence. In her heart, she was already an orphan. I'm simply living according to my own will. This is my life. I have every right to choose how to live it. Then consider me barren this lifetime. You're never welcome back, not even after I'm gone. Let us each live our lives apart. No interference, no intrusion. Soon the plane touched down at the airport. The moment Jiang Xinyue stepped off the aircraft, she spotted her best friend instantly amid the crowd. Yue stood wrapped in a thick down coat, wearing padded gloves, occasionally blowing warm breath into her palms, still unaccustomed to Sichuan's damp chill. A faint smile curved Jiang Xinyue's lips. Blending into the stream of deplaning passengers, she drifted slowly toward Yue. Within moments, she stood 3 meters away. Then, seizing the moment, while Yue glanced down at her phone, lunged forward. Startled, Yue turned, and was met full force by Jiang Xinyue's embrace. Surprise. Puffed, charging with the ball. Honestly, do you have any idea how devastating this figure is? The devastation, one must assume, was purely physical. Gently massaging her own chest, Yue exhaled sharply, and shot Jiang Xinyue a mock-scolding glance. Nyanya. Jiang Xinyue stuck out her tongue, carefree and unburdened, for with her best friend beside her, even sorrow could fade. Still, was her C-bust really that formidable? It wasn't even AD. When Jiang Xinyue's father first learned she was a lesbian, he'd considered sending her to a so-called conversion center. But upon discovering Yue shared the same orientation, he instead urged Jiang Xinyue to pursue her, hoping to advance his own career through the connection. After all, the Jiang family paled in stature beside the Su family, Yue's lineage. At their last social gathering, the Jiangs hadn't even received an invitation. Though Yu Yunza bears the Yu surname, he is formally part of the Su family through marital affiliation, a union marked by deep affection and mutual respect. His offer to Jiang Xinyue came with one condition: complete severance of ties. She had no choice but to accept. Later, of course, they realized 2 women couldn't build the kind of relationship he envisioned. So naturally, they became inseparable friends instead. Why the rush this time? Can't wait to find yourself a wife. Yue teased, her eyes dancing with playful mischief. Jiang Xinyue said nothing. She wore a down jacket layered over a hoodie, the hood pulled low, her face half hidden behind a surgical mask. What's going on with you? You seem off. Yue frowned slightly, circling her friend, and noticed faint traces of bruising peeking from beneath the mask's edge. Hesitating only a moment, she reached up to gently lift the mask away. Jiang Xinyue instinctively recoiled. Then realizing her reaction was too conspicuous, stilled herself jaw set, and let Yu Iue remove the mask without resistance. As the mask came off, Yu Iue sucked in a sharp breath. A vivid swollen bruise marred Jiang Xinyue's left cheek, distorting the delicate symmetry of a face otherwise radiant with quiet allure. Oof, what are you doing standing here? Come now to my place. Well, I said immediately. Jiang Xinyue raised a hand, hesitated, then sighed deeply, and allowed Yu Iue to lead her away from the terminal. Honestly, getting hit and saying nothing, just standing there like a statue. Back at the hotel, Yu Iue retrieved alcohol swabs and Yunnan Baiyao from her bag, and began applying the medicine with meticulous care, cotton swab in hand. Ow! Jiang Xinyue winced, flinching backward instinctively. Now you feel it. Why didn't you speak up earlier? Yu Iue tugged her back firmly, scolding lightly. Jiang Xinyue listened in silence, offering no defense, as an awkward hush settled over the room. Once the ointment was applied, Jiang Xinyue quietly slipped her mask back on. Yu Iue opened her mouth to comfort her, but Jiang Xinyue waved her off. It's nothing serious, just a slap. After a long pause, Yu Iue sat beside her and asked softly, was it him again? She'd only learned the truth about Jiang Xinyue's past during one drunken, tear-soaked confession. That night her friend had clung to her arm, sobbing uncontrollably, nose-running, tears streaming, while Yu Iue fought the urge to push her away. They drank until dawn. Only when Jiang Xinyue could barely stay upright did Yu Iue finally help her stack. What does it feel like to know that your best friend is approaching you with ulterior motives, desiring your body? Is it anger from? Perhaps there is. But looking at Jiang Xinyue, who is silently shedding tears, even in her sleep, I feel more. Growing up surrounded by the love of her relatives, Yu Iue couldn't understand why some parents would treat their own daughters so poorly. The term beast fits them perfectly, and it might even be an insult to beasts. Jiang Xinyue waved her hand helplessly, saying, it's fine, I've already given them quite a few punches. Hearing Jiang Xinyue's optimistic words, Yu Iue couldn't help but burst into laughter. After laughing, she spoke earnestly, actually, you could ask me for help. Just openly release the news, and I believe no one would dare to disrespect our family. Furthermore, if we can use power to suppress them, why not? Don't tell me you still have hope for them. Hope? That has long since disappeared. Jiang Xinyue sighed, lightly turning to gaze blankly out the window, as if the world outside was what she yearned for. Alright, let's not care about these things anymore. As long as you speak up, I can make them sweat in no time. Hearing her best friend's words like a promise, Jiang Xinyue felt a stir in her heart, and slowly replied, thank you. It's nothing, just a small matter. Besides, you are the one who has called me little mom, so it's only right to treat my goddaughter, Yu Iue. Huh. So what do you plan to do now? If nothing unexpected happens, they should have already blocked your card, right? Jiang Xinyue and Yu Iue lay together on the hotel's large bed. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyue took out her phone to check her messages and shrugged, seemingly already expecting this. Yu Iue leaned closer, noticing that Jiang Xinyue hadn't received any message about her bank card being frozen, and blinked in confusion. This isn't right. Should they not have stopped your card to threaten you to come back? They are not that foolish. After all, I still hold some final value for them. Jiang Xinyue shrugged, feeling even more disgusted with them. What? Yu Iue, still unaware of what this final value was, eventually covered her mouth in disbelief and said it wouldn't be to make you. That's right, it's a marriage alliance. Jiang Xinyue nodded, honestly not denying it. They still need me, so they naturally won't offend me too much. You don't really plan to obediently go for a marriage alliance, do you? Even if it's a marriage of convenience, Xiaolin won't agree. Jiang Xinyue rolled her eyes at her, thinking, how could she be so foolish? You are overthinking it. No matter how well they treat me now, I could never forgive them again. I said before, my parents died a long time ago that night. Now I, Jiang Xinyue, am just a pitiful orphan living under someone else's roof. Yu didn't know what to say. She simply raised her hand and quietly patted Jiang Xinyue's shoulder in comfort, already planning to help her. Although Jiang Xinyue is a year older than her, after all, Jiang Xinyue likes Xiaolin, so according to their seniority, she should call her brother-in-law. As a prospective brother-in-law, it's only right to help your sister-in-law. Moreover, the Jiang family knows that Jiang Xinyue won't obediently return for a marriage alliance. They will definitely find time to force her back after she returns to Modu. It seems that after returning, I need to find an opportunity to give them a little warning. After all, there is a saying, a thief is not afraid of 1,000 days of guarding. Thank you, Iue, for your comfort. I feel much better. Jiang Xinyue sighed, then got up to start taking off her clothes. Hey, what are you doing? Yu Iue quickly took a few steps back, covering her chest with her hands, watching Jiang Xinyue. What the hell are you thinking? I just need to rest. Jiang Xinyue glared at her impatiently. Am I the kind of person who casually offers my body to others as a form of repayment? What she couldn't understand is why in those cliched domineering CEO stories the only two methods of repaying kindness are to sleep with someone or to marry them. Isn't that just plain silly? But you did remind me, I should start working on my own career. Living under someone else's roof feels too uncomfortable. Yu Iue raised an eyebrow. Aren't you writing novels? Jiang Xinyue replied. Yu Iue saw her not speaking and blinked, asking, so how much money do you have now? Jiang Xinyue remained silent. Silence is the bridge of tonight's conversation. Are you mute? Just give me a sign if you have money. Yu Iue impatiently pushed Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue silently revealed the balance in her bank card, covering her face in tears. It's just a few thousand. How did you end up living such a poor life? Yue looked at Jiang Xinyue's savings in shock. Just a few days ago she had just swindled a 10 million check from her mom. Now she could only say she had no interest in money. To her it was merely a number. Yue stared wide-eyed. After a few seconds, she said, wait, what about your manuscript fees from writing novels? Did that foolish platform swallow it all? Guess why a newbie like me was able to participate in a signing event so quickly? Jiang Xinyue didn't wait for Yue to ask, and continued, that's right, I treated myself to a pile of gifts. Yue felt a bit embarrassed, so it turns out you have to spend money to write a novel too. LOL. Basic skills, no need to laugh, please keep your mouth shut. Jiang Xinyue waved her hand shamelessly. So how much do you earn daily from your manuscript fees? Yue rolled her eyes. Jiang Xinyue frowned slightly. I haven't touched my manuscript fees much. I originally planned to save it to buy a cat for my wife. But now it seems I need to rely on it. Saying this, Jiang Xinyue opened the app for the bank where she stored her manuscript fees, expecting to have a decent amount right. Looking at the balance, her frown deepened, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Yue peeked in with a curious head, and the room fell into another silent moment. So how much does your last book earn daily? I remember it was already finished, right? Jiang Xinyue flipped through her phone and said quietly. The last book earns 11 yuan and 91 cents every day. Yue burst into laughter, slapping the quilt and showing no signs of restraint in her ridicule. So what if I earn just a few bucks? Jiang Xinyue's expression turned serious, growing more agitated as she spoke. Do you know what it means for a new writer to earn 15 yuan a day at such a young age? 15 yuan and 28 cents a day. Can you even imagine that? Yue remained silent. Yue pondered her words before slowly speaking. Well, it's okay. Occasionally I buy a few bags and some high-end items that catch my eye, and then I use your name to buy some things at your place. Jiang Xinyue counted on her fingers. Hearing this, Yue fell silent for a moment. Jiang Xinyue, forget it, just use my money. Jiang Xinyue scoffed, saying, how much can you possibly have? Are you telling me that you have more money than me, a proper writer? Yue casually pulled out a few million yuan checks from her bag and lightly tossed them onto the bed. It's not much, just enough for travel expenses. Wait, what does it mean that you carry checks with you? Hold on, I shouldn't care about this right now. With a slap, Jiang Xinyue knelt on the bed, a flattering smile on her face, hugging Yue's thigh and crying, sister, where did you get so much money? Take me along. I'll never write novels again, I'm so hungry. Rich lady, food. Yue rolled her eyes, saying, get up and talk. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyue immediately stood up, watching as Yue placed a million yuan check into her bag, her heart filled with joy. Alright, keep this money for emergencies, just blow through that card your dad gave you first. Also, you should stay in the hotel for now and not go find Xiaolin. Jiang Xinyue listened to Yue's earnest advice, puzzled. Why can't I go find Xiaolin? I came here to see my girlfriend. If you go find Xiaolin like this, won't it just make her worry? Neither of you have the capital to stand against it, so it's better to worry less. Oh, I see, then fine. A few days later, swish. Sound of a high-level transition. Xiao Mo, stop playing. I need to go to the hospital. Something suddenly came up. This afternoon your sister's final exam will be over, so please go pick her up. Xiao Mo, lying on the sofa like a sloth, responded casually as she saw her mother rushing out. Okay, got it. She flipped over silently and continued reading her novel. I must say, the promotional video I saw recently on Douyin, it's a pity that the comic was too short, only 5 hours long, making me unable to wait and just read the novel directly. Huh, what did my mom just ask me to do? Forget it, it's probably just to remember to cook or something. I must say that Infinite Flow novel really hit the heart of Xiao Bai, and the protagonist's charisma is quite good. What? You're asking if Xiao Bai doesn't write when she sneaks off to read novels? Busted. After a period of time. Xiaolin, come down and rub my legs. Ooh, I have a hard battle to fight soon. Xiao Mo turned over on the sofa and shouted upstairs. Something seems off. Is today the last day of Xiaolin's final exams? My mom seemed to have asked me to pick her up. Oh, what time is it now? Xiao Mo struggled to shift her position and looked up at the clock in the living room. There's still an hour until Xiaolin's exam is over, so I can still make it if I leave now. Before leaving, Xiao Mo called out to the system in her mind, Xiao, do you have anything useful over there? What do you want? It sounded like the little system just woke up from a nap. Oh, what a good habit here, just like what's written in this book. Can you sneak me the little Coke beef bun from it to play with? Oh, let me see what this item can do. Xiao Mo brought her phone closer for the little system to see, and Xiao Yi fell into deep thought as she looked at the item. Little Coke beef bun description. Little Coke has earned 3,200 yuan a month at a young age. He insists on drinking a pot of boiling water every morning along with 2 bowls of soy milk, 3 beef buns, and 4 pancake rolls without eggs. Effect: select a target and throw the beef bun. The selected unit will run towards the beef bun while barking until it finds and eats it. Such a perverted item. How did this author come up with it? After a moment of silence, Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim how imaginative the author was. So do you have a way to sneak this item out for me? Xiao Mo looked at Xiao Yi with hopeful eyes. This item would be perfect for pranking people. Can't sneak it out, but Xiaoyi shrugged and said helplessly, then changed her tone, I can create something with a similar effect. Yeah, that's great. Then I'll wait for your good news, little system. Xiaomo cheered and opened the door to go out. Hey, wait, send me the title of the book you were just reading. I want to check it out too. Hee, next time, definitely next time. Hey, isn't that Xiaomo ahead? Hee, let's go tease her. Jiang Xinyue remembered that today was the day her girlfriend finished her exams, and her face was looking much better now. She went out to give Xiaolin a surprise, and after walking not too far she spotted Xiaomo in front. Suddenly feeling mischievous, she wanted to play a little prank on her. Recently, Jiang Xinyue had been staying in a hotel and watched many short videos about the customs of Sichuan province, and now it was just the right time to experiment. Thinking this way, Jiang Xinyue adjusted her hat and pulled her scarf up a bit, quickly walking forward. Hey lady, hey Annie, wait for me. Jiang Xinyue lowered her voice deliberately, quickly approaching Xiaomo and gently tapped. Xiaomo turned around, looking bewildered at the strange sister who had covered herself so thoroughly, and pointed at herself with a finger. Are you calling me? Yes, Annie here. Auntie refers to a cute girl. Could you tell me how to get to Shudao Mountain? Jiang Xinyue couldn't help but smile behind her scarf, pretending to be someone asking for directions. What? Which Annie are you referring to? Shudao Mountain. Xiaomo couldn't hold back and revealed her true nature, staring in shock at the strange person before her. Jiang Xinyue pretended to be innocent and continued, didn't they say there's a famous scenic spot here called Shudao Mountain? If I see you're a bit foolish wandering in the snow like this, you're bound to run into trouble sooner or later. Oh, come on, just tell me. I really want to check out the Ito Temple on Shudao Mountain. Jiang Xinyue said, and politely called out again, Auntie, you're still calling me Auntie. You little brat, did I offend you? Or every day doing that kind of thing, who are you showing it to? Xiaomo had already sensed something was off. Who comes to Sichuan to ask for directions, while specifically calling someone Auntie? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Might as well play along. You want to see Ito Temple? I'll take you to Ito Temple right away. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Jiang Xinyue quickly shouted, Magical Cloak. Magical Cloak. As everyone knows, the Magical Cloak is a very magical spell for calming emotions, especially effective when someone in Sichuan shouts, I'll take you to Ito Temple and Shudao Mountain. I'm not taking you to Ito Temple today. Oh, I'm really your Annie. Jiang Xinyue, as her sister's girlfriend, dares to be so rude to herself. How outrageous. Does she really think I can't recognize her extremely distinctive Big Bunny? I'm not blind. Stop it. It's me, Xiaomo. Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue quickly dodged and revealed her identity. After Xiaomo had a small outburst, she finally calmed down and straightened her clothes. Oh my, Jiang Xinyue, is that you? How come it's you? Xiaomo, did you recognize me earlier? Jiang Xinyue said, who would be so heavy-handed with an innocent passerby? Ordinary people absolutely wouldn't do such a thing, but familiar ones definitely would, and their actions could be deadly. You were the one who offended me first. Xiaomo stuck out her little tongue and made a face. Also, could you please use a chest binder to conceal your bunny before you prank someone next time? Otherwise, it'll give you away at first glance. What? Is it really because of this? Jiang Xinyue glanced down at her bunny, which was even bigger than Yu's, and complained rather irritably. By the way, Xiaomo, are you here to pick up Xiaolin too? Yes, Mom asked me to pick her up. What about it? Xiaomo replied honestly. Great, let me pick her up, and then I'll just take you, Jiang Xinyue suggested with a smile. She certainly didn't want a third wheel suddenly appearing in her and Xiaolin's world, even if that third wheel was her girlfriend's sister. Then okay, but you have to remember to bring Xiaolin back early. Xiaomo thought for a moment and agreed to Jiang Xinyue's suggestion, especially since she could also take a stroll outside. Otherwise staying at home would make her feel like she was growing mushrooms. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring Xiaolin back to you in one piece before sunset. Jiang Xinyue promised Xiaomo. What do you mean by in one piece? You better clarify that for me. Suddenly Jiang Xinyue thought of something and turned to remind, oh right, Xiaomo, you wait here for a moment. Xiaomo tilted her head in confusion. Why? Don't worry, it's a good thing. Jiang Xinyue said, waving her hand without looking back, and then walked towards Xiaolin's school. What good thing? I still have to wait personally. Xiaomo lightly scolded, not believing that Jiang Xinyue would give her anything good. After all, they had only met by chance. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyue, walking farther and farther away, took out her phone from her bag and dialed a number. Hey, hurry down and turn right to the square. Don't say your sister isn't nice. Alright, I have to meet my girlfriend now, so that's it. After hanging up, Jiang Xinyue looked back toward the square once more. Xiaomo, I wish you good luck. I hope to see you standing up again tonight. Finally finished the exam. When Xiaolin walked out of the examination room after submitting her paper early, there were only a few scattered candidates around, most of whom were acquaintances. The top student and the class leader, known for their hard work, were leisurely strolling. The top student turned back and spotted Xiaolin, tugged at the class leader's arm beside her, and waved to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, now that winter break has started, what are your plans? You're not planning to continue with extra classes, are you? Xiaolin, for some reason, had been energized since returning from the National Day holiday, to the point where even the class leader felt inferior. Xiaolin replied politely with a smile, of course, I still have some distance to cover to reach my goal, so I can't slack off. After all, her goal was to get into that school and meet the person she wanted to see. Then we wish you success. The class leader gave a thumbs up to Xiaolin. Thank you for your kind words. Xiaolin nodded, slowing her pace to look around, hoping to see that figure appear here. The top student noticed Xiaolin's movements and turned to ask what's wrong. Are you waiting for your sister? Xiaolin nodded, seeing that she didn't want to say much. The classmate and class leader linked arms and walked towards the school gate. Hey, how about we hit the internet cafe for a while later? I'll treat you. It's time to balance work and rest, let's go. Xiaolin shook her head at the two who were walking farther away, and then found a spot under a tree with fewer people to wait. Her mom had specifically told her before school that her sister would come to pick her up. However, Xiaolin still had her doubts about her sister, who seemed to have laziness etched in her bones. She squinted slightly to watch the scattered sunlight filtering through the leaves where two little doves were chasing and playing on the branches, chirping sweetly. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, rapidly startling the two little creatures, who flapped their wings and flew away into the distance. Xiaolin turned her gaze towards the sound, her body filled with surprise. The person was Jiang Xinyue rushing towards her. Xiaolin instinctively opened her arms, and the next moment she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Jiang Xinyue held Xiaolin tightly, her chest heaving up and down from the earlier sprint. However, thanks to Yu's earlier reminder, she consciously slowed her pace, avoiding a disastrous collision with the ball. Through the rising and falling of her chest, Xiaolin seemed to hear Jiang Xinyue's heart beating rapidly, like a drum, causing her head to spin unexpectedly. Ignoring the scattered classmates around, Jiang Xinyue gently cradled Xiaolin's face, as if she wanted to imprint her in her eyes. Xiaolin felt Jiang Xinyue's hands trembling slightly, her voice the same. She muttered something softly, as if speaking to herself, yet also to Xiaolin. Yet even at such a close distance, Xiaolin still couldn't make out what Jiang Xinyue was saying. But in the next moment, countless unidentifiable feelings filled her heart, and feeling Jiang Xinyue's warm embrace, an emotion called pity inexplicably arose within her. Xinyue, what's wrong? Xiaolin patted Jiang Xinyue's back repeatedly, as if trying to brush away all the unfairness in her life. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Xinyue sniffed and released Xiaolin, speaking with slight apology. Sorry, Xiaolin. It's been so long since I saw you, I lost my composure. It's fine, Xiaolin replied with a smile, shaking her head. The two of them paid no mind to the curious gazes of their classmates as they held hands and walked outside the school. Xinyue, why did you come to pick me up? Of course it's because I missed you. Come, let's go have some fun. Xiaomo, so, have you ever considered my feelings? Even though I didn't come to pick you up, is it really okay for you to just leave? Meanwhile, on the other side of the plaza, Xiaomo yawned in boredom while looking at her phone. Oh whoa, could Jiang Xinyue be playing a trick on me? Why is there nothing yet? Just as Xiaomo was getting impatient and planning to make a run for it, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps approached. Xiaomo turned her head and saw Yue running towards her with a mischievous smile. No way. Is the gift Jiang Xinyue mentioned this? No, I don't want that. Upon seeing her approach, Xiaomo instinctively turned to run. If Yue caught her, she would definitely not have any good results and would certainly be in trouble. With a determined look, she thought, after all, Yue had been trying to invite her out for walks every day lately. How could someone as clever as Xiaomo fall for it? You must know, her allure to Yue was now at 60. If she were to loiter in front of Yue at this level, it would be no different from delivering herself to a little white rabbit. And now Yue had already taken the initiative to find her, with that characteristic mischievous smile on her face. The fun buff was fully stacked. What are you waiting for? Why not run? Do you want to be caught and end up in trouble? Xiaomo, why are you running? I won't eat you. You're talking nonsense. If I trust you even a little, Xiaomo will be a dog. How is my intention that obvious? Yue felt a bit sheepish, but at this point how could she let Xiaomo escape? She quickly closed the distance, grabbing Xiaomo by the back of her collar and dragging her towards the hotel. Xiaomo, be good, listen to me, I will definitely take you back before dinner. I won't. Let go of me. I'm not trusting you, you perverted lewd monster who can't stop once you start. That's not up to you, just obediently come back with me. The following events are somewhat inappropriate for children, very lewd and violent, so for the sake of everyone's physical and mental health, I won't write them out. Please imagine for yourselves this part omits in one words. Oh wait, it's nothing, it turns out Xiao Bai just wanted to fill in a few more words. I believe everyone will understand, and don't forget to give Xiao Bai a 5-star review. In the KTV room, Jiang Xinyue flipped through the cold drink menu and casually ordered a lemon mint soda. With the soda in hand, Jiang Xinyue sat down in a relatively secluded and quiet corner of the sofa. The choice of this place was mainly because if she brought Xiaolin back to the hotel upon their first meeting, it felt a bit improper. Moreover, she didn't have the same thoughts as her best friend, who was always daydreaming. Before long, Xiaolin came over with a carbonated drink made of mixed strawberries and cherries, kneeling on one knee on the sofa and naturally sitting close to Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue reached out with one hand to gently wrap around Xiaolin's back. The exam had finally ended, and Xiaolin felt so lazy that even her bones felt weak as she leaned against Jiang Xinyue's shoulder. Xiaolin, what do you want to do this winter vacation? Then how long do you plan to accompany me this winter vacation, Xinyue? Xiaolin raised an eyebrow and replied. Jiang Xinyue thought for a moment in her mind before speaking. I'll return after the vacation ends. You probably start school earlier than I do, so I will accompany you for the entire winter vacation. The two of them tilted their heads together, planning the things they wanted to accomplish during the winter vacation. Xiaolin looked at the face that was so close, swallowing nervously. Xinyue, huh? What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyue turned her head. Xiaolin mustered her courage to ask, do you want to try the lip gloss I put on today? Is that okay? Jiang Xinyue seemed surprised that Xiaolin would say this, looking a bit pleased, but also slightly shy. Xiaolin didn't speak, merely nodding silently. Jiang Xinyue gradually leaned closer, the sweet fragrance of cherry and strawberry lingering by her lips. The two of them hid away from the bustling crowd, secretly tasting the flavor of each other's drinks in their private room. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaolin slowly got up and, holding a microphone, asked Xinyue, do you want to sing a song? Jiang Xinyue blushed, her lips moving slightly, and after a moment she nodded. Xiaolin gently placed the microphone in Jiang Xinyue's palm, curling up in her arms like a sunbathing kitten. Not wanting to be stained with right and wrong, how unexpected that things would go against my wishes. The flowers in my heart wither, time does not return. A pot of fine wine, a body covered in dust. One thought, back and forth, living life without regrets. A lifetime of spring and autumn blooming and perishing, the vanity of right and wrong. Wait until the flowers bloom again to get drunk once more. After the song ended, Jiang Xinyue had just set down the microphone when Xiaolin pouted, hey Xinyue, what song did you choose? What's wrong with this song? Is it that I didn't sing well? It's not that it's not good, it's just not quite suitable for us. Could you not choose some more fitting songs? Can't you sing a love song or something? A love song? I've never sung one, Jiang Xinyue said with a helpless shrug. She had never crooned a love song for any of her previous girlfriends, nor had she ever had the leisure to. Even her present singing ability had been honed when she served as president of the dance club. Then I'll demonstrate for you. That should teach you. Xiaolin did not take the microphone from Jiang Xinyue's hand. Instead, she held her hand, stealing glances at Jiang Xinyue's profile as her heart pounded. Certain. Actually, not quite certain. It's just that when our eyes meet, my heart flutters. When I don't see you, I think of you. I search for you among the crowd. When I find you, I pretend not to look. Not every date means I'll appear the moment you invite me. Not every call will I pick up when you ring. Love isn't something that yields more the faster one throws oneself in. I like being walked home by you, but I cannot invite you for coffee. After a while. By the way, Xinyue, I prepared something nice for you. What gift? Let me see. Xiaolin began rummaging through her bag. After searching fruitlessly for some time, she slapped her forehead. Oh no, I didn't expect you'd come to pick me up today. Oh, I left the gift at home. Jiang Xinyue lamented, her head visibly bowing. Oh, what shall we do? It's fine, it's fine. We can go back and get it now, there's still time, Xiaolin hurriedly said, trying to remedy the moment as she looked at Jiang Xinyue. She did not want her girlfriend, who had come with such effort, to be disappointed. Jiang Xinyue, listen, mouth agape. Go to your house. This was rather forward. Was Xiaolin inviting me? I hadn't planned to make a move. It's fine, my parents happen to be out. Xiaolin said, taking Jiang Xinyue's hand and rushing out of the KT. Back at the house, Xiaolin asked Jiang Xinyue to sit in the living room while she ran upstairs to fetch the gift. It seemed her older sister had gone out, Jiang Xinyue did not know where. She looked at the living room's furnishings with, is this what a normal family feels like? The warmth enveloped her the moment she stepped in, so much better than her own cold, austere home. Before long, Xiaolin descended the stairs in quick steps, holding a pink gift box. Xinyue, look, I specially prepared this for you. Why is it so warm? Xiaolin frowned as she felt the temperature. Damn, her lazy sister had left the air conditioning on. So she doesn't mind the electricity bill if someone else pays, does she? Jiang Xinyue beamed at the gift. Wow, is this the present you got me? The pink box was tied with a red ribbon and a pink bow, utterly girlish. Yes, open it quickly. Xiaolin watched Jiang Xinyue eagerly, hoping to see delight bloom on her girlfriend's face. After all, she thought it was very practical. Jiang Xinyue gently tugged the bow, and the ribbon came undone. But when she saw what was inside, she was momentarily bewildered. Is this a nail clipper? So, do you like it? Xiaolin blinked at Jiang Xinyue with expectant bright eyes. Jiang Xinyue stared at the nail clipper, then at Xiaolin's graceful curves, swallowing involuntarily. I like it, this really hits the spot. Xiaolin chuckled. I'm glad you like it. Forbidden, heated imaginings nonetheless rose unbidden in her mind. So where shall we choose our next venue? Jiang Xinyue of course understood what Xiaolin meant. A seductive flush spread across her face, making her utterly tempting. Anywhere is fine. They'll leave it to you. Speaking of such matters so plainly felt oddly awkward. Actually, Xiaolin stepped forward, pressing Jiang Xinyue against the sofa in a sudden intimate motion. As long as you don't tell me to stop, I'll do anything. Jiang Xinyue heard Xiaolin's shameless words and flushed crimson. Wait, Xiaolin, please. Not this conversation right now, okay? Jiang Xinyue shook her head in refusal. If she were her former self, she would have stepped out without hesitation, booked a room, and indulged Xiaolin completely. But now she could not even guarantee her own future. How could she reassure Xiaolin? She was not yet able to take. Why? Weren't we fine before? Xiaolin asked, tilting her head in confusion. What was wrong with Xinyue? Given Xiao Lin's nature, shouldn't she be overjoyed now? Perhaps teasing that relatives would visit soon so she could only look, but not indulge. Jiang Xinyue swallowed, sat up straighter, and looked at Xiao Lin with a solemn expression. Xiao Lin, I think we need to talk. About what? Xiao Lin pouted as she asked. From the very day we first decided to date, it was in truth nothing more than a consequence of one night of wine. And ever since we've never once resembled a normal couple. Xiao Lin's expression visibly chilled. Without hesitation she extended a single finger and gently pressed it against Jiang Xinyue's crimson lips, silencing her mid-sentence. So what exactly do you mean? Are you planning to discard me just as you did all the others before? As she spoke, Xiao Lin leaned in sharply. So close their breaths entwined, their noses nearly touching. Jiang Xinyue, listen carefully. If you now tell me you wish to withdraw from this relationship, even though it may appear twisted, even pathological, I have but one answer. Impossible. You cannot escape. Even now I lack the power to stand on equal footing with you, but that does not mean I never will. You may dismiss this as the naive fantasy of a girl barely out of adolescence, but even fantasy holds a sliver of hope, doesn't it? From the beginning Xiao Lin had known she and Jiang Xinyue were worlds apart. She was merely an ordinary girl from humble origins. Bridging that chasm, even without motives of wealth or status, would never be easy. Unlike her elder sister, who had been claimed outright by a wealthy woman like Yue, her connection with Jiang Xinyue could at best be called love at first sight, at worst mere lust at first glance. Stories of reformed playboys and repentant heartbreakers belong only between the pages of novels. To surrender the choice of whether to stay or part entirely to the other person is the height of folly. An uncanny silence settled over the living room. Each woman held private fears within her heart, and neither dared break the stillness first. Xiao Lin raised her hand, then let it fall limply. At last she collapsed beside Jiang Xinyue onto the plush sofa, its soft surface yielding deeply beneath her weight. Her gaze drifted blankly upward, fixed upon the ceiling. After a long suspended pause, she murmured quietly, Xinyue, go home. For now, until both of us find clarity within our hearts. Xiao Lin seemed poised to say more, but all words dissolved into a soft, wistful sigh. Perhaps it's best we don't see each other for a while. After all, you are Xiao Lin's first love, the very first time her heart stirred. Even if this love bears no destined ending, let us part with grace, not bitterness. Jiang Xinyue remained silent for a long while, her own alluring lips parting in a quiet, resigned sigh. She knew full well how vast the gulf between their families truly was, and that as two women their path forward would be fraught with near insurmountable odds. And her own family was so profoundly warped, so grotesquely distorted. How could someone already fallen into the abyss dare drag another soul down with her? One misstep, and salvation would curdle into shared ruin, sinking them both into a bottomless darkness where no light would ever pierce again. Yet, could she truly accept surrendering without a fight? It seemed Yue had spoken truth after all. For women like them, financial independence wasn't merely advantageous, it was foundational, essential. Had she matured sooner, had she severed all ties with the Jiang household entirely, she and Xiao Lin would not now be stranded in this agonizing limbo. Then very well. I hope to understand my own heart soon, and give you an answer worthy of your trust. Jiang Xinyue exhaled deeply, then rose slowly, turning to face Xiao Lin with solemn resolve, as if sealing a vow. A faint smile touched Xiao Lin's lips as she extended her hand toward Jiang Xinyue, only for Jiang Xinyue to bypass the gesture entirely, grasping her hand instead, and drawing her up, then pressing a tender, fleeting kiss upon her lips before she could react. When the kiss ended, Xiao Lin sank back onto the sofa, fingers instinctively covering her lips, her eyes blazing with indignant disbelief. Sensing Xiao Lin's glare, Jiang Xinyue smiled again. Familiar, unapologetic, utterly self-possessed. Don't look at me like that. You know I'm a serial flirt. I'm merely indulging in what's mine. Besides, isn't it perfectly natural for close friends to hold hands, hug, even kiss? Don't you agree? Xiao Lin scoffed inwardly. Friends share pure friendship. You're just hungry for my body. Call it. Exactly. I am hungry for your body, but I'm honest about it. And honesty, my dear, is never vulgar. She winked, radiant and unashamed. Jiang Xinyue, all right, see you later, Xiao Lin. The door clicked shut, and Xiao Lin's lips lifted involuntarily into a soft, lingering smile. Jiang Xinyue really was growing more and more irresistible. Meanwhile, in a hotel room across town, a young woman lay sprawled across the bed, long black hair spilling like ink across her pale, delicate spine. Her face emerged from beneath the dark strands, damp with sweat, strands clinging to her cheeks, yet undeniably exquisite, fragile, and breathtakingly beautiful. Her lips were tightly clenched, her cheeks flushed with feverish color. Soft, trembling moans escaped her parted lips. Her wide, kohl-rimmed eyes shimmered with unshed tears, vulnerable, helpless, achingly lovely. The air hung thick with the overwhelming, intoxicating scent of lilies, so potent it blurred the edges of Xiao Mo's consciousness, pulling her deeper into haze. Anyone entering would instantly sense that this young woman had just lived through something ineffable. Something felt. Beside her, Yue sat motionless, her gaze hazy, adoring, entranced, her eyes drifting absently down to her own fingertips. What was Xiao Mo's face was already flushed, wanting to shrink back and not letting you see this embarrassing scene. But this was exactly what Yu wanted to see, and she had already imprisoned Xiao Mo in her arms, unable to retreat. Yu raised her hand and pinched Xiao Mo's little face. Then the next time you see me, will you dare to run away, Xiao Mo? I won't run away, I won't run away, Xiao Mo pouted, her voice soft and sweet, making one unable to resist wanting to hold her. That's good, then next time when I invite you out for a walk, you can't refuse. Yu smiled brightly, licking her lips, which still had a bit of a shimmering red, looking as pure and alluring as can be. Xiao Mo trembled slightly in anxiety, but still spoke. I know. This was not being cowardly. This was from the heart. One must be wise to the times. If she disagreed now, she would definitely be at the mercy of Yu. Even if she agreed, Yu might not let her off easily. It seems our little Mo is already eager to rest. I really can't bear your heavy love, Yu. Xiao Mo nodded repeatedly. Every word she said was heartfelt. She really couldn't take it anymore. Someone said, "Dad." To the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed in the hotel corridor, and the person was Jiang. After returning from Xiao Lin's house, Jiang Xin did not linger outside and went straight back to the hotel. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard indescribable sounds coming from the room. Damn. Yu, couldn't you go outside to open another room, or go directly to Xiao Mo's house instead? Don't forget, I'm also one of the residents of this room. Is it really okay to be so oblivious to the surroundings? Jiang Xin silently complained in her heart, but still did not open the door. After all, at this moment, anyone who disturbed Yu, even if it was her close friend, would probably end up badly. Silently slipping away is better. It's good to give them a little space, but it shouldn't last too long. The winter dusk always likes to arrive early. As the sun sets, the rays of light in the sky have become softer, no longer glaring, as gentle as silk. After tenderly wiping Xiao Mo's body, Yu gently returned each piece of clothing to its owner. Fortunately, she had managed to restrain herself and did not destroy these clothes. Looking at Xiao Mo, who was already sleeping like a little pig, Yu sighed softly and carried her on her back, walking. One must clean up after oneself. She had promised Xiao Mo to send her back before dinner, and she would definitely keep her. However, she didn't specify what state Xiao Mo would be in at that time. Sending the already asleep Xiao Mo or fainted Xiao Mo home shouldn't count as breaking her promise, right? Fortunately, the hotel she stayed at was only 10 minutes away from Xiao Mo's house, and she arrived at the community without much effort. Uncle, I'm sending a friend home, could you please open the door? Uncle Chin, the guard, knew Xiao Mo and didn't say much before letting Yu in. But for some reason he felt that the Xiao Mo being carried by that girl seemed a bit different from before. Forget it, maybe it's just my old eyes playing tricks on me. Knock knock knock, is Xiao Lin home? Yu knocked on the door, but no one came to open it for a long time. Just as she was about to check Xiao Mo's pockets for keys, the door clicked open. Yu, you're here, Xiao Lin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up in surprise at the sight of the visitor. After all her acquaintance with Jiang Xin was thanks to Yu helping her, providing her sister's preferences and whereabouts, while Yu was responsible for finding her a girlfriend. Though Jiang Xin was somewhat different from the long-haired beauty she had in mind, she was still to her taste. But what was Yu doing next? Was it really necessary to still be touching her older sister at the doorstep? I'm here to send Xiao Mo home. Yu nodded, dragging the sleeping Xiao Mo into the room. By the way, Xiao Lin, are uncle and aunt home? They aren't home, they're all out working. Xiao Lin replied truthfully. That's good. Yu breathed a sigh of relief, as she wasn't ready to meet her parents as the daughter-in-law yet. What's wrong with my sister? Oh well. Yu scratched her head somewhat awkwardly, carefully placing Xiao Mo on the sofa before turning to Xiao Lin and apologetically saying, it's just that I lost control and it ended up like this. Xiao Lin couldn't help but break into a sweat. How fierce was Yu? She directly made her sister faint and had to carry her back. Sister is really too weak. Since she's already here, I'll head back first. It would be hard to explain if uncle and aunt return later. What should she tell them? That she tasted the precious cabbage they raised right under their noses. She might be skinned by her. Yu stood up to leave, and before she left she told Xiao Lin, who was sitting on the sofa looking at her sister with a sympathetic gaze, Xiao Lin, please help cover those spots on Xiao Mo with concealer and foundation. Next time I come, I'll bring you good stuff. Got it. Xiao Lin replied, her gaze towards her sister's eyes filled with even more sympathy. TSK, this little Mo is really pitiful. But really she was too weak, completely suppressed by Yu. Sister. It seems she's really fainted and won't wake up for a while. Xiao Lin poked Xiao Mo and pinched her cheeks, shrugging helplessly when there was no response. But it seems that my sister has become more beautiful recently. Look at her skin, her face, and those cute rabbit-like features. Could this be the nourishment of love? It seems my sister has been well taken care of. But Xiao Lin raised her sister's arm, shaking her head at the untrimmed nails. Indeed, a person like her will never be able to turn things around. But despite the complaints, I still have to complete the tasks that Yu asked me to do, otherwise it wouldn't be good if she couldn't get into the house. Maybe then I would see my sister throwing a fit. No, considering my sister's character, she would probably be clinging to Yu's leg, begging to be taken in. Xiaolin laughed while taking her makeup bag to apply concealer on Xiaomo. She only stopped when all the red marks on her face and neck were covered. Yu really doesn't know how to go easy on others. With that thought, Xiaolin's gaze fell on her sister. No. What am I looking at? But she is my own sister. Besides, I have someone I like. Xiaolin withdrew her gaze, covered Xiaomo with a blanket, and went upstairs back to her room, looking at the review materials on her desk with a helpless sigh. With my current grades, it's a bit challenging to get into my sister's school. I can't accept any unexpected events. I must strive harder. In the last semester, once the exams are over, I can freely enjoy time with my wife. Crossed out. Play with my wife. Knock, knock, knock. Yu symbolically knocked on the door, then directly opened it and walked in. Upon not seeing anyone, she frowned at the overwhelming smell of smoke in the room. How many times have I told you if we're living together, don't smoke? Don't you know this smell is pungent? Yu scolded without holding back, walking to the window to open it, waving her hand to disperse the smoke. Jiang Xinyu lay on the bed looking at her computer, exhaling a sigh as she silently extinguished the half-smoked cigarette. I thought you were trying to quit this thing. So why are you smoking again? After a while, Yu noticed the smoke had mostly dissipated and turned her attention to Jiang Xinyu, who was lost in thought while sitting on the bed with her notebook. It turns out I only wanted to quit smoking because Xiaolin dislikes the smell of smoke. Jiang Xinyu replied, without lifting her head, her gaze fixated on the blank page of her manuscript. And now, there are some conflicts with Xiaolin, and I need this to relieve stress. Otherwise I feel like I'm going to go. A few days ago, even arguing with my parents didn't shake my mindset too much. I was mostly just numb. And now I actually care so much about someone who I certainly couldn't have imagined that when I was betrayed by my first love. Yu rolled her eyes, poured a glass of water, and sat beside her. What happened? Tell me about it. If nothing's wrong, don't take advantage of me. Jiang Xinyu shot her a glare. After all, she was a year older than you. I feel like I can't provide the life that Xiaolin wants, and it seems I'm not able to take on responsibilities anymore. Jiang Xinyu spoke somewhat forlornly. She was no longer the pampered young lady she used to be, but rather a pitiful creature who could be discarded at any moment. If it weren't for the Jiang family not wanting to give up on their investment in her, without returns, she might have been kicked out long ago. So what do you plan to do now? Yu lay on the bed, stretching lazily, her voice carrying a hint of languor. I haven't thought it through yet, but I should choose to start my own company and venture into entrepreneurship. Jiang Xinyu pondered for a moment, took another sip of water, and sighed heavily, as if relieved, yet more so confused. Yu looked at her tired expression, tucked her shoulder-length curly hair behind her ear, and patted her shoulder. It's getting late. Go take a shower and order some takeout to eat. Jiang Xinyu didn't seem to be in a good mood, and she was also somewhat fatigued from her hard work in the afternoon, not wanting to go out anymore. I don't want to shower. I plan to stay in bed until the takeout arrives. Jiang Xinyu shook her head in refusal. Listen to me and hurry up to shower, or I'm going to be annoyed by this smell of smoke. Yu narrowed her eyes, staring at Jiang Xinyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyu sniffed her body, scrunched her face in distaste, and obediently went to the bathroom. When Jiang Xinyu finished her shower and came out in her pajamas, she saw Yu peering intently. Yu looked at Jiang Xinyu's notebook, where several large words were written on the desktop. Heaven's way rewards diligence. One day, you'll earn $1 million. Believe in yourself. Gold will shine in due time. Write a bestseller soon and embrace beauty. And when she opened the writer's assistant, the data section indicated yesterday's earnings: $3.63, last month's manuscript fee $238.46. Tisk tsk, this manuscript fee, even a dog would shake its head at. Yu also heard Jiang Xinyu coming out of the bathroom, looked up at her with an indignant expression, and raised an eyebrow. Is this the novel you've written? Yu clicked on the work section, looking at the 3 pieces listed there. The most written one had 226 chapters, and the one currently being updated had 67 chapters. The lower right corner also noted total 540600 words. Wow, you've written quite a bit, but too bad they're all in profitable little books. Jiang Xinyu's face turned slightly red upon hearing this, feeling inexplicably shy. It was just like when Xiaolin forced her to wear cute lingerie while shopping outside, and then Yu approached her and stripped her of her outer clothes. Maybe you shouldn't look at it anymore. Yu did not heed Jiang Xinyu's suggestion, opened her novel, skimmed through it briefly, then looked up and asked, Jiang Xinyu, have you ever considered picking up trash while writing your novel? Jiang Xinyu was momentarily taken aback by the question, then her mouth twitched as she looked at Yu. Oh, are you implying that my novel is garbage? Yu shook her head, saying, how could that be? Jiang Xinyu's expression improved slightly. Otherwise she truly feared that she might lose her temper and have a fierce argument with her best friend. Although she was no match for Yu, who had learned self-defense since childhood, Yu continued to tease. Don't misunderstand me, I'm just purely insulting you. Jiang Xinyu secretly clenched her small fist hidden in her sleeve, her expression growing worse. No, it was extremely worse. Are you still concerned about my affairs? Jiang Xinyu suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. If I'm not mistaken, your bed life with Xiao Mo isn't very harmonious, right? Seeing Jiang Xinyue change the topic so suddenly, Yue playfully moved her slender fingers and smiled. I just had a little taste of a feast this afternoon. At this point, Yue deliberately paused, then looked at Jiang Xinyue with a teasing smile. Could it be that some people haven't seen their wives for so long, and before they could even eat, they started arguing? No way. No way. No one can be that unfortunate, right? Jiang Xinyue felt increasingly wounded and raised her hand towards Yue. You better believe that if you keep talking, I'll just kick you out. Oh really? But this is my room, how are you going to kick me? Yue lazily lay on the bed, curling her lips as she watched the furious Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue glared at her as if she wanted to pierce her with her gaze. Who would stab their best friend like this, hitting right at the pain points with every word and dealing real damage? Harsh words indeed sound unpleasant. Yue couldn't help but click her tongue in disdain, looking at Jiang Xinyue. No way someone can be so easily Oh wow, I really can't go on living like this. When Xiao Mo opened his eyes, he saw his mother's face right in front of him. Xiao Mo, did you bring Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xiao Mo sat up and thought for a moment before saying, yeah, I just brought Xiaolin back, and then fell asleep on the sofa. Oh dear, you child, can't you at least cook rice first? I have to come back to serve you, Yihua said with a look of disdain, getting up to prepare dinner. Xiao Mo awkwardly smiled. If he had been awake enough to walk back today, he would have definitely made dinner, but now he had no choice, right? By the way, Mom, what's for dinner tonight? Boiled pork slices. Do you need me to get you another sausage to munch on? Mom's voice came from the kitchen, and upon hearing this, Xiao Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Did she really remember that he stole sausages last time for this long? That was from his high school days. Xiao Mo still stood up from the sofa and walked towards the kitchen. Upon reaching upstairs, Xiao Mo held a half-eaten sausage, opened the door, and saw Xiao Lin studying difficult problems at her desk, tilting his head. Oh, the sun must have risen in the west today. You are still studying even during winter break. Oh right, today is the first day. Oh, it will be fine in a few days. Xiao Lin turned her head and glared at her lazy sister. Oh, you're awake so soon. Don't slander me. I'm just being considerate of you. Otherwise, with my delicate fingers from playing the piano, I wouldn't know how skillful I am. Xiao Mo felt a bit annoyed at being exposed, but still held on to defend himself. All right, right. Xiao Lin nodded perfunctorily. Next time before you say such things, at least trim your fingernails first. Oh, otherwise it lacks credibility. Xiao Mo looked down at his fingernails and fell silent. It seemed he hadn't trimmed his nails in a long time. Doesn't that mean he hasn't turned over in a long time? This won't do. Next time he must press Yue back once. That evening the family gathered together for dinner, a rare occasion. The warm yellow light illuminated the four of them and the dishes on the table, creating a cozy atmosphere. Xiao Mo buried his head in his food. He had to admit his mom's boiled pork slices were truly to his taste. Xiaolin, how do you think you did on this exam? Father Xiao Yujin asked as he placed a piece of food into Xiaolin's bowl. I should be able to make it into the top 60 of my grade. Xiaolin thought for a moment and honestly replied, that's good. You're almost catching up to your sister's scores back then. Yihua nodded in satisfaction and praised her. Hearing this, Xiaolin turned to look at her sister, who was focused on her food, finding it hard to believe that this person had once scored higher than her. But why had she become so dim-witted now? However, I still have some distance to go to get into my sister's school, so I plan to ask her for tutoring this summer. Xiaolin said seriously as she took a bite of the meat in her bowl. Suddenly called out, Xiao Mo raised his head in confusion and then buried it back into his food. He had worked hard this afternoon and needed to nourish himself while eating more meat. Xiaolin looked at her sister and felt extremely speechless. Mom, this year we won't have any relatives coming to visit. Xiao Mo raised her head, listening to her mother's words, searching her mind for distant relatives she knew, but it seemed that wait. It seems there really is one person. Mom, the distant relative you mentioned wouldn't be that preachy one, would? Xiao Mo didn't finish her sentence, but she believed her mother would realize who that person was. Sure enough, Yihua nodded gravely at the sorrowful look in Xiao Mo's eyes. Xiao Lin and Xiao Mo exclaimed in unison, huh? No way. Having relatives come over was already annoying. The two of them would rather hide in their room and not come out. Yet this time the visiting relative was the kind who was sharp-tongued and bitter. It was truly exhausting. All right, it's just for one meal, you girls hold on a bit. Yihua looked at her two daughters, who seemed utterly disenchanted, and waved her hand reassuringly, saying, if it really gets unbearable, just retort when she says something about you, your dad, and I can help smooth things over. Xiao Eugene nodded in agreement. After all, he couldn't let his children suffer for no reason. If things escalated further, he planned to directly issue an eviction order. However, due to social niceties, it was best not to let things get too tense among relatives. Mom, I'm done eating. I'm going upstairs to review. Xiao Lin quickly finished her meal and got up to go upstairs. Yihua nodded in response. Xiao Mo, however, wasn't so fortunate, as right when she was about to start her run after finishing, her mom called her. First eat, then wash the dishes. Tonight's dinner cleanup is on you. Xiao Mo looked at her dad, who was still engrossed in his meal, and pointed at him, saying, I wasn't the last one to finish. There's still him. Yihua turned to look at her partner, and then at Xiao Mo, feigning ignorance, and said, really? You were clearly the last to finish. Stop arguing. No mom you. Xiao Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, and then she glanced at her mother's dangerous gaze, silently choosing to take her bowl back to the kitchen. Ugh, why is my life so hard? Ding dong, task issued. What a troublesome relative. If they want to nag my host, hit them back hard. Task reward upon successful completion of the task. Increase the host's tolerance, so that in the future there will be no situation where she gets fainted by her needy girlfriend. Note: don't expect to turn the tables and become the master. The little one can only endure, not retaliate. Task failure. The host's cup size increases by one small size, enhancing her attractiveness to all women by 20%. Not effective against the host's mother and anyone with an ethical relationship with the host. The host's allure to her girlfriend increases by 10%, currently at 60%. Warning: as the host's girlfriend is devoted to her, if she discovers the host flirting or having ambiguous relations outside, she might end up locked in a small dark room, becoming her exclusive plush toy. System advice: as the saying goes, taking a step back can relieve troubles, enduring for a moment can save from future chaos. A retort can broaden horizons, and a good scolding can extend life. Please open your perspective. The little one can only be bullied by EU if others want to meddle. Xiao Yi will be the Xiao Mo looked at this task, her lips twitching slightly. This time the little administrator seemed a bit off. Do you dare question me? Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind. You should know I would never harm you. Are you sure? Xiao Mo looked at the little administrator with suspicion. Then why do you always want to send me to EU's bed and not allow me to resist? Previously Xiao Mo, due to her excessive wisdom, had overlooked the details. Now that she thought about it, everything seemed to have the little administrator's fingerprints on it. From when her speed suddenly slowed down at the seaside villa, she could have easily outrun EU. Every task seemingly added attributes to her, but in reality, it was all to make EU feel more comfortable during those intimate moments. Even this task's reward and punishment were actually detrimental to her. What was the use of enduring longer? Did it mean she would just have to moan more melodiously? The little E watched Xiao Mo connect all the dots and felt a sense of dread. Why did this silly girl notice something was off at a crucial moment? Should she brainwash her? Forget it, it'll take this task. Without waiting for the little administrator to come up with an excuse, Xiao Mo directly accepted the task. Xiao Yi was once again left bewildered. Why, aren't you? Xiao Mo shrugged. Isn't it fine to accept my attributes? Isn't it just a few years as a boy, and now I've become a little submissive? It's not a big deal. All this. Xiao Yi scratched her head. Now, even she couldn't comprehend Xiao Mo's thought process. Xiao Mo ignored the little administrator and went back to her room after washing the dishes. In fact, Xiao Mo thought very simply her love for EU was enough. Now wanting to turn the tables was simply because EU had no idea how to cherish her. Xiao Mo, get up. They're coming soon, hurry and get ready. Early in the morning, Xiao Mo heard her mother's loud voice from downstairs. Sighing, Xiao Mo silently crawled out of her warm blanket. Even before the guests arrived, she could already sense that this would be a tough battle. However, since she had already accepted the task, she couldn't let personal relationships prevent her from receiving the task reward, could she? Soon Xiaolin and Xiao Mo went downstairs and saw that the living room had undergone a remarkable transformation. Every corner had been meticulously cleaned, although no items had been replaced. It gave off a refreshing feel. How about it? Your mom took the time during her holiday to tidy up the house. Doesn't it look much better? Yihua sat on the sofa peeling an apple, smiling. Indeed, my mom is amazing. Xiao Mo nodded in agreement, sitting next to her mother and asking about the distant relative situation. Yihua placed a piece of cut apple in her mouth, thought for a moment, and said, she's your aunt's sister, so technically there's no blood relation, but she is still your elder. You can call her aunt or auntie. However, they owe us a favor from before, so if she starts rambling, just bear with it, or if you can't stand it, you can retort. At this moment, Xiao Eugene walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron and spoke to the three sitting on the sofa. After all, it's hard to repay favors, and as relatives it would be awkward to bring it up, but taking this opportunity could be a good thing. I knew mom and dad wouldn't let us suffer. Xiao Mo displayed a carefree smile. All right, Xiao Mo, hurry up and fix your hair, it's sticking up and looks terrible. Xiao Eugene rolled her eyes at Xiao Mo, said a couple of words, and then returned to the kitchen. Fair is fair, they still needed to entertain the guests. Xiao Mo took a small mirror and admired her stunning beauty, pouting. How is it sticking up? This is clearly my soul's silly hair. As she said this, the silly hair moved with a certain liveliness. Xiaolin looked at her elder sister, who was grinning foolishly and helplessly pursed her lips. Oh no, this elder sister is beyond saving. Knock, knock, knock. After an unknown period, a knock on the door sounded, and Yihua got up to open it. As her hand rested on the doorknob, she turned back to give the two a look, reminding them to pay attention to their image. Sister, it's been a long time. As soon as the door opened, a rather harsh voice rang out. Xiao Mo and Xiao Lin couldn't help but rub their ears. It was a stark contrast to their mother's gentle voice. Their mother was holding a fruit basket to welcome the guests, and the two saw an aunt heavily made up as if for a New Year's celebration walk in, looking strangely out of place. The fear of being forced to interact from their childhood resurfaced in their minds. But a pair of big hands directly grabbed their arms, and the two had no choice but to be dragged in front of the aunt. Auntie hello, Xiaomo could only awkwardly force a smile, looking like a fool as the painful memory of recognizing relatives during the new year returned. Oh Xiaolin, you've grown so pretty since I last saw you. Do you remember? I used to carry you when you were little. Xiao Bai hears this every year, it's getting annoying. The aunt wore an exaggerated smile, still spouting the same line every new year. Xiaomo's lips twitched slightly, and at this moment their mother stepped in to smooth things over. Oh sister, you've mistaken them. This is Xiaolin. As she spoke, their mother pulled Xiaolin, who was hiding behind Xiaomo, into view. The one you just mentioned is the— Oh, I knew that. I was just teasing them. The aunt's expression cracked for a moment before she laughed heartily. By the way, I remember you have a son, right? Where is he? He should come out and meet me. Their mother paused for a moment. Then she leaned in close to the aunt's ear and whispered something. No way. Did that happen to your family? The aunt looked at Xiaomo with a strange expression, but seeing Yihua shrug helplessly, she opened her mouth, but didn't know what else to say. Xiaomo only saw the aunt's face turn sour and reached up to touch her own head. Oily, she would have to wash her— Happy New Year. During dinner, Xiaomo and Xiaolin sat far away from the aunt, afraid that if she spoke, they would be dragged into the conversation. I think you should have another child. A family needs a boy. The aunt took a few sips and started to chatter away. Oh, we don't believe in that. Girls are just as good as boys. Xiao Eugene waved her hand, politely refusing the— Seeing that her argument was failing, the aunt turned her gaze to Xiaomo. Xiaomo, you've been an adult for a while now, and you still come back alone for the new year. Xiaomo initially wanted to keep quiet and finish the meal before retreating to her room, but the little voice in her head urged her on. Xiao, come on. They're picking on you, don't you want to retort? Xiaomo, is that really necessary? This is just a normal exchange between relatives. Xiao, if you think this is just small talk, isn't it more like being treated as a plush toy by EU? Xiaomo, fine. Breaking off the chat with Xiaomo silently apologized to the aunt she wasn't familiar with, then set down her bowl and chopsticks and walked towards the kitchen. Hey Xiaomo, where are you going? The aunt asked, watching Xiaomo's movements. I'm going to fry a couple of dishes. After all the food on the table, can't keep your mouth shut. Xiaomo pointed at the dishes on the table, feigning innocence. The aunt paused, not expecting to be stumped by a younger generation, then opened her mouth again. I'm just asking for your parents. You should get married and have a child soon. That would mean they've completed half their mission, right? Yihua and Xiao Eugene exchanged glances and silently shook their heads. From the beginning, they had never viewed marrying off their daughter and having their son settle down as a task. What they truly wanted was to see their child's genuine smile. Xiaomo secretly glanced at her parents, and seeing no objections, she sat back down and said, What mission? Who set that? Is there a punishment for not completing it? As she spoke, Xiaomo turned to her parents, dramatically acting. You didn't tell me I was carrying a mission. How could you? As she spoke, she squeezed out a couple of tears, looking truly pitiful. Xiao Eugene and Yihua were pinching their thighs under the table, forcing down their rising smiles, and scolded, Don't cry during the new year. Don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. The aunt watched the family's performance, opening her mouth without saying anything, always feeling that something was off, but unable to articulate it. Xiaomo, I'm doing this for your own good. This girl, after all, needs to find a place to settle down, aunt said earnestly. Little Lin, watching from the side, secretly chuckled, feeling as if the flames of war did not reach her. Fortunately, the continuation of the family line has nothing to do with me. So Anne, is it because you have too many places to go, not knowing whether to visit your maternal or paternal home, that you came to our house for a meal? Little Mo once again put on an innocent demeanor with a hint of tea-like charm in her voice. Aunt's expression visibly turned sour. Using magic to defeat magic. Puffed. The three beside Yihua couldn't help but burst into laughter. What do you mean by that? Aunt pointed at the three, who were snickering, somewhat annoyed. It's nothing, we just thought of something funny. Yihua replied, dismissively suppressing the urge to smile. Little Lin was also pursing her lips, nodding repeatedly. I just thought your family's New Year celebration was too quiet, so I came to liven things up. Aunt snorted lightly, not bothering to argue with them, and turned to look at Little Mo. Upon hearing this, Little Mo's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she suggested, Then Aunt, why not perform a little show for us? But we haven't finished eating yet. What kind of show can we perform? Aunt pointed at the table filled with dishes, complaining. But I remember you often asked me to perform when you were little, Little Mo said nonchalantly, secretly laughing inside. You used to make me mess up when I was little. Today it's finally your turn. This is my way of showing love for you. Aunt thought for a moment and finally found an excuse. I know. Little Mo pretended to agree, then continued. The wheel of fortune turns, and it's finally my turn to show you, Aunt. Aunt looked bewildered. Little Lin, who was holding back her laughter, was almost pinching her thigh, purple, fearing she would laugh out loud. Little Mo pulled out a fan used for square dancing from some otherworldly pocket and handed it to Aunt. Aunt, be brave and perform. Today you deserve to be loved. Aunt did not take the fan, but pushed it back, smiling flatteringly to maintain her dignity. Why are you always talking about me? We're discussing your issues now. I didn't bring up any issues. Little Mo tilted her head, making Aunt's teeth grind in frustration. By now it was clear to her that little Mo was intentionally messing with her. This little brat. It's your issue, little Mo, Aunt said, her voice gritted with irritation. Oh, then don't worry, I won't find a boyfriend, no problem at all. Little Mo's innocent gaze seemed to mock Aunt's clownish performance. Aunt. She took several deep breaths, her chest slightly heaving, nearly driven to fury by little Mo. Seeing that Aunt had not spoken for a while, little Mo cautiously asked again. So Aunt, do you have any more questions? Yes? Aunt gritted her teeth as she glared at this impudent girl. If it weren't in someone else's home, she would have wanted to strike directly. Since you have no more questions, Aunt, you can go back now, little Mo said, gesturing towards the door. After all, it's New Year, and our family should be together. Having an outsider here is quite problematic. Aunt was somewhat exasperated upon hearing this, turning to look at Yihua and Xiao Eugene, only to find them focused on their food, pretending to be oblivious. What do you mean, little sister? Is it okay for the child to disrespect her elders like this? Yihua shrugged, indicating it was none of her business. Just as Aunt was about to explode, Xiao Eugene handed her a piece of paper. Sister, take a look at this. You signed it back then, and I haven't had the chance to show you all these years. Aunt looked at the paper in front of her and silently sat back down. Don't bring up such depressing matters during the new year. What do you say? All right, I'll go back, okay. Aunt felt a bit embarrassed, impatiently replied. Now that the matter had been openly discussed, Aunt's expression was clearly not pleasant, but due to her pride, she still forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Finally, after Aunt finished her meal and left in a rush, this farce came to an end. Little Mo recalled Aunt's vague and obscure gaze earlier and turned to ask Xiao Eugene, Dad, what did you show Aunt just now? Why did she look like a mouse seeing a cat? What do you mean? She is still your elder, so speak with a bit of respect. Xiao Eugene scolded playfully. What? Just now when I was confronting her, I didn't see you stand up for her. Little Mo pouted and mumbled. What did you say? Nothing. At that time they chose to start their own business while I chose to work with someone else. Xiao Eugene took a sip of the wine on the table, sighed deeply, as if reminiscing about the past. Fortunately, I was lucky and partnered with the right person. He was also very loyal. Don't mention the current position, he even wanted to make me the chairman of this branch back then. Little Mo was shocked by her father's smile, realizing her dad had such a high position. Little Lin caught on to the meaning behind her dad's words and asked in confusion, So, Dad, did you accept it in the end? Also, your workplace is still a branch, right? Of course not, your dad is such a big lazy bum, how could he manage a company? Yihua laughed. Moreover, if your dad became the chairman, little Mo, you probably wouldn't have little Lin as your sister. Little Mo, confused, asked, Why not? Because if your dad became the chairman, he wouldn't be able to come home. Yihua leaned closer to little Mo, whispering in her ear. Little Lin asked, By the way, what do Aunt and the others own? Not much, just 4% of virtual shares. Xiao Eugene shrugged and said casually. 4%? How much is that? Little Mo and little Lin were extremely surprised, calculating that Aunt and the others had taken quite a bit of our money. No, judging by Dad's tone, how wealthy is our family? So, Dad, what is that person you followed doing now? Let me think. Xiao Eugene stroked his chin, pondering. Seems like he went to develop in the East, but wait, he is actually from the East. I think his name was Juanza or something. You baby, Xiao Mo, come out quickly. You baby, You baby, Xiao Mo, why haven't you come out? You baby, Xiao Mo, come out quickly. Early in the morning, Xiao Mo was awakened by a barrage of messages from Yue, looking at the endless stream of texts with a pout of indignation. On such a cold day, calling for someone to come out early in the morning. Do I want to live anymore? The temperature in Chengdu has truly been outrageous lately. What's going on? Is the temperature going to be discounted for Double 11? Wearing short sleeves to participate in the sports meet on Friday and switching to a winter coat on Sunday. What a joke. However, it's better to just think these thoughts in my mind. If Yue finds out, it would hurt my little waist again. Mo baby. Got it, he'll get up right away. Just wait for me to get dressed, and he'll come find you. After replying to the message, Xiao Mo put down her phone and began looking for the outfit she would wear for her date today. After all, being called out by Yue surely means trouble, but one thing is for sure, she definitely wouldn't be allowed to return home before the evening. In the end, Xiao Mo picked a thick black down jacket from her wardrobe and added a thermal shirt underneath. She even stuffed a thermal pant underneath her black warm pants, wrapping herself up snugly. She was no longer the Xiao Mo who could be easily manipulated by Yue. Now the Xiao Mo who could make Yue undress would definitely take her time. Please call her Xiao Mo Pro Max. Moreover, with the task reward from last time, she certainly wouldn't be knocked out and carried back today. You baby, Xiao Mo, where are you? I can't wait. Mo baby, what are you rushing for? I'm coming right now. After replying to the message, Xiao Mo walked downstairs. As she reached the entrance, she shouted towards the inside, Mom, I'm going out to play with my girlfriend. Don't wait for me for lunch. Okay, got it. Yihua's voice came from inside, sounding like she was still half asleep. Hurry back with her. Don't run around outside all day. It's not like it's anything shameful. Xiao Mo opened the door and stepped outside, secretly muttering to herself, it's true that what she and Yue do shouldn't involve outsiders. Stepping out of the apartment building and heading towards the community gate, Yue kept bombarding her with messages. You baby, Xiao Mo, where are you? I want a kiss. You baby, hurry up. You baby, I can't wait any longer. Xiao Mo looked at the continuous stream of messages and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It's just been 3 or 4 days since they last met. Is it really that urgent? Why does it feel like she's particularly thirsty? Can the task reward given by that little leader hold up? Mo baby, coming, don't rush me. You baby, when the wifey urge strikes I want to kiss. You baby, come out quickly for a kiss. If you don't kiss you'll get big hives. You baby, Xiao Mo, you wouldn't want your girlfriend to get big hives, right? You baby, hurry up. I want a kiss. You baby, kiss me. From the messages, Xiao Mo could already sense Yu's excitement quickening her pace as she rushed toward the community gate. Just as she reached the community gate, Xiao Mo was directly knocked into a hug by Yu, tightly held in her arms and unable to escape. Mua. Yu kissed Xiao Mo's face indiscriminately. Xiao Mo tried hard to push Yu away. Let go of me, we're still outside, be a little more careful. Hearing this, Yu finally released Xiao Mo, naturally taking her hand and gently shaking it. The scent of my wife is so lovely, just hugging her makes me feel incredibly comfortable. Of course you should know who I am. Xiao Mo pulled her hand away, crossed her arms, and laughed, feeling quite smug. However, because she was dressed too thickly, her hands couldn't perfectly wrap around herself, making her look a bit silly. This Xiao Mo is adorably authentic. Where are we going to play today, Xiao Mo? Yu looked at Xiao Mo and asked with a smile. You didn't plan where to take me out. Xiao Mo tilted her head, looking a bit confused at Yu. Isn't it because you're here? Yu gently hugged Xiao Mo. With you by my side we can go anywhere. Xiao Mo smiled and poked Yu's forehead. Smooth talker. By the way, Xiao Mo, why are you dressed so warmly today? Yu said while patting Xiao Mo's silly head. It's suddenly gotten cold lately, I have to wrap myself up a bit more, right? What if I catch a cold and run a fever? Xiao Mo did not choose to break free from Yu's head pat attack, allowing her to pat her, feeling quite comfortable. I thought you were afraid I would strip you of your clothes outside. How could that be? Besides, it'd only take a minute to strip you of these clothes if I wanted them. That may be true, but I'm quite curious about what it would feel like to have Xiao Mo run a fever. A temperature of 38 degrees would definitely be so warm. Yu, don't be so twisted. Yu laughed awkwardly but secretly made a decision. If given the chance, she would definitely try it out. The two of them walked around outside, stopping and starting for the entire morning. Xiao Mo, let me tell you, I've recently found a restaurant with great reviews. Just in time for lunch. Yu pulled Xiao Mo's hand and walked in a certain direction. Really? Xiao Mo looked at Yu with suspicion. Having lived here for so long, she should have discovered a good place to eat. Of course, trust me, it will be delicious enough to make you cry. Yu said, raising her hand to hug Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo tilted her head. Is that so? What if I don't cry, eh? Do I even need to say? Seeing Xiao Mo being so ungracious, a dangerous smile reappeared on Yu's face, her eyes narrowing, as she said, of course, it'll just make you cry. Xiao Mo. Hearing Yu's words, Xiao Mo's eyes widened in shock, trembling as she spoke. Yu, what did you just say? Yu's smile remained unchanged, nothing at all. Xiao Mo wanted to ask more, but when she saw Yu's dangerous gaze, she swallowed her words. Yu brought Xiao Mo to a high school nearby, heading straight to a roadside eatery. At the entrance of the small restaurant, there weren't many people lingering, most hurried in to eat, and then swiftly left. Xiao Mo, don't be fooled by this place's appearance. The food is excellent, especially the Hunan cuisine. Their stir-fried beef with chili is simply unbeatable. Yu enthusiastically introduced the restaurant to Xiao Mo, even fetching a plastic stool for her to sit on like a host. Xiao Mo just smiled in response, listening to her elaborate explanation. In fact, Xiao Mo was even more familiar with this place. It had been around the high school for nearly 10 years. During high school, the restaurant had fairly good business. Unlike now, when it had taken over the neighboring storefront back, then one still had to queue for lunch. But at that time, Xiao Mo liked to come to this eatery so much that the owner recognized them. Oh, is that Xiao Mo? The owner, who was serving dishes, caught sight of Xiao Mo and walked over in confusion. Sister Zhao, long time no see. Xiao Mo politely nodded. It was normal for the owner not to recognize her. After all, who would expect a small boy from high school to return from 2 years of college as a girl? Long time no see. It's been nearly 2 or 3 years since you graduated high school, right? Seeing the restaurant was not busy, the owner wiped her hands and sat down next to Xiao Mo. Seeing the owner, Xiao Mo quickly reminisced. I just returned from college less than 2 weeks ago. I didn't expect your business to flourish even more. But now you have long hair. The owner spoke uncertainly. No, I was actually a tomboy in high school. Well, I've just reverted back to my true self. Xiao Mo chuckled. This shouldn't be considered a fib. After all, her former self was just a facade of a tomboy. Oh, the owner suddenly understood, turning to Yu. Is this your friend? I've seen her a few times recently and have some impression of her. She's not just my good friend, but also my girlfriend, Xiao Mo said with a smile. Puffed. The owner couldn't help but spray the water she had just sipped onto the wall. Catching her breath, the owner gave Xiao Mo a thumbs up. You young folks really know how to have fun. Yu pouted, subtly nudging Xiao Mo's waist. Xiao Mo pressed down Yu's restless hand and turned to the owner. Sister, Zhao the usual 2 servings of stir-fried beef with chili and 2 bowls of beef noodles. All right. The owner turned to the kitchen and repeated Xiao Mo's order before continuing. Not long after you graduated, I took over the neighboring shop as well. Now our little restaurant has inexplicably become a popular eatery. After finishing, the owner was called to take another order and hurriedly left. Xiao Mo watched the owners slightly hunched back the newly renovated shop and the updates around the school, feeling a sense of nostalgia, as if a lifetime had passed. Before long, the beef noodles were served. After mixing the noodles, Xiao Mo directly inserted her chopsticks into the dish, rolling the noodles around, and finally, sending a bundle into her mouth. With a big gulp, she swallowed it down, feeling satisfied. Yu watched Xiao Mo's eating style and tilted her head. Xiao Mo, what kind of technique is this? I used to eat like this when I was little, so I wouldn't have to worry about spilling soup on my clothes. I see. Yu nodded in understanding and imitated Xiao Mo's earlier action, rolling the noodles and sending them to her mouth. It was indeed quite convenient, though there wasn't much soup. As they finished their noodles, both were focused on slurping. Yu ate faster. After finishing, she rested her chin on her palm, watching the little tuft of hair on Xiao Mo's head sway as she ate. I really want to ruffle it. After finishing her noodles, Xiao Mo waved goodbye to Sister Zhao and left the little restaurant with Yu. Once outside, Yu happily ruffled Xiao Mo's fluffy head until Xiao Mo puffed out her cheeks and stomped her foot, at which point she stopped. It feels really nice, Yu said, tucking her hand into her bag and chuckling. By the way, you forgot to take the bracelet you left on me last time. Xiao Mo suddenly recalled that after returning from Yu's place after being knocked out by her, she had woken up with a string of Bodhi beads on her wrist. As she spoke, Xiao Mo rummaged in her bag and handed the bracelet to Yu. Yu took the bracelet, but didn't put it in her bag. Instead, she held Xiao Mo's hand and put it back on her wrist. I forgot to tell you last time, this is a special gift for you that can keep you safe. Keep it well, and don't take it off again. No need, I'm quite safe, you should keep it for yourself. Xiao Mo shook her head, wanting to return the bracelet to Yu. After all, she had the little bodyguard Xiao Tongzi and didn't need to worry about safety. It's fine, I asked for one for myself too. Yu stretched out her hand from her sleeve, revealing a fair wrist adorned with the same bracelet as Xiao Mo's. Alright then. Xiao Mo reluctantly accepted, deciding in her heart that she would also ask Xiao Tongzi for a protective charm for Yu. Xiao Mo had seen in a novel with dual female protagonists where one of them had a car accident and the main character exchanged places with the system. She absolutely could not let anything like that happen to herself and Yu. By the way, why haven't I seen Xianu invite Xiaolin out recently? Xiao Mo thought of her younger sister who was studying hard at home and turned to ask Yu. Yu patted Xiao Mo's shoulders, signaling her to relax. They've had a little conflict recently, but it won't be anything serious, don't worry. Alright then. You said Zhang Xin you like Xiaolin, and now you like me. Yu tilted her head, unsure of what was going on in Xiao Mo's mind. So do people from the Magic City really enjoy eating people from our Sichuan province? Yu burst into laughter, stunned by Xiao Mo's train of thought, and let out a soft snort. I don't know whether they would eat me, but right now I'm rather tempted to devour you, Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo fell silent. She tightened her clothes around herself and complained inwardly, have I annoyed you again? After a brief pause, Yu unexpectedly brushed her lips against Xiao Mo's, her dark eyes fixed on her. What do you think? Xiao Mo recovered from her daze and answered truthfully. I was only wondering what you intend to do. She fell quiet thereafter, knowing well that Yu had begun to tease her. Yu smiled with a sly leer. Xiao Mo, do you know Spider-Man's gesture is the key to opening the water park? Xiao Mo's little heart pounded wildly, and she raised her hands in surrender. Yu, stop teasing me. I know you won't make a move on me now. Oh. Yu tilted her head. Are you so sure, Xiao Mo? She lifted her hand and her slender fingers gently brushed Xiao Mo's cheek, stirring a ticklish sensation. Xiao Mo shivered but mustered courage and said, because if you wanted to make a move, you'd have carried me back to the hotel. Yu spread her hands with mock helplessness. Indeed, this time you are right, Xiao Mo. Today she truly had no intention of acting. Xiao Mo needed rest and could not be teased every day, though teasing her did feel deliciously gratifying. Xiao Mo exhaled in private relief, gently shook Yu's small hand and smiled. So Yu, where shall we go this afternoon? Let's go to Leshan and see the great Buddha. Yu took Xiao Mo's hand, and they boarded the express to Leshan. They arrived in Leshan, ate the city's sweet-skinned duck, and then went to view the Leshan giant Buddha. They both sighed at how worthwhile the 80 yuan ticket had been. Before the Buddha, they bowed with earnest devotion. After the prayer, Xiao Mo nudged Yu and asked, Yu, what did you pray for? Xiao Mo pondered for a moment and then pouted, I suppose mine is the same as yours. I prayed that we and our families would have a lifetime of safety and smooth fortune. Yu smiled without comment and led Xiao Mo to the donation box. Xiao Mo watched astonished as Yu placed 20,000 yuan into the offering box. Xiao Mo blurted, Yu, why did you give so much money? Yu ruffled Xiao Mo's hair and answered softly, I am fulfilling a vow. She had once come here while Xiao Mo was waiting for her ID, and the wish she made then happened to relate to Xiao Mo. As for the exact nature of that wish, Yue preferred to keep it to herself. Xiao Mo tilted her head unsure when Yue had made such a vow. On the way back, Xiao Mo kept muttering, "What wish could possibly be worth so much money?" Yue answered, "Don't overthink it. That wish was worth every yuan of the 20,000. Yue reached out to pinch Xiao Mo's cheek, and Xiao Mo angrily swatted her hand away. As the sun sank, its afterglow spilled over the thin gray clouds like Cinderella slipping on a crystal slipper, and the entire sky turned a brilliant gold. They arrived at the food street where specialty snacks lined every stall, a veritable paradise for a foodie like. They sampled crisp-walled, generously filled wheel cakes, takoyaki with real octopus, tangy sweet candied hawthorn, warm milk buns with purple rice and cream, rice rolls eaten despite their mediocrity, mouth-watering grilled gluten skewers, rich molten chocolate bites, 7 yuan boxes of strawberries, savory crispy sauce pancakes, and large crunchy fried chicken legs. After dinner, Yue led Xiao Mo through the night market. Xiao Mo held a colorful rabbit lantern and asked up at Yue, "Is it pretty?" Yue did not answer with words as she leaned in and kissed Xiao Mo's lips, silently conveying, "None of this is as beautiful as you." In that instant, Xiao Mo's heartbeat was undeniably real. The light that shimmered in Yue's eyes stole her breath away. After the kiss, Yue straightened and ruffled Xiao Mo's hair, pulling her back from the fluttering of her heart. Xiao Mo tucked herself behind Yue, not wishing to be seen. "Xiao Mo, come stand with me. Let's take a photo to remember." Yue waved, smiling. Xiao Mo waddled over on her short legs, and the two of them raised their hands in a cheerful pose. With a shutter click, their joyous faces were captured as a memory. "All right, we've played long enough. It's time to find a hotel and rest," Yue said, poking Xiao Mo's already rounded belly with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Mo instinctively wrapped her down coat tighter around herself. "Haha, don't be afraid. Let me take a peek." Yue teased, laughing as she took Xiao Mo's hand and headed toward the hotel. Yue had booked a room with one large bed. Why not book a twin? One might say distance does not create beauty, but other means can. Yue grinned mischievously at the figure on the bed. "We've been out all day, Xiao Mo. Isn't it about time we bathe together?" she asked, making a playful pinching gesture in the air. Xiao Mo swallowed and edged back, offering, "Well, I think skipping a bath for a day isn't a big deal, don't you think, Yue?" She tried to wrap herself in the duvet to delay whatever came next. Even if it was futile, it might at least buy a little more time. Yue said nothing and made no move. She simply watched Xiao Mo with a gentle, amused smile. "Yue, hurry and heal me. Heal. Quickly. Coming. Don't rush. Wait until I finish this round, and I will give you plenty." Xiao Mo, hearing Yue's playful banter, pouted and focused on the game. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Mo charged forward, Yue secretly observed her profile. "I must say Xiao Mo's looks are truly striking. Every time we meet again after a few days apart, it rekindles that fluttering feeling in my heart." "Yue, what are you doing? Don't rush in." Xiao Mo watched as her game character recklessly dashed into the enemy's encirclement and immediately rushed in to cover Yue and provide backup. Oh, sorry, my hand slipped." Yue snapped back to reality and hurriedly retreated, unleashing her ultimate to heal Xiao Mo significantly. With Xiao Mo's gaming skills as an esports enthusiast and Yue's support, they swiftly took down 3 enemies, leaving the last 2 to flee in disarray. "Nice. Let's press the advantage and secure this match." Xiao Mo maneuvered her character towards the enemy base. At that moment, Yue turned to look, only to find Xiao Mo gazing at her intently. A hint of crimson unexpectedly colored the corners of her eyes, making her look quite beautiful. "Oh no, what should I do if I get caught staring at my girlfriend? I'm waiting online. Urgent." However, Xiao Mo didn't say much, charging ahead to secure victory in the match. "Yue, shall we play another round?" Xiao Mo put down her phone and turned to Yue, seemingly unfazed by what had just happened. Yue nodded and replied, "Sure." In the second match, Xiao Mo chose her most familiar character, Li Bai, while Yue selected De Xiao to assist her. As they say, Li Bai is invincible in the early game. When Xiao Mo finished clearing the blue area, she saw 2 enemies trying to steal her 3 little pigs. How could she tolerate that? Xiao Mo charged forward, successfully driving off the enemies, but she herself fell below half health and the 3 little pigs were still not secured. Translation: the enemy came to your house, slapped you twice, stole your things, and then ran away. Is there any greater sorrow in the world? However, Yue sent Xiao Mo back, and Xiao Mo teleported back without wasting too much time. But there's a limit to how much one can endure. After finishing the jungle, Xiao Mo went straight to the mid lane, only to get beaten up before sheepishly asking Yue for healing. "Xiao Mo, don't be too reckless. If you die early, the jungle will effectively belong to the enemy." Yue placed a circle around Xiao Mo, helplessly advising her. "Don't worry. Li Bai is invincible in the early game, and besides, you're here to save me, right?" Xiao Mo said with a grin, diving back into the jungle, leaving Yue to follow resignedly. But at that moment, bad news kept coming from the top lane. The game time was only 8 minutes, and the enemy jungler was nearly godlike. Hey Jungla, what are you doing? At this rate you've either been farming or just getting beaten up. Are you okay? Why don't you let the support follow me? There's no point in you being here. Xiaomo looked at her 000 stats, glancing at Yue beside her, and silently typed a message. If you can call the support away, let her follow you. After that, Xiaomo continued farming. After all, without money, she couldn't deal damage and could only serve. As the 10-minute mark approached, the enemy jungler was already godlike, and before Xiaomo could speak, that guy started blaming her. Jungla, maybe you should just quit. The enemy has caught me in 1 times, and what about you? Are you a farmer born in the fields? Otherwise, why do you like going home so much? Xiaomo's lips twitched slightly. She realized that the enemy jungler seemed to have identified the top lane as their weak point, constantly targeting her, and even if she went to help, it wouldn't do any good. Moreover, she had successfully caught the enemy mid and support twice and stolen quite a few small camps without letting the tempo fall. Even though our team was behind in kills, she still held the highest gold in the game, ahead by 3,000. Originally, she planned to wait for the 10-minute dragon to fight as a team, but some people always like to drop points at 10. Before Xiaomo could speak, she unleashed her ultimate and took down the enemy jungler, then eliminated the enemy mid who came to watch. After Xiaomo eliminated the enemy jungler for the 3rd time, she immediately unmuted her mic. How did some people end up 09? Are you practicing Buddhism? You. What about me? While others clear minions, you're just reading in the fountain, right? It's so late, do you want me to order you some takeout? Well, you don't want spicy. Oh, I see, you just don't like spicy. After venting a bit, Xiaomo felt a rush of exhilaration. Just as she was about to speak again, a tingle at her earlobe made her shiver, and she turned to look at Yue. Xiaomo, don't get angry with such people, leave it to me. Yue said, silently typing a line in the public chat. Let's take down their top lane, or I'll give you 200 for each kill, just add me after the match. Xiaomo? Whoa, a rich girl, how impressive. Yue's lips curled up slightly, and after typing her final message in the team chat, she closed the in-game text messages. Not teaching your child is the parent's fault. If you're not good, it's my fault. Next time, pay attention and don't let Director Wang catch you again. Hey Yue, who is Director Wang? I've never heard of him. Xiaomo asked, puzzled. Yue smiled and said he's the director of a psychiatric hospital in Modu. Awesome. You really made her too scared to say anything. Xiaomo gave Yue a thumbs up and then focused back on. This game ended with the enemy being unable to leave their top lane, while our team pushed through to victory. How about it, Xiaomo? Feeling better? Yue asked with concern, though the smile on her lips seemed somewhat mischievous. Thank you, my dear. As Xiaomo spoke, she planted a kiss on Yue's cheek. I love you 3. That's not enough. Yue pouted, pointing at her cheek. Xiaomo placed her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, saying, well, I have no choice then. Do you want my body instead? Yue nodded without hesitation. I do. Xiaomo chuckled. Hey, I'm not giving it to you. What can you do about it? Not going to give it. Sorry, but I guess I have to take matters into my own hands. Yue said as she directly wrapped her arms around Xiaomo's slender waist, pulling her into her embrace. The palm felt hot. Xiaomo chuckled lightly, turning around and similarly wrapping her arms around Yue's waist. With a slight exertion, she pressed Yue down onto the bed. Shouldn't I be a bit more proactive? Otherwise, being eaten every time seems a bit embarrassing. The situation suddenly shifted from receiver to attacker. Yue, did you ever think today I would reverse on you? Xiaomo intentionally pressed down on Yue, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. What do you think? Yue appeared unfazed, raising an eyebrow and smiling. I think you never considered it. Xiaomo shrugged nonchalantly, lifting a finger to rest on Yue's lips. Then can you say yes? I remember I mentioned it. Yue broke free from Xiaomo's hold, taking Xiaomo's other hand and slowly guiding it downward. Don't ask me if it's okay. Sometimes direct action feels more exhilarating. And so Xiaomo and Yue lay on the bed, indulging in each other, their hair intertwined. They kept at it until early morning, finally falling into a deep sleep, satisfied. The next morning, as Yue just opened her eyes, intending to see her wife still asleep beside her, she found Xiaomo lying on her broad chest, gazing up at her eagerly. Yue, you're awake. Good morning. Xiaomo's eyes curved in a smile as she greeted her. Yue thought she wasn't fully awake yet and rubbed her eyes. Xiaomo, why did you wake up so early today? Her voice still carried a hint of sleepiness. I'm no longer the one who gets dazed. From now on, Yue, you must pay attention to your health. Xiaomo smiled with her lips curled up, having already watched Yue's sleeping face for quite some time. Yue suddenly frowned slightly, feeling a restless little hand wandering freely across her stomach. What are you looking for? Yue tilted her head, thinking that Xiaomo usually wouldn't tease her like this. Could it be she really wanted something? Xiaomo chuckled, licking her red lips, which reflected an enticing sheen. Let me feel your abs again. All right. Yue smiled indulgently, allowing Xiaomo's little hands to roam over her stomach. I've had enough, let's get up. Xiaomo stretched her neck and pecked Yue on the face, feeling the sudden cold breeze. She shrank back into the covers. It's so cold outside. Yue, can you pass my clothes in? They'll put them on inside the blanket. Yue stretched her arms and hugged Xiaomo tightly. Hugging you will keep you warm. Xiao Mo instinctively squirmed, knowing what was coming. The morning light that fell on her face was not necessarily sunshine, it could very well be water. Yu Yu's hands couldn't help but tease Xiao Mo's waist, softly laughing. Show. I'm not doing anything. Just want to hug you. I won't do anything. Just hugging you. Xiao Mo stopped resisting and nodded. Then can you throw my clothes in first before hugging me? That way I can wear something warm later. After all, she wasn't wearing clothes yet, and the skin-on-skin contact would lead to some interesting situations. Alright. Yue released. Xiao Mo stretched her arm to grab Xiao Mo's clothes, stuffed them into the blanket, and then pulled her fragrant and soft wife back into her embrace. Hee, my wife is so soft. Thinking this, Yue ruffled Xiao Mo's hair. Xiao Mo is really getting bolder. I'm not a stuffed toy. Humph. Xiao Mo indignantly pinched Yue lightly from behind. Yue gasped, almost forgetting that her little kitty was the easiest to get riled up. Alright, I was wrong, don't pinch me. Yue pouted sweetly. Then why don't you hurry and let me go? You should know your own self-control by now. Xiao Mo said angrily. She didn't believe Yu's sweet talk at all. If she believed it now, she would probably have to slap herself for being naive. La 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 la, what's so good about hiding one's true nature? I just like it this way, wanting to do whatever I want. Of course, living is the same. As for whether this doing is a noun or a verb, that depends on your interpretation. After the two had finished washing up, they boarded the train home with their luggage. On the train, Yue and Xiao Mo nestled in their seats, reminiscing about the drama from a few years ago. Life isn't always beautiful. Watching a light-hearted drama or reading sweet stories is a good choice to warm the heart. Yue hugged Xiao Mo, gently caressing her back. The sun outside was warm, streaming through the window, creating a tranquil and pleasant scene. Once they got off the train, Yue walked Xiao Mo to the bottom of her apartment building before stopping. Yue, are you really not planning to come up with me? Xiao Mo pouted, turned her head, and blinked at Yue. Maybe just wait a bit longer, I'm not ready yet. Yue shook her head, a polite refusal. Ha ha, Yue, don't be nervous, my parents won't eat you. Seeing Yu's timid look, Xiao Mo found it oddly amusing. This was the first time she saw Yue show such an expression, or it seemed she had found a way to tease her. That's it then, Xiao Mo, bye. Yue raised her hands above her head, giving Xiao Mo a big heart gesture. Xiao Mo's lips curled up as she mimicked Yu's gesture. Yue 3 Xiao Mo. At that moment upstairs, Yihua, who was hanging clothes on the balcony, suddenly noticed the two of them being affectionate. Then she saw her daughter enter the building while the other walked toward the entrance of the complex. Sighing quietly, Yihua decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything. After all, she had reminded Xiao Mo so many times, yet she still hadn't seen her daughter-in-law come to visit. Jiang Xinu once again displayed her nonchalant demeanor, even her address was filled with playful abandon. Little Lin, are you coming out to play? Oh, have you figured it out? Little Lin looked at the message from Jiang Xinu, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting as she raised an eyebrow in response. Jiang Xinu was not lying and decisively replied, not yet. Oh, then why did you ask me out? It's not appropriate to do those things before confirming a relationship. Little Lin couldn't help but chuckle twice, her tone teasing as she replied. Or do you want to play something thrilling, Xinu? Is it inconvenient given your previous relationship? Jiang Xinu casually toyed with her recently cut nails, lamenting that being a girl had its downsides as manicures never lasted long. Since it's all out in the open, are you still willing to meet with me, Little Lin? What is there to be afraid of? Are we meeting now? You really dare to come out, huh? Aren't you afraid? I'll actually play something thrilling with you. Jiang Xinu was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled gently. Will you actually make a move on me? Jiang Xinu answered truthfully, no, I won't. Then what's there to be afraid of? Little Lin shrugged helplessly. Hurry up and send me your location. They'll see you at the entrance of your neighborhood in half an hour. Okay, I'll be there. Little Lin set her phone down, a faint smile gracing her face. Clearly the time had come. On the other side, Yu looked at Jiang Xinu, who was silly smiling after putting down her phone and could only facepalm. That's enough. It's just a date. Why are you so excited? What do you know? Jiang Xinu shot Yu a glance, too lazy to say much more, sitting up from the bed and picking up a small mirror to start her makeup. Yu recalled something and spoke up. I saw your dad messaging you again, telling you to come home. Is that so? Don't worry about him. Jiang Xinu replied, without even looking up. Epsilon Psi, how can he still have the face to come looking for you after treating you like that? Yu was practically speechless at the absurdity of her friend's parents. If they didn't love her, that was one thing, but to behave in such a beastly manner was beyond her. Because the Jiang family is unwilling to give up the benefits of their alliance with the He family, and they foolishly wish to tie Yu to their branch. Otherwise, why do you think they would let me run out to find you? Jiang Xinu gently touched her cheek, which had recently been swollen, and although it had subsided after some time, that scar would not disappear. Nailing a wooden board leaves it not as good as new after removal. The same goes for the heart. Wait, if I remember correctly, isn't the legal marriage age in our country 20? Are your parents really that reckless? Could they be illiterate? Yu suddenly thought of this question and couldn't help. Jiang Xinu was momentarily stunned by her words, then self-deprecatingly smiled. In the exchange of interests, nothing is impossible. Even if they can't get a marriage certificate, they would still let me marry first, as the most important thing is the benefits behind forming a marriage. So what do you plan to do about them? They'll take it one step at a time. The most important thing right now is to go find my wife and have some fun. Jong Xin chuckled, her playful attitude fully on display. But you knew that this guy was starting to shut her inner self off again. Now even her good friend seemed unable to penetrate, and she wondered if little Lin could help her. Bye-bye, I might not come back today, but I might be in a room next to yours, Epsilon sighed. Listening to the sound of the door opening and closing, you let out a heavy sigh. At that moment her phone rang as she picked it up to see a text message had come in. Looking at the information on her phone, you frowned slightly. It seems the Zhang family can no longer sit still. She has already come over. As the time approached, Xiao Lin appeared punctually at the entrance of the community. She glanced at her watch and looked around, but did not see the familiar figure, causing her to pout slightly. Could Zhang Xin be toying with me? On such a cold day, I need to think carefully about how to punish her. Just as Xiao Lin was contemplating how to punish Zhang Xin after she admitted her mistake, a rapid sound of footsteps approached from behind. Xiao Lin turned around to see Zhang Xin jogging towards her. Instinctively, Xiao Lin opened her arms only to be embraced tightly the next moment. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed Xiao Lin. Regaining her composure, she pushed Zhang Xin away and covered her chest, pouting. What are you doing, Zhang Xin? It hurts to bump into someone while carrying a ball. Xiao Lin's development was already significantly better than her irresponsible sisters, having achieved a coveted C cup at such a young age. However, this was still incomparable to Zhang Xin's exceedingly abnormal development. When two well-endowed individuals collided, it could truly be described as cough cough. Zhang Xin laughed, carelessly moving closer to Xiao Lin's face. Isn't it just that I missed you too much since we haven't seen each other for so long? Don't touch me so casually. Xiao Lin struggled to push her away, but Zhang Xin was too shameless and showed no intention of letting go. Eventually Xiao Lin gave up, pouting and complaining. Fine, since you want to be close to me so badly, have you already thought this through? Yes, I've thought it through. Zhang Xin replied with a faint smile. I plan to date you properly, but I don't want to take responsibility. How about that? For the sake of the plot, don't learn from this. If your girlfriend leaves you, don't blame me. No, wait, you don't have a girlfriend, ha? Xiao Lin was stunned, her mouth agape. Little did she know that Zhang Xin did not want to take responsibility, as she simply couldn't at that moment, not even offering a small promise. Suppressing her feelings, Zhang Xin pinched Xiao Lin's cheek. So are you willing to play with me? Xiao Lin immediately withdrew her smile, adopting a cold expression. In that case, you should leave. I'm not satisfied with that answer. As Xiao Lin turned to leave, Zhang Xin realized she had misspoken and hurriedly chased after her, grabbing Xiao. Hey, don't be angry, I didn't mean it that way. Xiao Lin shook Zhang Xin's hand off and turned to look at her coldly. Speak, I want to see what excuse you have. Without hesitation, Zhang Xin leaned in and kissed Xiao Lin on the lips, her voice soft and whiny. Come on, Xiao Lin, let's go out and play first. I'll tell you the answer tonight. How about it? Sorry, I'm not interested in letting anyone but my girlfriend peek. Xiao Lin shook her head, unwilling to forgive Zhang Xin. What if I let you peek? Hey, Xiao Lin, don't be in a hurry, I promise it'll give you a satisfactory answer. Zhang Xin, you kept flattering her, wearing a fawning expression. Are you sure your answer will satisfy me? Xiao Lin crossed her arms over her large teddy bear and looked at Zhang Xin sideways. I promise, if you don't believe me, just come with me first. Zhang Xin raised 3 fingers to the sky, swearing. All right then, let's see how you perform. Xiao Lin reluctantly agreed to go out with Zhang Xin. Xiao Lin, why do you like girls? As they walked along the road, Zhang Xin held Xiao Lin's hand and asked. Xiao Lin shrugged nonchalantly. What reason could there be? It's just natural. Zhang Xin tilted her head in disbelief. Really? Otherwise, what other reason could there be? Xiao Lin replied indifferently. Besides, girls are sweet and soft. How could anyone not like them? Don't you think so? Zhang Xin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that sweet and soft girls were indeed much better than those boys. Xiao Lin then continued. I believe that feelings are more important in a relationship. It's okay whether it's a guy or a girl, but I still prefer girls. Zhang Xin's face lit up with delight as she linked her arm with Xiao Lin's, beaming brightly. Let's hurry up, what do you want to eat later? After asking Xiao Lin, Zhang Xin waited for a response, but didn't get one. Turning her head, she found Xiao Lin was grinning foolishly. Xiao Lin, what are you thinking? Zhang Xin waved her hand, trying to bring Xiao Lin back to reality. Xiao Lin quickly wiped her drool. Nothing, I'm fine with anything to eat. You decide. The two chatted casually along the way, but the atmosphere felt somewhat strange and awkward. However, after a brief reflection, aside from some rather perverted moments with Zhang Xin, the time spent together had actually been quite good. Moreover, Zhang Xin's essence wasn't bad. She probably wasn't someone who intentionally played with people's feelings. But how could she explain so many ex-girlfriends? Or perhaps had something happened to Zhang Xin before that caused her to become like this? Looking back, it seemed that when they first met during this winter break, Zhang Xin had seemed a bit off, as if she had been In the morning, after casually strolling around, Jiang Xianyu brought Xiaolin to a pre-booked restaurant for lunch, ordering many dishes that Xiaolin liked. Xiaolin, look at all this delicious food. Consider it my apology to you. What do you think? Jiang Xianyu blinked at Xiaolin. Xiaolin looked at the lavish spread on the table and nodded. I can forgive you for what you said this morning, but the previous matters are not over yet. I'm not expecting just one meal to make you forgive me. Jiang Xianyu smiled gently while serving Xiaolin food. By the way, Xianyu, what can you tell me about your family or friends? While eating, Xiaolin attempted to learn more about Jiang Xianyu. They're not much different from yours. Jiang Xianyu paused while serving food, then resumed normally, shrugging off the matter as if it was of no importance. Really? The meal passed peacefully. After finishing, Xiaolin went to the restroom while Jiang Xinyue waited for her at the restaurant's front desk. Jiang Xinyue seemed always to conceal something about family matters. Perhaps that was where the issue lay. Yet she felt utterly powerless to resolve it. Composing herself, Xiaolin approached the front desk, only to see a young man standing before Jiang Xinyue, holding a bouquet of flowers. She hurried over and heard him say to Jiang Xinyue, "Beautiful girl, I like you." It appeared Jiang Xinyue was quite popular. She belonged to her alone. Xiaolin stepped forward and pushed aside the bouquet. The young man looked up, his gaze clouded with confusion. Xiaolin let out a soft laugh, leaned close to Jiang Xinyue, and slipped her arm around her waist. "Sorry, she already has a partner," she said with a playful wink. Jiang Xinyue, standing beside her, flushed deeply upon hearing Xiaolin's words. "Xiaolin, does this mean you've forgiven me?" She leaned in and whispered softly into Xiaolin's ear. Xiaolin suppressed the surge of emotion within her, feigning indifference as she gently pushed Jiang Xinyue away. "Oh, let's see how you behave." "Humph," acting all aloof. Jiang Xinyue pouted indignantly. After dinner, Jiang Xinyue took Xiaolin to a private cinema. Before the film began, Jiang Xinyue meticulously inspected the room for hidden cameras. Xiaolin watched her with mild amusement and waved a hand. "Is that really necessary? We're only watching a movie. It's not like we have anything to hide." "No, it's our privacy. Not even a single detail can be overlooked." Jiang Xinyue shook her head and continued her search. She certainly had no intention of starring in someone else's illicit footage. And truth be told, she harbored her own quiet agenda. After all, this was the most sincere apology she could devise. Xiaolin sensed something amiss and tapped Jiang Xinyue on the shoulder. "Xinyue, may I ask, how long did you book?" "An entire afternoon and evening," Jiang Xinyue replied, without looking up, still scanning for pinhole cameras. The moment the words left her lips, she felt a chilling wave of murderous intent emanating from behind her. Slowly turning around, she found Xiaolin gazing at her with an unervingly benign smile. "Come now, Xinyue, tell me what kind of film requires such an extended booking?" At the sight of that mischievous, knowing grin, Jiang Xinyue swallowed hard. "Xiaolin, listen, I have my reason." "Speak them. I'm listening to every last excuse," Xiaolin said, raising an eyebrow as she sat down on the bed. Jiang Xinyue swiftly shed her outer garment, revealing her striking figure, and lowered her voice to a sultry murmur. "I want you to truly savor me. Is that enough?" Xiaolin's smile faded. She lowered her feet, crossed her arms, and stood before Jiang Xinyue, her gaze resting calmly, unflinchingly upon her. With one slender finger, she pressed gently against Jiang Xinyue's chest and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. "What makes you think I value only this body of yours? If that were all I desired, why wouldn't I simply seek it elsewhere? So this is how you choose to demean yourself, to beg for my forgiveness?" "No, it's not. I just—" Jiang Xinyue scrambled to explain, but Xiaolin didn't spare her another glance. She turned and strode toward the door. Jiang Xinyue sprang up and rushed after her, wrapping her arms tightly around Xiaolin from behind. "Xiaolin, don't go. Let me go." Xiaolin struggled fiercely. They wrestled briefly, until Jiang Xinyue's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice breaking into choked sobs. "Don't go. I only have you. Only you." "What do you mean by that?" At those words, Xiaolin stilled. She turned and saw two glistening trails of tears already tracing paths down Jiang Xinyue's flawless cheeks. Without a word, Jiang Xinyue pulled her close and kissed her. Xiaolin offered no resistance, letting Jiang Xinyue claim her fully. Time dissolved. When they finally parted, their mouths tasted of salt, the bitter tang of shared tears. Xiaolin gently pushed Jiang Xinyue back and searched her tear-reddened eyes. "Now will you tell me the truth?" Jiang Xinyue sniffled several times, wiped her nose, and gestured toward the large bed. "Can we talk about it? Back on the bed first." Xiaolin remained unmoved. Jiang Xinyue added, "The film's about to start. We shouldn't waste it." Xiaolin burst into laughter, took her hand, and led her back to the bed, settling in with quiet, expectant grace. Just then the film began. Jiang Xinyue dabbed at the lingering tears in her eyes and pointed at the projection screen. "Can we finish this first?" Xiaolin pouted, but sighed, said nothing more, and draped Jiang Xinyue's coat back over her shoulders before slipping beneath the covers herself. The film played on. Neither spoke. They watched in quiet concentration, until Jiang Xinyue, timidly edged closer, slid under the covers beside Xiaolin and softly clasped her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Xiaolin said nothing, still absorbed in the film. Yet neither anticipated how many intimate scenes Jiang Xinyue had chosen. Soon both faces burned with quiet embarrassment. Their body temperatures rose steadily. Jiang Xinyue inched nearer, making Xiaolin flinch instinctively. Jiang Xinyue's voice trembled fragile and pleading Xiaolin. Do you even disdain me now? Xiaolin met her glistening gaze, and saw reflected in her pupils her own blushing cheeks. Slowly she shook her head. As Jiang Xinyue drew closer once more, Xiaolin spoke quietly, but I never wished for you to beg for my forgiveness. I know I love you. Jiang Xinyue answered instantly, her voice raw with sincerity. When Xiaolin awoke, once more she glanced around, but did not see Jiang Xinyue's figure. A surge of anger welled up in her heart. Could it be that Jiang Xinyue was truly deceiving her? How infuriating. I must seek help from Sister Yu. If I encounter Jiang Xinyue again, HM. Just as Xiaolin was lost in her thoughts, the sound of the door opening announced Jiang Xinyue's return. Xiaolin looked at the newcomer feeling somewhat bored. She had already thought about how to punish her, yet here, she was not having run away. What a pity for her anticipated little black room scenario. Suppressing her feelings, Xiaolin pouted and asked, Where have you been? I just woke up and didn't see you. I thought you had run off like a scoundrel. Sensing that Xiaolin's mood was off, or perhaps not yet ready to share her own concerns, Jiang Xinyue quickly leaned in to comfort her, saying, What's wrong, baby? I felt that I was a bit too hasty earlier, so I went to buy some medicine for you. I noticed you were gone and thought you were lying to me and trying to avoid me. How could that be? Xiaolin, trust me, I am sincere towards you. Jiang Xinyue lifted her hand to brush aside the stray hair from Xiaolin's face, gently kissing her reddened up. The two left the private cinema and walked towards the hotel. Xinyue, what do you think I'm pretty? As they walked, Xiaolin winked at Jiang Xinyue and asked with a smile. Of course. In my eyes, our Xiaolin is the most beautiful, even your sister can't compare. Jiang Xinyue proudly gave a thumbs up in praise. Xiaolin was already beautiful, but in Jiang Xinyue's eyes, she was like the fairest of them all, as if all the praise in the world was meant for her. Jiang Xinyue was also very beautiful. They could hardly rank who was superior, each possessing unique charms. Fortunately, this beauty belonged only to each other. Who is yours? Upon hearing Jiang Xinyue's words, Xiaolin couldn't help but blush slightly, shyly responding, At least we should wait until we've officially dated for a while before saying that. Jiang Xinyue looked at Xiaolin's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Although she was clearly happy, her mouth was still trying to feign modesty. Her little darling was becoming more and more interesting. At that moment, Xiaolin's phone rang unexpectedly. Checking it, she saw it was her silly older sister calling. As soon as she answered, Xiao Mo's lazy voice came through, unable to hide her tone. Hey Xiaolin, why haven't you come back for so long? Mom is already asking about you. Xiaolin scratched her head awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. Hee, I lost track of time. Xiao Mo continued to scold. Really, you should have said something sooner. Now I had to cook that meal for nothing. Just as Xiaolin was about to tell her sister that she would be back soon, she caught Jiang Xinyue's glance and immediately changed her words. Sister, I'm going to stay out overnight, so you'll have to help me cover for it with Mom and Dad. Not you. Before Xiao Mo could finish, Xiaolin hung up the phone. Looking at the darkened screen, she met Jiang Xinyue's gentle gaze and smiled back. On the other end, Xiao Mo stared at the hung-up call, utterly speechless, her lips pursed. How could this irresponsible sister just leave all the mess for her to clean up? If it weren't for the bond of sisterhood, she would have just told Mom that her sister was in a relationship. Sigh. Xiao Mo sighed, complaining silently, but in reality, she couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Right now, the urgent task was to help Xiaolin keep her secret. With that thought, Xiao Mo quickly called Yue, and the phone was answered soon. What's wrong, Mo? Are you missing me again? Yu's voice came through. Xiao Mo had no time for pleasantries since her mom was still waiting downstairs. She hurriedly said the main point. Yue, Xiaolin must be out playing with Jiang Xinyue. If Mom asks later, can I say she's with you? What? You want me to help you lie? Yu's tone carried a hint of amusement. Xiao Mo could tell what Yu was thinking and resolutely replied, just for one night, no more. All right, deal. Xiao Mo sighed in relief, thanked her, and hung up the phone. Xiaolin, you've really put me in it. When you get married, I won't give you any wedding money. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I need to go and give that little chick in her aunt's farm a good beating. That night, Yu received another call from Xiao Mo. Before she could even begin to say any sweet words, she was greeted by her mother-in-law's voice on the line. Hello, Yu. Cough, 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 what's up, Auntie? Yu was caught off guard and quickly composed herself to respond. She felt relieved that she hadn't spoken first, or she would have made a fool of herself. It's nothing major, I just wanted to ask if Xiaolin is with you. Yihua asked. Yes, Auntie. Do you want me to call her over to say something? Sure, let me give her a few words of advice. Yu had previously conspired with Xiao Mo, so her speech was seamless, but she didn't expect Auntie actually wanted to talk. Auntie, please hold on a moment. Xiaolin is in the restroom, I'll go get her. After saying that, Yu covered the microphone and her brain raced. Jiang Xinyue had mentioned in the morning that she might not come back tonight and would be in the adjacent room. With that in mind, Yu hurried out of her room and knocked on the door next door. Who is it? Hearing Jiang Xinyue's voice from inside, Yu quickly called out, It's me, Yu. Hurry and get Xiao Lin to answer the phone. Auntie is checking up on us. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo was enduring the relentless gaze of her mother. She had no idea if EU could come up with a solution, otherwise they would really be exposed. Fortunately, it wasn't long before her irresponsible sister's voice came through the phone. What's up, Mom? I'm out playing with Sister EU and staying overnight at her place tonight. EU chimed in, yes, Annie. Xiao Lin has been with me all day. It's nothing at all. I mainly wanted to remind Xiao Lin not to trouble you too much. Since you don't mind, I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. After giving a few reminders, Yihua finally hung up. Putting down the phone, she rolled her eyes at Xiao Mo. Look at you, you can't even take care of your own sister, and yet you expect your girlfriend to look after her too. Xiao Mo? It's not my fault. I'm innocent. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Xiao Lin exhaled deeply, gazing at the phone screen where the call had just ended. That was close. She nearly exposed her lie to her mother. It's all elder sister's fault. She couldn't even fabricate a better excuse. Since the mission has been flawlessly accomplished, I'll be taking my leave. EU waved lightly as she strode toward the door, unconsciously moistening her lips. Oh, and do keep your voices down, you two. Don't disturb my contemplation, she added with a playful glance over her shoulder before departing. Jiang Xinyue shot her a sharp, exasperated look. What on earth could you possibly need to contemplate? Your head is filled with nothing but mischief. EU responded with a teasing, defiant grin. I'm pondering what gifts to bring when meeting the parents, of course. Though I wonder, when will you finally begin contemplating that question, Xinyue? She sighed, theatrically feigning melancholy, then slipped away before Jiang Xinyue could retaliate. Jiang Xinyue clenched her delicate pink fist as she stared at the firmly shut door. Her knuckles whitened, her resolve hardened. Watching her, Xiao Lin raised a gentle hand to stroke Jiang Xinyue's throat, murmuring softly, don't mind to use words. We'll reach that step together, in time. Thank you, Xiao Lin. Jiang Xinyue wrapped her arms around the girl's slender waist, resting her forehead against her shoulder, her lips brushing the tender curve of Xiao Lin's ear as she whispered. Xinyue, acting like this, it's easy for me to mistake you for my doting little wife. Xiao Lin gently patted Jiang Xinyue's back with a playful lilt. But if you truly become the princess later on, where's the fun in that? Never. We'll spend our lives devouring each other, equally, endlessly. Jiang Xinyue buried her face in Xiao Lin's neck, nuzzling gently, inhaling deeply, the scent that flooded her with pure, quiet bliss. In that instant, Xiao Lin swept her into a firm, tender embrace. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window, spilling warmly across the two figures resting side by side in bed. Jiang Xinyue stirred awake. Her eyelids fluttered open, and a faint discomfort rippled through her. She turned her gaze slowly toward the exquisite beauty sleeping beside her, her expression tinged with quiet reproach. Wake up! Hurry, wake up! Xiao Lin stirred from sleep, rubbing her drowsy eyes as she murmured, What is it? Nothing much. Just noticed your sleeping posture looks rather awkward. Thought I'd wake you, so we could start over. Jiang Xinyue, are you asking for a bath? A dozen inventive punishments already danced through Xiao Lin's mind, but Jiang Xinyue, ever quick-witted, had already slipped out of the covers and vanished into the bathroom to freshen up. Oomph! Xiao Lin huffed softly and sank back into the pillows. When Jiang Xinyue emerged freshly washed and composed, she settled onto the edge of the bed and heard only the soft, even rhythm of Xiao Lin's breathing. A quiet, affectionate smile curved her lips. Just as she reached out, fingertips poised to tease, once more an untimely knock echoed at the door. Jiang Xinyue pursed her lips, irritated, inwardly cursing whoever dared interrupt this fragile golden moment. Who is it? Stop knocking. I'm coming. Her voice edged with impatience. Jiang Xinyue rose swiftly and crossed the room. Her slender hand grasped the doorknob, and as she pulled the door open, her pupils contracted sharply. What brings you here? Xinyue, darling, your father has agreed to welcome you home. Let's go now. No sense lingering in this wretched place. Standing outside was Jiang Xinyue's mother. Her features refined, her voice honeyed and seductive, though her words held no such warmth. The woman grumbled irritably, drawing her sable coat tighter about her shoulders, a figure of mature allure rich with quiet sophistication. Jiang Xinyue's small fists tightened instinctively, her lips pressed into a thin, silent line. These past years weren't meant to wound you. I had no choice. You know your father has only one child, you. To reclaim his heart, I had no path, but... Jiang Xinyue cut her off mid-sentence, her gaze distant, her voice glacial. Have you finished speaking? What? If you have, please leave. I will not return. Her tone remained utterly devoid of inflection as she shook her head. As for the arranged marriage with the He family, that was decided without my consent. Resolve it yourselves. How dare you speak to me like this? I carried you, raised you. How is this your gratitude? To me, to your father? Her voice rose raw with indignation, jarringly discordant with her poised, elegant bearing. I have long since ceased to have a father. Her voice did not waver, not a tremor, not a breath. And the reason behind that, you know it well enough. The woman's brow furrowed. Then, remembering her purpose, she forcibly softened her expression. Oh, come now. We're family. And what family holds grudges overnight? Jiang Xinyue's eyes grew colder still, Yet before she could reply, the neighboring door clicked open. You stood there leaning casually against the frame, watching the scene unfold with amused detachment. Well, madam, your nerve is impressive. How effortlessly you utter such words. Who are you? What business is it of yours how I discipline my daughter? The woman's brows knotted tightly, clearly repelled by this sudden intrusion. You ask who I am. I'm you, the very person you sent your daughter to entangle with me. You smiled, a razor-edged thing, as she remarked, truth be told, your entire family outdoes itself in sheer revulsion. One dares show up uninvited after committing such deeds, demanding obedience with shameless audacity, while the other won't even appear in person. Afraid? I won't stoop to argue with a mere child. Flustered and speechless, she turned back toward Jiang Xinyue with a brittle attempt at composure. Jiang Xinyue met her gaze, silent, and stepped back. The woman mistook it for invitation, lifting her foot forward, only for the door to slam shut with a thunderous final crash. Get out. Jiang Xinyue closed the door, resting her hands against it, her head bowed as she pondered in silence. Seeing Jiang Xinyue with her back turned, Xiaolin ran up and embraced her, hesitantly asking, Is she your mother? Jiang Xinyue gently nodded, whispering, So what happened on the day you said you severed? Jiang Xinyue did not answer immediately, but turned to look seriously into Xiaolin's eyes. Noticing Jiang Xinyue's silence, Xiaolin didn't mind and carried her to the bed. Jiang Xinyue looked out the window, softly weeping, while Xiaolin, unaware of the circumstances, could only gently pat her back in comfort. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xinyue softly said, Xiaolin, would you like to hear about my childhood? Xiaolin nodded. Go ahead, I'm listening. Jiang Xinyue slowly raised her head to gaze at the white clouds in the sky, pure and beautiful, as if symbolizing freedom. They were high school sweethearts progressing all the way to the altar of marriage. Xiaolin naturally knew who Jiang Xinyue referred to as they, but what could have occurred that made Jiang Xinyue unwilling to even mention her father and mother? They were originally an enviable couple admired by the world until that fox spirit arrived. Xiaolin quietly listened to Jiang Xinyue's heartfelt confession until she revealed everything that happened that night. Turning her head, she found that Jiang Xinyue's eyes had unknowingly filled with tears, and Xiaolin could hardly fathom that Jiang Xinyue had gone through such experiences. She could not imagine how she would crumble if her beloved mother were to lay a hand on her. Wait, it seems that her mother had also hit her quite a bit. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Xiaolin gently stood up and affectionately embraced Jiang Xinyue. At that moment, Jiang Xinyue had long since shed her protective mask, resembling an abandoned little girl who had found a new home, crying loudly. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaolin's clothes were already soaked with Jiang Xinyue's tears. Gradually the cries began to subside, and when Xiaolin looked down, she saw that Jiang Xinyue had cried herself to sleep. Xiaolin gently laid her flat on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then crawled in beside her, hugging Jiang Xinyue tightly. Looking at Jiang Xinyue's eyes slightly red and puffy from crying, she realized that Jiang Xinyue also had this side. She once thought that she and Jiang Xinyue could follow the path of older sisters like Lao Jie and Yu Yue into the hall of marriage, receiving the blessings of their parents and family, but it seemed they couldn't even pass the parental hurdle. But what could she do? She wasn't a rich second generation or a political second generation, and after 10 years of hard work, how could she compete with 3 generations of business families? The hope seemed so bleak. Now all she could do was to stay by Jiang Xinyue's side, embracing her as they stepped toward a brighter future. At that moment, Xiaolin felt as if she had suddenly entered a pink space where a breathtakingly beautiful fairy stood in the air. Do you need my help? The top student system is officially bound, host Xiaolin. The days that followed seemed to have become sparse and ordinary, devoid of any unexpected incidents or encounters with people who caused him discontent. The new year is approaching, and even the street lamps are adorned with red lanterns. Uniquely, the temperature in Sichuan province this year is lower than in previous years, but there is a silver lining: it has started to snow. This snowfall is particularly heavy, with a layer of snow even covering the lanterns. Xiao Mo, didn't you say your partner is coming soon? Why is it almost 11 and there's not even a phone call? Yihua glared at Xiao Mo, who was lounging on the sofa like a salted fish, as if executing a form of. When she bought this sofa, it was because it was comfortable and spacious enough to accommodate 10 people without issue. But now it has become Xiao Mo's second nest. She even took a quilt and placed it in the corner of the sofa, using it as a backrest when lying down, and when feeling sleepy, she would simply unfold it and snuggle in, leaving her utterly speechless. What can I do? I can't rush him, can I? Xiao Mo hid under the quilt, only her little head poking out with some messy hair bobbing as she moved. Even though nothing much happened during this period, Xiao Mo still completed 2 tasks from Xiao Yi and obtained things that were extremely beneficial for her health. However, the cost. Ugh, let's not talk about it. Just thinking about it makes my back ache. My little system is definitely not a. But according to the little system, a new companion is supposed to arrive soon, though it remains uncertain in what form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiao Mo took out her phone and saw that it was a voice call from Yu Yue, indicating that she was almost. Mo, I'm almost at your neighborhood entrance. Would you like to come out and greet me? Xiao Mo smiled at her mother's expectant eyes and replied, "Sure, I'll be right there." Xiao Mo said, quickly putting on her cotton shoes and dashing out the door. Yihua exchanged a glance with Xiao Eugene, who was cooking in the kitchen, shaking her head with pursed lips. Young lovers in the heat of romance, their hearts are already far from home. What's wrong with that? Didn't we go through the same back then? That's true. As soon as Xiao Mo stepped out of the neighborhood, she spotted Yu's newly purchased car parked at the entrance, though the amount she spent remains a mystery. However, as someone with a system supporting her wife is well within her means. Quietly BB, but usually she relies on her wife to support her. As Xiao Mo opened the car door to peek inside, she saw the back seat filled to the brim with gifts. Staring at the pile, Xiao Mo was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "What didn't I tell you? You really don't need to bring so much when you come to our house." Yet Yue unfazed calmly explained, "This isn't too much. The Moutai and the Go set are gifts for Uncle, and the necklace is for Auntie. I prepared all of this after a long time." Xiao Mo gazed blankly at Yue, who tilted her head and asked, "Xiao Mo, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Yue, are you nervous?" Xiao Mo inquired, noticing something different about Yue today. "How could I be? Do I look the slightest bit nervous?" Yue quickly shook her hand to clarify, but then sighed deeply and admitted, "Well, yes, just thinking about meeting the parents makes me incredibly anxious." Seeing the mixture of helplessness and nervousness on Yu's face warmed Xiao Mo's heart. "It's fine, this just shows how much you care about me." With that, Xiao Mo took Yu's hand and said, "Let's go, we have to meet them eventually." Wait, I haven't grabbed my gift yet." As Xiao Mo led Yu to the door, Yu stopped her reluctant. "Hold on, let me prepare a bit more first." Yu said, pulling out a makeup mirror to check her appearance, smoothing out her slightly messy hair, anxiously glancing at the door in front of her and swallowing hard. "Don't worry, Yu, my parents will really like you." Xiao Mo, admiring Yu's beautiful visage, gave her a thumbs up for encouragement. Yu exhaled heavily and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Soon hurried footsteps sounded, echoing like a drumbeat in Yu's heart. Pat. The door opened, revealing Xiao Mo's father. The usually stern Xiao father looked at Yu beside his daughter, and a warm smile broke across his face. "Yu is here. Hello, uncle." Yu tightened her grip on the gift bag and politely responded. Xiao Eugene nodded and replied, "Hello." He naturally let the two of them in. Xiao Mo immediately placed what she was holding on the shoe cabinet at the entrance and asked her dad, "Hey, where's mom?" "I had prepared all the dishes, but your mom said to add a few more, so she's busy in the kitchen now," Xiao father pointed. Xiao Mo and Yu walked hand in hand into the dining room, where a table, not particularly large, was filled with 7 or 8 dishes, the fragrant aroma wafting directly into their noses. Xiao Mo moved next to Yu and whispered in her ear, "How do you feel, Yu? I remember you don't have any dietary restrictions, right?" Yu nodded. Yihua walked out of the kitchen holding the last dish and said with a smile, "The last dish, oil-braised shrimp." After placing the dish down, Yihua looked at Yu and said, "Yu, why not stay here for dinner tonight?" Yihua was much gentler than Xiao father, her face radiating with an unmistakable warmth. Yu looked at Yihua, and hearing her words, her nervousness eased a little. She took a deep breath and displayed a polite and demure smile. "Hello, uncle and auntie, I hope to trouble you a lot." Yihua waved her hand. "It's no trouble at all. You can come over for dinner often when you have the time." "Exactly. You'll soon be family. This is your second home." Xiao Mo nodded vigorously as she spoke, her mouth still full of sweet and sour spare ribs. "Yihua, come over more often. I'll get to eat so much delicious food." Zhao's father stood beside Yihua, watching his daughter sneak bites, and sternly reprimanded her. "Xiao Mo, guests haven't even picked up their chopsticks yet, and you're already eating." At his words, Xiao Mo hastily set down her chopsticks, then, clack, spat out a bone and grinned. Gazing at his eldest daughter's unruly behavior, he sighed faintly and said, "Quick, take you to wash your hands, then call Xiao Lin down for dinner." "Understood." With a soft, "Oh," Xiao Mo took Yu's hand and hurried toward the bathroom, completely missing the fleeting flicker of unease that crossed her father's face. The restroom was compact, separated from the shower area. Standing side by side at the sink, the two girls fit perfectly, no crowding, no discomfort. As clear water rinsed their small hands, Xiao Mo glanced at Yu's subtly tense expression and asked softly, "Yu, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Yu blinked back from her reverie, carefully washing away the suds before turning to Xiao Mo with a gentle smile. "I was just imagining how it'll feel when you visit my home." "Do you have to make me think about that today? The very day we're celebrating?" Xiao Mo pouted her brows, knitting. Yu laughed quietly, bent down, and wrapped Xiao Mo in a warm embrace, resting her chin lightly on the girl's shoulder. "Don't worry. I'll stand by you every step of the way. All I ask is that you behave yourself in front of my parents. I'll consider myself blessed." Xiao Mo's face wore an unmistakable look of reluctant resignation. Yu might tease her freely outside, but now Xiao Mo had already lost all authority in Xiao Lin's eyes. If she were humiliated again before her own parents, she truly feared she'd burst into tears. Yu's arm tightened around Xiao Mo's waist as she nuzzled her cheek against the girl's neck. "Who knows? My wife is simply too irresistible. I can't promise I'll hold back." Xiao Mo struggled to pry Yu off. Off, now. We're still in my house. Behave yourself. At most you may hold my hand tonight. Not a single extra touch. Yu chuckled softly, poking Xiao Mo's cheek with a fingertip. You said it yourself. Then I accept your gracious invitation. With due humility. Xiao Mo thought silently, am I being tricked again? Was she being tricked again? Xiaolin, Xiaolin, Xiaolin. Xiao Mo poked her mischievous younger sister's cheek several times before finally rousing her from her daze. Are you feeling unwell, Xiaolin? Yu asked, concern coloring her voice. No. I'm perfectly fine, Xiaolin replied, quickly shaking her head, though her flustered tone betrayed her. Good, Mom says dinner's ready. She prepared a special feast today, just for Yu's visit. Xiao Mo didn't dwell on her sister's oddness. She knew Jiang Xinyu's family circumstances well enough to assume Xiaolin was simply anxious about the matter. Wow, big sis, you're getting married already. Becoming someone's little pampered wife. Xiaolin gazed at her elder sister with starry-eyed mischief. Humph, don't be ridiculous. I'm no one's little wife. Xiao Mo retorted, exasperated. Yu nodded knowingly. Actually, Xiaolin's not entirely wrong. You are my little wife after all. Hearing Yu call her that, Xiao Mo could only sigh helplessly, then pinched Yu's hand lightly in playful protest. Let's go downstairs. Don't keep Mom and Dad waiting. Dinner unfolded in warm harmony. Yu and Xiao Eugene conversed animatedly. Her father deeply impressed by Yu's insights on market development, though he quietly noted her lack of guile, which would prove a disadvantage against seasoned rivals. Yu in turn was astonished by her future father-in-law's acumen. Her eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. She hadn't expected Xiao Mo's father to possess such profound understanding of current economic trends. They felt as if they'd met far too late in life. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo and Xiaolin sat side by side, utterly bewildered as their father and Yu continued their spirited exchange. Big sis, do you actually understand any of this? Xiaolin nudged Xiao Mo's arm. Xiao Mo shook her head. Honestly, sounds like finance talk, but I haven't a clue what they're saying. Xiaolin rolled her eyes dramatically. Big sis, I think those 2 years of university were a total waste. What do you know? Xiao Mo shot back, indignant. I study theory. Without real-world data or market exposure, how could I possibly follow them? TCH, useless is useless. Stop making excuses. You, Xiao Mo huffed, and turned away, refusing to engage further. She couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that if Yu kept conversing with her father much longer, he'd conclude she wasn't worthy of Yu at all. After dinner, Yu accompanied Xiao Eugene into his study to discuss their relationship. Yet strangely, he insisted Yihua remain outside. Uncle, how much dowry would you expect if I wished to marry your daughter? Yu cleared her throat and opened the conversation. Based on their earlier rapport, she judged him shrewd but straightforward. Xiao Eugene didn't seem offended. In fact, he smiled and raised 2 fingers. 20,000. Yu ventured uncertainly. He waved his hand dismissively. 200 yuan. You're not joking. Yu stared, incredulous. What matters most is your happiness together. Xiao Eugene beamed with paternal warmth. Without hesitation, Yu pulled out a thick red envelope and handed it. Xiao Eugene accepted it without protest, tucking it into his bag. Judging by its weight, it held roughly 20,000 yuan. Only after securing the envelope did he continue truthfully. I don't have final say in this matter. Then why did you just? Hey, that's my brokerage fee. As for marrying my daughter, you'll need to negotiate with her mother. I hold no authority at home. Xiao Eugene chuckled inwardly. This was precisely why he'd barred Yihua from joining them. After years of voluntarily surrendering his salary, he'd finally secured some private savings. On the other side in the living room, Xiao Mo sat beside Yihua, occasionally glancing around the room, then turned to ask her mother, Mom, do you think Dad will make things difficult for Yu? Don't worry, your dad is not that kind of person, Yihua assured her. So Mom, do you agree with Yu and me? Yihua rolled her eyes, a bit speechless. How many times have you asked me? Isn't it annoying? Xiao Mo chuckled at her words. After all, she was just worried. Yihua continued, They'll be frank with you, I actually agreed with this matter before, but now. What? Mom, it's already come to this, you can't go back on your word. Xiao Mo pouted, playfully reproaching her. I just feel that you might not be a good match for her, Yihua said, giving her eldest daughter a deep look and shaking her head. Xiao Mo twitched her lips, feeling a bit at a loss for words. Mom was teasing her again. At that moment, the door to the inner room opened and Xiao's father came out first, waving his hand to signal Yihua to come in. Xiao, come in for a moment, there's something to discuss. She had worked hard to get her allowance and she couldn't let it slip, so she needed to refine her words to avoid exposure. Yu followed behind, but she seemed a bit confused. Once her parents entered the room, Yu quickly dashed over and knocked Xiao Mo onto the sofa, rubbing against her fiercely. Wifey, what's wrong? How did your conversation with my dad go? Xiao Mo asked, patting Yu's back in a comforting manner. Wifey, guess how much bride price my uncle wants from me? Yu lifted her head from Xiao Mo's lap, looking at her with sparkling eyes. He wouldn't be trying to cheat you, would he? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo was a bit confused. Shouldn't be. My dad is pretty easygoing. Uncle asked for 200 yuan. That's too little. Xiao Mo exclaimed in shock, incredulously asking, he only wants 200 yuan to sell What the heck, even pork costs more than me? Xiao Mo said angrily, rolling up her sleeves ready to confront her dad. I'm going to find him. Is this how you treat your own daughter? Wait, Xiao Mo, let me finish. You quickly grabbed Xiao Mo, not wanting to lose the good impression she had worked hard to build. Uncle asked for 200 yuan as brokerage fee, and then told me to talk to Auntie later. You explained. I should ask Auntie about the bride price. I see. Xiao Mo was slightly taken aback and nodded in understanding. This sounds like something my dad would do. However, if my dad can joke with you, it means he actually recognizes you quite a bit. That may not be the case, right? Lin, who had been quietly observing from the side, poked her head out. Last time, I nearly emptied Dad's private stash, so now he must be trying to refill his little treasure chest. Xiao Mo and you nodded in realization, understanding why he only asked for so little money. Even if Mom found out, there would be no mountains to cross. By the way, Yue, how much did you give my dad? Lin asked next. I handed over the red envelope. I had prepared 188 yuan. You replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo, Lin, and you exchanged glances, all knowing about Xiao's little schemes. Then Lin went back upstairs, not sure what she was going to do. Xiao Mo looked at Yu and said seriously, even if Yue, you are completely broke, I will still go with you. Yu's heart raced, aiming straight for those enticing lips, and kissed her. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Mo, come in for a moment. Okay, I'm coming. Hearing the voice calling her from inside the room, Xiao Mo pushed Yu off her and walked. Before entering, she couldn't help but glare fiercely at Yu. This person really had no sense of boundaries. Xiao Mo, you must have told you about the bride price, right? Upon seeing Xiao Mo enter, Yihua got straight to the point. Xiao Mo nodded, honestly waiting for her mother's next words. We want to know your thoughts on this matter. You all can discuss this among yourselves. After all, it's not like I'm being sold off. Xiao Mo shrugged indifferently. What do you know? The bride price and dowry are the startup funds for the new family, which are related to your future life. How can we not take it seriously? Yihua scolded impatiently. Actually, EU has already given it. Xiao Mo suddenly recalled the check she received during her last meeting with EU's mother. EU seemed to have filled in quite a bit of money. Oh, I see, then it's no problem, you two kids can go play. Yihua sighed in relief. Oh, asking for too much bride price or dowry would be too difficult. By the way, Mom. Just as Xiao Mo was about to leave, she thought of something, glanced deeply at her dad, and whispered. For some reason, Xiao Eugene felt a hint of danger and instinctively wanted to run. But due to his wife's authority, that's it, I'm heading out now. After saying that, Xiao Mo grinned and dashed out, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Hey, did you just trick our daughter-in-law into something? No, honey, let me explain. In the evening, Yihua was adding a new blanket for EU in Xiao Mo's room. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock at night, yet sounds of playfulness still echoed from downstairs. When she went out, she saw that Xiao Mo, who should have been cuddled under the small blanket on the sofa, was playfully wrestling with Yue, while their little daughter sat aside, engrossed in her phone, munching on an orange. Yihua cleared her throat and urged, all right, it's getting late. Those who should go back to their rooms go back now. Xiao Mo paused her actions and replied, got it, Mom. Just as Yihua was about to return to her room, she remembered something and advised Yue. Then tonight you should stay in the same room with Xiao Mo. I've already prepared a blanket for you. Understood, Annie, I'll play with Xiao Mo for a while longer before heading back. EU replied politely, her beautiful face unconsciously tinged with a hint of crimson. However, to prevent her mother-in-law from noticing, she seized the moment while Xiao Mo was distracted and launched another attack. Oh, Yue, you're not playing fair. Xiao Mo quickly swung her pillow to counterattack. Nearby, Xiao Lin rolled her eyes, thankful that they weren't using goose-down pillows, otherwise she would have been caught in the crossfire. Hearing footsteps approaching, Xiao Lin instinctively turned off her phone screen and turned to see it was her mother. However, at that moment, Yihua was focused entirely on Xiao Mo, and Yue, not noticing Xiao Lin's unusual behavior. Yihua patted Xiao Lin on the shoulder and said with concern, all right, Xiao Lin, hurry back to your room. Don't follow your sister's antics. She's been acting wild all day. Wild or not, she even brought my precious daughter-in-law into her antics. Xiao Lin nodded, stood up, and returned. With Yihua also heading back, the living room was left with just EU and Xiao Mo. At that moment, they were both a bit tired and settled onto the sofa, hugging their pillows. Xiao Mo offered EU a segment of orange that Xiao Lin had peeled earlier. EU smiled faintly at the girl before her and teasingly said, Annie wants me to sleep with you. Do you think that implies I can? Xiao Mo gently hummed, pouting and shaking her head. My mom is just worried that you might feel cold sleeping alone at night. After all, the cold here is real damage. In a little while, waking up every morning to feel the bone-chilling cold is terrifying to think about. EU chuckled softly, leaning in to wrap her arms around Xiao Mo's neck, their noses brushing against each other. The air was filled with a hint of intimacy in the empty living room, the two embracing figures reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window. Click! At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from upstairs, and EU quickly released her hold around Xiao Mo's neck, both sitting up straight on the sofa. Xiao Mo, remember to turn off the lights when you go back to your room. Don't wait for me to come out again. Hearing this, Xiao Mo obediently responded, got it, Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I don't even know who left the living room lights on all night, and I only found out when I got up this morning. Yihua grumbled as the door closed again. Xiao Mo pouted, clearly displeased with her mother's words. Yu poked Xiao Mo's cheek and smiled. It really is getting late, you should rest soon. Okay. Xiao Mo nodded. Wait till take a shower first, then you can go after me. Why? Can't we shower together? I said no means no. After saying this, Xiao Mo grabbed her pajamas and headed toward the bathroom, having realized long ago that Yu was a bottomless pit when it came to appetite. After taking a shower, Xiao Mo returned to her room, but Yu had also walked into the bathroom and didn't make any moves against her. Noticing Yu was gone, Xiao Mo sat down at her desk, gazing out the window at the scenery. Tonight, even the familiar night view seemed exceptionally beautiful. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps sounded outside, and Xiao Mo pretended to sit at her desk engrossed in a book. The door slowly opened, and Yu looked at Xiao Mo asking, Xiao Mo, aren't you sleepy? No worries, I went to bed early last night. Oh, I see. Yu sighed with regret, sitting at the head of the bed to dry her hair. She had taken in Xiao Mo's appearance earlier and felt it was worth it to endure the cold to tempt her wife. After drying her hair, Yu looked at Xiao Mo again, saying, Wife, what should I do if I can't sleep with the lights on? With no other choice, Xiao Mo gritted her teeth, turned off the lights, and climbed onto the bed. On the spacious bed, the two lay side by side, completely still. The pleasant scent of Yu's body wafted into Xiao Mo's nose. She felt as if her heart held a large drum constantly thumping away. The winter night was exceptionally quiet. Xiao Mo, are you asleep? Yu's voice rang in her ears, and Xiao Mo shut her eyes, offering no response. Just when Xiao Mo thought she escaped unscathed, a cool breeze suddenly swept over her waist, followed by a warm little hand resting on her waist. The sleepiness was instantly dispelled. Xiao Mo quickly grasped Yu's little hand behind her and warned, What are you doing, Yu? My parents are still here. I know. Yu replied, gently twisting her wrist, easily freeing herself from Xiao Mo's grasp. Her warm hand glided across the skin, and the two blankets that were originally parallel were now forced together. A sense of tension spread through Xiao Mo's heart as she slightly turned to persuade Yu, but you still. Before she could finish her sentence, the soft red lips of the person behind her pressed against her own, silencing. Xiao Mo instantly felt her face flush her whole body, turning into a mix of tingling sensations. She knew this was the work of that wicked sensitivity brought on by the little overlord. She twisted her body trying to break free, but Yu held her even tighter. Xiao Mo's mind went blank, at first protesting with a few symbolic murmurs, but soon she was kissed into a daze by Yu. Having said that, Yu gently bit Xiao Mo's earlobe. The bite was not hard, and Xiao Mo let out a soft whimper, but it was a delicate sound. Yu looked at the little wildcat, who usually would explode at any moment, now curled up in her arms like a well-behaved and clingy plush toy, and her heart couldn't help but feel a tickle. Her lips lightly grazed Xiao Mo's neck, earlobe, and cheeks, stirring an intoxicating sensation. The ambiguous breath flowed over Xiao Mo's delicate skin with Yu's breath, making her involuntarily shrink her neck. Xiao Mo only felt unable to stop. But at that moment, Yu suddenly halted. Xiao Mo thought it was another of Yu's mischievous whims. Her cheeks flushed as she gently bit her hand and whispered unintelligible words. However, Yu did not comply with Xiao Mo's wishes, only because she had just discovered something on Xiao Mo's pillow. She picked it up for a rough inspection, looking at Xiao Mo with a smile in her eyes. Xiao Mo, I didn't expect you to have this at home. Xiao Mo then slightly opened her eyes to look at what was in Yu's hand, her pupils suddenly dilating, for what Yu held was unmistakably something she had hidden under her pillow. Seeing this, Xiao Mo hurriedly covered her flushed face, pouting, No, this thing isn't mine. It's something Shaolin left with me. Quick, give it back. Yu smiled slyly and tossed the small ahem aside. It's better to throw it away. You already have me now, so you don't need it anymore. As for what Xiao Mo said about it being Shaolin's, are you joking? Xiao Mo, your waist is so slim it seems you've lost a bit more weight. How don't say such serious things at this moment. You scoundrel, it's been a while since I wrote something intimate. I'm a bit rusty. The next morning, Xiao Mo let out a soft cry and opened her hazy eyes. Beside her, Yu was still sound asleep. Xiao Mo looked at that face and felt inexplicably vexed. Clearly it was because she had turned Yu around, but Yu was truly shameless, and Xiao Mo had to worry about whether her voice would wake up her parents, leading to her being thoroughly devoured last night. Tiptoeing out of bed, she picked up the scattered clothes from the floor and put them on one by one. But with every slight movement, her body felt as if it were falling apart, causing Xiao Mo to grimace in pain. Originally, with the rewards from the system, she only needed to rest a little longer, and her body wouldn't feel this soreness anymore. But now Xiao Mo needed to hurry to the bathroom for a shower, otherwise her parents might discover something. Thinking of the madness of last night, Xiao Mo glanced at the sleeping figure on the bed. This lady is still learning piano. You should come and try mine. Xiao Mo complained indignantly in her heart, but she tried to make as little noise as possible while rummaging through the wardrobe. After all, what splashed on her face in the morning might not necessarily be sunlight. After quickly finishing her shower, Xiao Mo dried her hair and climbed back into bed. Yu had already woken up from her deep sleep, smiling at Xiao Mo. Mo, baby, are you ready now? Ready for what? Xiaomo looked confused. Ready for me to be your partner, ready for a lifetime with me by your side. Yue looked at that familiar face, gradually slowing her speech, speaking extremely seriously. Xiaomo stared at Yue for a long time, and finally nodded emphatically under her earnest gaze. After gazing at each other for a long time, the sparks in the air collided fiercely, and love overflowed in silence. In the end, it was still Xiaomo who couldn't hold back, first kissing those pink lips that glistened like jelly. Xiaomo turned the tables. In the end, at the most ambiguous moment, Xiaomo released Yue below. The two looked at each other, smiling like little fools for a long time. Perhaps this is what love is like. Oh, what are you two doing so early in the morning? Indeed, just like many melodramatic novels filled with cliches, the affectionate scene between Xiaomo and Yue was witnessed by someone. And that person was Xiaomo's unscrupulous younger sister. Xiaolin quickly covered her eyes, peeking through the gaps between her fingers. She never expected Yue and her older sister to be like this. Their parents were still at home. Xiaomo and Yue exchanged a glance, looking at Xiaolin, who hadn't left yet, with exasperation. Have you seen enough? Xiaolin, still in a daze, instinctively nodded. I've seen enough. If you've seen enough, hurry up and get out. My wife. Xiaomo scolded with annoyance, but it was hard-earned to have the upper hand. Yet his unscrupulous sister interrupted them. Hey, wait. Just as Xiaolin turned around, Xiaomo called out to her. Xiaolin turned her head and saw her older sister actively lifting the blanket that covered Xiaomo and Yue. Seeing this, she instinctively turned away. Older sister, what are you doing? I have a girlfriend, so I have to decline your invitation. What are you thinking? Xiaomo rolled his eyes dramatically, feeling helpless. Turn around. Both Yue and I are fully dressed. We really didn't do anything. Xiaolin slowly turned around and let out a long sigh. If her older sister really initiated such an invitation, she truly wouldn't know whether to refuse firmly or since there's nothing going on, then older sister. I'll head out first, Xiaolin said, and quickly ran away, fearing that staying there would make her a third wheel. Alrighty, well, let's get up to Mcha Mua Xiaomo and Yue. In front of the sink, Yue looked at Xiaomo, whose legs felt a bit weak beside her, and leaned in closely to her side, softly inquiring, how are you feeling now? Not tired. The meaning of this question was undoubtedly clear. Xiaomo twisted her waist slightly, feeling it carefully, and admitted, a little bit, but it's because I had to control my voice last night, so my mouth still aches a bit. As she spoke, Xiaomo showed her hand where the bite marks had not yet faded. In fact, when she said it was just a little bit, it was a lie, or her mouth really did ache. It seemed that Xiaomo would need to take a nap later. Yue looked into Xiaomo's eyes and extended her warm little hand to massage her jaw. Alright, I'll help you massage it later. Forget it. If you really know your mistake, then you should restrain yourself a bit. Xiaomo couldn't help but recall how she was pinned down by Yue last night, shaking her head in refusal. Yue clearly didn't want to let go of the pleasure from last night, and asked how about occasionally. Xiaomo looked at Yue, who was launching her starry-eyed attack again, and helplessly gave in, nodding silently. By the way, Yue, how does it feel to be part of my family? Yue ruffled Xiaomo's hair, pressing down the rebellious tuft that represented the morning, smiling, and saying, very happy, super happy, oh. Knock knock knock, you two lovebirds, hurry up and wash up, it's not like you can't be affectionate outside. Yihua knocked heavily on the door with displeasure. She had been standing here since her daughter asked her daughter-in-law how does it feel. Yet this couple didn't even notice. Xiaomo and Yue looked at Yihua standing at the door, quickly nodded, washed up in a hurry, and dashed out with their tails between their legs. Yihua looked at her daughter-in-law, who had been led astray by her daughter, helplessly rubbing her forehead. She had never felt this restrained when meeting her in-laws. The key was that she felt her own daughter treated her like an outsider. It was just affection, right? As long as it's not in front of her and her husband, it's generally acceptable. Little theater. Yihua, after all, in a little girl's heart, pretty girls being close is much more pleasing to the eye. Xiaomo, mom, you already have gray hair, so stop mentioning little girls all the time. Yihua, Xiaomo, come here. Xiaomo, mom, what are you doing? Calm down, I'm your biological child. Yihua, old Zishu Mountain. Xiaomo, W. I haven't had inspiration lately, sorry. Xiaomo and Yue had just sneaked out of the bathroom when they were caught by Father Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa and Father Xiao looked at Yue with shining eyes and waved his hand, signaling her to come over and discuss the matter together. Yue gently patted Xiaomo's small hand and stepped over to examine the stock that her father-in-law had previously chosen. The chart was glowing green, showing a downward trend that would leave an ordinary person speechless. But she was Yue, a talented woman well-versed in such matters since childhood. How could she possibly be unaware of the intricacies involved? In reality, her older sister always loved to chatter in her ear, making it impossible not to understand. Uncle, my suggestion is to buy in first, and then see the results after a month. Yue pondered for a moment, then spoke with some conviction. However, no matter how much it increases after a month, we must sell all of it. Oh, why must we sell all of it? Father Xiao raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Yue's thoughts were not different from his own, but in her plan, they would wait a while longer before acting. Uncle, look. Yue began to express her thoughts. Xiaomo on the side couldn't interject at all, and could only silently curl up in the corner of the sofa, toying with her fingers. This Yu really is something. Once she put on a dress, she no longer recognized anyone. Clearly she was supposed to be my dear treasure, but now she has cast me aside. If Yu heard Xiao Mo's muttering, she would surely be speechless. He is your father, and my father-in-law. What are you so jealous about? Xiao Yi, is there any way for me to understand what they are? Xiao Mo, feeling bored, could only call out to her little system in her mind, hoping to see if it had any solution. As an all-powerful system, Xiao Yi naturally understood Xiao Mo's thoughts, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. There is a way, but what will you give me in exchange? Oh well. Xiao Mo scratched her not-so-smart head, realizing that apart from this body, she had nothing else to offer. The problem was that this body had already been given to Yue, and now she seemed to have nothing to use as her capital. Why don't you issue me a few more tasks? Xiao Mo's mind raced, and she proposed. I remember you need the energy generated from the tasks I complete to sustain yourself, right? Did you forget? With someone surnamed He around, we no longer need to personally undertake tasks. Xiao Yi stated directly. Speaking of which, it seemed she had already forgotten about the main god being a major threat, but since it hadn't come looking for her for so long, could it have forgotten her too? Then why are you still sending me those crazy tasks? Xiao Mo's voice pulled her little system back. Xiao Yi smiled awkwardly. These are meant to create some romantic interest for you too, do you understand? The kind of romantic interest you're talking about is hiding in Yu's room, wearing only lingerie, then letting her discover you for a feast. A few black lines appeared on Xiao Mo's forehead involuntarily. Ever since she completed that task, her resistance had increased, yet she still ended up weak for 2 days. Don't worry about the small details. But afterward, I need you to help me with a small task, just don't blow your cover. Xiao Yi no longer chatted idly with Xiao Mo, and directly transmitted the skill of stock analysis to her. Alright, although it's just an introductory level, you should be able to understand what they are talking about without any problem. Xiao Yi patted her chest, and assured Xiao Mo, perhaps you might have a flash of inspiration, and propose some— Okay, I won't forget your kindness, little system. Xiao Mo clasped her hands in gratitude to her little system, before joining EU and the others. Wait, EU, I want to come and watch too. Xiao Yi, thought you have the skill, but aren't making any money just for the sake of having a common topic with your girlfriend. Does the host really have to be this lazy? There's not a shred of ambition. But there seems to be plenty of enthusiasm. Sorry, I just overlooked you just now. You naturally noticed Xiao Mo's odd behavior, and once the chat ended and Father Xiao started watching TV, she pulled Xiao Mo aside, squeezing her small face apologetically. If I won't forgive you. Xiao Mo snorted lightly, turning her head away from EU. Alright, tonight I'll make it up to you, okay? You said, leaning in to hook her arms around Xiao Mo's neck, snuggling into her shoulder, and acting cute. Xiao Mo held on to Yue, preventing her from squirming around. If her parents found out, it would be bad. But why did she feel like she was in one of those Japanese adult films, sneaking around behind her parents' backs? During lunch, Ihua continued to serve her newly arrived precious daughter-in-law with food, completely ignoring her eldest daughter. Iwa, did you sleep well last night? Xiao Mo's sleeping habits are rather poor. She didn't disturb you, did she? Yu shook her head, smiling. No, Xiao Mo was very well behaved. It was so warm sleeping together. As soon as Yu finished speaking, she felt a resentful gaze directed at her. Looking over, the owner of the gaze was none other than the previously bullied Mo Shou. The 5 people at the dining table enjoyed a harmonious lunch together. Xiao Mo could be considered quite familiar with the situation, as she had been tormented for quite some time, and with her background in dance training, she naturally faced no significant issues. However, Yu felt somewhat embarrassed, as her strength did not lie in passive defense. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been outmaneuvered by Xiao Mo several times. As a result, she accidentally caused her chopsticks to collide with the porcelain bowl, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Fu Yihua unconsciously directed his gaze towards Yu, asking with concern, what's wrong? Is it Yu? And noticed her actions were somewhat flustered, quickly smiling to cover it up. It's nothing, I just bumped it. Yu's cheeks began to blush slowly, but before her uncle and aunt could ask, she spoke first. But it is a bit spicy. Yihua nodded thoughtfully, asking, what kind of dishes do you like, Yu? Tell Auntie, and I'll buy them later to prepare for dinner. Of course, I like your eldest daughter, Yu, silently muttered in her heart, but such words were certainly not meant to be spoken aloud. With a slight smile, Yu said, actually, I don't have any particular favorites, but Xiao Mo made me boiled pork slices several times before, and I quite love that. Then I'll make them for you tonight, Yu. Xiao Mo's slightly raised eyes, combined with these easily misunderstood words, made Yu feel as if Xiao Mo had transformed into a seductress. Once Ihua and Xiao Yujin finished their meal and stood up, Yu finally got a chance to relieve herself. She flashed her slender fingers, staring coldly at Xiao Mo as she threatened softly, hurry and retracted, or he'll let you experience what true ecstasy feels like. Seeing Yu's face turn a deep shade of red, Xiao Mo finally let out a proud hum. Annie, I'm done eating. After finishing her lunch, Yu hurriedly stood up from her seat, politely saying goodbye to her aunt, before rushing upstairs to Xiao Mo's room. Yu nodded all right. As Yu went upstairs, she could still feel a gaze behind her, almost palpable. Without a doubt, it was Xiao Mo watching her, but according to Xiao Mo's personality, it was unlikely she would come up to pursue such matters. The immediate priority was to quickly change clothes. After all, she had just been By Xiaomo. Wife, why didn't you let me ask Xiaomo what was going on just now? Ihua asked anxiously as he entered the room. He had noticed the red marks on his eldest daughter's body since the morning. Perhaps due to the air conditioning being on at home today, Xiaomo had not worn a turtleneck sweater, thus revealing the disaster zones on her neck and collarbone. Do you understand what it means to see through without saying anything? Do you really enjoy making the young couple awkward? Ihua shot him an exasperated glance, unsure whether her husband was truly clueless or just pretending not to understand, seemingly wanting to make their precious daughter uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Xiaomo was enjoying Yu's embarrassment. Having been bullied too much in the past, she finally got her revenge today. However, what would happen to her afterward was not within her consideration. Yu looked at the undisguised smugness in Xiaomo's eyes and could already imagine her own blushing face, angrily saying, "If you keep smiling, don't expect to get out of bed tomorrow. Hee, don't forget this is my home. What can you do to me in my territory?" Xiaomo made a face, sticking out her little tongue, showing no signs of being threatened by Yu. "Alright Xiaomo, you've really grown some wings," Yu said fiercely, then picked up her phone and began fiddling. The next second, Xiaomo's phone, which she had left in her pocket, chimed. She took it out to see a picture displayed on the screen. Upon opening it, Xiaomo saw herself in the picture with a flushed face, super shy. Glancing at the background, wasn't that her soft bed? Yu actually took a candid shot of her unguarded moments last night. Naughty girl. Xiaomo glared at Yu angrily, but couldn't help but start reminiscing about the joy of last night. Let's see if you dare to provoke me again. Yu slightly curled her red lips and crossed her arms. So what? I only took a picture of your face. Oh, how can you be so sure that I only took this one? Yu said as she hugged Xiaomo from behind, gently biting Xiaomo's earlobe. Xiaomo sensed something was off and tried to escape, but had already been cornered by Yu, becoming a lamb to the slaughter. Do you still dare to act smug in front of me? Little darling, Yu whispered softly in Xiaomo's ear, but who was Yu holding? That remained unknown. Yu watched as Xiaomo pretended to bite down, narrowing her eyes in warning. If you dare to bite, humph. Xiaomo, hearing this, weakly relaxed her mouth that was about to bite. What could she do? She could only act from the heart. Yu looked at the little wildcat Xiaomo as she became docile, once more feeling quite satisfied. Is that enough? If you continue playing, I really will bite you. Xiaomo was already feeling a bit impatient. After all, being toyed with like this was hardly pleasant. Alright, then given that Xiaomo is so aware of the situation, I will temporarily let you off. Yu let out a soft hum. Be good and accept the baptism. Xiaomo shouted, gathering her courage to pounce towards Yu. Damn it. Xiaomo was naturally grumbling about that, master. Otherwise, she would definitely have been able to last a few rounds against Yu instead of falling into her hands like a lamb to the slaughter, conceding after just one round. Oh, we only care about the results. Who cares about your process? Xiaomo turned her head away, blushing. Yu smiled calmly as she accepted Xiaomo's assessment of her. Thank you for the compliment. Yu managed to finish just in time. After cleaning and dressing the exhausted Xiaomo and settling her among the blankets, the sound of a key opening the door came from downstairs. Seeing this, Yu also burrowed under the blankets, covering Xiaomo's little head as well. Soon Ihua walked into the room, looking at her eldest daughter lying on the bed and her son-in-law reading a book, smiling as she asked, Yu, did you have fun? Yu nodded, then pointed at the lump under the blanket beside her, softly saying, Annie, I was playing a game with Xiaomo, and now she's tired and asleep. Let her rest a little longer. Ihua nodded repeatedly, giving an okay gesture, and quietly exited the room. My son-in-law really is something. Even during the holidays, he's still reading. Unlike that useless daughter of mine who does nothing but sleep and play. Xiaomo, so you will be like them. Xiaomo, what's wrong with your leg? Did you fall today? During dinner, Ihua looked at Xiaomo as she moved slowly step by step down the stairs, asking with curiosity. Yeah, I was too anxious going downstairs today, and fell, but it's not too serious. Xiaomo forced a smile, pretending to be earnest. Ihua quickly placed the dishes she was holding on the dining table, and saw Yu helping Xiaomo down the stairs, first finally breathing a sigh of relief. I was wondering why you changed your clothes. Turns out you fell and got them dirty. Yu quietly leaned close to Xiaomo's ear and whispered, what kind of fall did the little wildcat have? You can't even close your legs. Xiaomo? I shouldn't forgive her so easily. Beside them, Xiaolin watched the little interaction between her sister and Yu deep in thought. That scheming frog is always touching your belly. Hey, daytime obscenity, truly shameless. Unlike me, I only feel heartache for my girlfriend. Yu, are you really going to leave? Yu had been staying at Xiaomo's house for almost a week. Xiaomo lay in bed, watching Yu start to pack her things, gazing at her with reluctance. Yes, I don't want to disturb you too much, but soon we'll be able to sleep together again. Yu looked at Xiaomo meaningfully and continued to pack her belongings. Xiaomo did not grasp the meaning behind Yu's words, thinking she was referring to the days when they would return to school, blinking her eyes with great reluctance. Alright then, I'll help you pack. Despite her reluctance, Xiaomo sat up from the bed to assist Yu in packing her luggage. However, most of Yu's belongings were already in the trunk of the car. With Xiao Mo's help, it wasn't long before everything. Yu Yue watched Xiao Mo's movements and said with a hint of melancholy, "Wife, you're packing so quickly. Are you looking forward to me leaving?" Xiao Mo paused her actions and then playfully pinched Yu Yu's fragrant shoulder, saying, "How could that be? I would never wish for my dear wife to leave. Don't give me that. Wait until later and see how I deal with you." Yu Yue looked at Xiao Mo's smirking expression and angrily raised her large pink fist. "All right, Yu Yue, you go ahead. I won't see you off." Xiao Mo pushed Yu Yue and pretended to wipe away tears, looking very reluctant. In truth, if Yu Yue could tone it down a bit, Xiao Mo would still enjoy spending time with her. Yu Yue was like an insatiable glutton, never tiring. 1 week. 1 week. Almost 7. The key wasn't just one night, but an entire week. However, after this merciless torment, Xiao Yi could no longer bear to watch. Reluctantly, she helped Xiao Mo lower her sensitivity a little. "Xiao Mo, it's fine. I'm already very satisfied." Xiao Mo's words left Xiao Yi dumbfounded, pondering whether she had been too harsh on Xiao Mo, as even 3 turns could make her so emotional. So on the night sensitivity was lowered, Xiao Mo took the initiative to pin Yu Yue to the bed. At that time, "Xiao Mo, don't come over. I'm going to shout. I really am going to shout." Yu Yue originally thought that after 3 continuous days of this, she should let Xiao Mo have a break, but unexpectedly Xiao Mo actively pushed her down. Xiao Mo, wearing a silk nightgown, quietly watched Yu Yue beneath her as the situation slipped out of control, a smile curling at her lips. "Yu Yue, go ahead and shout, the louder the better. I want my parents to see how I'm punishing you under me." As she spoke, Xiao Mo provocatively tugged at the collar of Yu Yu's nightgown, just enough to reveal her intimate garment. "If you don't mind, I have no objections." Yu Yue looked at Xiao Mo's change, somewhat puzzled, wondering if Xiao Mo had been. Otherwise, how could she be so confused about the roles? However, when Yu Yue tried to resist, she found Xiao Mo seemed to have transformed into a different person, and her usual tickling method was completely ineffective. She thought it was because she had tickled Xiao Mo too much and that she had become desensitized, but even the most sensitive part, her slender waist, was completely ineffective at this moment. Yu Yu's bewildered expression struck a chord in Xiao Mo's heart. Usually it was herself who was flustered, but unexpectedly Yu Yue also had this day. Xiao Mo began to take advantage of the situation. "Of course, the days after 3 times. Xiao Mo wouldn't let me see, and the author has no way out. Xiao Mo, the secret is to be invincible with desensitization. Without desensitization, I don't go. All right, Xiao Mo, don't forget to come out and play." Yu Yue reluctantly bid farewell to Xiao Mo, then bit her lip and dragged her suitcase out. Xiao Mo sighed in relief and lay back down on the sofa, finally free from the days of being bullied by Yue. Yet what followed was an overwhelming sense of emptiness. It was only just a parting, and already she began to miss her. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door made Xiao Mo spring off the bed and rush towards it. "Did you forget something, Yue?" Upon opening the door, Xiao Mo was momentarily stunned as she recognized the visitor, scratching her head in confusion. Standing at the door was a colleague of the little boss she had met in Hawaii, whose name seemed to be Xiaoling, alias for the academic genius system. "Sister, what are you doing here? Are you looking for the little boss?" Xiao Mo asked, bewildered. "Xiao Mo, long time no see. Can I come in first?" Xiaoling smiled slightly at Xiao Mo, and in the next moment appeared beside the sofa, taking a seat, without any regard for being an outsider. Seeing this, Xiao Mo had no choice but to swallow the unspoken invitation of "Please come in." Luckily, her parents were out today, otherwise explaining this scene would have been quite difficult. "Academic genius, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for ages." Xiao Yi also appeared next to Xiao Mo, running over to give Xiao Ling a big bear hug. Okay, I'm here now." Xiao Ling patted Xiao Yi's back, then looked at Xiao Mo and pointed upstairs, saying, "Xiao Mo, can you call Xiao Lin down? I need to talk to her about something." "What is it? Can you tell me?" Xiao Mo tilted her head in confusion. "You'll find out shortly." Xiao Yi covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Mo, seeing the little boss keep it a secret, Xiao Mo helplessly shrugged and walked upstairs. As she reached the staircase, she turned back and reminded, "My sister can't handle being scared, so be careful later." Although her sister was indeed irresponsible, she was her only silly sister. Losing her would mean really losing her. "Don't worry, do you not trust me? When have I ever done anything bad?" Xiao Yi confidently patted her ample chest. Xiao Mo rolled her eyes internally. "Oh, when has this little boss ever done anything good?" Arriving in front of Xiao Lin's door, Xiao Mo gently knocked and said, "Xiao Lin, I have a friend who wants to meet you. Is it a good time?" Footsteps sounded as Xiao Lin opened the door and looked at her older sister, asking, "Your friend? What does she want?" Xiao Mo helplessly shrugged, indicating that she didn't know either. Xiao Lin pursed her lips in silence. Her older sister truly was useless at any time. "Fine, Xiao Lin, let me give you a heads up. My 2 friends are a bit unique. Don't be surprised by anything you see later." All right, what's so special about them?" Xiao Lin rolled her eyes in impatience and quickly walked downstairs. Looking at the people on the sofa below, Xiao Lin couldn't help but freeze. "Sister Ling, what are you doing here? Xiao Lin, do you know each other?" Xiao Mo felt that the development of things was somewhat out of her control. When did Xiao Lin get acquainted with the little boss friend? How come she didn't know? "Xiao Mo, let me introduce you. Xiao Yi pulled Xiao Ling in front of both of them smilingly saying, "This is the system bound to your sister." Xiao Ling nodded slightly. "Nice to meet you." At this moment Xiao Mo was filled with questions. "Wait, are your systems? I have seen 3 of them in total. And they're all right beside me. You can't just keep snatching at one person. I know you're feeling quite confused right now." Xiao Yi sympathetically patted Xiao Mo's shoulder then pulled her aside to give Xiao Lin and Xiao Ling enough space. "After all, when I bound with Xiao Mo back then it took quite a bit of training. Crossed out education. You need to explain to me." Xiao Mo angrily swatted Xiao Yi's hand away and asked anxiously. Calm down, calm down." The little boss gently patted Xiao Mo's hand reassuring her. "You know Xiao Lin's girlfriend's family situation. Do you think they can successfully resist relying only on those 2? Xiao Mo slowly calmed down and sat on the sofa lost in thought. It seemed that Jiang Xinyu's family situation was indeed a problem. She and Yue didn't have such issues, but this was a hurdle Xiao Lin and her group must overcome. But looking at the current situation, hope seemed rather bleak. The little boss, seeing that Xiao Mo seemed to agree with her viewpoint, continued, "So having my friend help Xiao Lin is actually a good thing. Xiao Mo, you wouldn't want to see your sister staring at her true love, so close, yet unable to love right." Xiao Mo looked speechlessly at her unorthodox little boss. "Please, this Sakura little boss, tone it down a bit. Moreover, you previously mentioned you would help me smooth this over." Xiao Yi raised her eyebrow at Xiao Mo. "So you were actually waiting for me all this time? I wondered why this little one suddenly became so kind." Xiao Mo felt something was off upon hearing this, and then she realized. Why was Xiao Lin even angry about having a system? Could it be that I was jealous? With that thought, Xiao Mo rolled her eyes at the little one, nearly being dragged into her. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin and the others had finished their conversation and walked over together. "Sister, I didn't expect you to bind a system too. No wonder you haven't asked Mom for pocket money lately." Xiao Lin looked at her older sister with her bright sparkling eyes. Feeling her sister's intense gaze, Xiao Mo scratched her head in embarrassment. "Actually, I wanted to tell you about the system long ago, but my little one disagreed, and I had no choice." Xiao Mo decisively shifted the blame to her little one. After all, she couldn't tell her sister that this little one was pretty much useless except for allowing her to be with EU. "I understand, after all, if word got out about having a system, I might be thought of as a lunatic and locked up." Xiao Lin chuckled at this thought. "By the way, Xiao Lin, come here for a moment." Xiao Mo suddenly thought of something, pulling Xiao Lin aside and whispering in her ear, "Has your system given you any strange tasks?" Xiao Lin pondered for a moment before nodding. Xiao Mo quickly shook Xiao Lin's shoulder. "Quick, tell me. If it's the same kind of lowly tasks like mine, then it's better not to have this system at all." Stop shaking, my head is about to spin from your shaking." Xiao Lin pouted and pushed her sister's hand away, explaining, "Although I don't know what your tasks are, mine have always been about studying." "Studying?" Xiao Mo repeated in disbelief. "Yes, just studying." Xiao Lin nodded firmly. Recently, she had been in her room doing the tasks assigned by her study system. Xiao Mo let out a sigh of relief and patted Xiao Lin's shoulder. "That's good. If you take on any weird tasks in the future, come find me." Got it, got it." At this moment, the 2 systems left on the side rolled their eyes. Xiao Yi was the first to ask, "Little study tyrant, what do you think my silly host is worried about? Do I look like I could harm her?" "It's because of you. You usually trick Xiao Mo so badly that she has to keep guard against you, right?" Xiao Ling giggled behind her hand. "I'm doing this for their happiness." Xiao Yi pouted, clearly unhappy with the little study tyrant's remarks. "What if I help Xiao Mo tone down EU's desires?" "You can decide that for yourself. Oh, it's your own matter." Xiao Ling shrugged. Kuchi. Time skip for advanced sound control. A few days later, Xiao Mo was lying in bed chatting on the phone with her wife when she suddenly received a message from someone she wasn't very familiar with. "Yue Xiao Mo, what's wrong?" "Xiao Mo, it's nothing. Someone sent me a message." Xiao Mo scratched her head and opened the message. "Jeep Wuchang Xiao Mo, we're having a high school reunion the day after tomorrow. Are you coming?" Xiao Mo fell into a memory upon reading this message. Jeep Wuchang was a decent friend from high school and the only friend she had. During high school, Xiao Mo was shorter than the average boys. Amidst a crowd of 178 centimeters boys, her height of 164 centimeters stood out. But back then, Xiao Mo didn't become the center of attention like in novels. Instead, she was the target of ridicule and bullying. Why? What reason could there be? Looking back now, it was merely a group of kids finding amusement in their dull lives. Childhood feelings were simple with no entangled interests, pure love, and also pure malice. Fortunately, her fair and tender self wasn't subjected to any torment, given that the city she lived in was so. Xiao Mo. Are you okay? Why aren't you speaking? Xiao Mo snapped back to reality at the sound from her phone and quickly replied, I'm fine. It's just that a high school classmate invited me to a reunion the day after tomorrow. The moment she said it, Xiao Mo regretted it because EU knew about her bullying experiences from childhood. As expected, there was a brief pause on the other end of the line, followed by EU's anxious voice. The class reunion is the day after tomorrow, right? You just stay home and wait for me, I'll go with you. Xiao Mo, feeling a bit embarrassed, advised, Isn't it unnecessary, EU? We've all grown up and they've matured. They surely won't bully me anymore, right? EU, how could that be? Even if they don't bully you, you'll still be their topic of conversation, a source of amusement. Are you really going to swallow that? Xiao Mo? Mo is choosing to remain silent. Alright, I won't say more. You must attend the reunion the day after tomorrow, and you have to bring me along, or else. If you can get out of bed, I'll consider myself defeated. Of course, EU naturally didn't say the latter part, as it would scare Xiao Mo. Listening to EU's rather forceful words, Xiao Mo obediently replied, Alright, I will go, okay. That's my good brainy wife Muaj. This plot isn't just a coincidence. The previous book mentioned Xiao Mo was bullied as a child, and now EU is naturally going to stand up for her wife. Once again, it was another clear morning, and the weather in Chuan province was as frantic as ever. A sliver of winter sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the face of a girl peacefully sleeping on the bed. Xiao Mo murmured in her sleep, burying her head into the life-size Jinshuan pillow she cherished. You ask why this pillow appears so often. Well, of course it's because I really have one. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Xiao Mo felt that the atmosphere in her room was a bit strange. She lazily opened her sleepy eyes, scratched her messy hair, and stretched her body, the sunlight beautifully highlighting her graceful figure. Turning to look at the charming silhouette by the bed, her delicate hand lightly covered her cherry lips as she yawned. Good morning, EU. EU, what are you doing here? Xiao Mo suddenly came to her senses, feeling much more awake as she stared in shock at EU beside the bed. EU looked at Xiao Mo, who had just woken up, with a silly expression and did not answer her question. Instead, she smiled and said, Good morning, beautiful wife. Though Xiao Mo was unsure of the situation, she felt quite happy being praised by her wife. EU, why is your mouth so sweet? Have you not tasted my sweetness? How about? EU teased, lifting Xiao Mo's chin with a smile. Give it another try. Xiao Mo's cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment, and she shook her head. Maybe not. I was laughed at by Xiao Lin for days after last time. Suddenly, Xiao Mo recalled that today was supposedly the day of the class reunion. She turned to EU and said, By the way, EU, you're not here to force me to attend the reunion, are you? EU made a gesture and smiled. Bingo. You got it. As a reward, you should get up now, and I will help you change. Oh no, why do I have to attend? Xiao Mo lay helplessly on the bed, feeling frustrated at the thought of her dark eyes. Come on, get up. Already, you have to face it eventually. EU patted Xiao Mo's shoulder and gently called out, Besides, you have a wealthy, powerful, and beautiful wife like me, so what are you afraid of? This time I'm here to boost your confidence and slap them in the face right in the middle. EU grew more excited as she spoke, unconsciously waving her little pink fist. Anyone who dares to bully my EU's woman is just asking for trouble. EU. The domineering CEO style doesn't suit you, you should change it up a bit. Xiao Mo buried her head under the Jinshuan pillow, mumbling, No way, you have to go today. Even if I have to drag you. EU hugged Xiao Mo from behind and said quite forcefully, No way. Xiao Mo was still whining on the bed, but at that moment her cheeky system began to chime in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task, the essential path of every system host. High school reunion face-slapping task. That's right. It's the kind of face-slapping you're thinking of. Though it's quite cliché, it's really satisfying. Stop. Stop. Why is it that every time I don't want to do something, you're here? Go away and play somewhere else. Xiao Mo shot a quick glance at the task and waved her hand in disdain at the little system, signaling it to keep its distance. Hey, you little brat, you've got some guts. Xiao Yi, seeing Xiao Mo's audacity, rolled up her sleeves and approached her. Little system, what do you want to do? Are you trying to devour your host? Devour your host? Let me devour you. Let me devour you. Do you dare to offend this young lady again? You don't listen when I talk nicely, do you? I dare. You dare. They'll make you dare. What exactly happened? Please imagine for yourself, Yuyo. Just to clarify, most of Xiao Mo's communication and actions with the system occur in the system space and do not affect the real world. In the system space, time does not pass. Soon after, the pitiful cries from within the system space gradually faded away. Xiao Mo calmly sat to the side while Xiao Yi clapped her hands and continued to issue the task. This task is mainly to help the host overcome the psychological shadows from their student days. However, since the host is merely a useless pillow princess, your main role in this task is to serve as a supporting character. The face slapping and showing off will be left to EU. Task reward: the number of sensitivity reduction times will be increased from 3 to 10. How does that sound? Isn't it generous? This is what you've always dreamed of. Task penalty: if the task fails, the host will completely transform into a plush ball belonging to you, locked up in the basement, and you will unleash her S attributes. Little system friend reminds you, if you can't complete such an easy task, then I really think you might not be worthy of being the main wife. What plush ball would suit you better? Xiao Mo still sat obediently to the side, and after hearing the sister system finish speaking, she nodded repeatedly. This task is great, I accept it. That's good. Xiao Mo said she was not threatened at all, truly. Then it's settled. The little system slightly nodded. Now you can leave, Xiao Mo. Alright. The next moment Xiao Mo regained her senses, felt the exquisite sensation coming from behind her, and recalled the unpleasant memories from earlier. She turned to EU and said, Okay, let's go together. However, Xiao Mo's expression at that moment seemed to be forcing a smile. Yay? Let's hurry and change our clothes. Hey. Wait for me to wash up first. Wait, what? Xiao Mo looked at the suit you brought her and pouted. Why did you bring me a suit? And it's a men's suit. Xiao Mo's displeasure was evident. Xiao Mo, think about it. When you were in high school, you were still a boy. If you show up as a girl now, it would just give them more opportunities to laugh at you, wouldn't it? You spoke earnestly, crossed out with deep concern. After all this time, she was the one supporting Xiao Mo. If Xiao Mo dressed too beautifully and overshadowed her, it would be quite awkward. More importantly, Yu didn't want her wife's beautiful side shown to those who once bullied her. Who do they think they are to look at my wife? But just look at my flowing hair, and besides that part is rather difficult to conceal. Xiao Mo blinked her large dewy eyes and gazed at Yu with feigned helplessness. To her surprise, Yu seemed fully prepared. She pulled out a remarkable item from behind her back, a chest binding. Xiao Mo stared blankly at the object in Yu's hand. This was none other than the very chest binder awarded to her upon first binding with the system. She recalled how Yu had secretly hidden it during a bath and never returned it. No, Yu, binding the chest harms the body, Xiao Mo stammered, swallowing hard. You wouldn't want your future joy diminished, would you? With gentle warmth, Yu smiled tenderly. Don't worry, Xiao Mo. I've tested this one myself. It's highly effective and completely safe. Well, Xiao Mo, what do you think? But Xiao Mo was stunned by something else entirely. She pointed at Yu, a voice trembling. Yu, this binder is already mine. I've used it before. So what? Yu waved dismissively. We've long been utterly candid with each other. Besides, even swapping undergarments wouldn't be an issue, would it? Xiao Mo shook her head vigorously. That's terribly unhygienic. Let's drop it. Yu merely shrugged indifferently, as she'd only meant it as playful banter. Here, you'd better put it on quickly. Surely you don't expect me to dress you. Saying this, Yu handed over the binder, then sprang off the bed and exited the room. Xiao Mo watched, utterly bewildered. This wasn't right. What had come over Yu lately? She'd been teasing her relentlessly, yet now even refrained from seizing such small advantages. Xiao Mo, don't forget to call me once you're done. Yu called from the doorway. Little did Xiao Mo know, Yu had recently felt as though she'd pierced through the veil of worldly illusion. Exercising restraint required only the slightest mindfulness. Understood, Xiao Mo called back from inside. Though uncertain what scheme Yu was hatching, she resolved to accept. Might as well rest now. Later she'd ensure Yu ended up bedridden. And no, this wasn't mere lewdness. It was absolute certainty. At the thought of Yu lying helpless in bed, Xiao Mo couldn't help but giggle foolishly. Xiao Mo, are you ready yet? Right away. Yu's voice snapped Xiao Mo back from her daydream. Hastily wiping her mouth, she replied. Then with delicate grace, Xiao Mo extended her slender fingers and slowly slipped off her sleepwear. As her smooth silken waist and elegant collarbones emerged, so alluring they could drive any lustful soul into frenzy, the air itself seemed to fill with a faint, intoxicating jasmine fragrance. Indeed, Yu's choice to wait outside the door proved utterly wise, for even she, let alone anyone else not weakened by exhaustion, would have been utterly undone by such a sight. As if drawn by some unseen force, Xiao Mo raised her right hand and gently placed it upon her own luminous alabaster thigh, her skin like liquid silk, her fingers trembling ever so slightly. Was this truly her body, enhanced by the system? It was nothing short of a succubus's bewitching form. Even she nearly lost composure, tempted to indulge herself this early in the morning. No, Yu was still outside. If discovered, she'd face dire consequences today. Remarkably, the binder worked flawlessly, no constriction, no discomfort. More crucially, it caused no chafing, even while walking or jumping. Those who understood. Once dressed in the suit Yu provided, Xiao Mo exuded an undeniable air of refined poise. Yet without considering her flowing hair, at first glance she resembled, well, a young man. Yu, what should I do about this long hair? Peering into the full-length mirror, Xiao Mo frowned in mild distress, then instinctively opened the door, just a crack, and poked her head out to look at Yu. Do you own a wig, Xiao Mo? If not, we'll buy one later. Yu suggested, admitting she had no ready. Fine, I'll check the wardrobe. With that, Xiao Mo withdrew her head. Naturally, she owned no wig, but she did have the system. If I keep this long hair, won't it undermine Yu's majestic wife protection image? Don't you agree? Xiao Mo called inwardly to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi sensed something odd in her tone. Are you threatening me? Threaten you? Never. You are supreme in my eyes. Xiao Mo hastily flattered, recalling their last. Call me dad, system. When you need something, then shove me aside the moment you don't. The system sniffled theatrically. This sincere heart of mine has long been cast into some forgotten corner. Just as Xiao Mo bristled, a sudden chill swept over her scalp. She touched her head and broke down. Damn it, system. You were supposed to shorten my hair, not give me a buzz cut. What gives? What's wrong with this? The system feigned ignorance, its voice bubbling with barely concealed mirth. 2. Fine, I'll change it. No need to rush. Suppressing a grin, Xiao Yi transformed Xiao Mo's hair into a sleek androgynous style. Then, thump. The system kicked Xiao Mo unceremoniously out of the system space. As her consciousness reasserted itself, Xiao Imo still heard the system's mocking laughter echoing in her mind. Unforgivable. 2.5 minutes later, Xiao Imo emerged from the room impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. A fair, delicate face came into view before Yu Iwe, who had been waiting patiently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a captivating luminous glow. Iwe instinctively swallowed, then reached up to gently pinch Xiao Mo's cheek. Xiao Imo pouted yet leaned into the touch, murmuring contentedly, "So incredibly comfortable." Xiao Imo, looking like this, you could effortlessly outshine every heavily filtered livestream host online. Iwe praised sincerely, her fingers still lingering affectionately on Xiao Mo's soft cheeks. "So, have you already surrendered utterly to my peerless beauty?" Xiao Imo teased with a self-amused chuckle. Iwe played along with a warm smile. "Naturally. I've long become your devoted subject." Then lowering her voice playfully, "So, may I indulge in a little mischief right now?" Xiao Imo glanced at Iwe's mischievous grin and rolled her eyes. "Iwe, you truly can't stay serious for more than a few days." "Who says? Try me. I'll go an entire month without touching you." Iwe retorted indignantly. This time Xiao Imo balked. "Absolutely not. You won't last a month, you'd collapse first." And more importantly, Xiao Imo had grown thoroughly accustomed to Iwe's rhythm. Going 30 days without her would leave Xiao Imo herself undone long before then. Besides, Iwe had already claimed every last item of Xiao Mo's personal belongings during her last visit, under the pretense that now that I have you, I need nothing else. Thus Xiao Imo resolved to quash Iwe's sudden notion of celibacy, once and for all. In truth, the two were a perfect match. Iwe craved closeness, Xiao Imo resisted. Yet when Iwe threatened abstinence, Xiao Imo yearned all the more. "Honestly, Xiao Imo, this outfit suits you flawlessly," Iwe exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Xiao Imo and nestling her soft cheek against Xiao Imo's, nuzzling tenderly. Xiao Imo sighed softly, ruffling Iwe's hair with gentle fingers, savoring the delicate tingling sensation as silky strands brushed against her neck. "Of course I do. Hurry and get ready, Iwe. Today we reclaim our moment." You're overthinking it. It's Iwe who'll reclaim your moment, not the two of you together. Aren't they essentially the same thing? Hardly. You're the one who's supposed to be the doting spouse. Xiao Imo fell silent. "Xiao Imo, go ahead and wait for me in the main hall. I'll park and join you shortly. Together we'll dazzle them all." Iwe lowered the car window from the driver's seat and called out. "Understood," Xiao Imo replied, then stepped gracefully toward the entrance. The gathering was held at a themed cafe, an ideal choice for young alumni, relaxed and formal and perfect for... As Xiao Imo entered the main hall, she spotted Ji Bochong, her high school best friend, already waiting. He squinted curiously at the approaching figure, his expression almost comically scrutinizing. "Yes, it's me." Xiao Imo waved as she drew near. Bochong's eyes widened in disbelief. You really..." Xiao Imo shrugged lightly. "Authentic. No imitations. If you doubt me, I'll prove it." She continued, "In grade 10 you secretly admired the class beauty and asked me to deliver your love letter, and signed, leaving me mortified for weeks." Though Xiao Imo spent ages explaining things to avoid misunderstanding back then, during those tender, uncertain years, her pale, delicate features made her the most popular among peers. Still, she ended up bullied anyway, perhaps not unrelated to that incident. Though the class beauty did once offer help, saying she'd step in if needed. Probably just bad luck on Xiao Mo's part. Thankfully those days are behind her. Then there was that time you ran out of toilet paper, and by the time I returned from the convenience store with more, you'd already left. Honestly, I still don't know how you managed. Stop. I believe you're Xiao Imo." Bochong cut in urgently, afraid Xiao Imo might expose every embarrassing secret he'd ever kept. "Let's head inside." Bochong slung an arm familiarly over Xiao Mo's shoulders. "But watch yourself, the others are already here." Xiao Imo knew exactly who he meant, and waved dismissively. "Don't worry. This handsome lady isn't afraid." "Wait, I'm still waiting for someone." "No problem. We'll wait inside." Hey, don't push me." In the end, Xiao Imo was gently but firmly ushered in by Bochong. "Sorry, Iwe. I didn't mean to rush in." By the time Xiao Imo stepped into the venue, the atmosphere was already electric. A young man stood on stage, finishing his introduction, detailing his current job, and capped it off with what he clearly believed was a witty joke. The entire room erupted in laughter. It was precisely then that Xiao Imo made her entrance. "Hey, who's that? Never seen her before. Was she even..." "No recollection whatsoever. Let's ask the homeroom teacher." Ignoring the curious glances, Xiao Imo strode calmly to the stage, offered a poised, confident, yet subtly reserved smile, and spoke succinctly into the microphone. "Many of you may no longer remember me. I'm Xiao Imo Xiao, the one who scored nearly 700 on the National College Entrance Exam and enrolled at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics." Xiao Mo's inner monologue hummed. "Just wait until they see my current looks and recall my top-ranking academic record. They'll be utterly spellbound. Whoa, that's the pale-faced kid. Never imagined he'd rise so far. This suit alone must cost 5 figures. Uff, but he got snapped up by some wealthy older woman at university. Probably spends his days being pampered in bed." Xiao Imo set the microphone down, unmoved by the murmurs below, and the moment the door opened, her gaze met Iwe's. A quiet, knowing smile passed between them. Iyue's radiant presence instantly drew attention. A hush of admiration rippled through the crowd. Wow, what a stunning girl. These legs, I could admire them for a full year. Look at those flawless porcelain long legs. Please step on me, scold me. Iyu listened to the discussions of her high school classmates around her, rolling her eyes internally with a level of disdain worthy of the heavens. These foolish guys were indeed not good people, feeling as though they were NPCs in a street novel created solely for the protagonist to slap them in the face. Ignoring the murmurs around her, Iyu walked to an empty sofa, leisurely raising an eyebrow at the still-dazed Xiao Mo on stage. As if receiving some command, Xiao Mo walked straight off the stage. As he descended, he distinctly heard a faint gasp from the crowd, turning to see a group of girls discussing him. Girl group A, wow. He looks so handsome right now. Girl group B, exactly, he definitely fits the saying boys grow up in 18 changes. I'm feeling a little moved. Girl group C, if I had known I would have joined in back then. A, who knows, I might have already. Girl group D, who says otherwise, it's a pity he was still. Xiao Mo didn't catch the last part of what they said as they sensed his gaze and collectively turned their backs to him. Xiao Mo didn't pay much attention, confidently sitting down beside Iyue, intimately draping his arm over her. From this angle, his actions were perfectly positioned for the group of classmates to see clearly. Yu was well aware of Xiao Mo's little schemes, placing her hand on his waist and softly saying, Xiao Mo, why didn't you wait for me? Why did you run off so fast? Turns out you were eager to come in and see the little girl. As she spoke, she unconsciously applied more pressure, causing Xiao Mo's smile to twist. However, Yu's actions were very discreet, and no one noticed her little movements. Although Xiao Mo's looks might not be appealing to boys from other places, this was where. Chuan Province, the land of decadence, where beauty is scattered everywhere. Ahem, I digress. In any case, Xiao Mo's current appearance was undoubtedly quite alluring at this class reunion. With a height of 168 centimeters and the androgynous outfit specially chosen by Iyue, anyone would mistake Xiao Mo for an exceptionally handsome boy. Whether boys or girls, everyone would instinctively want to pin Xiao Mo down on the bed, making him blush and sob softly because of them. Thinking of this, Iyu's gaze lingered on Xiao Mo for a moment before she shifted her eyes away. She was already beginning to regret letting Xiao Mo dress like this. Even if her wife were to be glanced at by others, Iyu would feel it was a loss. Xiao Mo endured the pain at his waist, smiling as he leaned closer to Iyue, appearing intimate as he softly spoke. Darling, could you please let go for now? We can discuss things back home. Give me some face in public. Upon hearing this, Iyu huffed lightly and released her grip. I'll let you off for now, but behave yourself. Among the dozens of classmates present, many had already forgotten about Xiao Mo. Even those who had seen him before still had no impression. It was at this moment that Ji Baichang approached Xiao Mo, quietly asking, Xiao Mo, is this your friend? Before Xiao Mo could answer, Iyu quickly nodded and said amicably, yes, I am Xiao Mo's girlfriend. We originally planned to go out on a date today, but only remembered to attend the reunion outside. What a coincidence. Am I interrupting you all? This was too much tea. The aroma of tea filled the air. It was to the extent that Xiao Mo wanted to vomit. Ji Baichang, upon hearing that this stunning beauty was Xiao Mo's girlfriend, almost lost his composure. Girlfriend. Realizing he had overreacted, Ji Baichang quickly composed himself, but still managed to smile amiably, saying, it's fine, it's more fun with more people, we can include family and friends too. However, Ji Baichang's inner thoughts were, no, Xiao Mo, you really should wash. Back in high school we agreed to remain single nobles together, and you quietly ended up with such a beautiful girl. Jealous, but also happy for Xiao Mo. It's really a case of fearing that my brother suffers, yet also fearing that my brother drives a Range Rover. Currently, Xiao Mo was clearly someone beyond Ji Baichang's reach, while he was still just a university student living on a meager allowance of 1,500 a month. The boys around them also heard Ji Baichang's earlier comment. Thinking that such a beautiful girl was actually the girlfriend of the most reticent guy back, then they couldn't help but clench their fists. They all unconsciously directed their gazes at Xiao Mo, and the resentment contained within was almost palpable. Xiao Mo pretended not to notice and quietly turned his head away. Xiao Mo, please come sit here. A girl from the fangirl group stood up and moved a chair from the adjacent table, looking at Xiao Mo and saying, a class reunion is better when it's lively. Behind her were several members of the fangirl group, and of course many girls were secretly wanting to take a look at Iyu. Forgive Bai for being bad at naming, so I had to use this as a substitute. After all, a class reunion requires many characters, and it saves everyone the trouble of remembering names. Xiao Mo glanced back at Iyu, and seeing her nod, felt reassured as he accepted the chair, thanking the girl. Thank you, Shinya. You truly are a good person with beauty and kindness. The girl couldn't help but twitch her lips at Xiao Mo's words. How did this guy manage to win over such a beautiful... Iyu gave Xiao Mo a thumbs up, and Xiao Mo returned a smile. At this moment, the previously jealous boys snickered coldly, while Xiao Mo remained unfazed, pretending not to hear. Xiao Mo, what would you like to drink? I have a drink menu here. A different girl passed the drink menu over, reaching across. Xiao Mo smiled, and took it with both hands, accidentally brushing against the girl's hand. She immediately blushed and lowered her head, unsure of what to think. Xiao Mo thought to himself, I swear it was truly accidental. If there's a single lie in this, I'll be unable to stand upright tonight because of EU. Xiao Mo looked at the drink menu and said, orange juice is fine and my girlfriend doesn't let me drink alcohol. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at EU, resembling a well-behaved dog seeking praise from its owner. The weather has turned cold recently. You should drink more hot water to warm your body. At this moment, a boy proactively picked up a kettle and poured a few cups of water, hoping to gain favor with the girls. However, the effect didn't seem good. Although it was indeed winter, the entire venue was air-conditioned, making the act of pouring hot water seem rather forced. While the girls smiled and thanked him, an unspoken awkwardness rose in the atmosphere. That boy, unaware, did not possess Xiao Mo's delicate features, so his gesture naturally didn't receive a positive response. By the way, Xiao Mo, how have you been in Modu? Any new hobbies? The girl who spoke was the organizer of the gathering and the class beauty Jiang Yunying. Seeing Jiang Yunying address Xiao Mo so familiarly, Yue frowned slightly, evidently reluctant. Before Xiao Mo could speak, she opened her mouth. Our Xiao Mo usually likes to stay in bed with me, chatting, reading novels, and binge-watching shows together. But our Xiao Mo's favorite reads are GL novels, Yuri novels. Xiao Mo listened to Yue's words in stunned silence, not knowing what to say. He could only cast a sidelong, cutting glance, his mind racing to find the right reply. Jiang Yunying felt awkward and said sheepishly, I didn't expect your taste to be quite unique, Xiao Mo. I've been rather obsessed with this lately. I've watched some related anime and read a few novels. Xiao Mo did his best to smooth things over. To me, love knows no gender. The world should show more tolerance to them, so I spent some time learning about it. Jiang Yunying nodded as if she approved of his explanation. At that moment, Ji Baichang chimed in. Exactly. Back in senior year, we even received a notice to parents warning them to be vigilant about same-sex sexual behavior. Ji Baichang's remark brought that vivid memory flooding back, and everyone burst into laughter. One of the swooning boys teased with a grin, so Xiao Mo, are you that kind of person? Xiao Mo smiled and shot back, do you think I am? He then sat down beside Yue, draping an arm around her and drawing her closer. Kidding. How could he answer that now? If he admitted to being gay, these people would probably assume Yue was only a prop to save face for him. On the other hand, if he denied it, he might never make it home after tonight's party. Yue complied and placed her hand on Xiao Mo. Whether intentional or not, her slender jade-like hand landed squarely on the strap of his chest binder. A faint flush colored Xiao Mo's face. He could not tell whether it was from shyness or irritation. Seeing this, the surrounding boys and girls exchanged knowing glances. Their interest in Xiao Mo had clearly. To them, Xiao Mo's blush was proof he was an innocent, pure-hearted college boy who could be teased into a rosy flush with just a little coaxing. By the way, Yunying, I heard you like music. Do you have any recommended songs or artists? I've been under a lot of study pressure lately and want something to soothe me. A male classmate whose name Xiao Mo could not recall addressed Jiang Yunying. It must be said that a girl praised as the class beauty rarely lacked good looks. I do enjoy listening to music, but tastes differ. I'm not sure what would suit you. You could try Escape the Lost Forest. The moment those two song titles were uttered, Jiang Yunying clearly shut down the conversation, plainly uninterested in that boy and unwilling to continue chatting with him. After dismissing him, Jiang Yunying turned to Xiao Mo with a smile. Xiao Mo, I also recommend Wonderful You. I quite like it myself. The earlier boy's mouth twitched involuntarily. The disparity between people was painfully obvious. A girl close to Jiang Yunying, clearly doting on her, teased Xiao Mo, I heard your motocheta holds 2 freshman balls each year. Can you sing? I think your voice is quite nice. Feeling Yue leaning against him, Xiao Mo shook his head. That would be a bit disappointing. I can't sing. Yue looked up at him, stifling a smile. My wife doesn't even blush when she lies, she thought. Xiao Mo, why not learn a line or two from Yunying? She sings beautifully. The girl said so, and the boys and girls began to urge them on. Xiao Mo shook his head, but they paid no heed to his refusal. Glancing at the classmates egging them on, both Xiao Mo and Yue felt an inexplicable irritation. They had already said they didn't want to, yet the others persisted. Whether out of malice or obliviousness was anyone's guess. Actually, I do know a bit. Let me sing for our Xiao Mo. Yue volunteered on his behalf. The classmates were pleased. No Xiao Mo, but a beautiful girl singing was just as entertaining. Xiao Mo looked at Yue's resolute expression and was seized by a foreboding sense of unease. Yue, are you really going to do it? Why not? Yue arched an eyebrow. For some reason, Jiang Yunying's eyes brightened at once, as if she had met a worthy rival. Soon the two began. Contrary to her gentle appearance earlier, Yue's singing was assertive and commanding. Xiao Mo was left wide-eyed and utterly stunned by her performance. When the two songs ended, Jiang Yunying said sincerely to Yue, you sing very well. So do you. Yue nodded and stepped down to Xiao Mo's side. Xiao Mo fetched a tissue and gently wiped the fine sweat from Yue's brow. As expected of my wife, she sings beautifully. Of course. Yue smiled as she gently patted Xiao Mo's head, prompting a round of gasps from the surrounding. The vibe of the 168 little puppy and the 174 domineering big sister. The infatuated group exclaimed, sister, come and pat my head too. It doesn't matter if it gets bald, But Xiao Mo, don't forget the purpose of our visit here. Yue paid no heed to the surrounding discussions, slightly leaning over to whisper in Xiao Mo's ear before stepping back onto the stage. What's happening? Could it be that we still get to enjoy another song? A cough interrupted as Yue stood on the stage, lightly coughing into the microphone to capture everyone's attention. Once all eyes were focused on her, Yue raised her head and announced, "Hello everyone. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Oh, I am Yue, your high school classmate, Xiao Mo's current girlfriend." The plot advancement group whispered him. What does she want to say? Listening to Yue's unexpected self-introduction, everyone was left somewhat puzzled. Only Jiang Yunying felt an ominous premonition rising in her heart. Here I want to seek justice for my partner Xiao Mo, who was bullied by some of you for 2.5 years during high school. With that said, Yu's gaze turned from gentle to icy, sweeping over the crowd who had just been causing a ruckus. Her purpose for coming was to seek justice for Xiao Mo, so there was no need to show any mercy to them. The atmosphere of the gathering suddenly became eerily quiet, as if a pin drop could be heard. Xiao Mo, come up. Seeing no one move, Yue called out to Xiao Mo. Looking at the currently formidable Yue, Xiao Mo felt no rebellious thoughts and obediently walked forward. Xiao Mo was called Little White Face in high school, and he was bullied and beaten by you more than once. There shouldn't be any need for me to elaborate further, right? As she spoke, Yue pointed at one person and said, if I recall correctly, you were just saying Little White Face. Looking in the direction Yue pointed, it was indeed the person who had slandered both her and Xiao Mo at that time. Now the one part of the slander group couldn't sit still, standing up and saying, so what? Everyone was calling him that. I wasn't the only one. Besides, who hasn't been given a few nicknames during school? I just said a few words. Does it really need to be elevated to this level? Jiang Yunying immediately defended herself, saying, I never called Xiao Mo Little White Face. The supporting group echoed, exactly, neither did I. The supporting group added one. The third supporting group chimed in, that's right, this only represents your personal opinion and has nothing to do with us. Everyone was clearing themselves of any involvement, as if they had truly not participated in anything at that time. You guys. Xiao Mo glared indignantly at some of the people below. How could they have the audacity to say such things? You all don't have to pretend to be innocent. Ooh, I've already gathered enough information. Yue's eyes were cold as she gazed down at the crowd, her tone frigid. And you, Jiang Yunying. As soon as Yue said this, the atmosphere of the gathering dropped to freezing point. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Jiang Yunying became flustered, quickly putting on an innocent expression, looking pitiful as she said, me. What's wrong with me? I never bullied Xiao Mo. Oh, I even asked him if he needed help. Are you sure? Yue slowly walked down from the stage, standing next to Jiang Yunying, her eyes carrying a hint of cleverness as she looked at the person before her. Well, of course. Jiang Yunying, though somewhat guilty, still held her head high and replied. So you think this so-called game of redemption is enjoyable?